Hokage the rubber fruit is bigger, Chapter 81-100. Chapter 30_Danzo, you are a mature commander, learn to think for yourself. The Land of Rain, the Northwest Camp. Danzo's face was gloomy and abominable, and he was preempted by Rigian again. Just as Sasuke attacked the western camp on the border, Hanzo also launched an attack on the northwest camp. Although he was repelled by everyone, he did not take advantage of it, let alone a victory. One big victory, one tie, the comparison of the two is clear at a glance. This made Danzo very angry. How long has it been? How is the antidote that Tsunade researched now? It is still under development, but it has achieved initial results, and it can suppress the poisonous gas for 5 minutes. Zulai also replied that, unlike the usual wanderlust, he was very calm at the moment. 5 minutes is enough, we can't be passive like this anymore, we have to set the battlefield in the country of rain, otherwise Konoha's face will be lost to us. Danzo calculated in his heart that as long as he could be restrained for 5 minutes, the 3 of Jiraiya sniped to kill Hanzo. With the strength of the 3, even if they couldn't kill Hanzo, they could still lose both, and then he would kill him with his final blow. Come to a fisherman to profit. I will definitely be able to win the country of rain in one fell swoop. Go and call Tsunade, study the battle plan, and snipe Hanzo. Tsunade, you can't wait any longer. The headquarters has decided that you should put aside the research you are working on and recharge your batteries. As long as you kill Hanzo in one fell swoop, you won't have to worry about his poison. Everyone was speechless for a while. You were right. If you encounter a poisoned person, just kill him directly, so that he can no longer release the poisonous gas. Although Hanzo has amazing combat power, his army is insufficient. This is an Achilles heel that cannot be ignored. Danzo decided to attack. First, Tsunade has never been able to develop an antidote that can completely resist the poisonous gas, and there is no point in delaying it. The second is that with the efforts of the roots for such a long period of time, the terrain and defense of the Land of Rain have been clearly explored. The first fiasco made Danzo put away his arrogance and stopped crushing in one fell swoop, this unrealistic idea. Yes, at this moment Hanzo is like a fire extinguisher, running around, but after all, he is only one person and cannot cover everything. It was the Nara Patriarch who spoke. As the squad leader of the Shangnin class, he was directly under the jurisdiction of Hokage. He was called by Hokage to come to support the Northwest Camp and became the General Staff Officer. Nara Lunan spread out the map. Unlike the big account battle map, there are many markers on this map. The Land of Rain has a special terrain. It is the land of 4 battles. It is the land of earth in the north, the land of birds in the west, the land of wind, the land of grass in the east, the land of fire, and the land of rivers in the south. The Land of Rain, surrounded by 6 countries, cannot make Hanzo cover everything. It's not hard to see that Hanzo has been a little out of his mind since the battle. Nara's dear south refers to the village of Urinin, and then refers to the country under the earth. Have you ever thought about it? Hanzo, Konoha and Sand Shinobi both fought on a large scale, but Iwanan did not have a large-scale war. Why is this? That's because his focus of the war is always on Yanin. Orochimaru said. Yes, everyone look at the map. From the northwest camp to attack Urin village, the straight line distance is 800 miles. During this period, we need to climb mountains, and cross rivers. Sandren is the same, about the same distance from us. Although the ninjas had already attacked directly, our supplies could not keep up. This makes it impossible for us to launch a surprise attack and risk being cut off at any time. The Land of Rain is located in a basin, the terrain is very low, it rains all the year round, and the forests are dangerous, mostly swamps. Ninjas are fine, but vehicles cannot pass, and it is difficult to transport supplies. It is necessary to walk from the main road of the Land of Rain, but if you walk from the main road, the supply line will be greatly elongated. A surprise attack is absolutely not advisable, and we can only take a step-by-step approach. Everyone is watching Yanran. They went out of the border and walked 300 miles, and they could directly hit Yurin village. There was no terrain obstruction during the period. It can be said to be a flat river. Everyone nodded. The territory of the Land of Rain was in a convex shape, and Yurin village was located at the top, bordering the Land of Earth. The light in Danzo's eyes skyrocketed. Although his brain was not smart enough, he was serious, and all his skills were focused on spy infiltration. He wasn't stupid, he already understood. You mean that Hanzo is now huddled in Yunin village, fighting against Yan'an to prevent Yan'an from attacking? If that's the case, then why did Hanzo fight us twice? With such a huge loss, what does he want? Of course it's resources. If I'm not mistaken, this deployment, as long as the civilians are not massacred, there won't be much resistance. Now our opponents have sent us the territory. Send it. You mean that all their ninjas have withdrawn? Danzo frowned. This is Hanzo's own territory. How can he withdraw if he says withdraw? Not only the ninjas, the wealthy business officials in every town should have left, and now there should be only a few civilians left in the town. Bang tilde. Danzo was furious and slammed the table. In other words, we've been tricked. We're completely caught up in his rhythm. Hanzo has everything calculated. Naralunan didn't lift his head, and he didn't feel cold at all for this Erlang commander. That's right, Hanzo played so desperately to buy time for the evacuees. Obviously, he succeeded. Disgrace was written all over Tuanzang's face. A while. His body froze, his fingers pointed to Naralunan, trembling all over. Did you already know that? Danzang said you are Naralunan and Yuan Firizan. As soon as the second words came out, Tsunade's expression became stagnant, and Jirai was also confused. Orochimaru was expressionless, and obviously knew the answer a long time ago. Are you saying that I have researched the antidote for nothing? After co-authoring my liver for so many days, I feel lonely. Tsunade looked down at himself, feeling that all his efforts were eaten by dogs. I also want to develop an antidote to turn the tide. The clown turned out to be me. Looking down at the map, Kanan Nara felt a chill all over his body and his hair stood on end. Murderous. He looked up and saw the unkind eyes of everyone, and knew that he was pretending to be big. Everyone was overly stimulated, and the scene was a little out of control. Don't underestimate yourself, this is also to preserve the vitality. Besides, Tsunade's research must be carried out. Sooner or later, we will have a fight with Hanzo. At that time, Tsunade Haim is the ace. He was very complimented from his experience. Okay, that means we just need to play steadily now, don't we? Danzo only felt a burning pain on his face, a kind of IQ being pressed on the ground and rubbed on the ground, and he didn't want to discuss this issue. Naralunan, Yuan Fei Rigian, you two are really good. Such a big event. You hide it from me, the battlefield commander. That's right, now we only need to nibble a little bit and move forward slowly. The main enemy in the next step is Sand Ninja. Since that's the case, start sending out the mission. The group assigned tasks, and after the combat meeting was over, they led people to attack as soon as possible. In the big town of Nuo, there are only a few Jinin defending, and there are only a few civilians left in the whole town. The rich businessmen and officials are all gone. When Konoha attacked, the civilians were still stunned. They didn't understand how these Konoha ninjas dared to attack with the protection of Lord Hanzo. Danzo didn't order the killing of those genin, but brought it before him and asked, why are you just the others, what about the rest of the genin? Several genin faces were full of stubbornness, but they didn't panic, and said, Master Hanzo said, don't hurt civilians, they are innocent. If you dare to hurt civilians, Master Hanzo will definitely not let you go. Oh, Hanzo dares to command the old man. Danzo looked calm, and then roared, who does he think he is? The old man didn't come to listen to him, but to kill him. He waved his hand and asked his subordinates to kill Yuren, but his roots were actually deceived by these subordinates. This made him extremely annoyed. There is no emotion at the root, and they only act according to the task. The task they receive is to inquire about the ninja strongholds of the village chiefs in various towns. As for how many people were there, whether the wealthy businessmen retreated, it was not within the scope of the mission, and it had nothing to do with them. Danzo didn't expect that. He was just afraid that the loss of the roots would be too great, and he didn't let them explore the details of the ninja stronghold, and there would be such a big mistake. It appears that the roots also need to be a little more flexible. Sir, what about the civilians? Old rules. Chapter 31_Big Play. Yurin Village, a high-rise building with copper walls and iron walls, has continuous rain all year round, and the walls are covered with dense drainage pipes. Due to the terrain, the humidity here is thick, and the higher the status, the lower the place for people to live. The uninhabitable top floor is full of black coffins. Just in front of the coffin, the assassination team stood in 2 rows, obeying Hanzo's mission. Rainin's troops are not strong enough to fight in multiple lines, and now Yanin is eyeing the border. I can't leave. Our early battle plan went very smoothly, letting them know the bloody nature of our rain ninja. But when we leave, Konoha and Sand Ninja will definitely hurt our civilians, and we can't let them go too wild. A hint of helplessness flashed in Hanzo's eyes. When manpower is limited, no matter how strong he is, he can't do everything. Teams 1, 2, and 3, 12 of you, each led by 8, form a brigade, commanded by Mio, to launch an indiscriminate attack on the 2 countries. I have only one request: come back alive. Oh tilde. Mio said loudly, with excitement shining in his small eyes. For him, he had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. He knows himself as a leader very well. He is confident and suspicious. He never divides power. If there is no way, he may only be a guard for the rest of his life. But he is not willing to be a guard all his life, and has been serving Hanzo conscientiously all the time. Emperor Tien pays off, and now he has finally waited for this opportunity. Swear to protect Yurin to the death. Mio led 108 ninjas to attack K's and fire indiscriminately. Without Hanzo's control, he completely let go of his hands and feet and released all the tyranny in his heart. Cut off the supplies of the 2 countries, raid strongholds, and fight frantically. He is like a lunatic, every time he has to kill his opponents, laughing happily in the midst of the enemy's miserable howls. He has a bottom line in his heart and will never harm civilians in the land of rain. Instead, help as much as you can. The subordinates were both respectful and afraid of this madman-like captain. But he also knows how to buy people's hearts, and he doesn't want any of the wealth he plunders, and all of it is distributed to his subordinates. On this day, Mio was drinking in the big tent, and a subordinate broke in. He was about to get angry, ready to let his subordinates know that the captain's majesty cannot be violated. But the next moment, his eyes were dull, and he couldn't look away. This is... Captain, I suspect that he is a spy sent by Konoha, and now I leave it to you for interrogation. Yuta smiled wretchedly. Mio had no time to answer, and was deeply attracted by the woman in front of him, what kind of woman she was. He swears that all the beautiful words in the world cannot describe his beauty. Her skin was thick as fat, her pointed chin was crimson, her eyes were like a pair of phoenix eyes like autumn water, and her neatly long hair looked like a fish and a geese. Although his mouth was covered at the moment, there was a different kind of temptation. Spy, are you sure? Mio was a little unconvinced. The basic skill of a spy is to be mediocre. This woman is so majestic, no matter how you look at it, it has nothing to do with mediocrity. Yutai said with oath, Sir, it is precisely because I am sure that I need you to detect it. I don't think any disguise will escape the eyes of the Lord. Untie the strip of cloth from his mouth. Mio focused on practicing martial arts and first took power, but he didn't understand these twists and turns. After following Hanzo for so many years, he didn't learn it, because everyone knew that Hanzo was not close to women and couldn't kiss. My lord, this spy is very fierce. You'd better interrogate him alone. Yutai was embarrassed, and he was already cursing this sand sculpture in his heart. Untangle. Mio stared, and the majesty of the superior erupted. Yuta was speechless and slowly unraveled. Without the restraint of the cloth strip, the woman cried loudly, "My lord, I am wronged. I am the wife of Tianjin's family, and my husband is Tianjin Haixiang. I am definitely not a spy." The woman's emotions were agitated and her whole body was shaking. Guru tilde. Mio swallowed his saliva involuntarily, and when he looked at Yuta's dodging eyes, he already vaguely understood in his heart. He was just shocked by the woman's appearance and didn't react for a while, but he wasn't really stupid. Every time he needed to release his stress, he would go to an izakaya, where he was a frequent visitor. Mio just wanted to send a book. Group and GT, 9-8-0-2-0 U5 female sign 8-5-6, reprimanded Yutai, but was interrupted. "Nonsense. Everyone we caught said they were wronged. If you really don't have a point suspect, then what are we arresting you for?" Yutai knelt down on one knee and said in a deep voice, "Sir, don't be fooled by his illusion. My subordinates dare to use a human head to guarantee that there is definitely something wrong with this woman." Yutai, who was kneeling on the ground, cursed inwardly, "Is this Miyata not good? Is it really stupid that such a stunning beauty is not moved? If that's the case, then I'll interrogate it myself. If this lady is wronged, I'll kill you." Mio couldn't control himself, and the woman was like a fuse, igniting all the tyranny on his battlefield. Yutai was overjoyed. "Yes, my subordinates retire." Slowly stepping back, slowly walking out of the tent, you could vaguely hear exclamations and screams. He smiled slightly, knowing that he was about to be promoted. This experience is like opening Pandora's box. In the daytime, Mio is still the hero who fights for you ninja wholeheartedly, but at night he turns into a censor and tortures spies. Without Hanzo's control or other colleagues' checks and balances, Mio is the supreme existence in this camp, and his words are regarded as the code of law by his subordinates. After all, he has not resisted the temptation of the outside world. This Rain Ninja hero is slowly degenerating, and his knife no longer only cuts enemies. At this moment, the battlefield where the three parties gathered was completely chaotic, and the civilians had no hope, but could only live numbly. The heavy rain was also pouring down, as if weeping for this hopeless country. The gears of fate are turning at the same time. Two Konoha ninjas suddenly broke into a civilian's home. "Take a rest first, look around to see if you have anything to eat. I eat military ration pills every day, and I will vomit. Be careful, it will be troublesome if there are enemies hiding. Take it down. The civilians in this town have long since run away. Except for ninjas, there is no one who dares to stay here who is not afraid of death. Be careful in everything, otherwise you will fall into the trap, and you will suffer. What are you afraid of? That guy Figuang opened a hero nursing home. If he is injured, he will go to him for a meal. That's true, others are fighting a lot more bravely now, and those who are injured won't kill themselves. That guy Figuang is indeed a civilian genius, and he can think of us in every good thing. You said that if he became Hokage, we civilians are ninjas really coming out. If I don't die, I will vote for him in elections. If I am disabled, I will go to him to eat." Haha, that's right. Hiding in the dark, smiled strangely, "You shouldn't be able to vote anymore, or die in peace." Chapter 32 _ The eyes of reincarnation are open, the clouds are moving in all directions, the war is about to start, ask for support. In the room, two Konoha ninjas were chatting and laughing happily, but they didn't notice that there were three people curled up in the corner to hide in the back room. As if forgotten. I didn't even think to go in and investigate. The two found food for themselves and sat at the table to eat and chat. The three people hiding in the back room could clearly see all this through the cracks in the door. They are just civilians with a natural fear of ninjas, not to mention these invaders. It can be seen that this is a family of three, parents, with a boy. The seemingly ordinary family of three did not escape the war, but stayed in this chaotic place. They have long fiery red hair, draped behind them like flames. The Whirlpool Nagato, who was curled up and shivering in the corner, with hair covering his eyes, dare not imagine what will happen next. He didn't see at all that although his parents were shaking, their eyes were extremely cold. When he turned around, he panicked again. "Let's go out secretly, don't disturb them," said the father. He walked forward cautiously. Everything went smoothly, and there was no sound during the whole process, but Nagato suddenly slipped and leaned forward to fall to the ground. Nagato was in a hurry, waving his hands, trying to grab something to balance his body, but knocked the vase on the cabinet to the ground. Kacha tilde. Nagato's pupils shrank suddenly. Seeing that his father was exposed, he whispered, "Nagato, you must hide it and don't come out." After saying that, he tucked Nagato under the bed, and he picked up the kitchen knife and rushed out. Mom saw Dad rushing out, with tears in her eyes, looked at Nagato, "Hide." Picking up a wooden stick, he also rushed out. "Now!" The voice alarmed the two ninjas, and they took out Kuu and cautiously entered to check. As soon as the door was opened, they saw a man holding a kitchen knife. In an instinctive reaction, Kuu stabbed into his father's chest, and killed him. The mother picked up the stick and hit the other ninja, but she was also killed. The two fell to the ground. Nagato, who was hiding under the bed, could clearly see the expressions of his parents. The corners of his mouth were wriggling, and the words, "Run quickly." Are these two civilians? Why are there still civilians here? Nagato's mind was buzzing. Anger, reluctance, and despair filled his entire mind. The ordinary eyes instantly transformed into purple with wavy lines. He just felt like his brain was about to explode. Reincarnation Eye. It is also the eye of the sixth path immortal, the strongest eye in the ninja world. It is said that this is the creator god who was sent by heaven to calm the world when the world was in chaos, but it is also a destroyer who returns everything to nothingness. Nagato couldn't help but let out a long whistle, and a powerful chakra wave erupted from his body, followed by a powerful repulsive force. Spread rapidly outwards. Before the two Konoha ninjas could resist, they were hit by repulsion, and they died in midair. All the internal organs were crushed. The young Nagato couldn't bear this power, and passed out in place after the burst of chakra. Heiju, who was hiding outside to observe, grinned strangely, and he said to Baiju, "Nagato successfully opened the Samsara Eye. Protect him, and I want to tell the good news to Madame Ban." "Why can't I go? If I go and tell the good news to Madame Ban, he will definitely tell me what the poo tastes like." "Shut up and watch Nagato, or I'll kill you." Compared with the smell of poop, life is more important. As time passed, Nagato, who lost his parents, wandered alone in the land of rain. He also met his most important companions, Xiaohei, Xiaonan, and Yahiko. 3 people and 1 dog struggle to survive in this war-torn land. In response to the omens of Hokage, the entire miracle squad will report to you. Inside the tent, Kinoshita village stood straight and reported to Danzo. "Ha ha ha, well, I have long heard that the miracle team is very powerful. You really helped this old man a lot. The miracle team can come, this is the best news Danzo has heard recently." He was really happy, with a sincere smile on Jagged's face. Although he didn't know what Rizan was doing and how the sheep got into the tiger's mouth, Danzo didn't care. He only needed to hand over the most dangerous task to the miracle team and let them die naturally, and that was enough. "It's been a long journey. Take a day off, and the task will be assigned tomorrow." Kinoshita Figuang was not afraid of Danzo's anger, tyranny, and gloom, but he was wary of this smile. Every time Danzang smiled, it was when he was about to cheat, without exception. Walking out of the tent, the sky was filled with dark clouds, and it was raining lightly. The miracle squad was individually assigned to a tent. When everyone returned to the tent, some were happy and some were worried. Senju Roshu and Uchiha Shigeru, the 2 representatives of the Wanshi faction. Luju is the representative of the sad school. "I said Luju, this person can't be too smart, otherwise it's really easy to lose his hair. Look at you, you're only 11 years old, and your hairline is so high. How can you fix it in the future? Nonsense, this is the special hairstyle of the Nara family, and it is a symbol of wisdom. Luju touched the head of the pineapple with a look of embarrassment, obviously being poked at the pain point. He pulled Figuang and said in a low voice, "Why did the 3 generations suddenly let us come to the northwest camp? This obviously doesn't make sense. This time, it is estimated that you were implicated by me. The construction of the Hero nursing home is a bit touching the bottom line of the 3rd generation. You know it, so what are you doing?" Nonsense, the commoners are not like your big family. The disabled are still cared for by the clansmen. The commoners are disabled and can only commit suicide. I can't just watch them like a tool. If they break, they will be abandoned, right? Luju was choked for a moment, and smiled bitterly. After a day of tossing around, you killed me this time. Seriously, when I saw Danzang laugh just now, I got goosebumps. It's not just you, it's the same with me. I've been dealing with him since I was a child, and when he smiles, it's definitely not good. It would be alright if he made things difficult for us. So polite, it seems that he is going to make us a tough one. That's right, why don't we apply and follow your master Orochimaru? I think he is the only one who can protect us here. I'm still young and can't bear such a lot of pressure. Figuang thought about it carefully, shook his head and said, "No, if it's really that simple, my master will definitely send us over directly, not directly under Danzo." You mean, that's what the one meant? Well, I guess Sandai just wants to beat us, but he doesn't know that Danzo has no bottom line. He wants to use us to hit Sandai. Luju slapped his forehead. Was the 3rd generation too stupid and naive, or Danzo was too dark and vicious? Don't say that, or I really don't know who to blame. No one has to complain. Others don't know. You still don't know our team. It's urgent. A big move clears the field. As long as you don't encounter Hanzo, you can escape even if you can't beat it. Luju covered Figuang's mouth. Bah, don't say that. I don't want to die young. After staying with Figuang for a long time, I also know what it means to plant a flag on the battlefield. Chapter 33 Danzo Attack. In the early morning, the sky was dark and dark clouds blocked the sun. Everyone wore red cloud robes with a black background and stood in the center of the square, waiting for the task to be released. Everyone, Yurin, led by Mio, has been harassing Konoha, causing a lot of casualties to us, but its camp is hidden and moves frequently, so we cannot conduct an effective raid. After research by the Department of War, it is necessary to intercept its supply line. Create favorable conditions for the large troops and eliminate them in one fell swoop. Figuang's heart sank, and he was afraid of what to do. Danzo really wanted to attack himself and intercept Yurin's supplies. He needed to go deep behind the enemy's back and move between Hanzo and Mio. Dumplings, when the time comes, it is really called TNTN should not be called, and the ground is not working. And, never overestimate the integrity of Danzo. Figuang knew that this man's backstabbing was a complete success. It is up to the miracle team to carry out this mission. Danzang said loudly and forcefully, and solemnly handed the quest scroll to Kinoshita Kagome. Please everyone, I wish you victory. Everyone was stunned. What's going on? Why give the scroll to Hiro Kinoshita? You know, Kinoshita Murakami is the captain. Lord Danzo. Kinoshita Figuang looked at his brother, seeing his ugly face with confusion. Obviously he didn't know what was going on. Looking at Danzo, you can clearly see the smugness deep in his eyes. Lord Danzo, what do you mean? Said Kinoshita Village. The big account is understaffed, and Murakami has been temporarily requisitioned, and there are more important tasks for you. Kinoshita's scenery exploded. His eyes were cold. What kind of operation is this? This can no longer be regarded as a secret target, but a face-to-face contest. I've never heard of a squad on a mission, leaving the captain behind. You mean, let 10 of us go deep behind enemy lines to cut off supplies and leave our captain alone? That's right. Danzo nodded in acknowledgement. Figuang sneered. I am sorry, Danzo-sama, the 10 of us are all stubborn and have no command. Genin does not have command authority, and the commander needs a chunin at the lowest level. You're right, Genin cannot command battles, but Miracle Team already has 3 chunin members who can command battles. 3 chunin. When did this happen? Figuang felt that things seemed to be beyond his control, and turned his head to look at the crowd, and found Shigeru Uchiha, Minato Namikaze, and Makoto Uchiha, bowing their heads without saying a word. Yang raised the scroll in his hand. Then you are. Oh, you all belong to a team, and it's the same for everyone. In this battle, Minato Namikaze is the captain, Shigeru Uchiha and Makoto Uchiha are the vice captains, and the 3 chunin are in command at the same time. This news not only stunned Kinoshita Figuang, but also stunned Kinoshita Moraichi. Kinoshita village didn't know when his subordinates were promoted to chunin. And the 3 were promoted together. Sir Danzo, the Miracle Squad has always been commanded by Figuang, and I applied for Kinoshita Figuang as the captain. Minato Namikaze said. Hearing the support of his friends, Figuang felt a warm current in his heart. How can the fetters of many years be divided by clumsy alienation? Nutty, you are promoted to chunin because you have this ability, and it is also the village's affirmation of your ability. How can you change it? Kinoshita Figuang is just a shinoin and has no command. Danzang's face sank, and he said, also, this is an order, there is no room for bargaining, just like this, the mission instructions are all in the scroll, and you can set off when you are ready. Figuang did not speak and entered the battlefield. No one could disobey the order of the commander-in-chief of the battlefield. I can't do it myself, nor can Murakami, unless the 2 of them are betrayal and forbearance. Murakami Ninja, you go with this old man. I will report this matter truthfully to the 3 generations of adults. Kinoshita Village said in a deep voice, glanced at the crowd, and followed Danzo away. Figuang was worried, he had no confidence in Danzang's integrity, his brother was just an ordinary jonin, can he play the old silver coin of Danzang? He had no confidence in that. Thinking about how to break the game, he couldn't help but be stunned for a while, only to find that everyone was silent, and Minato looked at everyone nervously. He knew that this had nothing to do with Minato, everything was designed by Danzo. He broke the silence and handed the scroll to Minato Namikaze. Captain, give the mission instructions. Don't be kidding, you have always been the captain, we are all used to it, come on. Yeah, Figuang-kun, we didn't tell you, we just wanted everyone to become a chunin and celebrate together. We didn't mean to hide everyone. Makoto explained anxiously for fear of being misunderstood. This is obviously another suppression, otherwise, with his own strength, he should have become a chunin. I just don't know if it's the 3 generations leading or being led by Danzo. Don't be modest, I trust you, Watergate, you can do it. Figuang has mature thoughts. Although he is resentful, he will not lose his mind. Instead, he will comfort everyone. Strictly speaking, this is a crisis for the team. Someone once said that steel defenses are destroyed from the inside. How could he let Danzo succeed easily? He must not take over command at this time, and he must fully trust his partner. The embankment of 1,000 miles is destroyed in the ant's nest, and the rupture of friendship is caused by little things. Watergate, look at everyone, everyone trusts you as much as you trust everyone, so don't hold back. Figuang looked at Lu Ju and gave him a look. Whoever sees the most clearly here is Lu Ju except himself. I have been beaten a lot, and slowly learned. Lu Ju is born with outstanding IQ and EQ. Don't hesitate, think about it, it's better to imagine how to complete the task. Figuang smiled and nodded. At this moment, he felt like a wet nurse. He couldn't cry when he was wronged, and he had to continue producing milk. Outrageous. I don't know if my stupid brother can do it, don't be sold and give back to the number of people. Bless yourself. Everyone walked out of the camp and stopped for a distance with their forbearance. It's the same as what Danzo said, but it's more detailed. There is a simple map on it, marking the location where Uran may pass. Go deep behind enemy lines to intercept supplies. The task level is A, which is very unreasonable. Although this is a 10-person team, the highest of everyone is Chunin, and only B-level tasks can be accepted, and now it is indeed A-level difficulty, or even S-level difficulty. Danzo has already torn his face, targeting everyone directly. Figuang frowned, considering that he had never seen the three of Orochimaru, and understood that this was to kill everyone while they were away. Chapter 34 Kakashi's Big Move. In the forest, everyone presses the word long snake array and walks forward on the tree, reducing the area of stress. Rizu opened his eyes to investigate. Figuang took the lead, walking at the front. His speed was not fast, always pay attention to his feet. Are there any traps? In the battlefield, he couldn't help being careless. Every time his heart relaxed, he could immediately regain his vigilance as long as he glanced at the rope tree. Rope tree was just behind Figuang, and from time to time he could feel malicious gazes. Feel offended. Figuang, can you concentrate? Look at the road, look at what I do. Idiot, I don't have eyes behind my back. Of course, I have to see if you keep up. Stop looking down on people, how could I be left behind at such a slow pace? Stop. Figuang stopped, and everyone remained vigilant. He walked slowly to the front and took out the kunai. Divide the branches to reveal a thin line, follow the line, and between the two trees in front is a sharp wood suspended by a rope. There is a thin layer of leaves on the ground. It's a series of traps, everyone be careful, the ground is still there. Follow me. Splitting light did not destroy the trap, but chose to go over it. First, it was afraid of exposing the target. The second is the trap set up by the enemy, which can also be used by oneself. There is an enemy. Sun Foot said. Figuang stopped immediately and looked back. It was 2 kilometers away from the trap, and Sun Zubayan usually only had a visual range of 1 kilometer. He silently calculated the distance of the sound transmission, and set up a trap 3 kilometers away. It seemed that the enemy had also installed a detonating talisman in the trap, otherwise the movement would not be heard at all. Or maybe there are sentient ninjas among them. How many enemies are there? 9 people, according to the chakra reaction, 1 Junin, 8 Chunin. What kind of configuration is this? Could it be that 2 classes have a perceptual ninja? Figuang only came to the country of rain, and Danzo did not give any information. Everyone didn't know that this was the unique configuration of Urin, a member of Hanzohara's assassination team, leading 2 Chunin classes. What to do? Everyone habitually asked Kinoshita Figuang. Watergate is the captain. Watergate, what do you think we should do? Minato smiled bitterly. Go ahead. Figuang did not refuse, and some things became more and more chaotic. Then I will say that we have too little information now, and we need the information of the Rain country very much. With Haiyi here, we can collect information from the enemy. That's to capture someone alive, right? That's right. Quickly began to assign tasks, and he was responsible for killing the Shangnin, others killed the Chunin, and Minato was responsible for catching the Chunin alive. This ensures that nothing goes wrong. I'll deal with Joinin. Minato looked directly at Kinoshita Hikari with determination in his eyes. Minato, you. Everyone was surprised. This was the first time anyone questioned Kinoshita Figuang in the battle plan. That's fine. Figuang did not argue, and followed the flow of goodness. Knowing that Yangtame is trying to prove herself. His heart sank. Danzang succeeded, and he succeeded in arousing the enthusiasm of everyone. The establishment of the Miracle Squad has never been based on the relationship between superiors and subordinates, but mutual trust and mutual encouragement. They have a common dream, that is, to be Hokage, so everyone is a close friend and an opponent. Then I will be responsible for capturing Chunin alive. Uchiha Shigeru said coolly. Makoto held him back, but was mistaken by Shigeru Uchiha for concern. Don't worry, Makoto-chan, I'm very strong. It's so troublesome. Luju patted his forehead. The children are getting older, and they are not easy to manage, and they all start to get stabbed one by one. He glanced around and found that the rope tree was also eager to try. Bang tilde. Figuang hit rope tree on the head with a burst of chestnuts and roared, "You're not the vice captain, do you want to stab you too?" Oh, I didn't say anything. Rope tree looked aggrieved, "Damn it, why am I not the vice captain?" After such an interruption, the atmosphere was no longer solemn, and Figuang said, "Everyone wants to be Hokage, so we are partners and opponents. In this case, let's speak with strength. Let's go." Oh tilde. The distance is 300 meters. Rizu and Haiyi stay in place. Rizu is responsible for the overall situation, and Haiyi is responsible for notifying everyone. Figuang walked with Lu Ju. "Lu Ju, try your big move." It's so troublesome tilde. Although Lu Ju said it was troublesome, his body was honest, "Then try." "Oh, that's fine. Bastard, you have to use it." Lu Ju growled in a low voice. No man can resist the temptation of big moves. Practicing the technique of spiritual transformation will greatly increase the power of Kinoshita Figuang's shadow shield, and with the cooperation of Makoto and Kushina, you can complete a small ultimate move. Haiyi, report the enemy's location. The enemies are the top 3, the middle 4, and the bottom 2, each with a distance of 10 meters. The one in the middle of the first 3 is the joinin. They should have found us. Although they seem to be relaxed, chakra has been in a boiling state. "Oh, Lukisa, how are you? Are you confident?" "Of course." "In that case, Minato, Shigeru, you can act now, and leave the rest to us." Minato didn't speak. He took the lead and rushed out of the forest, starting with 3 shuriken. Uchiha Shigeru followed closely behind, holding a small sword, attacking from the left, the 4th. Joinin's expression didn't change. "I thought you little mice would keep hiding." He dodged the shuriken sideways and slashed with the knife, the blade emitting purple ons, obviously quenched by poison. 4 people on the left were alert, but Shigeru Uchiha was besieged by 4 people on the right. "I want to kill Shigeru Uchiha with 1 hit." But the next moment. Fire escape. The art of fireball. Makoto released her fire shield and shot high into the sky. Light up the entire venue. Expose everyone's shadows. He put his hand on Figuang's shoulder and sent the chakra in his body. A smile appeared on the corner of Lu Ju's mouth, and his eyes were excited. Yin-yang, shadow mimicry, shadow killer's sword art. A dark shadow was attached to Kuwusheng in Ding Zuo's hands, and he suddenly threw it away, and Kuwu broke into the air and was pinned to the center of the battlefield in an instant. It exploded suddenly, divided into 7 black tentacles, and stabbed the 7 chunin as fast as lightning. The black tentacles turned into black spears, which was extremely strange. 2 meters away from Yuren was already unable to move, and was instantly controlled, watching the tentacles penetrate his body. This is not over yet. After penetrating the body, the tentacles quickly exploded, splitting out countless spikes, killing Yuren in an instant. This scene happened too fast, and the remaining 2 Yuren were terrified by this scene. Chunin appeared stunned, and was instantly knocked unconscious by Shigeru Uchiha. But the name Jonin is not an ordinary Jonin, but the bodyguard of Hanzo with a half-body, and the most powerful group of people in the Land of Rain. Junin chakra broke out, slashed at Minato, then took out a smoke bomb and threw it on the ground. Bang! A puff of green smoke exploded. "Be careful, it's poisonous fog." Minato quickly backed away, and when the smoke cleared, the Junin had long since disappeared. Everyone. Watergate. Oh. Chapter 35 Murakami is imprisoned. In the forest, there was a corpse on the ground. Lu Ju's face was a little pale. He slowly stepped forward, smiled lightly, and was very satisfied with the power of his own ninjutsu. He looked at Figuang with hot eyes. This is a ninjutsu amplifier, which can raise the power of ninjutsu by several levels. This time, the water gate failed to pretend to be forced, and his face was depressed, and the majesty of the captain had disappeared. It was especially evident in Kushina. Although he didn't say anything, the comfort in his eyes had already stabbed his dog-licking heart. Figuang didn't speak, although it was just a simple fight, but the consciousness and determination that Yurin showed was definitely not an ordinary Shangren. If you don't learn Minato of Thunder God, it's normal that you can't catch up. But this is not a reason. Everyone risked their lives to go deep behind the enemy and expose their whereabouts before they even started. It can be said that the mission has failed at this moment. Cleaning up the battlefield, the Junin just now is not easy, let's withdraw. I'm sorry everyone, Cheer up, you're the man who beat Junin away. Uchiha Shigeru said. Holding the Chunin in his hand, he looked proud. The unique Uchiha comfort method shows the inner gentle character. Hi-yi, I'll give it to you, interrogate it, and see if there is any useful information. The secret techniques of the mountain family can sneak into the opponent's brain to steal information. As long as there is no prohibition in the brain, they will be detected. Hai-yi's hand is sealed, and the spirit sneaks into Yurin's brain. A while. Seeing the unconscious Yurin suddenly let out a painful howl. Hai-yi, who was sitting on the ground, suddenly stood up and stepped back. Run. Everyone quickly stepped back, only to hear a bang, and Yurin exploded. How are you? You're not hurt, are you? It's all right. This rain ninja has a ban in his brain, and only sees some basic information, such as the Jonin who just escaped, whose name is Ryo Takahashi, who is a member of the Hanzo assassination team. In other words, there are a total of 12 people like this kind of Jonin, each leading a team of 8 people, forming an assassination team. And the one called Mio, since he can become the captain, his combat power should be very strong. The hostages are all dead, and there is no point in staying any longer. Everyone hastily packed up and moved on. This is definitely not the ninjutsu of the Nara clan, their secret techniques are definitely not so terrifying. Hirao Takao swore that he had never seen such a bizarre ninjutsu in his life. It was so terrifying, his dark tentacles were like demons, and he could actually slaughter Chunin. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. This is the joy of the rest of his life. Fortunately, I didn't attack myself. Otherwise, that kind of terrifying ninjutsu cannot be defended at all. There is a high probability of being hit. But now that you know this information, you can think of corresponding tactics to avoid it. The ninja world protects its own ninjutsu very closely, especially this kind of secret technique, which is even called seeing the death of the enemy. There is no certainty of killing, and it will not be used. Running all the way, back to the stronghold, came to the front of Shenda tent, but was stopped. I have an intelligence notice, you go and report it. It is inconvenient for Lord Mio to wait, the guard said, revealing a wretched smile. Asshole, if I beat him to death outside, he knows to enjoy it at ease. Report it quickly, or you won't be able to take this responsibility. The guard looked embarrassed, and finally went in to inform, after a while. Ping Liang Chong saw Mio who was disheveled and had a displeased face. Maida, Kona has sent a group of terrifying little devils. Although they are young, only 11 or 12 years old, they can kill 8 Chunin in an instant. Mio, who was a bit lazy at first, heard this and recalled a team that was popular recently in Konoha, and instantly killed Kage's assassination team. What are they wearing? Ping Liang Chong thought about it carefully, and answered with great certainty, red cloud robe on a black background. That's right, it's Konoha's miracle team, they came here, hum. Mio's eyes flashed brightly, and the information of the miracle squad appeared in his mind. White eyes, the white eyes of the Zong family, dare to come to my site, oh. Group and GT, 9, 8, 0, 2, 0 U5 female sign 8, 5/6, oh send a book. Group and GT, 9, 8, 0, 2, 0 U5 female sign 8, 5/6, this round should be my miraculous meritorious deeds. Come here, call all the outsiders back, I want to capture this miracle team alive. The strategic value of Bayan is known to the world, and the information of the miracle team has already been presented on the tables of major countries. Mio never thought that Konoha would dare to let everyone out, whether he was insane or something else. Conspiracy. But none of this is important. As long as you get the eyeballs, it's worth paying any price. Hokage-sama, I think I need an explanation. Isn't Hyuga's branch service enough, and does the Zong family need to go to the battlefield? The patriarch Hyuga suppressed the anger in his heart. Every major camp will have Hyuga stationed. At first, he vowed to go out to experience, but now he has gone deep behind the enemy. Does this look too good for Hyuga? That is not a division of cannon fodder, but a clan with only one person in each generation. The big family that has passed down for thousands of years cannot tolerate the leakage of white eyes. Joining the miracle team, you must be prepared, not only you, but also others. The young eagle always has to spread its wings, and it cannot be sheltered under our wings all the time. Moreover, there is a village guard, so nothing can go wrong. You don't even know that Murakami has been detained in the northwest camp by Danzang elders and imprisoned. Patriarch Hyuga looked at Yuanfei Rigian with a stunned expression, wondering if he really didn't know, or if he pretended not to. This kind of old fox can't believe any expression, just like the one 2 years ago, pretending to know nothing. In fact, he knows everything. But now Patriarch Hyuga just wants to rescue his son, and doesn't want to argue with Hiruzen Sarutobi. Jintilda, go to the northwest camp and tell Danzang that he should release Muxia Muichi immediately, and don't let me go in person. Yes. Patriarch Hyuga was speechless, feeling that this Hokage seemed to know nothing, and he still wanted to know everything. He really couldn't understand him. It was too late to say anything now, and it was the top priority to go to the rescue. It has been 3 days since the news came from Hyuga, and I don't know what happened. The Hyuga clan can go to the rescue. He applied to play, and thought that after this incident, let Rizu stay in the clan with peace of mind, and never let him charge into battle again. His old bones really couldn't stand the repeated shocks. Don't be impatient, this is not like you. With Jin here, there will be nothing wrong with Sunzu, and Konoha will not let the white eyes pass away. Patriarch Hyuga really wants to slap him twice. His son is at stake, and the bloodstains of the family are at risk of being lost, so let's be a little bit more restless. What do you think? Farewell. He didn't want to stay here for even a second, for fear that he couldn't control his emotions. Turn around and leave. Yuanfei Rigian didn't speak. He picked up the smoking gun and puffed 3 times in a row. The smoke lingered, making it impossible to see what he was thinking. Chapter 36_Miracle Squad was besieged by Rain Nin. Figuang walked out from the depths of the jungle, and inside the blood-stained black robe was a tense body at all times. Staring at the dim sky, there was still a trace of murderous aura in his eyes. Thinking of yesterday's bloody battle, the picture of killing on the battlefield clearly flashed through his mind. After a night of bloody battles, Figuang felt that he had transformed again, exhausted both mentally and physically, and everyone was much quieter. This is the first time that everyone has entered the battlefield in a real sense. There is no support and no supplies, and they are pursued by a large number of rain ninjas. Walking on the muddy road, with the rain, only a row of footprints were left. All on alert, rest for 10 minutes. Figuang gave the order, sat on the tree and took out the black military ration pill, and put it in his mouth. Although the appearance of this thing is not very good, but the internal nutrition is very sufficient, 3 a day, so you don't have to worry about consuming physical strength. But the taste is really unbelievable, just like Ollie. I've eaten it once, and I don't want to eat it a second time. But I had to eat it, and I was helpless. Lapse of 3 days, Figuang was given command again. Although everyone did not complain about Minato, the reason for all this and being besieged and killed was because of letting the urine free. Minato was very guilty for bringing everyone to such a dangerous situation, and he was relieved to be an assassin, no longer thinking about expressing himself. Figuang took out the map and greeted everyone. Everyone, although there is a little accident, the task is still to be done. Our location is here, only 40 miles away from the supply line of the intelligence, so our next location is to wait there and cut off the supply. Although the enemy has discovered everyone and is still besieging everyone, no one has said that he will give up the mission, let alone being surrounded and killed. Even if a few people are sacrificed, the mission is still to be done. For ninjas, the task is above all else, including the companions, and no one in Konoha dared to break this rule without White Fang being a martyr. Some people say that Baiya is stupid and has a tendon. He was killed by the third generation and Danzang, causing Konoha to lose a shadow-level combat power. But without him being a martyr, there would be no such thing as the so-called disregard for his companions and even the trash. Rainbow should have guessed our mission this time, so we can't go directly, but take a detour through the Deadwood Swamp, walk 200 miles, and sneak in. Everyone's faces turned pale, and the chakra was severely consumed after a night of fierce battles. They urgently needed a rest, otherwise they would be very passive when encountering a strong enemy, and if they were not careful, they would become a lamb to be slaughtered. Figuang, the distance is too far, our physical strength is severely exhausted, and the enemy is encircling and suppressing, the variables are too large. Lu Ju said solemnly. He doesn't agree with this proposal. This plan just looks good, but Yu Ren is not a fool. It is more difficult to avoid being discovered than to climb to the sky. In such a dangerous situation, the first element should be to retreat first, find a place to hide, repair yourself, and then wait for an opportunity. Rather than move on. The age of everyone is not very old, although the force is sufficient, it can be limited by age, and the stamina is much poorer. Just as he was talking, Rope Tree fell asleep. The others also drooped their eyes and fell asleep. Then what's your opinion? At this moment, the smart brains of the Nara family are needed to formulate a detailed battle plan. Get through this hard time. It's very dangerous to go any further. Rain Ninja has a tracking expert who will follow us based on the traces, and we can't hide it at all. And I suspect that this is Yu Ren's plan to encircle but not suppress. It is to make us exhausted, consume our energy a little bit, and finally wait until we can't resist, and defeat us in one fell swoop. After Fei Guangjing Lu Ju said this, thinking of the scene of the bloody battle yesterday, it did reveal some strangeness. Last night, it was the Chunin who really fought close to them. The Shangnin only released ninjutsu at the rear to give pressure, and they were afraid to fight. Originally, I thought I was afraid of Shikaku's ninjutsu, but now it seems that this is not the case. If that's the case, let's work in pairs and take turns to rest and see who can spend more. In pairs, that is, carrying each other on the back, one person moves forward and the other rests on the back, which can better restore physical strength. But Figuang didn't expect it, and was interrupted as soon as he said it. I disagree by 2 inches. Kushina with baby fat, with a small face like a bun, retorted loudly, as did Makoto with a melon face. Why? Figuang was a little puzzled, what was there to disagree with? The 2 women's faces were flushed, and instead of looking at Figuang, they looked at each other, sparks flashing in their eyes. Makoto spoke first, and the shot was Wang Jai. Tomato, don't go too far. Kushina's red hair fluttered, not wanting to be left behind, and Lord Makoto, old woman, you are the same. He. Old woman, old woman, old woman, these 3 words echoed in Makoto's mind, and her eyes were opened with anger. The 2 women became more and more violent, and if they disagreed, they meant to fight. Makoto-chan, I can carry you on my back, hollow down pointing triangle Uchiha Shigeru quickly expressed his position. Kushina, I can too. Omega, Minato is not far behind. Figuang knelt down for them, please, what's the situation, can you not fall in love with your brain? Okay, stop arguing, you 2 are a group, and Ding Zuo and I are a group. Figuang took out the majesty of the captain and forcibly suppressed it, with a helpless expression on his face. The 2 women snorted coldly and looked at Figuang with star eyes, so gentle. The Ding seat here is the heaviest, and one tops 2. Ding Zuo took out a bag of potato chips from the scroll. Fei Guang, this is the last bag, please eat it. Fei Guang just wanted to refuse. Sudden. A memory emerged in his brain. The shadow clone residing in the distance was shattered. He was instantly killed, and he only saw a kunai in his memory. Well, the enemy has found us. This place is not safe, hurry up. Fei Guang lifted the seat on his back and galloped away. The shadow clone is 5 kilometers away from himself, and he can kill his shadow clone in seconds. He is definitely the best in Shangnin. Joinin's speed is very fast. With a distance of 5 kilometers, it takes less than a minute to gallop. And even if he doesn't move forward with all his strength, it will never exceed 5 minutes. Fei Guang calculated the distance and time in his mind, and finally came to the answer, unable to run. Go forward to the right, there is a cliff over there on the map, we defend against the mountain and fight back. Fei Guang didn't panic at all, and he had a lot of cards in his pocket, so if he couldn't do it, he would be psychic. Except for Orochimaru, no one knew that he had such a powerful psychic beast who could counter-kill at critical moments. Sunzu, pay attention to the position of the enemy in the rear, and report at all times. Kushina, take over for Hazu in 1 minute. Fei Guang couldn't help but sigh. Kushina is really a bug-level ninja, and there are endless secret techniques at a young age, and he can't forget the look of Kushina who secretly told himself to awaken Kagura's eyes. Investigate, be happy, seal, diamond chain, healing, super recovery. Anything, Fei Guang admits, he is sour. Chapter 37_Watergate failed again. The enemy is 2 kilometers away from us and is about to catch up. Speed up, we're not far from that cliff, let it be their burial place. Oh. In this way, everyone accelerated again. After walking more than 10 miles, the trees became thinner, the vegetation became less and less, the boulders gradually increased, and there were bursts of water flowing through the soles of the feet. The mountains and rocks are rugged. This is a large stone forest, silent, with some boulders scattered on the ground. The geology is soft and muddy. Fei Guang looked around and said, this is it, keep going, see if the cliff in front of you is not there, let's go up and fight on that cliff. Lu Ju reminded everyone and said, the land here is very soft. Because of the rain all the year round, the boulders are washed away by the rain and exposed, and it is easy to become a landslide. Fei Guang laughed. What they want is a landslide. They dare to come. A ninjutsu lets them know that rope tree is so powerful. Is it rope tree? Rope tree's confused big eyes instantly regained his energy, and he lay down on Shigeru Uchiha's back and yelled, as if he had been beaten with chicken blood, clamoring to let Yuren know the prestige of his uncle Rope Tree. The speed of the few people was very fast. They tapped lightly, swiftly and agilely, and flew back and forth. Fei Guang observed for a moment, and like an ape, he charged vigorously to the deepest part of the stone forest. Along the way, they put detonating charms under the boulders from time to time, made some simple traps, and used the delayed blasting method. The boulders would be excited when they roll down and then explode. The enemy is 1 kilometer away from us. It's really courting death. It seems that they still don't know how powerful we are. Everyone whispered and galloped at an extremely fast speed, rushing into the depths of the stone forest like 10 small whirlwinds. A stone cliff stretches across the front. It is very quiet here. No grass grows. The rain falls on the ground, and it cannot take away a piece of sand. Obviously, it has existed for a long time. The sound of rushing water can be heard here. Behind the cliff is a rushing river. Boom boom tilde. Here they come. There was an explosion behind him. This time, without the need to remind him, about 20 ninjas could be seen coming quickly. Are there any reinforcements behind? I don't know. I didn't find out that the 2 leaders should be members of the former Hanzo assassination team, and their strength is at the level of Shangnin. The latter are ordinary Chunin. Fei Guang made a quick calculation in his heart. His eyes narrowed. The plan has changed. I will fight with one Joinin. Minato and Shigeru will cooperate, and the others will cooperate. Don't you need a big move? Rope Tree was a little unhappy. Idiot, you will be completely useless after using that trick. What about the enemy again? Then you just said. I'm cheering you up. Well, let's say hello first. Masu once said that being condescending can be like a broken bamboo. This is also the battle terrain that Figuang has chosen for a long time. Armed, monster guns. He jumped up, his right fist condensed the domineering aura and strange force technique, and hit the ground with one punch. This fist was unstoppable and powerful. The ground was shattered by a terrifying force, the ground cracked, and there was a strong vibration, and the exposed boulders slid down from above, like a natural disaster. Yu Ren never thought that Figuang's fists were so terrifying, and they released the ninjutsu that had already been prepared. Water escape, water array. 4 thick water column against the front of the firm defense. Immediately after Figuang landed, the second gear was turned on, red steam was emitted from the whole body, and the electric shock was popular. Rubber jet pistol. The fist pierced through the chest of Joinin, and then turned into a stream of water, and the water was separated. 50 meters to the right, at the puddle. The hiding place of Shengnan was found by Hazu, and passed into Figuang's mind through Haiyi. When his body moved, it was as fast as thunder and lightning, and he punched the puddle again. Bang tilde. The puddle turned into a truncated tree. Joinin used a substitute technique to evade. Top left, 15 meters. Figuang raised his head to reveal his white teeth, this time to see where you were running. Without any hesitation, he squatted down with his legs bent, his waist and horse united, his fists were armed with the color, pitch black as ink, and he was running a strange force technique. Armed, powerful, rubber jet machine gun. The infinite strange force poured out like a beast that opened the gate, with the air of swallowing a cow, setting off a gust of wind, smashing on the body of the ninja. Bang 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 tilde. After the 5 punches, Figuang closed his fists, his body was like a javelin, and his eyes were like lightning, staring at Yu Ren. Bang tilde. Jonin was like a rag, smashed to the ground, and died. The 8 punches killed Jonin, which made Yuren shudder for a while, and his will to fight instantly dropped to freezing point. Come on, just kidding, Lord Yumo is now defeated. Yu Ren swallowed, unable to believe this fact. Hiraga Takao, who was entangled by the 2 of Minato, was furious, concentrate on fighting the enemy. Miracle Squad will not be as stunned as Yu Ren, like a tiger into a flock, especially Figuang, galloping at a speed like electricity, attacking with fists and feet, every move has great power. Move to kill, like a god of death, reaping their lives. Minato flashed murderous intent in his eyes, he had already recognized who this person was, it was you who disclosed our information last time. Holding kunai in hand, he fought hand to hand. Taking advantage of his short height, he was close to Yuren's arms to fight with him. The distance between the 2 is very close. The attack distance is shorter, and it is more dangerous. The 2 were fighting for life and death, but Shigeru Uchiha had a painful look on his face. He was so close to the bunt that he couldn't cooperate at all. You agreed to cooperate to kill the enemy, but you actually fought on your own. He felt that he was a disaster star. Every time he came to chase and kill them, there was no good thing. In the end, he was the only one left, just like now. All his subordinates and colleagues were killed, and he was left alone. Moreover, Ping Liang Chong felt that it was not easy for him to run this time. This yellow hair seemed to have some deep hatred, and he actually killed himself closely. The most outrageous thing is that Huang Mao's physical skills are comparable to his own. In other words, he was better than himself, but his combat experience was not as rich as his own. When the battle was over, the crowd stood ready to stare at the 2 of them. Flying late, Watergate wants to fight on its own, and we have to trust him. The crowd didn't say anything more. Watch quietly. The battle between the 2 was elegant and gorgeous, as if they were dancing. Minato's kunai flew up and down like a flexible butterfly. He had an unparalleled neural response. Sweep, level, block. Killing with grace. Attacking fiercely, not giving Hirao Takahide a chance to breathe. It can be clearly seen in the field that Watergate has the upper hand and is slowly expanding its advantage. A momentary gap, and Minato found the right moment, condensed chakra in his left hand, and quickly rotated into a chakra ball. It is conceivable that the next moment Harada Takahashi will be hit and die. Sudden. Minato warned in his mind, and saw Harada Takahashi's throat rolling. Without a second thought, he quickly retreated. Everyone saw that. Ping Liang Chong spit out a poisonous mist from his mouth, and threw a poison gas bomb, and with a bang, when the poisonous mist dissipated, Ping Liang Chong had already disappeared. Watergate. Oh, oh. People. Oh, oh. Chapter 38 Murakami is angry. Hirao Takahashi once again escaped from the hands of the crowd, and Minato will put Kuu on the ground and seated under the soil. How can it be repaired? Everyone was speechless for a while, not knowing whether to blame or comfort, but Ryo Takahara's escape once again took everyone's information away. Next time Kinoshita Figuang will definitely not be able to kill the elite Shanjin in seconds. This time, it seems that only Figuang is acting alone, but it is not. And his own information has not been leaked. 3 aspects are indispensable. Well now, this tactic is known to the enemy again. I'm sorry everyone, Minato was extremely annoyed. He didn't know how to explain that the enemy had escaped from his hands, and twice. Seeing the yellow hair standing upright in the past, now drooping down, Figuang couldn't bear to blame his close friend, and laughed out loud. So bad I ran away again, haha o_o. Hafa asterisk book. Group and GT, 9, 8, 0, 2, 0 U5 female sign 8, 5/6, Makoto, Kushina also laughed out loud, and finally the smile infected everyone, and they all laughed. Minato's wrinkled face was also infected by laughter. He scratched his head and smirked. A warm current welled up in his heart. This is his partner, and he will never blame himself. After the laughter, Figuang's face turned straight. Clean up and go directly to the supply location to hide. As soon as the hidden word came out, everyone's laughter stopped abruptly, a little frustrated. There are only 2 words in this infiltration, a complete failure, no different from a storm. It's brutal, it's horrible. Ping Liang Chong vowed that he would never face these little devils again. He didn't even know how these little devils cultivated. They were young and had so many trump cards. Not only that, various tactics emerge one after another. This time, if it wasn't for the fact that before the battle, there was an extra heart and a poison pill in his mouth, he would definitely explain it here this time. I have to think about life-saving ninjutsu again, it's too dangerous. He galloped all the way, came to the rain forbearance camp, and met Mio. At this moment, Mio was disheveled, and hurriedly walked out and asked, "How is it, have you caught those little devils? My eyes are not damaged, right?" Operator. Ping Liang Chong. How can you answer this? If you come up and ask people this kind of question, people will be very embarrassed. Mio, I discovered a shocking secret in this battle, and we were deceived. Be clear, what was deceived, is that kid's white eyes fake. Mio frowned, unable to believe that his dream would be shattered. That's not it. I said cheated, because we seriously underestimated their combat effectiveness. Originally thought that after 3 days of hunting, they should be exhausted, but the reality is that the fighting power of one of the little ghosts is too terrifying. Yumo was killed in an instant, causing the battle to collapse. I only managed to escape with a near death and bring back information for you. Harada Takahashi made some artistic embellishments to cover up the fact that he was defeated and fled. There is no way, the first time it fails, and the news that brings scornful eyes is free from punishment. The second time it fails, there must be an important piece of information. Tell me about it carefully. Mio tidied up his clothes, his voice without a trace of emotion. Takahashi Hirao swore that he was now only 0 away from death. 1 millimeter, the next words will decide whether I can continue to survive in this beautiful world of ninja. He looked directly at Mio and asked continuously, have you ever seen a ninjutsu with red steam on it? Have you ever seen a ninjutsu with a layer of pitch-black armor attached to the fist that can tear the earth apart with one punch? Have you ever seen a ninjutsu that stretches your body and is as fast as lightning? Mio Godko paused, raised his head, and looked confused. I asked you to tell me the information, what are you talking about? I've seen that kid, we were all deceived by him, his fighting power is amazing. Mio, you have to believe me, only I have seen the ninjutsu they use, so only I know them best. A sincere expression on his face, Hiraganagi clenched his teeth tightly. I want to be ashamed, I want to kill him personally, for the sake of Lord Hanzo, can you satisfy me? Mio looked embarrassed. He had just decided to kill this idiot who had been defeated twice and escaped, but now listening to Hirao Takahashi's words, it seemed to make sense. What's more, there is also the relationship between Hanzo. If so, I hope you will remember what you said today. For you ninja, I have to be ashamed. Northwest Camp. Command the tent. By Hokage's order, the Danzo elder is ordered to immediately release Kinoshita Murakami Aikikami. Yuan Feijin was wearing Anbu costumes and a mask, making it impossible to see what he was thinking. Danzang didn't expect that what he was doing was so secretive that he was discovered in just 3 days. After thinking about it, he said, this old man suspects that Kinoshita village is a spy from another country and is conducting a routine interrogation. If it is confirmed that there is no problem, this old man will let him go. Hokage's decree. Yuan Feijin coughed lightly, cleared his throat, and imitated Yuan Fei's voice. Danzo, let the Murakami go right away, don't let the old man come in person. Also, I am Hokage. Well, this sentence was added by Yuan Feijin himself, in order to disgust Danzo, a guy who doesn't respect his companions. Yuan Feijin succeeded. At this moment, Danzang's eyes were splitting, his chest heaving up and down, he was dizzy with anger, and it took a long time to recover. The eyes that looked at Yuan Feijin were full of murderous intent. If he wasn't Sun Zan's clan and confidant, he would definitely be cut into pieces. Go, bring Kinoshita village around. After a while, Murakami Kinoshita, who had a sullen face, walked into the tent and looked at Danzo calmly. There is no sadness or joy in his eyes, extremely indifferent. Elder Danzo, please. Danzo's face was gloomy, and a seal was formed in his hand, releasing the forbidden technique on Kinoshita Murakami. Also, Murakami said lazily. Murakami moved carefully, and when he could not feel the prohibition in his body, he smiled slightly and stretched out his right hand. Bring it. Give it to him. A guard handed over Murakami's tachi. Oh, this is my family heirloom, but I can't lose it. I will pass it on to my son in the future. Murakami picked up the tachi to examine it carefully. He didn't make up this sentence, it was the only thing left by his father to the future family owner Kinoshita. Elder Danzo, do you want to give me an explanation? You suspect that I am a Konoha spy, but I did not resist, and let you play with my body for 3 days. Let me go now. Is there a result? HMPH, it has been confirmed that Kinoshita Murakami is a qualified and loyal Konoha Shinjin. I'm the one who blamed you. Danzo said gloomily. Oh, it's good to prove that I was wronged. With a smile on the corner of Kinoshita village's mouth, he said softly, but it's not enough. A little hanmang arrived first, and then the blade slid across Tuanzang's left arm. Thorn tilde. Blood spurts. Adult. Chapter 39 _ The real reason. Northwest Camp, inside the tent. No one would have thought that the village one Kinoshita, who had just gotten out of trouble, would brazenly draw a sword to Elder Konoha, Hokage's assistant, and the leader of the Roots. Not only that, he also chopped off Danzo's left arm. This scene shocked everyone, including Danzo himself. Yuan Feijin swallowed a mouthful of saliva and stood there, not knowing what to do. Compared with everyone else, Kinoshita Village's expression remained unchanged, and he said lazily. "Oh, my hand slipped, Danzo Elder, you won't blame me, will you?" No one would have thought that as soon as Kinoshita Village cut off Danzo's arm, he felt that Danzo would not blame him. Did everyone fall into the illusion, or Murakami Kinoshita had gone crazy? Bang tilde. Danzo didn't say a word, but suddenly exploded. After a while, he walked out of the house. At this moment, he is intact, and the one just now was just a shadow clone of him. Danzo had a gloomy face. He really didn't expect that anyone in Konoha would dare to take action against him, but it was because of the vigilance of the root leader all the year round. He has always been a shadow avatar. Unexpectedly, he really saved him today. Although he knew that Murakami didn't dare to kill him, at this moment he was committed and provoked by the following people, which still made him extremely angry, and the tyranny in his heart continued to rise. Kinoshita Moraichi attacked the high-level Konoha, the highest commander of the Northwest Battalion. Take this insurgent down for me. Today, no one can save Murakami Kinoshita, and neither can Hokage. He must be killed to vent his hatred. The two guards are specially responsible for protecting Danzo. They are from the root, and Danzo's order is the highest order. There was no hesitation. Slash with a knife. Without waiting for Muxia Village to resist, Yuan Feijin quickly blocked it and said in a hurry, "Master Danzo, this matter has to be handed over to Master Hokage, you can't use lynching." Lying, he is going to kill the old man, he is assassinating the top commander of the Northwest Battalion, the old man has the right to kill him on the spot. While resisting the attack, Yuan Feijin said, "Konoha Village 1 is Konoha Junin. Unless he is a spy, the trial can only be held if Hokage convenes the Junin General Assembly. Elder Danzo, please think clearly." The Village 1 did not panic at all, chakra was boiling, and the violent momentum poured out, blowing the big tent whirring. "Now do you know the price of wronging me? Don't force me to cut off your arm, or I can't guarantee that there will be something associated with it." Movie class. Danzo's eyes were full of surprise, and Murakami turned out to be a movie class. How old is he? A 21-year-old movie-level powerhouse. If you fight now, even if you kill him, you will definitely lose both. But my best friend Rizao will not let you go. He thought about it, weighed the pros and cons, and said, "Stop. If that's the case, then wait for Naruto to give the old man an explanation. This kind of lawless ninja may betray Konoha at some point." Yuan Feijin didn't speak, and gave Murakami a deep look. This Kinoshita Murakami has been promoted to the shadow level without a sound. He seems to be the first civilian shadow level powerhouse, right? He did not attribute Orochimaru and Jiraiya to civilians. They grew up so fast, but Yuan Firijian taught them carefully. That being the case, Kinoshita Moraichi will go back to Konoha with me and say goodbye. Kinoshita Village turned around and left without mentioning his younger brother. In his opinion, his younger brother was protected by Orochimaru. No matter what, Danzo would not dare to do anything in the camp. After walking out of the camp, Kunyi said, "My lovely subordinates, how are you doing now? Do you need any support? The situation is not optimistic. Originally, I wanted to rescue you, and then we went to support them. Now that there is such a trouble, no one should think about it. Now we have to go back to Konoha first and get the Hokage password before we can continue to act." Quote. "Why are you so rigid? It's good to pass the summons, otherwise how much time will it take to go back and forth?" Kinoshita Village said anxiously. Yuan Feijin stood still, looked directly at Kinoshita Moraichi, and said, "I understand what you're doing and why. Don't break the bottom line, and don't put the Kinoshita family ashamed." Kinoshita Village froze, stopped talking, and walked forward silently. From the time he accepted the position of Kinoshita Patriarch, his words and deeds were bound by rules and regulations, and Danzo unreasonably asked him not to resist. Danzo imprisoned him and did not resist. Only when the dust settled, he took a knife and told Danzo that Kinoshita Village was not easy to bully. But this is already the limit, He can't take another step forward, otherwise he will not only destroy himself, but also his younger brother. Konoha, whom my father and mother desperately defended, prevented me from doing radical things. Let's go back to Konoha first. I'm fast, keep up with me. Everyone, brother, you must wait for me. As soon as the speed of Kinoshita village exploded, he galloped towards Konoha. Yuan Feijin followed closely behind. This is the bond and persistence, and why Konoha always puts resources on these Konoha people who are rooted in red. They have left traces of Konoha from birth and will never betray. This trace is nothing but the life of the parents. Grumbled Tilda. Figuang turned to look at the rope tree, hungry. Eat 2 ration pills. If you don't eat it, the ration pills are too bad to eat. I think I'm already constipated now. If I eat it again, I'll be sick. Figuang looked at the rope tree in surprise. You are quite hypocritical, what are you doing? Let's cook some food to eat. I don't have the strength if the enemy comes. Shungshu blinked his big eyes and started to play cute. Figuang looked back at everyone, and found that everyone looked at him eagerly, especially Ding Zuo. His eyes were already glowing green. Please, we are in ambush now. Can you be more professional? How can we make a fire to cook? If the enemy finds out, it will be another hard battle. Figuang took out the majesty of the captain and said it with dignity. Minato failed twice. If it wasn't for everyone's persuasion, he would have his belly cut for everyone to see in minutes. But although he didn't cut his belly, he couldn't say anything and be the captain. The truth is, I'm just an amateur. I do not deserve. Well, we are always discovered by the enemy, and it is estimated that we will not be able to hide for a long time. It is better to eat a good meal, so that we have the strength to fight. Ding Zuo spoke enthusiastically, and was particularly positive about eating this piece. Do you think so too? Hemo, ox 9 inches. Then I'll teach you a trick. Smokeless fire in the wild. Go to the river with 2 people to catch fish and find ingredients, don't run too far. Figuang ordered, and took out an iron pot and shovel. First dig a large trapezoidal pit with a diameter of about 70 centimeters and a depth of about 60 centimeters, and fix the iron pot. A small hole was dug at a distance of 30 centimeters at the rear, and the bottom was opened. 3 more flues were dug behind the second pit, and the flues were covered with leaves and moistened with water so that the smoke would not come out. When the fire was raging, there was no smoke at all, which surprised everyone again. Figuang, you are great, how did you think of it? Sigui. Figuang smiled proudly, learn, I will have more. HMPH, you know shit. Uchiha Shigeru said unhappily. Damn, I make you stand out every time, Makoto-chan, I'm also very good. Chapter 40 _ My name is Ping Liang Chong, not Ping Liang Chen. The steam on the iron pot is steaming, and the fragrance is fragrant. A pot of delicious fish soup is slowly getting cooked under the expectation of everyone. Figuang picked up the spoon and tasted it. Moisturizes dry lips. Delicious, you can eat it. The rope tree was very fast, and filled herself a large bowl. Regardless of whether it was hot or not, Mei took a big sip. Everyone is no longer reserved, and they are fighting for each other. They eat military food pills every day, and their mouths are pale. At this moment, they can drink a bowl of fish soup, which is the greatest happiness. At this moment, everyone is in the 2 broken mountains in the land of rain. 20-meter wide avenue has been excavated in the middle. It was like being cut open by a peerless sword. According to local rumors, the gods saw that the country of rain was inconvenient for transportation, and cut it with a sword to benefit the country of rain. It is called 2 broken mountains, also known as 1 line of heaven. Of course, Figuang scoffed at this statement. Are gods so boring? Seeing that your transportation is inconvenient, he helps you to open the mountain, so why doesn't he break up the rain clouds? The land of rain is located in the basin, the terrain is very low, and the clouds cannot flow and are blocked by the endless mountains of the land of wind. Everyone use the bushes on the top of the mountain to cover their sights. hide themselves, and wait for Yunin's supply team. This can be described as a natural ambush ground. The only downside is that you must always be on guard against poisonous insects. The land of rain is watered by rain all year round, and the air is humid, nourishing countless species. In such a climate, there are countless beasts and poisonous insects. There are many kinds of fish and shrimp poisonous insects. The sky, the ground, the water, there are countless, endless, making them annoying. If you are not careful, you will be hit. Someone is coming, be careful. Rizu opened his eyes and looked at them. Several carriages were slowly approaching 2 kilometers away from their location. There are ninja escorts on both sides. How to fight? Figuang pondered for a moment, priority to completing the task. Oh tilde. Hirao Takahashi rushed forward with a vigilant look on his face. Although Mio spared his life in the last failure, he was allowed to participate in this supply and escort mission because of his experience in fighting with the Miracle Squad. During this period of time, Ping Liangchong experienced ups and downs in his life, from a team of 9 to being alone, to a team of 9, to being alone again, and now to a team of 9. He looked back at the 8 lovely subordinates, and found that they were apprehensive, and their eyes already had the will to die. Don't be nervous, the enemy won't come here. 8 people did not answer. They were not afraid of the enemy, but the captain, and now Hirao Takahashi has become famous in Rain Ninja, known as the Disaster Star. All the people who teamed up with him died tragically, and they all perished, but Ping Liangchong has been alive and well. Not even a single injury. If it wasn't for the fact that Hiraya Saka was once the personal bodyguard of Hanzo-sama, he would definitely suspect that this guy was Konoha's spy. Yes. Ping Liangchong didn't care either. As early as when all his first subordinates were killed, his attitude toward his subordinates was dispensable. This time, to escort the supplies and dispatch 2 teams of 18 ninjas, Hiraga Takao walked last, intentionally or unintentionally. He said that he didn't care, but the body inside the robe was already tense, and the hands hidden under the sleeves were ready to seal at any time. He has already thought about it. If he encounters those little devils, he will just run and stop struggling. It's not that he is flat and good, but that group of little devils are too evil. At the distance of 1,500 meters, Takashi Hirao froze for a moment, and then returned to normal immediately. As a join-in with the talent of perceiving ninja, his perception distance is 1,500 meters, and in his perception, there are 10 chakra fluctuations on the top of the mountain. What are you afraid of? What should you do? You can't beat it if you fight, and you're afraid of being reported when you run. There are enemies in ambush, he said in a low voice. It's those little bastards, Kamijin Yutuo said. Well, the top of the mountain in front of the left. Yutuo frowned, thinking for a moment, what kind of fighting technique is this? Is this still a battle between ninjas? Ninja sneak attacks and counter sneak attacks are commonplace. The correct combat mode should be to set up a trap at the ambush site and wait 5 kilometers away, so as not to be discovered. When the trap is successful, arrive quickly and destroy the enemy in one fell swoop. Either in the grass or in an ambush. Is there any fraud? Is it deliberately attracting us, or is it a shadow clone? Hirao Song is in trouble. Is this kid embarrassing me? Even the white eyes can't see that it is a shadow clone, and can only see what is hidden. You let me perceive it. How can I perceive it? This possibility is not ruled out, but in my perception, there are only these 10 chakra traces nearby. And I don't think those kiddos would spend so much chakra to lure us. Do these little devils think they've got us? Group and GT, 9, 8, 0, 2, 0 U5 female sign 8, 5 6, really arrogant. Yutuo's long and narrow eyes flickered with murderous light. Then let me teach these bastards a good lesson. Tuition is their life. Takashi Hirao's eyes lit up. Do you have a solution? What do you need me to do? I can cover you. You just need to protect the goods and leave the rest to us. Protect the cargo. I'm good at it. Takashi Hirao looked firm. Don't worry, leave it to me. But you have to be careful, they are good at using compound ninjutsu. Composite ninjutsu. HMPH, I will too. Yutuo greeted his subordinates to leave the supply team and run forward. Yutuo, an elite ninjutsu, is good at using water ninjutsu, and is good at the two attributes of mines, the nature changes, and he cooperates with his subordinates tacitly, and is good at using compound ninjutsu. He galloped to the top of the mountain, and in the middle of the process, his hands formed seals, and the 8 chunin also formed seals. At a distance of 100 meters, Yutuo completed the seal, and spewed huge water balls from his throat, a steady stream. Water escape, great waterfall technique. A-level ninjutsu can form natural disaster level ninjutsu. Lay done big thunder ball by 8 inches. The lightning ball was injected into the water, and the rushing water was paralyzed by lightning, and the huge wave was centered on Yutuo, rushing forward. Whether it is the speed of the seal or the change in the nature of the chakra, Yutuo is worthy of the title of elite Shangnin. Since you are good at using compound ninjutsu, let's see what real compound ninjutsu is. He was winning, holding kunai, and when the enemy had no resistance, he would solve it in one fell swoop. Facing the gushing water flow, Figuang cursed in his heart, bullying others with ninjutsu every day, but he did not expect to be preempted by the enemy today. Kushina, Plan D. The tacit understanding of cooperation for many years has once again appeared. The people who were lying on the ground suddenly stood up straight. King Kong blockade. 8 chains wrapped around the crowd around the waist, and Kushina himself jumped up. Figuang raised his hand above his head to resist Kushina. He jumped up from the ground, jumped into the air, and took a deep breath. Rubber and rubber balloons. Chapter 41_Ping Liang Chong. You are not only cowardly, but also very. Devil fruit removes the side effects. Is the rubber still afraid of water? As a rubber man, Figuang did not resist at all when confronted with this kind of big water. He had the feeling that there is no need for paddles when rowing, and the wind is like a wave. He floated above the waterfall, raised Kushina with his hands like rocks, and 8 chains behind him wrapped around everyone, 180 degrees apart, like a big spider. Hirao Takahashi's eyes popped, and he felt that he had seen a ghost. Under the impact of the current, the little ghost actually floated on the water. A-level water escape ninjutsu, plus 8C, level thunder escapes, the flow of water plus plastic lightning. It's not as simple as 1 plus 1. At the same time, it has the softness of water and the plasticity of thunder and lightning, which makes this ninjutsu catch up to the S level. But such a huge ninjutsu was cracked so dramatically, isn't he afraid of being electrocuted? Hiraga Takamura muttered to himself. Suddenly, he felt as if he didn't understand ninjutsu at all, and he couldn't understand every operation of the miracle team. Figuang felt like surfing at the moment. Although it was the first time, the feeling of numbness in the back and free gliding was really fun. After everything calmed down, Figuang stood on the water and asked Yutuo to doubt his life in one sentence. This is very interesting, can you do it again? As the Shangrin of Yurin village, Yutuo has his own pride, that is, you can beat me, scold me, or even kill me, but you can't insult me. He stood on the surface of the water, his eyes were red, and he roared loudly, saying, "Little devil, you are courting death." Water escape, the technique of water prison. With the aftermath of the waterfall, the rising water surface trapped Figuang. Before Yutuo's mouth could rise, he was interrupted. Multiplier, super pusher. Ding Zuo, who was in the air, waved his hand and smashed the water prison. Attack immunity, control is also released. How to play? Who will tell Yutuo how to play this? Baga. Yutuo's body is like electricity, walking on water, swish swish tossing out 3 shuriken, and stabs when he gets close, to fight with everyone. Scatter, A. Hearing the instructions, Kushina slammed 8 chains. Minato and Shigeru Uchiha flew towards Yutuo. Figuang opened the second block, swept over Yutuo, punched and hit. The punch broke through the air, with a whimpering sound, like a gust of wind, smashing at a chunin. Bang tilde. The fist touched the body, and there was a sound like a muffled thunder. Rain Ninja was crushed to pieces by the huge force. He kept his footsteps, twisted his waist, moved laterally, swept his legs, and the tidal voices rang out. One person was resolved in an instant. At this moment, the 6 people arrived. Makoto turned on the writing wheel, and looked at a Rain Ninja, pulled him into the illusion, and stabbed the head. Rope Tree raised his hand and there were 2 detonating charms, with 2 bangs, causing smoke and dust in the sky. Yu-Ren was just glad that he had escaped the disaster, when he found that his body could not move. Shadow Mimicry, success. Ding Zuo followed closely behind, launching the meat bomb chariot, and dealt with one more person. Haiyu used the technique of turning his heart around to control one person, and he stepped forward to chapter 16 of the 8 trigrams and killed another person. 5 chunin in a row made everyone shudder. The remaining 3 chunin were even more stunned. But the miracle squad won't hesitate. Makoto's writing wheel eyes turned extremely fast. Magic. The art of not here. Wrap what the eye sees with a layer of illusion skin, so that the subject of the operation thinks that what he sees is actually another thing. This illusion can be released in a large area, so that many people have hallucinations at the same time. An illusion used by an opponent who mistook one place for another. The large area of illusion illuminated into a trance for a moment, and Figuang, Sunzu, and Dingzhou rushed to solve their respective opponents. Takasaka Harada, who came to support him, stopped, with only one thought in his mind: it was too brutal. Come on, support Yutuo Junin. As if thinking of something, Hiraga Takahashi shouted, took the lead, and rushed into the battle group. 8 people who were still a little hesitant at first, seeing that their captain was so brave, they suppressed their fears and rushed to the battle group. Figuang recognized this old acquaintance in a flash, and he was surprised. Why are you so brave today? He escaped from the 2 contacts, and that level of proficiency is really not like a warrior who is not afraid of life and death. Figuang didn't hesitate, started running, twisted his waist, wrapped his right fist with domineering, and bombarded with one punch. To divide the battlefield. Bang tilde. The incomparably brave Hirao Takahashi exploded as soon as he touched it. It turned out to be a shadow clone, Sunfoot. No target found within a kilometer. Figuang. Everyone. Rain Nin. Oh. No one would doubt White Eye's reconnaissance abilities. In other words, Hirao Takahashi actually left the crowd and ran away by himself. Figuang looked at Yu-Ren with some sympathy. In the battlefield, the captain ran first. They must be desperate, right? Damn, if Lao Su goes back alive, he must tell Lord Hanzo to put this greedy man in fear of death to death. Yu-Ren cursed one after another, wishing to swallow him alive. Figuang felt that this Ping Liang Chong was more like an intelligence officer, who was responsible for sorting out the intelligence of the miracle team every time. It's just a bit pricey. He complained in his heart, but his hands were not slow, like thunder and lightning, and continued to fight Yu-Ren. The other side. Watergate experienced the lesson of the last time, and instead of fighting with Yutuo, he cooperated with Mao. After years of cooperation, the 2 of them had the same mind and found a space. Minato's hand was stabbed in the palm of his hand, and Yutuo raised his head to avoid it. Shigeru Uchiha stabbed his lower abdomen with his short knife. Yutuo took root under his feet, his lower abdomen retracted, his upper body leaned forward, and Kuu swept forward, forcing the 2 back. But what he saw was a pair of scarlet eyes. The rapid rotation of the writing wheel pulled Yutuo into the illusion, and the light in his eyes dimmed. Minato seized the gap, and the Muji Ninjutsu Spiral Maru launched, slamming Yutuo's body violently. The force of the spiral destroyed its body, and finally smashed it into the sky. Blood spurted out, and fell to the ground to death. Both battles end at the same time. Aren't you all hurt? Minato looked around and asked, where's the Jonin? Run away. Minato's eyes suddenly lit up. To escape under Figuang's hands, he really deserves to be the elite of Yurin. He did not hesitate to praise words, and only expressed one meaning, that is, he was too strong to escape, and it was definitely not my thing. That, he is just a shadow clone, the real body has already run away. Shungshu said faintly. Minato seemed to be stuck in his throat. He glared at the rope tree, wishing to strangle him and tear his mouth apart. Come on, don't talk about it. The top priority now is to supply and see if it's true. Figuang reminded, and hurriedly ran to the convoy. At this moment, only the goods left in the convoy, and the entourage, all disappeared. Figuang was too lazy to chase. Although they participated in the war, they were all enemies, but those were ordinary people, and it was the same whether they chased or not. He looked at 6 carts of goods. Isn't it a pity to burn it down? Chapter 42_Heiju began to show its 1,000-year-old wisdom. Everyone checked the supplies. They were all food and kunai shuriken, as well as a small amount of detonating talismans. What should I do? Do you want to burn these materials? Figuang didn't speak, thinking in his heart, rather than burning such a waste, he prefers to stay. The war does not know when it will end, and every grain of food cannot be wasted. No, these grains are precious, and it is more useful to leave them. It's too dangerous to keep the cargo targets, not to mention that we can't transport them right now. You can eat them, and you can't eat them all in one meal. Lu Ju was a little helpless. As long as he saw food, his best friend wanted to stay. Eat. There is. Figuang thought of a brilliant idea and said, everyone step back, I have a solution. Facing everyone's doubtful eyes, Figuang didn't explain, and made a seal in his hand. Hit the ground. Hai, Shu, Yu, Shen, Wei. Spiritual art. The filled chakra disappeared in an instant. 4/1. The underground magic circle expanded wildly, and with a bang, a huge smoke rose. Figuang stood on top of Shinya's head, and smiled. Shinya, long time no see. Quote. Shinya, who is nearly 100 meters long, looks like a giant, with dark red scales, mighty and domineering. It was the first time that everyone saw such a big psychic beast, and they couldn't close their mouths in shock. Sigui. Feeling the extremely strong chakra on his body, he couldn't help shedding a drop of cold sweat, and his mind was madly warning. This top-level psychic beast puts a lot of pressure on everyone. This is the first time you have summoned me, is there any enemy? Shinya's voice was strong and hoarse. It's not the enemy, can you help me bring these back to the hidden place? Those horses, please eat, okay. Shinya. This uncle is such a powerful psychic beast. You asked me to help you deliver the goods, is this an insult to the snake? I'm blind to such a mighty appearance. It was just about to get angry, and then thought that Figuang was a rough nerve, and sighed, ah. Well. Opened his mouth wide, swallowed the 6 carriages, and left without saying a word. It is afraid that if it stays any longer, it will not help but get angry. After Shinya left, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. As a top psychic beast, Shinya had too much power. Damn, so handsome. Shungshu was annoyed. He was extremely annoyed when he thought that the psychic beast he signed in Shibone Forest could only summon one slug and slug at a time. How about it? My psychic beast is handsome or not, don't look at Shinya's fierceness. In fact, it's easy to get along with, we'll dance together if we have nothing to do. Figuang said with a smile. He knows that psychic beasts also need to cultivate feelings from time to time, so he often goes to Yinjili, drinks and dances with Shinya, and if one person and one snake are good, he is almost wearing a pair of pants. On the other side, Ping Liangchong hid in a cave with a look of fear. Too cruel, too cruel. He was killed again. Compared to the previous 2 times when he went directly back to the main camp, this time he really didn't have the courage to face Mio. If you have the courage to face Mio, you might as well just die in the battle and leave a good reputation. Can't I just be a betrayal and wander around the world in the future? Tears of sadness welled up in Hiragana's eyes, thinking of his beautiful wife, and his son who just had a full moon. He really didn't know what to choose. Originally, he was also a brave warrior who was not afraid of life and death, but since his wife gave birth to a son for him, he was afraid of death. He wanted to protect the mother and child and let the child grow up healthy. Now, the dark cave, just like his life, has no light. He lay in the cave, staring blankly, enjoying the last peace. Going to Mio tomorrow, life or death, it's up to fate to arrange. In the end, he chose to face all this head-on, for the sake of his wife and children. The miracle squad who completed the mission returned on the same path, and the exhaustion in the eyes of everyone along the way was occupied by excitement. Although they were intercepted and fought against the enemy many times, they won in the end, causing heavy losses to the enemy. A total of 62 Yurin were killed before and after. This record is very surprising. According to the information, Yurin headed by Mio, there are only 108 people this time. This is also why no one came to besiege them later, it was really killed to no one. And the reputation of the Miracle Squad is also sung on this battlefield. Everyone knows that there is a squad called Miracle in these 3 battles. Figuang is also wondering why this is happening, that Yurin Captain Mio can still hold his breath now. This is not a simple 1 or 2 people, but 7 Rain Ninja teams. They have only 12 teams in total, and almost all of them are destroyed by their own group. I learned from Haiyi that the Rain Forbearance this time is mainly for deterrence and assassination, and the large troops are defending the land of the land. He guessed that Hanzo should not know the news, otherwise even if Mio could endure it, could that demigod tolerate everyone being so rampant in the land of rain? The answer is definitely not. So, what the hell is this god doing? Seeing Figuang's absent-mindedness, Lu Ju asked, "What's wrong?" He spoke out the doubts in his heart. It wasn't because he was overly concerned. It was really unbelievable. This kind of step-by-step difficulty seemed to be dangerous, but in fact there was no danger. What are you doing with so much? Anyway, we have completed the task, and it's business to go back quickly. Shunshu returned home eagerly, and wanted to go back to Konoha to chat with Yi Naiyu. By the way, let's talk about his greatness. Figuang ignored this stupid junior brother. In terms of IQ, he is like a stone, don't try to squeeze out a little water. There are enemies ahead. 10, 1 Junin, 8 Chunin, and an ordinary person. Kazu said uncertainly. Ordinary people. Are there ordinary people in this battlefield? Still protected by 9 ninjas. Is it a very important client? For example, Yurin's rich man. Or a high-ranking official? Figuang said uncertainly. Not like, I think it's more like a hostage, or a prisoner. Rizu can clearly see that these 10 people are very fast, and the ordinary person is carried on the shoulders by Shangnin. This is not the treatment that the client should receive. Captive. Since they are prisoners, where are they going? Keep up with them, I suspect they're going to find that Mio, and if so, we can find their hiding place, and form the big army, and wipe them out in one fell swoop. Everyone looked at each other and felt that it made sense. Yu Ren, headed by Mio, has been assassinating and attacking. There is no fixed place at all. No one knows where they are hiding. Great opportunity to eliminate them. Good. The crowd did not hesitate and followed from a distance. A while. A pitcher plant emerged from the ground, giving off a weird smile. The show is about to begin. You two, please don't let me down. Guy. Chapter 43_mobile turret. That's it, do you want to go in again? Figuang recalled in his mind and blurted out, Lunnan Market. This was originally a prosperous market in the Land of Rain, but due to the impact of the war, the Lunnan Market was affected, and most of the people were evacuated from here, leaving only some civilians still struggling here. Even so, it is still quite conspicuous here, and all parties will come to Lunnan Market from time to inspect. But now it is said that the Mida that everyone has been searching for is hidden here. The first reaction of everyone is disbelief, and the second reaction is conviction. The most dangerous places are the safest places, and they can really hide. Figuang felt that this Mio really deserved to be the leader of Yurin, and his concealment skills were definitely a must. Then what do we do? Do we just retreat, or go in? Figuang thought about it. If it was somewhere else, then in order to prevent the grass and snakes, he would definitely retreat, but this round of Nanji market often has ninjas from all over the world entering, and it doesn't matter whether it is exposed or not. And if you go in, you can better locate the location of Mio. The income outweighs the risk, so why hesitate? Come in, everyone transforms to enter, and withdraws as soon as the target is determined. Everyone had no opinion, and used the transformation technique one after another. Figuang became a strong man, and the others also transformed into farmers, all in tatters. Every ninja entering the south market of the Great Wheel is dressed in this dress. Chakra can't hide it, he is just fooling the civilians. Filed in without any obstruction, the guards yawned and didn't even look at everyone. At this time, it was normal for 10 refugees to come. As long as they don't cause trouble, nobody cares about them. Figuang sensed that the guard was just an ordinary person without any trace of chakra in his body, and entered the market calmly. This market is not small. Although it is called a market, it is more like a small town. It also has its glorious moments. Although it is now dilapidated, the rotten boat still has 3 pounds of nails, and the heritage still exists. As far as I can see, there are still people selling vegetables. Everyone seems to be here for the first time, looking here, looking there, and they are still muttering, like a country bumpkin. It's good here. Let's live here for a few days. It's better than living in a cave. It's fine, but I'm hungry and want to eat. Don't worry, take a look first, choose a place to live, and then eat. While chatting, everyone followed the Sun foot forward. At the moment, Sun Tzu is wearing a cloak, and there is a mask under the cloak, so that people can't see his eyes. After several turns, the number of people became less and less, and when they passed the first floor of the unfinished building, everyone stopped. How is it? Those people were just 500 meters ahead and suddenly disappeared. They should have entered the barrier and blocked my exploration. Figuang frowned. It was enough to locate the target here. Although he didn't see it exactly, it didn't hurt. Retreat, just come here. When the enemy is dark and we are clear, Figuang doesn't want to take too much risk. At this time, in the calm unfinished building, the scenery suddenly changed, and a large number of shuriken came out of the sky and hit everyone. It can be clearly seen that the shuriken emits purple ons, which are highly poisonous. Figuang's face sank, but he didn't expect to stay 500 meters away or fall into the trap of the enemy. Sun Foot. Gossip back to heaven. Sun stepped forward with a few steps, spitting out chakra from 360 acupoints all over the body, twisting the waist and turning around to form a cyclone. All the shurikens were blocked by the Sun feet. Everyone quickly retreated. Figuang stretched his arms, and at the end of the return, he pulled the Sun feet back. The white eyes of the Sun feet in midair opened to the widest, giving a panoramic view of the enemy's arrangement. Suddenly, Hazu's face changed, and his white eyes clearly saw that there were 2 Jonin chakras boiling and performing large-scale ninjutsu. Rewind, Fan, Wei, Ren. This is the unique code word of everyone. On the battlefield, it is a race against time. Fan, Wei, Ren, and correspondingly, have a large range, strong power, and ninjutsu. At this critical moment, there is simply no time for everyone to perform ninjutsu. Flying light. Figuang called out his name by himself, and everyone became a long snake sticking tightly behind Figuang. He took a deep breath, his belly became larger, and the armed color was domineering attached to his body. Armed, rubber, steel balloons. Just after completing the formation, I saw 2 huge water dragons impacting. Compared with the A-level water escape waterfall technique, this B-level water dragon bullet can cause more damage to Figuang, and the impact force with the point as the surface will cause a critical blow to itself. And with his teammates behind him, he can't go with the flow like last time, he can only resist. The 2 water dragons intertwined and spiraled, and the impact almost didn't make Figuang spit out the overnight meal. His body was moving backwards, pushed back by the force of the impact. It seems that the next moment will be top-flying and expose teammates to the attack range. At this moment, Figuang couldn't say a word. He tried his best, clenching his steel teeth tightly, fearing that the anger would be vented, and he cursed Rope Tree in his heart for not hurrying. Under the control of the two rain ninjas, the water dragon rammed wildly. 2 Done earth flow wall. A layer of earth wall rises from the ground, blocking the water dragon. The crowd did not hesitate and ran away. I don't want to fight here and be occupied by the enemy. They were right in their thinking. How could it be possible to let everyone go away? And Mio took the lead, leading the crowd to pursue them frantically. Kushina, Plan D. The tactic was repeated. Jushin Nai turned into a big spider, entangled everyone. Figuang still ran away. The people in midair turned into mobile turrets, madly outputting to the bottom. Fire escape how fireball technique. Fire escape how fireball technique. Wind escape, great breakthrough. Compound wind and fire double kill. The wind helps the fire, and the heat wave gathers and sprays against the rain. Shigeru, Makoto, and Minato used compound ninjutsu, and the others were not far behind. They took out their kunai and threw them down, each with a detonating talisman attached to the back of each kunai. Boom tilde. Bang 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 bang. The explosion of the fireball is connected to the explosion of the detonating talisman, and the momentum is overwhelming. They don't care whether they will accidentally hurt others. The battlefield is sometimes so cruel. A little hesitation may be buried here. The two sides did not say a word during the whole process, and the shocking battle began. The London market instantly burst into flames, screaming and wailing. This was not because of being hurt by everyone, but because of being crowded and trampled by people who ran away in fear and panic. Mio was furious in his heart. He had never heard of this tactic on the other side. He was at a disadvantage for a while, and his subordinates were even more afraid to move forward. Give it all to me and kill them. Mio shouted. Forced by the lustful power of the gods, Yu-Ren suppressed his fear and attacked frantically. Shuriken and kunai were thrown into the sky just like they didn't want money. Figuang opened the second gear, the speed skyrocketed, and he ran away at an extreme speed. Chapter 44 Starting from the war, breaking through the boundaries of life and death. London Market was the last place for these poor people, but today, the only trace of peace was broken. The fire soared into the sky, rumbled, and made a sound like a landslide and a tsunami. The land was devastated and dilapidated, and all the places it passed were turned into ruins. There are bloodstains everywhere, broken arms and stumps everywhere, hidden under the rubble. This is still Figuang consciously running to a place with few people, not wanting to implicate more innocent people. Everyone even stopped releasing ninjutsu, not wanting to affect the civilians. However, Miyata, who was supposed to protect the civilians of the country of rain, had no scruples, and his subordinates were like Asura evil ghosts, intertwined with hidden weapons and ninjutsu, like a madman. Catch up with them, don't even try to run away today, this will be your burial place. Mio roared, and his ugly face was further sullen. Mio, these are all innocent civilians. Do you deserve their trust by doing this? Watergate asked. Civilians, if you stay in this 3-station place, there will be no civilians. If they choose this place, they will have to suffer the corresponding consequences. Mitak sounded 100 meters away, and did not take these people seriously at all. Bah, Hanzo is really blind. To ask you to protect Yurin, you have no bottom line, forget why Hanzo gave you power. The war between the two countries is endless, but you kill innocent people and involve civilians. Come in, they are the victims, and now they die in vain. If you have the guts, let's go out to fight. Where the giant dragon walks, it's hard not to hurt some ants. If you stop me from traveling, you can kill it by raising your hand. Now it's fun, and I didn't kill these people, but because of you. Just talking to you, we will kill you today. If you have the courage, let's go out to fight. Figuang said, although he could only see his back, His voice was as cold as mysterious ice. "Bah, how can the little Gigi disturb my heart? Stop if you have the guts, we will fight for 300 rounds." Mio said coldly and brutally. "Exciting, General. Then you follow closely. When I chop your head off and hand it over to Hanzo, I ask him if he is blind." "You actually sent the executioner to protect Yurin," Figuang said solemnly. "If you don't come, why do you need to do this? It's because of your intrusion that they suffer unpredictable disasters. Even if they die and turn into ghosts, it's not me, but you who should be looking for." Manda looked cold. "You're already insane. I don't want to talk nonsense with you anymore, and I'll behead you after leaving the city." Figuang didn't want to argue with him anymore. He moved forward at a high speed, rushed out of the London market, found an open space on one side, stopped and waited for Mio. In addition to this stop because of civilians, there is another important reason. His armament color domineering primary proficiency reached perfection, and the rubber fruit intermediate proficiency was 499 1/1000ths. Both of them fell into a bottleneck and needed a life and death battle to break through the bottleneck. Jushinai put everyone down. His face was pale. "The diamond blockade consumes a lot. It is a powerful force that can seal tailed beasts. It is an S-level sealing technique, but now it is used as an auxiliary, quite a bit of overkill. There is a way to heaven, but you still dare to stop and seek death. Today, I will fulfill you." Mita stood with a sword drawn, with a slender and sturdy body, long messy hair scattered, and green eyes flashing like two wisps of ghost fire. His face is ugly and disgusting, and his combat power is amazing, like a ghost crawling out of hell. The knife in his hand was silver but with a little purple light, exuding a cold and cold light, like a poisonous snake, choosing people to eat. People have to pay attention to the 3-point fear. The chakra eruption formed a cyclone, rolling up a gust of wind, as if there was a Shira dormant in the body, and it would recover at any time. He took one step, the wind quickly dissipated, and he seemed to be able to cut the air with his gestures. His speed was incomparably powerful, and his physical skills were unparalleled. Bang tilde. Figuang blocked his way with a punch, blocking his way. The two had a brief confrontation. The earth trembled, cracked countless cracks, and rubble splashed. The figures staggered. Makoto and Shigeru, who had been waiting for a long time, slashed and crossed with their swords. A shadow stretched on the ground, moving forward silently in silence. To control the gods. Mio stepped down a little, jumped in the air, the empty door opened wide, the water gate rose into the sky, and the spiral pill arrived in an instant. Bang tilde. Mitak crossed the knife to resist, and with the help of the reaction force, he retreated. Although he was not injured, his arm was faintly numb from the shock of the spiral pill. At the end of the first round, Mio suffered a small loss. At this time, Yu-Ren arrived behind him and stopped behind Manda, waiting for his dispatch. There were a total of 27 Yuren, except for one team who stayed behind in the old nest, all the others arrived. Figuang's face remained the same, his hands were on his back, and he could see that the right fist that had just collided with Mio had a bloodstain, and the domineering armed color was broken. His heart sank. His armed color couldn't resist the attack of Mio. He secretly used the technique of careful extraction to remove the toxin. This is also the reason why he didn't pursue him just now. This should be all of you, right? The rest will be killed by us, and you will end in the same way. He slowed down the time. When I came, I was still wondering who you were in the end. Your subordinates have suffered such heavy losses, yet you can still sit firmly on the high building and not be in a hurry. I thought you were a far-sighted person with extraordinary wisdom, but I didn't expect that I overestimated you. There is no such thing as extraordinary intelligence. You are just a cruel executioner. That's all. Mio frowned and said solemnly, "Stop talking nonsense, those trash will die, and today I want you to be buried with me." A speech that is extremely indifferent. He didn't take his subordinate's life seriously at all. But the two Jonin behind him were a little surprised. They were very familiar with their captain. Although they murdered cruelly, they had a bottom line in their hearts, in order to protect the country of rain. Not only that, but he is even more forthright and generous. It is not difficult to see that he has robbed the wealth from Mio without keeping a cent, and given it all to everyone. But when did he change? When the guy gave him women. But it's just a woman, can't change so much. What kind of magic can completely change a person? The two Junin didn't have time to think anymore, when they heard Mio's order and launched an attack. He felt that his arm was no longer sore and numb, and he took the lead and rushed over. The other side. At the London market, Genbu's dark disc wrote a secret report at the beginning of the war between Figuang and Mio, and spread the information in a special way by Genbu. Although there is no emotion at the root, it is just a killing machine, but the order he received was to pay attention to the traces of Mio, and completing the task at this moment made his calm heart a little turbulent. That is the joy of being trained, the joy of completing a task every time, and successfully guarding Konoha again, making them happy physically and mentally, and finding the feeling of being a human being. Only at this moment did I know that I was alone and would be happy. He smiled brightly, but it was fake, his eyes were as calm as water, without a trace of emotion. Root. Protecting Konoha in the dark, without a name or emotion. I guard the light in the dark. Move forward quietly and slowly merge into the morning crowd. Chapter 45 Danzo wants to do something. Northwest Camp. Danzang sat quietly in the command tent, looking at the information in his hand, hesitating in his heart, and fighting fiercely in his mind. First, he chose to go to the rescue and eliminate the gods in one fell swoop, eliminating all the ninjas in the country of rain in this battlefield. Concentrate on dealing with Sha Ren. You can also be ashamed yourself. The second reaction was to give up this opportunity and let the miracle squad fend for themselves, let them die naturally without leaving any clues, and attack the reputation of Sun Zan. Let everyone in Konoha see the stupidity of Hizen. But at this moment, Danzo has not done anything 20 years later. Although he wants to be Hokage, he is not happy with Sun Zan for many years, but he can protect Konoha's heart and is as firm as ever. At the same time, I also firmly believe that if I become Hokage myself, I will definitely lead Konoha to prosperity and create the glory of the first and second Hokage. These thoughts flashed through his mind quickly, and it didn't take long. A while. There was a flash of firmness in his eyes, and he took the middle of the two to rescue, but it didn't have to be too timely, and he could clean up the mess. Although this will leave some clues, as long as the gods are slaughtered, everything will be fine. At that time he was Konoha's hero, undisputed. And those little devils can only be the embellishment of their honor. He tapped the table with his fingers lightly, and his calloused hands made a sound when he touched the table. And he is calculating the time distance in his mind. A while. When he felt that it was almost time, he said in a deep voice, "Go and send a letter to the three of Orochimaru and ask them to come and see me right away." Watching his subordinates leave, Danzo sorted out his emotions, and his expressionless face revealed three-point urgency. "Sir Danzo, what's the matter?" Orochimaru's complexion was very poor, and his fair and feminine face was full of anger. Danzo even sent the three of them away to deal with his own disciple. Very dissatisfied with this kind of harassment. Two of his own disciples were still young, so they were trapped in the enemy's rear. Not only that, but he also used the position of commander-in-chief of the Northwest to oppress the three and were not allowed to rescue them. He understands what Tuanzang is thinking, but now he can't resist. Although he is a third-generation disciple, if this halo is thrown away, Orochimaru is just an ordinary join of Konoha. That's right, it's just ordinary. He didn't get the title of Sanin, and he didn't have great achievements. His speech was not even as good as that of his close friend, Kato Duan, who was in the Western camp. It has nothing to do with strength, just about merit and status. Danzo didn't care, just handed the information to Orochimaru and let him see it for himself. Among the three ninjas, there is only Tsunade's thousand-handed surname, which can make him fear 3 points, and the remaining two civilian ninjas can't make a splash at all. As for the identity of the third generation of disciples, it is even more useless in front of his group. If you calculate carefully, he is still the uncle of the three. All-round crushing, even if you are dissatisfied. You have to hold back too. Then let's hurry to rescue. Orochimaru is very familiar with this Maida, and his rain ninja swordsmanship is superb, and he has done the best of Hanzo. Not only that, he can also channel the giant highly poisonous mountain pepper fish, which is very difficult to deal with. Although this mountain pepper fish is not as powerful as Hanzo's Jingfu, it can't be faked because of its highly poisonous body. According to rumors, this is the son of the Hanzo psychic beast Ibushi. Mio, who was gifted by him to the people of the same village. That's right, rescue is necessary. As a Konoha ninja, you cannot abandon any of your companions. Not only to rescue, but also to kill Mio, and let Hanzo experience the pain of losing a general. The language of Tuanzang is sonorous and powerful, like a symphony of gold and iron, incomparably stalwart. But those present didn't understand the insidiousness of Danzang, and they all scoffed. Danzang was winking at the blind man and showing loneliness. The three of you can only go to one with me, and the remaining two stay in the camp. The same mistake must not be made a second time. Danzang said in a deep voice, this is also the main purpose of calling the three of them here, otherwise he would have gone long ago, and the three of them would have been used. Outside Lunnan Market. Dense jungle, ancient pines are vigorous. The strange stone stands, the killing intent is in the air, and a ray of sunlight hangs down, as if the clouds are scattered. Murdering you all today, forging my name as God. God's will is like this, I should use it for me. Mio's killing intent rose to the sky, and he slashed with a knife. Wild hair flutters, and the whole person has a magical nature. When charging, like a giant beast rushing, there is a daunting sense of oppression. Exactly, that's what I thought too, kill you and let the name of miracle resound throughout this battlefield. Figuang confronted him tit for tat. Although it was only the first contact, Figuangju felt that Mio was a little abnormal, as if he had lost his mind. This is so, just a lunatic. Uchiha Shigeru whispered. If you don't go crazy, you can't survive. Maybe a lunatic can live longer in the battlefield. Shungshu sighed, his eyes flashing with wisdom, bringing a touch of humor to this decisive battle. Witty is the sudden realization of a fool, which does not resonate with people, but wants to laugh. Kill. The blade cut out the afterimage. It seems to freeze time, it seems to be slow and fast, breaking the limit of the eyes. Form an afterimage. Everyone was amazed by this knife and broke out in a cold sweat. I saw the sword glow like a silver sword, piercing the silent sky, facing the dawn, and starting this battle. Bang tilde. Figuang made his move, and his armed arrogance was all condensed on his fists. He had just been slashed through his arrogance. First, because Manda's blade was too sharp, and second, his arrogance was attached to his forearm, so he could attack and defend. But now, he is ready to give up his defense and go all out. The black fist slammed straight on the blade. Stab tilde. When the two collided, the fist edge and the sword light collided, like sand and iron, making a harsh friction sound and splashing a spark. K tilde. Mio's master sword dances airtight, flirting, sweeping, slashing, stabbing, and consummate, only highlighting one word, fast, extremely fast. This is also the essence of Hanzo swordsmanship. Crackling. Like the wind swirling in the clouds, like the big waves washing the sand, the two quickly fought, their bodies moved extremely fast, and afterimages were brought up. Figuang tried his best to fight against it, and the domineering condensed was consumed violently. The two began to fight, and everyone was unwilling to be left behind. Minato fights a joinin by himself, while Shigeru and Makoto join forces to fight a joinin, trying to kill him quickly. The remaining 6 people fought fiercely with urine. Teams of 2 and 2, dodging and moving, 1 attack and 1 assist, the battlefield fell into anxiety. The battlefield at this moment is getting more and more strange, and no one can do anything about it, they are all waiting for a breakthrough. Whoever wins first will have an overwhelming advantage. The chance for Miracle Squad to win is not on Higuang and Minato, but on Shigeru and Makoto. The two cooperated tacitly and quickly attacked, wanting to destroy Shangin. But Shangren only entangled the two of them. Yurin's chance to win was on Mio. Although they seemed to be on the same level, they were extremely confident in Mio, believing that he could kill Figuang and then kill the Miracle Team. A Junin fights with him, and even if the two do their best, they can't help him for a while. Chapter 46_Red Pepper Balls. At this moment, the rain was pouring down, and the wind was blowing in the forest. Although Figuang is not as tall as Shenda and is relatively short, his moves are wide open, brave and fearless, and he expounds the aesthetics of violence. The fist edge collided with the sword light, he did not give in, attacked with all his strength, and fought to the point of madness. Bang tilde. Another collision, Mio was knocked back one step. Figuang's dominance is unforgiving, his fists are like black tornadoes, as if black flames are burning, that is domineering condensed to the extreme, extremely dazzling. It's hard to imagine how powerful each punch is. Hey! Mio roared, his footsteps took root, and he suddenly exerted his strength. The sword was like a purple magic blade, and it fell from above. The strange purple was shocking and cut off the rain. Bang tilde. Another collision, the cracked earth was swept by the air waves, making a deafening sound, and at the same time, the gravel pierced through the air and shot in all directions. Mio was repelled again, Figuang thinned down and seemed to contain infinite strange power. After being repelled twice, Mio was greatly humiliated. He cultivated hard since he was a child, and beat his body every day for decades. Now he is no match for a child. How can he accept it? Chakra boiled, poured into his arms to strengthen his strength, and fought against it again, not believing that his fleshy body, which had been polished by time, would lose to a kid. Bang tilde. Figuang continued to shoot, his fists were black and smashed with the blade, extremely violent. The mist on his body was evaporating the rain, and his fighting spirit was even more earth-shattering. However, he only had a slight upper hand, and Mio was very brave and took over completely. Rain Ren's second in command, his strength is even more than a penumbra, and he can become a shadow-level powerhouse with only one step away. The blade is sharp. Resist flying light. Boom. The two separated, and Figuang stretched his arms back and stretched against the ground. Rubber jet rocket launcher. Bang tilde. Mio used the back of the sword to resist the attack, and the sword was bent into a terrifying arc, as if it were about to break in the next moment. Figuang roared and tried his best, and the infinite strange force poured out. Click tilde. Taidao was overwhelmed and made a crisp sound, as if it was about to break in the next moment. Figuang was overjoyed. As long as he smashed Mio's Taidao, he could succeed in one battle. Puff tilde. The heart contracted suddenly, Figuang felt the world spinning, and the domineering arrogance attached to his hand quickly dissipated. The whole body is even weaker. Crap tilde. Figuang's heart sank, his domineering arrogance was exhausted, and under the chain reaction, the side effects of the second gear began to appear. Exhaustion, endless exhaustion was hitting the brain, and double side effects followed one after another. Not good. Dengza, who had just dealt with a Chunin, found the anomaly here. Seeing that Figuang was defeated and had no strength to resist, he abandoned the enemy in front of him, used a meat bomb chariot, went mad, and rushed towards Mio. Although he found out quickly, it was still too late. Mio's speed skyrocketed, lightning like thunder, holding the sword high, and slashing down. PFF tilde. Blood shot out, Figuang was slashed by a knife, the broken blade was stuck on his shoulder, and there was a long scar under his body, blood spilled into the sky. A trace of pity flashed in Manda's eyes. The knife just now was supposed to kill Figuang directly, but the blade was stuck on the shoulder bone and was broken. He waved the broken blade to kill Figuang. Meat bomb chariot. At the critical moment, Ding Zuo came in a spiral, forcing Manda back. Figuang, are you alright? No, it's okay, Ding Zuo, thank you. What nonsense are you talking about? Heal up quickly, and I'll help you stop him. Okay. Figuang stretched out his hand tremblingly and pulled out the broken knife stuck on his shoulder. With a poochie sound, a burst of purple blood spurted out. The toxins are extracted by the technique of careful extraction. Boy, you have been poisoned by my Mido. You don't have to struggle, you can die in peace. Mio laughed wildly and swept away the depression that had just been suppressed. At the same time, he also knew that Figuang's power was only a temporary outbreak. His heart calmed down, and he returned to his original arrogant appearance. He saw Ding Zuo's chubby face. He grinned. Damn fat man, do you want to become a roast suckling pig? Ding Zuo, who hated being called a fat man the most, was actually called a dead fat man at this moment, which undoubtedly caused him 10,000 points of critical damage. I'm not fat, I'm plump, you know. PFF'd Tilda. Mio didn't hold back, and joked. Oh, then I was wrong. You are not a dead fat man, you are a dead fat pig. Ah, ha 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 Tilda. Ding Zuo was trembling all over by Mio's stimulation, and his brain was congested. If he was in normal times, he would definitely fight hard with Mio, but at this moment, he never took a step away from Figuang. Guard by his side. At this moment, Ding Seek gives people a full sense of security. The sturdy back seems to be able to carry mountains, round and heavy. How could Mio give Figuang a chance to recover? With a single step, he arrived in an instant, and the blade slashed diagonally. Partial doubling technique, super pusher. Ding Zuo is like a tank, his palms become larger, and he attacks the enemy with a powerful palm pressure body technique. The big hand held chakra and shot it directly. This palm, with great momentum and amazing power, has its fatal flaw, and the speed is too slow. It should be said that for Mio, the speed is too slow. He shuffled his feet, turned sideways, and slashed straight. Ding Zuo couldn't dodge in time, and took a half step back. His robe was scratched. With a stab, blood spurted out. He was startled in a cold sweat. If he slowed down a bit, it would not be blood, but internal organs. Little devil, although your courage is commendable, you are not far behind compared to the little devil behind you. There are only two kinds of people in this world, the dead or the living. Which one do you want to be? If you want to be dead, then stick out your neck obediently. If you want to be alive, then kneel down and tell me with your actions, kid, you. How to choose. Mio laughed heartily. He had already discovered that, apart from Figuang, the power of these little devils is not worth mentioning at all. No longer anxious, but to play with Ding Zuo. Don't think about being stubborn and resisting. None of you can run away, all. 2. Die. Mio's expression is mad and violent, and his voice is ruthless and cruel. Everyone did not speak, but concentrated on fighting the enemy, and the offensive became more and more violent. Now. There was silence in the field. Manda saw that Ding Zuo did not answer, as if thinking of something, suddenly became crazy, kept mumbling something, no longer cared about Figuang, but focused on Ding Zuo, launched onslaught. Legs, arms, shoulders, stomach, every time you scream, there will be an extra wound on Ding Zuo's body, and Mio will laugh wildly. Dirty bugs, ninjas who never dare to meet people, ah! At this moment, Ding Zuo stood up struggling, squinted his eyes slightly, glanced at the battlefield, and saw that his partners were struggling to kill the enemy. Feeling the numbness of his body, he smiled, and his eyes burst with light that he had never seen before. Finally growled loudly, "Don't underestimate our determination. If someone has to die today, then I think it should be me. If everyone is going to die, then I think it will be me first." He took out a small box from his chest, took out the red pill without hesitation and swallowed it. And the third is red pepper pills. The advantage of the first pill: 30% of humans' own movement potential is burst out in a short time. Strength can be increased by more than 3 times its own limit. The downside is that there is a short burst of potential with a short painful return. The advantages of the second pill: strengthen the body, nourish chi and blood, and warm the gate of life. The disadvantage is that it is easy to cause general weakness after taking it. The advantage of the third pill: 100 times more power, chakra will form the shape of a butterfly when used. The disadvantage is that taking the third pill will bring about an overload of the body as its own strength increases, resulting in death but not immediately death. There is a possibility of life saving. Don't. Chapter 47_Black is watching. Figuang was shocked, but before he could stop it, he saw Ding Zuo's momentum skyrocketed. "I am the 15th generation of the Chu Dao family, Chu Dao Dingzhou." Ding Zuo shouted, reported his name, turned his head and grinned at Figuang. "I am sorry, Figuang, my dear friend, I can no longer enjoy the scenery of this ninja world with you." He turned to look at Manda, his eyes firm as a rock. "However, this guy, even if I can't defeat him, I will give my life to buy time for you to recover." Everyone was shocked, tears welling up in their eyes, and they all knew what the consequences of taking red pepper pills would be. Tears welled up in their hearts. Everyone has long been inseparable from each other, but at this moment someone is going to die, and they can't accept it. The most intuitive is Makoto and Mao. The 2 hook jade writing wheel eyes rotate extremely fast. The yin-yang chakra merges into the eyes, and instantly evolves a hook jade, making the 3 hook jade writing wheel eyes. Less than 12 years old, Sengoyu is unheard of, and even the legendary Uchiha Madara only opened at the age of 15. This talent is so amazing that it broke all the records of the Uchiha family. Every evolution of Sharingan is a leap forward improvement. The chakra skyrockets, a tyrannical mood rises, and the killing intent involuntarily permeates. But the 2 of them didn't respond, and their minds were full of that silly, cute fat man. Accompanying for many years, fighting side by side countless times, the feelings are so strong that they are inseparable. Kill all these people to avenge Ding Zuo. The 2 people's superb Uchiha-style swordsmanship, at this moment, is assisted by the 3 goose jade writing wheel eye, which adds a 3-point sharpness. Just now, I was able to delay the 2 people's Jonin. At this moment, the parry is getting more and more difficult. I want to retreat but I don't have a chance. I want to attack but I dare not look into the eyes of the 2. Sengoyu not only has super dynamic vision, but also has unparalleled hypnosis ability. To solve the problem, the 2 of them joined Minato to attack Yunin. At this moment, except for Figuang's side, the scale of victory is already tilting towards the miracle team. 2 kilometers away. A giant tree on the top of the mountain slowly exposed ahead. One black and one white. Black absolutely guy. Weird smile. Ah-Fei was very happy and shouted excitedly. Successful, what a perfect eye. Uchiha, who is less than 12 years old, is great, really great, so Madara-sama will definitely be very happy. This time I have to ask him, what is the poo? What does it taste like? Keiju, you said Madara-sama would definitely tell me, ah. Right. Keiju, who had originally planned to complete the plan, was still a little happy, but now that he was interrupted by Ah-Fei, he was in no good mood. Shut up or I'll kill you. Keiju was roaring, and Ah-Fei was so frightened that he couldn't speak. There was only one thought in his mind, this nigger brother is really cruel. Keiju ignored Ah-Fei and carefully observed the two of them. As Kagaya will, although his combat ability is not good, his reconnaissance ability is a must. The power of Guardian is really powerful, and these two Uchiha little ghosts have advantages that ordinary people can't match. That is fetters, 10 fetters, which means that you can try 10 times, wait for the two little ghosts to adapt to the power of the 3-hook jade, you can implement the plan again, and when you awaken the kaleidoscope, you can guide. Keiju knows this extreme clan very well. As long as their fetters are all dead, they will definitely hate this world. It's all within its calculations. Gia. Little devils, cherish your happy time. There is no hope in this ninja world, there is always only despair. A ninja world without a mother is not worthy of hope. Yuya, Yumura, you two traitors, in vain that your mother loves you both so much, and gave you all your power, but you two actually betrayed your mother. Keiju thought of his 1,000 years of forbearance, sadness started from his heart, and he fell into memory, but was suddenly interrupted. That's right. Ah-Fei agreed. Black Jew. This echo made it startled, and he thought that he had slipped his tongue. How could he kill this guy? But in retrospect, it turned out to be the last sentence. Poor Ah-Fei didn't know that he almost died just because he agreed. As Kagaya's will, it has absolute control over the white absolutes generated by these divine trees, which even Uchiha Madara can't match. Poor Madara Uchiha always thought that it was he who gave power to Heiju, and that Baiju would be so obedient. Never thought that it was Heiju who made Baiju obey Uchiha Madara's words, and then let Uchiha Madara give Heiju the right. How is Nagato now? Ah-Fei Gia smiled strangely, it's there. It pointed to the top of the other mountain, and the three little ones were lying on the ground, carefully watching the battle of the crowd. As a war orphan, Yahiko has filled the emptiness in his heart since he met Konan and Nagato. He also has a sense of mission, that is, to take good care of 2 people and 1 dog. Nagato, can you see clearly? Those people don't seem to be very big. Yahiko asked. He knew that his partner had good eyesight and could see clearly from 10 kilometers away. Yes, the person who fell to the ground should be less than 10 years old, 2 years older than Yahiko. Oh, it seems that I have to eat more food, so that I can become as strong as them. Yahiko smiled brightly, and his eyes were very pure. Yahiko has become so powerful, what do you want to do? Of course, to protect Konan and Nagato, but also to protect this country. Yahiko stretched out his small hand to catch the raindrops and said in a low voice, this country is crying, I want to change all this, this is my dream. Siguichi, Yahiko, if it were you, I would definitely be able to do it. Nagato said with admiration that he was only 5 years old and envied people with dreams. What about you, what are your dreams? Nagato froze in place, not knowing what his dream was. He glanced at Konan and Yahiko, lowered his head and said nothing. Yahiko didn't rush, and rubbed Nagato's red hair. It doesn't matter if we don't have dreams, as long as we are always together and live happily. Together, happy life. Nagato's eyes became brighter and brighter. He nodded heavily, __. Yahiko saw Nagato regain his strength, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and turned to look at Xiaonan. Xiaonan, what dreams do you have? The goddess of paper in the future is just a thin 6-year-old girl at the moment. She tilted her head and thought, protect Yahiko and Nagato, and have enough food every day. It's good to have enough food every day. How could we both let you be a girl to protect you, and we should protect you if we want to protect you. Yahiko said with a smile, but his stomach cried out inappropriately. This dream does not seem so easy to achieve. Chapter 48_Talker Ding. In the battlefield, the appearance of Dingzhou who was taking red pepper pills changed greatly. First of all, countless light butterflies are flying, slowly gathering behind it, and rapidly growing, forming a pair of sapphire-like butterfly wings. It's ridiculous. Do you think you can fight against me by taking an unknown secret medicine? Manda roared, chakra erupted, black hair danced wildly, and Broken Blade held a knife flower in his hand. Swinging the knife and slashing, you can feel the incomparably sharp aura before you even get close, blowing towards your face. The knife pierces the sky. The wind blows wildly, stirring the 4 fields. In the distance, many people's ears were tingling, and their bodies couldn't help but stop. Manda's sword is fierce and bursting, sharp and persecuting people's hearts. As if it could cut through the world. Powerful. Crack tilde. The extremely violent blow was unexpectedly caught by Ding Zuo with his bare hands. Such a terrifying blow, the spectators can feel the depression, but now it is caught by a young man with his bare hands, which is unbelievable. I thought that Ding Zuo could only stay out of the way, but now it is obvious that he can crush Mio. Ding Zai's face did not change, and he had a more intuitive understanding of the red pepper balls. He admitted that he underestimated the family's last trump card. Although the price is life, the power that can be brought is truly unparalleled. Bang tilde. Ding Zuo punched. This punch was too fast. If it hadn't been for Mio to fly upside down, no one would know that he had launched an attack. This destructive power made everyone terrified. Ding Zuo's footsteps flickered, and his figure disappeared. When he first appeared, he was already behind Manda. Bang tilde. Another punch, blowing up smoke, substitute. Ding Zuo frowned. Looking around, I found you. The wings fluttered behind him, flying at a low altitude with extreme speed. Mio was heartbroken at this moment, threw down the broken knife, and quickly formed a seal. With 2 bangs, 2 shadow clones appeared on the left and right to block Dingza and continued to seal. Hai, Shu, Yu, Shen, Wei. Spiritual art. Sanjiao fish. The white smoke exploded, and a 4-meter-long mountain pepper fish appeared. Well, dive into the ground. Sanjiao did not hesitate to use his innate ability, and instantly fell into the ground. All this was unexpected by the crowd. Manda, who was so brave just now, ran away at this moment. Ding Zuo smashed the ground with his fists, and the ground was instantly shattered, but it was useless. The mountain pepperfish sneaked too fast in the ground, like walking on the ground, even faster than the ground, and fled in an instant. I'm running out of time, so let's do my last. Ding Zuo rushed into the battle group. No one could stop him, and there was no heaven-defying spirit beast like the mountain pepperfish. They didn't even have a chance to escape, and they were all killed by him. At this time, the butterfly wings behind him had flickered, as if they would dissipate at any time. The crowd surrounded Ding's seat without caring about the others, and tears welled up in their eyes. Ding Zuo, hold on, we will definitely save you. Shengshu shouted, but the tears couldn't stop flowing. People's life is very short. As long as it can end brilliantly, there will be no regrets, not to mention you are with me. It's okay, everyone remember to tell me your stories every year in the future. By the way, tell my parents, I love them, let me they're having one, they're still young. Besides, if it's a boy, call it Dinghe. If it's a girl, then have another one. The Chudao family needs someone to inherit. Don't give it to my uncle, and my sister, let him eat less. Scenery, when you return to Konoha, look at my little sister. Although she is a little plumper, she is absolutely healthy. My father has always wanted to recruit you to the Chudao family as a son-in-law. If you don't dislike it, go ahead. This is the last thing I can do for one. Ding Zuo, who was not good at words in the past, is now like a talker. He even thought about the name of his younger brother after his parents gave birth. But he didn't know that the younger brother's name would be used on his son in the future. It's messy. Figuang cursed. Don't talk about those useless. As long as you don't take off your uniform, you will never die. Quickly dissipate the energy of your body. How can I let you die so handsome? This is the passive skill of Akatsuki's uniform. If you don't take off the uniform, there will be an immortal bug. Ding Zuo smiled honestly. He didn't look like a god like before, but he returned to the boy next door, kind and gentle. I'm about to die, and you still scold me, as expected of you, Figuang. I really want to beat you up. Forget it, my sister will need him to take care of her in the future. Don't linger, hurry up. Everyone implement the Figuang C plan. Hearing that everyone's eyes were filled with hope, they came behind Figuang and put their hands behind him. Figuang felt the majestic chakra in his body, and roared when he saw that Ding Zuo was still in a daze. What do you do? Lie down and dissipate your energy. Ding Zuo was stunned for a while, and lay down obediently. If he really didn't need to die, then he would have to rescue him no matter what. He didn't live enough. It would be a shame to die like this. He dissipated the energy, didn't hold it for a second, and was instantly fainted by the huge pain and shock. The art of regeneration. This was originally a technique that required several medical ninjas to use the cells in the injured body to heal the wound. However, this technique requires a very long time and concentration, so it is necessary to take breaks from time to supplement one's physical strength. But now Figuang is using it alone with the help of everyone, and he didn't let Kushina treat him because he was sure. A large amount of Yangdun chakra was poured into Ding Zuo's dry body, and the body was repaired with the technique of rejuvenation. Figuang's face was pale. This ninjutsu consumes too much of the mind, and if he hadn't practiced the technique of spiritual transformation, even if he had chakra, he would not be able to persist. After a while, Ding Zuo coughed lightly, opened his eyes, and saw Figuang's focused face at first glance. At this moment, he was really very fortunate, not that he was not dead, but that he had these partners, who supported each other in life and death, and never gave up. Seeing Ding Zuo open his eyes, everyone was overjoyed, and chakra poured onto Figuang desperately. Figuang really wanted to talk at this moment. Full, then it flows out. But he was so focused at the moment that he couldn't even say a word. After a while, not only Figuang felt this way, but even Ding Zuo felt that his body was a little full now. He said weakly, well, am I okay? Why do I feel a little full? Everyone. They withdrew the chakra after realizing it, and as soon as their hands were withdrawn, exhaustion and emptiness came one after another, making everyone slump to the ground. Figuang breathed a sigh of relief and roared, idiot, if I weren't rubber, I would have killed you all. No matter how they are fused, these are foreign forces after all, and they cannot be fully fused. They are all stored in the body. Everyone giggled and didn't care about Figuang's roar. At this moment, Ding Zuo was fine, which was the greatest good thing. But at this moment, the earth trembled. A huge pepperfish soared into the sky. Mia laughed. Now I see what else you can do. Manda, who had fled the road, actually left and returned at this moment. Chapter 49 _ The War Begins, The War to Madness. Figuang was frightened and angry, and before he had time to think about it, he quickly formed the seal with the help of the chakra that had not dissipated in his body. Hai, Shu, Yu, Shen, Wei. There was still some chakra that was filled quickly. Spiritual art. With a bang, a large cloud of white smoke exploded. With a roar, Shinya came out. Roar tilde. Shinya took a real look around the first time he appeared on the stage. When he saw the devastation all over the place, he smiled with satisfaction. He was really afraid that Figuang would summon himself to do something strange again. For example, swallowing a horse-drawn carriage. Figuang stood on top of its head and felt that Shinya was soaked all over, so he didn't have time to ask, Shinya, my partner, we will support each other in life and death, never give up, let's fight side by side. I can't ask for it, and I want the world to know the prestige of my uncle Shinya. Roar. Shinya was very satisfied at the moment. Not only did he not let it do some strange things, but also, he didn't ask himself why he was wet, or the society would die in minutes. The reason for everything is that when Shinya swallowed his stomach, his liver and gallbladder were frightened, and the feces and urine flowed together, so. I know everything. At this moment, Shinya had just finished taking a bath and performed a deep cleaning, and she had nowhere to vent her anger. And he swore that he would never swallow a living thing again. Eat it to death. Shinya, who is nearly 100 meters long, exudes infinite power, and the golden one eye has no emotion, staring at the pepperfish. Everyone step back. This guy, leave it to me and Shinya to deal with. After a series of battles, Ding was treated again just now, and everyone's chakra consumption was huge, and they no longer had the strength to fight again. There is no reluctance. At this moment, all people can do is to believe in Figuang and not cause him any trouble. Back quickly. At this moment, there was no scorn in Mio's eyes, no benefit, but incomparable humiliation. Her words came true again, and he even ran away again. Mingming has decided not to run away. Mingming has decided to give her a future. Mingming has decided to let her bathe in the sun. He took out a space scroll, summoned a snorkel, and a tachi. Mio, who was wearing a snorkel, gave the order to attack. Fall down. Although this big snake looks quite scary, but that's all, it can't scare Manda at all, but the enemy is huge and can't fight with it. The Sanjiao fish with the same mind, screamed in the sky, opened his mouth, and spewed toxins. The purple poisonous gas was surging, as if it were endless. Soon, a poisonous fog shrouded the entire battlefield. This highly poisonous is a nerve-paralyzing poisonous mist that, if inhaled, will be incapacitated in 5 minutes, and then die painfully within 2 days. After spraying the poisonous mist, the mountain pepperfish did not attack, but burrowed into the ground again and disappeared, waiting for the poison to strike. For Mio, this is his strongest combat mode. Without the checks and balances of his subordinates, his combat power does not decrease but instead increases, galloping across this land, forming a field of poisonous gas. Now, from time to time, there was a rumbling sound from the ground, giving everyone silent oppression. It's like turning the earth over. Everyone took out the antidote newly developed by Tsunade and put it in the mouth. This antidote can effectively suppress toxins. It was specially developed by Tsunade for Hanzo. Everyone who had some chest tightness suddenly recovered a lot. Back off the battlefield. Hiding your head and showing your tail, you're a little more tender than you, Mr. Shinya, digging into the ground. Shinya plunged headlong into the ground. Compared with the silky smoothness of Sanjiao, he was much more violent, not like a talent, but more like a hard drill. The boulders splashed, the ground cracked, Shinya twisted his body frantically, his body danced, and the speed was extremely fast. Figuang chakra attached to the soles of his feet and stood firmly on top of his head. Chase Mio. Bang tilde. The ground suddenly exploded, and the Sanjiao fish jumped up and rushed towards the crowd. Open the mouth of the blood basin and swallow a person into the belly. The corners of its mouth have purple liquid, and the fine teeth in the mouth are extremely terrifying. Bang tilde. Shinya followed and rushed out of the ground, knocking the Sanjiao fish into the air. The huge impact separated the man and the beast. Figuang jumped down and rushed towards Mio. Shinya, leave that stinky fish to you, and I'll deal with Mio. Roar tilde. Shinya didn't answer, but roared and expressed his actions, rushing towards the Sanjiao fish, and the two psychic beasts fought. Shinya has an absolute advantage in size, but Sanjiao fish is not an ordinary psychic beast, and its body is extremely flexible, and it fights with it. The fighting between the two beasts is terrifying and earth-shattering. The vigorous ancient trees are like playthings, and the ground rubble is even more fragile like tofu, flying up and down, like playing in water. It's like destroying the forest. The war is unfolding, and the atmosphere is chilling, like the arrival of late autumn. Guang shot. His eyes were cold and domineering in his fists, so that he used all his strength when he attacked. The defeat just now made him understand that Mio is absolutely no match for endurance. At this moment, Guang's body has many chakras, and the whole person is in a pseudo-peak state. The fist flickered with black light, with a monstrous killing intent, wrapped in a gust of wind, and smashed down. The situation is turbulent, the earth trembles, and the momentum is unparalleled. Bang tilde. As soon as the Madoka made his move, it was very different from just now. At this moment, the sword in his hand was silver white, and the white on was swallowed. The sharpness seemed to be able to cut off everything. The front is hard to shake, and it is cut straight down. Boom tilde. With an earth-shattering loud noise, the sword light smashed Guang's armed color, and just now he was able to defend against his sharp Guang, and his fist was cut with a bloodstain. If it weren't for the strong chakra in his hand, and offsetting most of it with strange force, this knife would be able to sever Guang's arm. But this is already amazing. Guang fell into the disadvantage, and the full blow is simply broken. This chakra knife is too sharp. Isn't Mio a water attribute? Why is Feng Dun so strong, and he also has a chakra knife? This is trouble. Minato looked at the battlefield solemnly. The blade has no purple meaning and no poison, because this blade is too precious. This is a chakra knife made of chakra metal. As the rarest and most expensive metal in the ninja world, Mio even cast it into a great sword. And what is attached to his knife is not the water attribute, but the wind. The sharpness of the chakra knife, and the bonus of Feng Dun, the combined power of the two is definitely not as simple as 1 + 1. Mio was unforgiving, and violently wielded the sword. Incredibly cruel. Bang 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 tilde. The fist edge and the sword light fight against each other, and the blood is flowing. Although Guang fell into the disadvantage, he still rose up, his eyes shot out endless fighting intent. At this step, Guang could not back down anymore. Even if his fists were cut off, he would still attack. Crack. Guang found a gap, slapped his palm on the back of his knife, and kicked him away with a kick. The moment the two separated, Guang jumped up, chased after him, and pushed forward. All I could hear was a crackling sound for a while. Chapter 50_Break Your Spirit. Hey Ju, do you want to help? I think that kid can't beat Mio. Ah Fei looked at the battlefield and said gloating. He felt like his black brother was playing off. Couldn't resist being excited. Hey Ju Jia smiled strangely. Why should I save him? If I die, I will die, just to let them both see how fragile the so-called bond is. After speaking, he glanced at Ah Fei in surprise, but you are stupid. Even if they can't beat it, it's okay to run away. Ah Fei was stunned for a moment, and he couldn't understand Heiju's operation more and more. His brain was full of slurries, and he couldn't understand no matter how he thought about it. If that's the case, then what are we doing here? I miss Lord Madara, and I want to ask him how he feels. Idiot, of course, I'm afraid that the two Uchihas will be killed by Mio. If that's the case, aren't we busy working in vain? Jia, stop joking, you have already controlled Mio, can he still go against your will? Ah Fei was puzzled, and he couldn't understand what the black brother said more and more. It is not that he has already controlled Mio, and he has also dedicated several Baiju brothers to it. Their chrysanthemums are still in pain. Who told you that I controlled Mio? That is a penumbra level powerhouse, is it so easy to control? Heiju complained. Impossible, if you didn't use illusion control, how could this Mitra listen to you so much? Ah Fei didn't believe it. This Mio is like a chess piece, obedient to every word. Hei absolutely did not speak, his face did not waver, and it was as quiet as a flat lake. Of course, this also has something to do with its long black. As the biggest boss of the ninja world, Heiju, who has survived for thousands of years, how could he use illusion to control such a loud and unsafe method? If it had been so simple and crude, it would have been discovered and destroyed long ago. Heiju's greatest ability is not its immortality and immortality, nor is it its superior combat power, but its superior wisdom. It can control whoever it wants, and let it go its own way. All this is only 2 words, guide. Then zoom in, and in the end, it will move forward according to the path set by itself, just like Madara Uchiha, stronger than Shira of the ninja world, and it is just a plaything in its hands. What's more, it's a little Mio. Screen changes. Back in time. A Shanjin named Yutai was killed by Afei, and this Yutai was the one who delivered the woman for Shenda. Kurohue kills Yuta to absorb his chakra and use the spore technique to transform into his appearance. At this moment, Black Ju's plan unfolded. It first plundered Tianjin Haixiang's wife, and controlled this ordinary woman with a beautiful face, but she did not have chakra, so she could perform according to the script, and finally dedicate it to Mio. Mio had seen this woman, and he would never forget this woman. When they first met, he could only watch silently after half hiding. He couldn't resist this beautiful face, it was just too beautiful, the justice he adhered to was slowly tilting and sinking more and more. In the past, Mio felt that the greatest joy in the world was fighting, but at this moment, he felt that there might be other joys. Mrs. Tianjin's eyes were only 3-point panic, but more proud, like a proud peacock. Who is she? It is Mrs. Tianjin who is aloof. These lowly ninjas can only serve themselves. When they see themselves, they have to pay homage. How can they attack their masters? She believed that as long as she reported her name, these vile ninjas would kneel on the ground like a pug, begging for her forgiveness and then send herself back obediently. The undisguised contempt and indifference in her eyes deeply stimulated Mio. It is this kind of look that Mio is very familiar with. Although ninjas have extraordinary power, they still serve the official daimyo. This is their monarch and the person who controls the economic lifeline of Yunnan village. Mio was furious, and the anger covered his reason, and Mio, who had just assumed power, could not bear it. Now he is no longer the background wall that can only stand behind half hidden. He has already taken off the air pipe and made his name. No one in the entire battlefield knows his reputation as Mio. He is the supreme commander of this big tent, a life and death existence. But this woman, she still looked down on herself from the bottom of her heart, looked down on ninjas, and regarded ninjas as tools to serve the nobles. Anger, unwillingness, anger, one after another, shattered all reason. He wants to get this woman and conquer this woman, even if he uses a little despicable means, he will not hesitate. Mio didn't say a word, and walked silently in front of her, his eyes shining brightly, his eyes flickering like ghostly fire, as if he was going to choose someone to eat. In the exclamation of Mrs. Tianjin, she hugged, turned and walked into the depths of the tent. Bang tilde. Mio rudely threw Mrs. Tianjin onto the bed, the hard bedboard. How could she, who is weak and frail, bear it? She cried out in pain, with disbelief and shame in her eyes, and finally turned into boundless anger. How dare you do this to me? Do you know who I am? I am Mrs. Tianjin. Even if Hanzo is in front of me, you have to be polite. You are so courageous, aren't you afraid that Hanzo will kill you? Mrs. Tianjin did not have the consciousness of being a prisoner at all. She kept shouting and the unbelievable look in her eyes deeply stimulated Mio. As if to say, you dare to bite the Lord. Respected Mrs. Tianjin, I have a name, my name is Mita, it's not you, can you hear it clearly? Also, do you still not recognize the current situation? You are just a lamb to be slaughtered, that's it. At this moment, Mio turned out to be like an elegant gentleman, whispering softly in Mrs. Tianjin's ear. Then, 80,000 words are omitted. The next day, Mio was awake but didn't open his eyes. He felt empty around him. After venting for a night, his reason came back online. Deep-rooted concepts could not be dissipated overnight. He felt uneasy in his heart. Get up and eat when you wake up. Mrs. Tianjin's voice was cold. Miyata got up embarrassedly, and he was very happy to see that Mrs. Tianjin did not escape or seek death. He was even happier when he saw a large table of dishes. With severe physical exhaustion, he swallowed and ate happily. Why don't you eat? Mrs. Tianjin just glanced at Da, and then drew out his anger again, with disdain and disgust in her eyes. Can this kind of pig food be eaten by humans? After eating, I was sent back, and I could pretend that nothing happened, but that I was bitten by a dog. Dog bite. Dog bites. The dog bit. Who told you that I was going to let you go back? Mio put down his chopsticks, gritted his teeth, and said word by word. What? You still want to raise me? Just eat these pig food. Can you afford it? Do you know what my life is like? Don't be deceived by the illusion. If you want to really get me, are you worthy to? Mrs. Tianjin's words were as sharp as a knife, deeply inserted into Mio's body and rubbed repeatedly. Hokage, the rubber fruit is bigger. Chapter 101-120. Chapter 51_Black Absolute Yin. But I've got you, and I can give you the best life. Mio's eyes were red and he was panting. Word by word. Not to be outdone, mentioning last night, I wanted this arrogant woman to recognize the reality. Mrs. Tianjin did not speak, he just shook his head and chuckled, as if being amused by Mio's ignorance. What are you laughing at? You despicable ninjas, only hyenas that hide in the shadows and attack, like stinky rats in the gutter, even samurai are better than you. At least they can fight head-on, but what about you? Mrs. Tianjin stretched out her pale white hand and waved to the sky. You who have pushed aside the clouds, do you have the courage to meet people? How are you going to get me? Trapped me in this big tent, imprisoned me, ravaged me. She looked directly into Mio's eyes, and her aggressive eyes made this iron-blooded ninja involuntarily avoid. You dare to face Tianjin's house, face Hanzo, and say I'm your woman, do you dare? Who tilde. Mio's chest rose and fell violently, his brain was congested, he lost his mind again, grabbed her shoulders, and wanted to repeat yesterday. Compared to yesterday's struggle, Mrs. Tianjin didn't resist, she just looked at Manda with a look of contempt, lightly opened her red lips, and said. Hafa * book. Group and GT, 9, 8, 0, 2, 0 U5 female sign 8, 5/6. I was wrong, you are not a stinky mouse. Mio was stunned, thinking that she was going to be soft, but the next sentence was like a sharp knife, piercing Mio's fragile heart again. You are the one who can't control the lower body, smelly, old, rat. The anger and desire were quickly fading, and she let go of Mrs. Tianjin in her hands, her body couldn't help taking 3 steps back, and she looked at her with a pale face. Mrs. Tianjin's words destroyed Mio's persistence and belief, making him feel that he was not only despicable, but also shameless. It seemed that every sentence of Mrs. Tianjin's words was being fulfilled. Mio asked himself inwardly, I'm mean, I'm shameless, I can't give her the life she wants, I'm just a rubbish. Is this real? This penumbra powerhouse is confused, the look in his eyes is not sharp, not ambitious, but lack of spirit, numbness, and death. That's right, death anger, he felt that he had no face to live anymore, he wanted to cut his belly and die. The beliefs of the past and the despicability of the present have had a strong impact on this penumbra powerhouse. He betrayed his perseverance, his bottom line, and in the end he could no longer persevere. Mio's knees softened and he knelt on the ground, wanting to confess his guilt and end himself. I'm sorry, I don't deserve to have you, I will apologize with death. To express my apology. Mio knelt on the ground and kowtowed, all thoughts in his heart were ashes, and his spirit had been completely destroyed by Mrs. Tianjin. There was only one thought in his mind, as humble as me, how could he delusionally get her? ... The clogs made a crisp sound when they stepped on the floor, and Mrs. Tianjin walked slowly to Mio, overlooking him, raised her delicate right foot, and stepped on Mio's head. Push hard. But she was just an ordinary person, and could not do any harm to Mio. But the second in command of Rain Ninja, the powerhouse of the Penumbra, and the commander of the local battlefield, did not dare to show any resistance. The body is constantly shaking. At this moment, Mrs. Tianjin is like a high-ranking queen, her voice is indifferent and cold. It seems that you have understood the responsibility of a man and gave up those unrealistic fantasies. As long as you are still a ninja, you will never be able to integrate into that world. But without ninja power, you are even more vulnerable. ... Mrs. Tianjin moved her feet away, turned back, sat on a chair, and asked, "Do you really want me? Let me walk with you on a gorgeous banquet, bathed in sunlight." "No. Don't dare." Mio's trembling body clearly told Mrs. Tianjin that he had given up this unrealistic fantasy. Mrs. Tianjin frowned and sent a book. Group and GT, 98020 U5 female sign 8 5/6, reprimanded. "I'm asking if you want it, not if you dare, answer me, if you want it or not." Mio raised his head and saw that beautiful face. He said without hesitation, "Think. Then you want to possess me and make me belong to you forever. Think." The beautiful two gangs of Mrs. Tianjin showed a smile, like an ice lotus blooming, beautiful and elegant. "Very well, that's like a man. Then you prove to me that you are a real warrior, brave and fearless, not a stinky rat who only plays tricks behind his back." It was at this very moment that Shenda, who was proficient in assassination operations in the past, became extremely brave, like a true samurai, doing things upright, majestic and domineering. And in order to take good care of Mrs. Tianjin, he asked his subordinates to capture many beautiful women to serve them ... At this moment, Pingliang Chong brought news of the miracle team. Mio's first reaction was to arrest him in person. That's what he thought and did. He entered the tent and wanted to say goodbye to Mrs. Tianjin. "I got the news of the white eye, and I will go and catch him back in person, and then I will be able to make a contribution." Mrs. Tianjin lay lazily on the bed and beckoned. Mio knelt on the ground obediently. Crack ... A loud slap hit Mio's face. "Remember what I said to you. Put away your stubborn habits. You are the supreme commander here. What you have to do is not to lead the way, but to stay in the big tent and know the world's affairs. There is a thunder in the chest, and the face is like a flat lake. General Fang Kechung, look at you, you are frizzy. Shame. Go out and don't go to bed tonight." Mio carefully pondered what Mrs. Tianjin said, with a shock in his chest and a face like a flat lake. General Fang Kechung. What he said really made sense. He was like a child who did something wrong. He didn't dare to refute, and walked out of the big tent in despair. At this moment, no matter how the miracle team smashed his subordinates, he would only smile slightly and say the words that made his subordinates look bewildered. Those who have thunder in their chests and face like a flat lake can become a general. Then sit firmly on the Daoyutai. Knowing that the miracle squad infiltrated London Market, Mrs. Tianjin said, "Faced with provocateurs, be ruthless and suppress them." Mio took up the sword and fought with Figuang. The words of Mrs. Tianjin echoed in his mind: courage, fearlessness, and face the enemy head-on. Well, Mio has been ruined by Heiju. Time goes back to the present. The two of them were swept away by the fierce winds, and they were both fighting for their lives. Every move and every style was done with all his strength, and Mio did not retreat at all, and was attacking with all his might. Pai Lian's sword brilliance is shocking. Go to hell. Facing the sword light, Figuang did not retreat half a step. Although his fist was stained with blood, his power was extremely strong and overbearing. Every time a big collision hit, Mio's body involuntarily retreated. I will not forgive anyone who dares to hurt my companion. Kill. Figuang roared loudly, and he was not afraid of death to collide with Mio. He waved his black fist and slammed it down. Mio found a flaw, and Tachi stabbed straight away. Facing this knife, Figuang's eyes lit up. His heart was ruthless. Instead of avoiding, he went up to it. PFF. Chapter 52 _ I'll adjust my angle and charge, ma'am, you, see. The blade pierced Figuang's chest without any hindrance. This scene made the eyes of the people in the field split, and they wanted to come forward and fight with Manda. Figuang, however, didn't seem to see the wound, and the ferocious and domineering punch hit Manda's chest. Click. A punch containing strange power and domineering power broke Mio's sternum and blasted it out. Manda, who was hit hard, did not let go of the knife in his hand. The moment Taidao was drawn out of Figuang's body, a large amount of blood shot out, the blood stained the ground, and the amount of bleeding was huge. I saw Figuang striding close to Mio, chasing after him. The wound on his chest is also recovering quickly. This is the healing and destruction of yin, and it is equivalent to medical ninjutsu, like palm immortality. Before being attacked by the opponent, the user must correctly determine the position where he will be hit, and quickly concentrate a certain amount of investigation on the position. After being hit, the wound will automatically heal. All of Mio's attacks are slashing, sweeping, slashing, splitting, and flirting. This made Figuang not dare to use this ninjutsu. He was afraid that it would be too late and died on the spot. At this moment, he finally waited for the opportunity to fly, without any hesitation, and he was very fortunate that he bet right. Boom tilde. Figuang raised his fist, stretched back, and with the help of the impact, he suddenly blasted out, like an iron cannon, and smashed it fiercely. Rubber sky cannon. This ferocious and domineering blow, let alone a penumbra, is a real shadow-level powerhouse, and it is impossible to take it safely. Bang tilde. Mio, who was flying in midair, blocked the sword in front of his chest, blocking the fatal blow. But it affected the injury and spit out a large mouthful of blood, which has been severely injured. Figuang knew that he could never give Mio another chance. He had to kill him in one go, strode forward, but stumbled. The body that originally contained infinite strength became weak and powerless. The brain is dizzy. Gone tilde. Again, every time I want to win, my body will slump first. I want to be a strong man, how can I be a 3-second man? He gasped for breath, his eyes becoming more and more confused. No, the antidote can't suppress the toxin. At this moment, Figuang has a hint of relief, at least proving that he is not 3 seconds, but poisoned. He took out an antidote and stuffed it into his mouth. Although it didn't have much effect at the moment, it would be good to have a little effect. Staggering forward, this wilderness is where your bones are buried. Do you have any last words? From a warrior's point of view, Figuang admired this Miata a little bit. The two of them fought not like a ninja at all, but more like two samurai. They fought with fists and feet together, and they did not use a few ninjutsu. To be precise, except for medical ninjutsu, Figuang is useless, and Mio is the same, only using Fengdun to strengthen the chakra knife. Mio stabbed the ground with a knife, spitting out blood, and his internal organs had been pierced by broken bones. He first glanced at the London market, with a strong reluctance in his eyes. He stretched out his hand as if trying to grab something. You say, what is happiness? Figuang was startled. Is it really appropriate to talk about happiness at this time? Although the war between the two has been paused, the two psychic beasts are still chasing and killing each other. The rumbling sound is incessant. Talking about happiness at this time is a bit out of place. Real happiness may be ordinary happiness. We didn't care about it at the time, but we regretted it when we lost it. Only then did we know that we care about the most. My happiness is the partner behind me. With them, I am not alone. I am no longer alone. Hoffa *book. Group and GT, 9, 8, 0, 2, 0 U5 female sign 8, 5/6, true happiness is meeting her, being able to be together all the time, and being by her side even if she dies. Mio's eyes blurred and he looked at the London market. The next moment, he seemed to be returning to the light, his eyes burst into a strong light, and he roared loudly, Madam, I am not a stinky mouse in the gutter, but an indomitable warrior. Although I can't die beside you, I will know myself the way a warrior should, and now what I want most is when I meet you in heaven, tell my story like you, so I will hold on tight long knife, adjust the angle and launch a charge. After Mio finished speaking, He made a seal with one hand, and finally inserted his thumb into his heart. Forbidden technique, spring. Forbidden ninjutsu, the forbidden ninjutsu of the country of spring and rain. Its principle is to convert all chakras into water. Instead of internal organs, it can restore all injuries, and it is inspired by the water moon family and the technique of hydration, and created. Lasts 5 minutes. Damage is irreversible, and it will melt into water and die after 5 minutes. Seeing that Mio suddenly recovered to its peak, Figuang was shocked, and his feet took root, waiting for him. Shish tilde. Everyone came behind Figuang, stared at Mio, and wanted to make a final cut with him. You guys are here. Figuang didn't try to be brave and smiled easily. There was absolutely no tension to be seen. Of course, you're not the only one fighting. Minato grinned. HMPH, how could it be possible for you to be handsome alone? Uchiha Shigeru. Although this is very troublesome, there is no way. Lu Ju said. Then please help me fight for 30 seconds, and I will extract the toxin. Figuang said softly. The crowd did not speak, but took a step forward, blocking Figuang behind them, and using actions to describe. The final death fight is about to begin. London Market. Mrs. Tianjin walked out of the big tent, leaned lazily at the door, looked out of the city. Thick smoke billowed, obscuring his sight, and her eyes like autumn water made it impossible to see what she was thinking. At this moment, she is lazy and quiet, elegant and delicate. At this time, Yutai came over with a playful look on his face. Without Heiju's control, he let himself go a little and asked. What does it feel like to be easy? The person who came to support this time was Tsunade from Sanin. It was inevitable that someone would be injured at this time. Tsunade is the most suitable. She ran fast, rushing to the battlefield. The uneasiness in her heart became stronger and stronger. She hated this feeling very much, and she couldn't remember the last time she felt this way. A few little devils, I don't know how high the sky is, and they will provoke everyone. Tsunade has decided that when he finds everyone, he must teach them an unforgettable lesson. How far? How long will it take? At the current speed, we still need 10 minutes to reach the London Market. No, it's too slow. Danzo, I'll go first, you all follow. Tsunade didn't pay attention to Danzo's gloomy face after speaking, and took the lead to rescue. Wait for me, brats, just hold on for 5 minutes. Danzo didn't say anything to stop it, but showed a smug smile. Go, you can't catch up, no matter how fast you are, you can only go to restrain the corpse. Chapter 53 Joint Operations. The grass was desolate, the wind was fierce, the sun was obscured by dark clouds, and Mio stood in the shadows with a resolute look. The clouds in the sky were getting lower and lower, the Milky Way rolled backwards, and the rain poured down, but he never saw that figure again. In fact, he prefers to go back and see her for the last time rather than fighting. Because he was reluctant to part with Mrs. Tianjin, but compared to reluctance, he was more afraid of seeing disappointment and contempt in her eyes. Mio held the knife in both hands and held it high above his head. Growl loudly. Farewell, ma'am. Mio's aura exploded to the apex, and the mighty pressure came out, making everyone tremble. Everyone's bodies were rattling, and they felt a heavy pressure, but this pressure could not make everyone surrender, and turned into a high-spirited fighting spirit. Minato looked cold, and took the lead in attacking. He threw a shuriken, and quickly nodded in his hand. Seal, and then growled. Ugly Shuchen Zi Shu Hai Si Yin. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Kuwu flew out, divided into hundreds, forming a sword formation like a net of heaven and earth, densely packed. Figuang healed his wounds and observed the battle situation. He didn't expect Minato to practice successfully without making a sound. This ninjutsu is a super difficult ninjutsu. Using chakra to increase the number of shuriken, at the moment, Minato has a serious shortage of chakra. Otherwise, there can't be only 100 paths. If Sarutobi Hidden uses it, tens of thousands of shuriken can be separated, and the power is terrifying. And this shuriken shadow clone jutsu is also the only A-level attack ninjutsu of Namikaze Minato. Mio did not dodge or evade, and charged straight towards the shuriken. A large number of shuriken pierced through Mio's body, and his body was covered with terrifying wounds, but those wounds did not flow out blood, but flowed out water, surging, and quickly healed. Mio just got hurt. He marched forward to fight against the crowd. The silver-white sword light, although not blessed by the wind, was still sharp and sharp. In the face of taijutsu, he did not dodge or evade, and in the face of ninjutsu, he moved laterally to dodge, and only one person completely suppressed it. Crowd. Everyone doesn't know how long Mio can last in this state, but if they continue to fight like this, they will not be able to solve his Mio, but will be destroyed by the group. The toxins are constantly eroding everyone, and the effect of the antidote is running out. With the passage of time and the consumption of physical strength, there is not much time left for everyone. They could clearly feel that their physical strength was rapidly exhausted, and their brains became more and more drowsy. It was initially estimated that after 1 minute, they would completely lose their ability to resist. Figuang frowned. At this moment Mio turned out to be elementalized and immune to all physical damage, much like the Water Man in the original book. With thunder, this guy is not afraid of physical attacks now. After everyone heard it, their hearts sank. The only people who would use Lei Dun in the field were Minato, Makoto, Mao, and Figuang, which meant that only 4 of them could cause real damage to Mio. Have you found it? It's a pity it's too late. How much resistance do you have now? Give priority to solving these 2 Uchiha brats. Mio's mind turns on electricity, footing the ground, chasing the wind and electricity. Comes in an instant. Block tilde. In the nick of time, Shigeru Uchiha blocked with a knife, and before he had time to fight back, he was kicked by Mio, vomited blood, and flew out backwards. If Mio progresses forward, he will kill Shigeru Uchiha. Hey tilde. Makoto's 3-hook jade turned, deceived her body, and the blade flashed with thunder, sweeping away thousands of troops, trying to force Manda back. She succeeded and she failed. Mio stopped and raised the knife, knocked Fei Makoto's knife, and kicked it flying. The wind and thunder were surging, and the momentum was heavy, and it was simply not something that everyone could resist. Maitak didn't stop, and with a flick of his footsteps, he came to Haiyi's body. His eyes were indifferent, and he slashed down with a knife. Haiyi had no power to fight back at all, and watched helplessly as the long sword fell, unable to fight back. Is this the end? King Kong blockade. The chain formed by chakra did not pull back Haiyi, but was tightly wrapped around the sword. Quick. Kushina's face was pale and covered in sweat. After years of tacit understanding, there is no need to remind him that Haiyi used the secret technique of monkhood, the technique of turning his heart around, and his spirit rushed into Mio's brain, but was ejected by the riotous chakra. At this moment, Maida, who is using forbidden techniques, is not something that the weak Haiyi can control. Hai suffered a nosebleed, was backlashed, fell to the ground, and instantly fainted. Although he didn't control Mio, it wasn't all useless. Mio, who was hit by the spirit, had a momentary shock. When he came back to his senses, he saw a shadow come silently. Mio's waist and horse were united, and he stomped his feet to avoid the attack. He clenched the sword in his hand, and flew Kushina. Hey tilde. Mio, who was in the air, only felt his arm go numb, and saw a shuriken inserted in his arm, flashing thunder and crackling on it. With his scarlet riding wheel eyes open, Mao smiled slightly and fell to the ground. I'll leave it to you. At this moment, Minato is not as gentle and natural as in the past, but extremely serious, predicting where Mio will end up. Figuang said it would take 30 seconds, and now only 10 seconds have passed. It seems that I am going to give it my all. The Battle of Lightning and Flint, 3 combat powers were lost in 10 seconds. At this moment, Minato knew that he had to insist on the last 20 seconds. Even if he died, he would die after 20 seconds. Holding kunai, he suddenly exerted force from the soles of his feet, shrunk his waist and shortened his body. He was as fast as the wind and as fast as thunder. In order to increase the attack speed, he could only reduce the distance, and Minato was close to Mio. Kuwu stabbed him in the chest. Although Mio was well prepared, he was only half ready in his defensive stance, and his hand had just been raised under his ribs. Drink. With a stab, Lemang vomited in Kuwu, instantly paralyzing Maida, but Minato didn't have a trace of joy, but his heart sank. There was no weapon with chakra metal conduction, and it took too much to attach chakra. Chakra, which had bottomed out, consumed a lot. The feeling of weakness hit, and the offensive couldn't help but stop. Manda, who was paralyzed by the lightning, raised his legs and kicked up, like a poisonous snake, and attacked Minato's jaw with a fierce shriek. Mio has a lot of fighting experience, and under unfavorable premise, the upper kick with a strong threat is the best way to press Minato to leave him a certain distance. Unfortunately, he underestimated Minato's consciousness. Chapter 54_Mio ends. As soon as his wrists tightened, he was suddenly slapped by Minato's left hand, which he had never used. Immediately after that, Minato moved upwards and horizontally with the help of Mio's power. Out. Such a rapid attack was not only blocked, but also became a boost for the enemy. It was ridiculous to be played like a child. But reality is right in front of you. What kind of reaction speed is this? Not like a human at all, more like a monster. Broken. The water gate in midair spun, shouted lowly, and stabbed Mio again. The numbness weakened. Manda looked up into the sky, his face became hideous, and he punched out with a sneer. Bang! Came first, hitting Minato on the wrist. Can I let go? Minato groaned, and was driven by a huge force to rotate 180 degrees. In the middle, he twisted his body irregularly, trying to find a balance point. After his footsteps landed, he bounced up again with the help of the impact force. Combining fists and feet, whipping legs, knees, elbows, and splits emerge endlessly, and they are outrageously flexible. Mio's attack seemed to be a decoration. Minato's body was like a loach, diffusing all attacks and using his strength to fight, like a gorgeous dancer. Bang! With a muffled sound, he opened his big hands, dropped 10 times with one force, and slapped the water gate abruptly. In the face of absolute power, any skill seemed so powerless. But he underestimated Minato too much. The moment his big hand touched his body, Minato's waist exerted force, and his whip leg swept fiercely on Mio's face. It should have been a lore blow, but without the blessing of chakra, it could not cause any damage to Mio. The fallen Shuko vomited blood, the right half of his body was unconscious, and he was severely injured by Mio. Supporting his body with his only left hand, he struggled to get up, his face full of persistence. Again. Come again. At this moment, the water gate has been entangled in the Mita for 10 seconds, and the heart is silent. 11. 12. 13. 14. Mio said the first sentence of the battle so far. Little devil, you are very good, what's your name? He was not impressed by Watergate's persistence, but by his talent. 15. 16. Wave, wind, water, door. Watergate spoke every word, exactly 20 seconds after he said his name. As soon as his body softened, he didn't care about Mio, he lay on the ground and gave up resistance. All he could do was trust his companions. Have you given up your resistance? You look like this, I'm not even interested in killing you. Mio had a dull look on his face, and he didn't even care about the water gate, and he didn't step forward to make up for the knife. Instead, he turned and rushed towards Luju. This change was something Minato didn't expect, and it was something everyone didn't expect. A question popped up in my mind. What is this doing? Let the tiger return to the mountain. Raising tigers. Neither is appropriate. Sand sculpture, 2 fools. This is very close. But I have to say that Mio, who doesn't shoot at the loser, is really handsome. Figuang couldn't understand the man anymore, and shouted loudly, "Come and fight with me to the death, you will never die." Mio, who rushed towards Luju, stopped abruptly, looked at Figuang in surprise, and grinned. "Saxi ignores Da. Haven't seen you for a long time." The two had just fought, but they were ignored until now. Figuang was stunned, his face darkened. He admitted that he was stimulated by Mio, and understood why he let go of Watergate. For the current Mio, the losers will be forgotten by him. It really makes people angry. He walked slowly to Mio. "I want you to know that my name is Kinoshita Hikari, the man who wants to be Hokage. Is this the cry of the loser? If you can do it, please let me end with a splendid curtain. Die in battle. Is this still a ninja?" Mio at the moment is more like a rigid samurai. Do not shoot at the loser, accept all challenges. It's just that there are some violations, there is always a feeling of 4 dissimilarities. But at this moment, Figuang didn't want to think so much anymore, he just wanted to decide the winner and loser with Mio. This forced king really annoyed Figuang. "It seems that you have forgotten the fact that you were almost killed just now." Hafa * book. Group in GT, 9, 8, 0, 2, 0 U5 female sign 8, 5/6. Hafa * book. Group in GT, 9, 8, 0, 2, 0 U5 female sign 8, 5/6. O send * book. Group in GT, 9, 8, 0, 2, 0 U5 female sign 8, 5/6. Ha ha ha. Mio's eyes shot out, approached in an instant, and then punched out. Bang tilde. The two fists collided, and a loud noise exploded. Figuang did not dodge, but fought head-on. The air waves swept through, and the earth suddenly sank. "If that's the case, let's have a fight between men. Fight each other," Figuang said coldly, his eyes burning hot. "Since this man chooses to pretend, then he will fulfill him. And Figuang has to accomplish one thing." The two closed their fists at the same time, each made progress, and stopped when they were half a meter apart. Figuang's height can only reach Mio's chest, looking up at Mio. Bang tilde. Mio punched first, with a heavy force, hitting Figuang in the face. Wow tilde. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Figuang, who did not evade, endured the heavy blow firmly. He clenched his right fist tightly, wrapped around it domineeringly, and smashed it hard on Mio's cheek. PFF tilde. A large stream of water splashes. But not ineffective, but extremely painful. But Mio didn't flinch, and punched again. Bang tilde. The two fought each other in the most primitive way, with no one defending. Figuang endured it with his rubber body, and Mio insisted on forbidden techniques. The fist speed is increasing. Oiler, oiler, oiler. Wood, wood, wood. No one took a step back, some just threw wild punches. The ground cracked, the terrain sank, and the wind swept through. This most primitive hand-to-hand combat made people's blood swell. Sigui. At this moment, everyone has gathered together, and it is also the only audience left in the field. Bang 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 tilde. At this moment, Figuang has forgotten the outcome, the mission, and everything, and only punches, punches, punches in his mind. Break through the limit, rubber fruit proficiency +1. Break through the limit and successfully upgrade the armed color domineering. Close black lens bracket. The voice in his head shocked Figuang, and his fist speed suddenly accelerated. Crack tilde. Mio punched Figuang in the face, and his arm suddenly exploded, turning into a stream of water. Is it time? Is it over? The two fought each other for less than a minute, but the forbidden technique that could last for 5 minutes could no longer be sustained. In such a primitive fight, the consumption of chakra is extremely fast. Figuang threw out a punch, but stopped at his cheek. He slowly stood up straight and said, "Do you have any last words?" Last words. I said it long ago tilde. Manda roared, and swung a perfect right fist. Figuang did not dodge, looking straight at the goddess. Slap tilde. The fist turned into a stream of water and merged into the earth. Mio turned around, looked at the London market, and shouted hoarsely, "Goodbye, madam, farewell, dear love. Mio is not a coward." Bang tilde. Mio's body exploded and turned into water to nourish the land. It will also disappear forever, without a trace. Not even the reincarnation of the dirty earth can revive him. At this moment, Figuang did not have the joy of defeating a powerful enemy, but especially wanted to meet the so-called lady and see what charm she had to make a man so obsessed. Well, just curious. Chapter 55_Yahiko wants to beat Hikaru. At the moment of Mio's death, Sanjiao, who had been fighting with Shinya, fell to the ground, released the psychic, and disappeared as a white smoke. At this moment, Figuang's nose is blue and his face is swollen. How can he still have the style just now, grinning and walking towards the crowd? "Everyone leave here first, and I will treat everyone. PFF tilde. You better heal yourself first, you've been beaten into a pig's head." Makoto smiled weakly. "Haha tilde." There was a burst of laughter. Everyone was brought out of the poisonous miasma by Shinya. Release the psychic and return to the hidden place. Shungshu Tongling Tianyu will treat everyone. I will treat Watergate first. The most seriously injured in this battle was Minato. Although he didn't fight for a long time, half of his body was kicked and unconscious. He must be treated in time, otherwise there would be sequelae, and Figuang would never forgive himself for the rest of his life. Gia tilde, it's such a pity to die like this. Ah-Fei said with a gloating look on his face, but he couldn't see the slightest regret. If you die, you will die. As long as the goal is achieved, it will be easy to die. Black Jew doesn't care. For him, there are as many pieces as he wants, and no one can escape his control. But that Mrs. Tianjin has great potential. Should she just give up or keep it as a secret child? Heiju thought for a while, and was very satisfied with this Mrs. Tianjin, not because of her acting skills, but because of her beauty. Thousands of years of experience tell it that this kind of beauty is the most lethal to human men. If you change to an ugly girl, you will never be able to control a character like Mio, which is what humans often say, make the best use of everything. Heiju suddenly felt a little pity, but it was a pity that Hanzo was not close to women, otherwise it would definitely work. Waste. Let's go, Konoha's support is coming soon. The matter is over, there is no need to stay. Tell Yuta, send Mrs. Tianjin back to Tianjin's house. Don't kill it, it may be useful in the future. Gia tilde. Okay. Ah-Fei agreed and contacted Yuta. Since they are all products of the divine tree, they are naturally connected to each other. This is also an innate ability of Baiju, which is very suitable for reconnaissance. The battle is over, those Konoha ninjas won. Nagato, who was hiding on the top of the mountain, said, his face flushed, especially when he saw the two fighting each other. He felt his blood was boiling. Stand up. Fist to the flesh, hearty, leaving an indelible impression on the little Nagato. Damn Konoha ninja, he knows to hurt our country of rain. He is so bad at such a young age. He must be a big villain in the future. Yahiko has his own thoughts and knows which side he is on. Although he is just a civilian orphan, he still does not want Uran to lose to Konoha. His face was flushed, and he was very angry. He also remembered those people, although he couldn't see clearly. Nagato, you have to remember their faces, and when I become a powerful ninja in the future, you must beat them up, stinky Konoha ninja. But they are so powerful, can we beat them? Xiaonan blinked, his face full of disbelief. The earth-shattering might and the loud noise of the battle undoubtedly did not show the strength of everyone, especially that big snake. Terrible, so big. Xiaonan looked down at himself, and felt that he couldn't put his teeth in the big snake. Here comes again, a lot of ninjas. Nagato said, I saw a blonde woman in the field first, and then a lot of ninjas. Little devil, how are you? Tsunade asked, while checking the heads, and he was relieved when it was confirmed that there were 10 people. But the anger kept rising. Boom 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 tilde. Person burst into a chestnut, showing the big sister's true character. You stinky brats, you don't know the sky and the earth, you dare to provoke anyone, how about Miyata? The old lady must beat him up and let him know that you are the old lady's cover. Quote. Tsunade shouted, expressing concern in his own way, rolling up his sleeves. He was about to find Mio, and then hammer him. That, he died, was beaten to death by Figuang. Rope Tree whispered. Sigma, circled dot operator hollow down pointing triangle circled dot operator, A. Tsunade's body froze, his mouth was wide open, as if his throat was stuck, and he couldn't speak, so. I'm white again. She always felt that this scene gave him another sense of déjà vu. Shungshu excitedly told everything that happened along the way, like a bamboo tube pouring beans, and the look of ecstatic expression was very funny. After getting to know him, Tsunade was speechless, and he came over with his own exhaustion, just to see them pretending to be coercive. Sister Tsunade, everyone is injured, so let's get some treatment. Didn't you see that everyone is hanging with Tianyu now? Figuang hurriedly interrupted, what time is this, and he is bragging, regardless of the occasion. Tsunade, who was watching his younger brother's speech, looked happy, but was suddenly interrupted. He was a little unhappy. He glanced at everyone again, and said, just put the bones in place, and let the rest grow naturally, otherwise it will consume life, and medical ninjutsu is not a panacea, it is the product of its own cell division. But you have to know that cells also have a lifespan, and they cannot be squandered. Tsunade straightened the injured person's bones and pulled the toxins away, when Danzo arrived. You came just in time, the battle is over, hurry up and transport the wounded. After Danzang arrived, the first thing to do was to check people's heads. When he saw that there was no shortage of them, he was furious in his heart, causing 1,000 waves. Impossible, absolutely impossible, the old man calculated the time, how could it be okay? Mio, where did that waste go? He asked calmly, where's Miyata? The crowd did not speak, and looked at the rope tree in unison, meaning that since you are willing to say it, then you are going to say it again. Shungshu did his part, raised his face, and told everyone's deeds. As time went on, Danzo's face became more and more ugly. Like eating dead flies, he had already greeted the 18th generation of women in the Mio family. But none of that matters anymore. People are dead. He smiled slightly, with a look of admiration, you did a good job. This time it is an S-level mission for you. It's very good. I didn't read you wrong. You are all good children and the future of Konoha. This old man is very pleased. Danzang laughed and performed hard. Suddenly, he let out a light snort and asked, what kind of knife is this? Is it Mio's weapon? That's right, Kushina said cutely. Okay Tilda, Danzang laughed, so that your achievements can be confirmed. Give me the knife, and I will tell Hokage this good news. Kushina blinked twice, what knife? Mio's sword, give it to me. Why for you? I hand it over to Hokage. Send in Hokage what? Hand in Mio's sword. Oh. Then give it to me. What's for you? The corners of Tuanzang's mouth twitched. This arrogant child is really annoying. Chapter 56_Hirayama, smile. Tick-tock tilde. Tick-tock tilde. The vapor condensed upwards, wetting the dry cavern, and the droplets kept sliding down the bulge. Sigh tilde. Takahashi Hirao suddenly sat up, his eyes horrified, and fine beads of sweat fell from his face. He looked around, his spirit was slowly awake, and he let out a sigh of relief. Everything that was terrifying was just a dream. But it's going to be a reality soon. Takahashi Hirao shook his head and walked out of the cave. Facing the light rain, he narrowed his eyes slightly. The rain that he hated so much in the past was now so kind. This is the last time I enjoy it. Walking towards the Lunnan market, the back is lonely and lonely. The distance is not far, but it is very long at the moment, and Ryo Takahashi did not choose to move forward with forbearance, but measured the distance step by step. He wanted to turn back countless times, but in the end he moved forward firmly. No matter how far the distance is, there is also a moment to reach the end. He was like a warrior, with determination flashing in his eyes, and he walked into the London market as if he were at home. The London market, which used to be quiet and peaceful in the past, is now full of smoke billowing, rubble, and corpses. Howling and weeping. He slowly accelerated his pace until he saw the billowing smoke. His heart sank, and he inquired about the situation from others. He looked sluggish. PFF. Takahashi Hirao tightly covered his mouth to prevent himself from laughing. He knew that he was shameful and a rubbish. He was not sad that his companion was killed, but was extremely happy. But he couldn't control himself, because although his companion died, he was able to survive. He disappeared into an abandoned house. Bang bang bang. There was a bang in the house, and it stopped after a while. When Hirao Takahashi came out again, he was covered in dust, tears streaming down his face, and his face was numb and unwilling. He shouted, Konoha. Then used the fastest speed to gallop towards the Rain Ninja village. Many people heard this shrill scream, with hatred in their eyes. Only one person fell in a pool of blood with a blank face. That person was the one who had just told Hirogoshi Takahashi what happened, and the one who saw him laugh. As soon as you say something, say it again. Hanzo's voice was hoarse and calm, without a trace of expression, but it was this kind of indifference, and Hirogo Takahashi knew that the demigod was already extremely angry. And his next performance will also determine whether he can see his wife and daughter again. Reporting to Lord Hanzo, what my subordinate said is true, and dragging such a shameful body, just to tell the most truthful information to Lord Danzo, now the mission of my subordinate has been completed. Please, Danzo-sama, let me do my last effort to defend against Iwa Shinobi. I will die there, and I will never return. Hirao Takahashi looked directly at Danzo, sonorously and forcefully, tore his clothes apart with both hands, revealing huge scars. Knock hard. Please. But Hiraya was wrong. Hanzo never thought of killing him from the beginning to the end. He was one of his 20 bodyguards and the most loyal to him. And sometimes, the truth is very important, but as a superior, Hanzo has to listen selectively. Now that Rain Ninja is severely understaffed, it is impossible to cut off another arm by himself. Hanzo's anger was because his own elite, Mio in the same village, was completely wiped out by Konoha. This loss was too great for him to accept. The 12 Shangnin and 96 Chunin were all destroyed, leaving only one reporter. Tell me about those little devils carefully. Yes. Was very good at this point. Although he had lost all 3 battles, he was definitely the person Yurin knew them best. He said it impartially, without exaggerating it at all. But this development is really bizarre, so Hanzo couldn't help but doubt Hirahara. The heart said, is Ryo Takahira deliberately exaggerating the strength of Konoha in order to escape the guilt? There is some information about the miracle team on his table, but it is not so exaggerated. At this moment, Hirao Chang was talking non-stop, and seeing Hanzo's face getting more and more ugly, he was apprehensive, and he didn't know which sentence was wrong. Lord Hanzo. Go ahead, I'd like to hear how good the miracle team is. Takahashi Hirao's mind changed, knowing the root of the problem, and said with awe, Master Hanzo, every subordinate's sentence is true. If there is a half-truth, I would like to die on the spot. Moreover, although the miracle team was injured this time, they will definitely come. It is clear at a glance whether it is true or false, and their subordinates cannot lie at all. As soon as these words came out, Hanzo couldn't refute at all. He was right, and whether it was true or not, he knew at first sight. Go down, go see your family, rest for 7 days, and come back. At this moment, the Kingdom of Rain is setting up a defense line on the border, so that Iwanan cannot take a step. Iwanan can be different from Sand and Konoha. The distance is too close, and the tower can be stolen in 1 day, which makes Hanzo unbearable. Always be vigilant. He took out the battle map and frowned. The current situation is getting more and more unfavorable, and he can no longer take care of Sha Ninja and Konoha, and he has to make a quick decision to defeat Iwanan, and then wait for the two sides to decide the winner. In a decisive battle with one side. Sorry, I can't protect you. Just bear with me. Hanzo murmured. A hint of weakness and helplessness appeared in his eyes. This is the sorrow of a small country, and he is always faced with cruel choices, just like he gave up the Northwest battlefield at this moment. At the same time, with the passage of time, the news spread rapidly, and the miracle team became famous in the first battle. No one dared to underestimate them. They thought they were just a group of young ghosts, but unexpectedly, they showed their fangs and stepped on the body of Mio. I didn't expect it. Alas tilde. Chio sighed. How God treats Konoha so much. Not only has rich land, but also has endless talents. First Konoha Baya, then Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade. These three people have not yet emerged and really made their name, but now they have a miracle team. With these people here, Konoha will not have to worry about lack of talent for 20 years. If there is really trouble, it should be the trouble of too many talents. Chio, who was still sighing just now, had a strong murderous intent in his eyes. Izang, tell me, how can we destroy this miracle team in one fell swoop? They are 10, then we have 20, 50, throw the bait, and then kill it in one fell swoop. Hai Laozang didn't hesitate at all, and said quickly, he didn't sell off like he did with Feng Ying. He was really afraid of this elder sister. Hai Laozang had a deep shadow on her, and even thought that if there was anything scariest in this world, it should be a woman. This can be seen from the original work, A Single Life, An Old Bachelor. This all stems from the shadow of my sister. That's right, as long as they dare to step into this battlefield again, they will definitely be called back and forth, causing the Konoha fault. Chio's face was murderous and terrifying. But she also had an idea of forming a 10-person team in her heart. Chapter 57 Long Lost Leaves. Konoha. Ninja Hospital. 10 members of the miracle team were all lying on the hospital bed. No one was absent. Figuang felt that he was in good health, but he couldn't beat the doctor, so he had to do a full body examination. He stared blankly at the ceiling, his thoughts were disordered, and there was a trace of regret. When Mio died, he followed him to the London market, but he didn't see the lady Mio mentioned, but Figuang already knew that Mio really loved her, and that love had already been overshadowed. Out. As soon as you enter the tent, you can feel the love in the air. What does love taste like? Fishy smell tilde. It's so troublesome. Where are you taking me? I'm still a sick patient. The doctor said I should rest more and drink more hot water. Lu Ju looked helpless, feeling that he could stay for a few more days. But my best friend is like a tireless machine that can't stop for a moment. Going to the orphanage, I spent so much money, how can I not go and see if the children are doing well? Figuang said as he walked, then patted his head, helplessly, don't hide, come out soon. Rope Tree hid behind the telephone pole, with his hands behind his back, looked left and right, and asked with a serious face, is there an enemy? There, Lord Rope Tree will protect you both. Such clumsy acting skills can only be used by a joker like Rope Tree. Bang tilde. Figuang shuddered, it's you, bastard, what are you doing with me? Who is following you? I'm protecting you both, what should I do in case of an accident? Figuang saw Shengshu's blushing face and was speechless. Oh, then we're going to see Yi Naiyu, do you want to be together? This is not good. Oh, asterisk, hollow down pointing triangle, asterisk Q. Oh, that's fine. Figuang turned around and left, speechless to his stupid junior brother. I don't want to pay attention to this guy who dislikes his integrity. He took the two to the orphanage, and then left the licking dog of the Rope Tree, and the two went to the hero nursing home. You're still going there, aren't you afraid? Lu Ju smiled. The last time he built a nursing home, he was targeted by 3 generations, and he almost didn't kill everyone. Now he is still going, and the injury is not good enough. Lu Ju doesn't want to add new injuries. What are you afraid of? I'm not afraid of shadows. Let's see how the hero is doing. What's there to be afraid of? Lu Ju smiled indifferently and followed silently behind him. Since the construction of this hero nursing home was successful, he hadn't been there yet, so let's take a look. What do you think? With your talent, as long as you practice quietly, you will be able to fulfill your dreams in the future. Why do you do these things? Lu Ju asked his doubts. Although he was smart, he really couldn't figure out why. As long as he stayed, with his talent, the direct line of Hokage, and everyone's support, is Hokage still a certainty? How much to eat for a big belly? Is it too early to make these? He wanted to know what his best friend thought. It was too urgent to intervene in the management's affairs at this time. Lu Ju also took this opportunity to ask Fei Guang's true thoughts, and wanted to get a definite answer. He always felt that this close friend was always in a hurry, like a beast chasing behind him, running forward all the time. It's not that it's bad, but is it necessary to be so urgent? Nursing homes are not impossible to build, but not now, and the idea is not impossible, but not now. Fei Guang thought about it for a while, and then asked, who do you admire the most, who do you admire the most, and who do you despise the most? Lu Ju was startled. Does this have anything to do with the question he is asking now? I don't know. I haven't thought about it. But if the person I admire the most, it should be the first generation of Mezenju Hasuma. The second generation of the most admired should be the second generation of the thousand-hand Tobarama. Who is the most despised? This is not. He answered seriously and looked at Fei Guang suspiciously. Well, the answer is very standard. One pioneer and one leader. Have you ever thought about why they succeeded? Fei Guang smiled, because after they confirm a goal, they will keep moving forward, seize every minute and every second, and live a wonderful life. You said just now, as long as I practice hard and do what I need to do, I will definitely become a Hokage, but why am I a Hokage? I want to open up a new era and fulfill my dreams, not a mediocre life. What are you going to do? This is no longer a dream, it should be called ambition. Lu Ju frowned. He must ask clearly today, and he will also go home to answer his father's question. Fei Guang smiled brightly. Ambition. No, it's an ideal. Only those who are recognized by everyone can become Hokage. I want everyone to know that I, Kinoshita Hikaru, is their light. If I become Hokage, what can I do? What can I do for them? I want everyone to see, and remember me. Every day I shout to become a Hokage, so what do I do to become a Hokage? Deal with trivial things every day and be a stamping machine for everyone. What's the point of such a fire shadow? Whether it's not sleeping well, or eating unpleasantly, if you have to suffer that crime, just like Naruto, Tiantianying's clone is stamped. He is not a good Hokage, he can only be said to be a hard-working Hokage. Even if it succeeds, he can't accept such Hokage. Lu Ju was once again shocked by the dream of his best friend, and murmured, ideal. For many people, living desperately is an extravagant hope, and what is the ideal to talk about? Only fate. Then take fate in your hands, and even if your head is broken, even if you die in the next moment, you must make your own voice to the world. It makes people's blood boil, but being so sharp-edged will make a lot of enemies. You are not coveting that position alone. Lu Ju stretched out his hand and gestured around his neck, making a throat slit. If you don't toss like this, it will be much safer. Wait until you have enough strength before you shoot. Fei Guang shook his head, smiled lightly, and said softly without any passionate words, even if I reach the Shangnan level, or become a shadow rank, or become like a generation, so what? The meaning of life is never how long you can live, but whether you live a wonderful life, expressing not the length but the width. Besides, Fei Guang knew that there was Madara Uchiha in front, Juhei, and the Otsutsuki family in the back. If he really wanted to, then he would stay and let the flood flood the sky without paying attention. If it is not strict, then it will be vigorous, no matter who it is. It is steel. This is also the path that Fei Guang chose, not to be rich in obscurity, but to live vigorously. Lu Ju, don't think too much, just go all the way. let the world know our name, let miracles resound throughout the ninja world, and let future generations spread our deeds. This is the meaning of life. It's so troublesome. Lu Ju complained, no longer stopping him, but followed Figuang to the nursing home together. Chapter 58_Mat Day. The two of them came to Konoha Heroes nursing home. There was a big difference at this moment. There was no death in their eyes, but a smile. Figuang only asked about the most basic things, such as whether they were eating well, sleeping well, and whether their family members came to visit them. But even these ordinary words revealed infinite sincerity, and it was also the most moving words. All of them looked at Figuang with reddened eyes and grateful faces. When Figuang walked out of the nursing home, he raised his head and squinted his eyes slightly, and said, "Look, if I keep waiting, will I miss this beauty? Look at their smiles, the trust from the heart, you see it?" Lu Ju admitted that he was one-sided, living in his own world all the time, but he knew today that he had missed a lot without realizing it. And only this close friend of mine allowed him to see another scene. With an inexplicable look in his eyes, he smiled and said, "So this is what you have always insisted on. It's really good. Haha, even if you think it's good, that means my efforts are not wrong." Figuang said goodbye to Lu Ju, walking alone on the street of Konoha, admiring the surrounding scenery, and slowly walked to the training ground. At the moment, the training ground is sparsely staffed and not as lively as it used to be. Everyone is struggling on the battlefield. Even if they are free occasionally, they will choose to spend more time with their families. This is the pressure and pain brought by the war. There is no peace, and everyone lives on the pressure of whether they will die tomorrow. This kind of stress breeds all kinds of mental illnesses, no matter whether they are on the battlefield or not. Ninjas are human beings, and they are also afraid. Waiting for the call of fate in anxiety. 1,859,186,018,611,862. When Figuang heard the sound, he looked back and was startled, almost thinking it was a big green caterpillar. That pure green tights is really hot eyes. Hey, what are you doing? Thank you for your support. 18,651,866 inches. Maddie did not stop at all, and kept sitting and doing push-ups. Immerse yourself in your own world. Figuang was speechless. He was asking him what he was doing, and why did he support him, but this unique uniform reminded him of a person, Konoha's youthful father and son, Mate K. Of course, now that Mat K has not been born, and now only Mat Dai is alone, he seems to be alone. Are you going to have a youth competition? Figuang was eager to try, and wanted to see what kind of strength this physique expert was now. Next moment. Maddie stood up abruptly, and did not respond immediately, but was immersed in his own world, and his large eyes were full of tears under his thick eyebrows. This style of painting is really uncomfortable. Figuang tried to ask, "Are you all right?" I didn't expect that someone would come to a contest of youth with me. I was so moved. I decided to do 10,000 squats today. If I can't do it, I will do 5,000 push-ups. If I can't do it, I will run around Konoha. 10 laps. Quote. Stop, do you agree or not? Figuang couldn't help interrupting him. It was too easy to fall into his own world. It wasn't the first time he saw Maddie, but there was no intersection. The two always met by chance while running, but at that time, he was a little shy and kept away from this enthusiastic guy. But at this moment, Figuang has experienced the baptism of the battlefield, and he has become indifferent to many things that he cared about in the past, such as the style of painting. This is the scene where Figuang is now approaching to talk. Youth, you can't refuse. Mat Dai's tears instantly stopped the blood on his face, but the next moment he cried even more fiercely. Quote. What kind of person is this? Can you not do this? It's too easy for the society to die. Figuang asked, what's your next workout? Push-ups. Fine, then do 5,000 push-ups first. Let's see who does it faster. Yoshi, let's get started. The two walked on the open space, each laying on a large rock, and with a sound, they madly output to the rock. Fighting with all your strength is the basic etiquette of dueling. The war at this moment has lasted for more than half a year, and the time has come to the beginning of Konoha 33. Figuang is also 9 years old. He has been practicing arduously for 3 years. In the past 3 years, he has not slackened at all. He has been exercising his body with all his strength. The proficiency of the original rubber fruit has been stuck at 499 points. After a war, the rubber fruit reached 500, breaking through the shackles, and even the domineering has been upgraded to the intermediate level. Every time the fruit and domineering development reaches a certain level, it will fall into a bottleneck. It takes a life and death battle to temper and break through the shackles. Then continue to practice, and when he reaches the next bottleneck, in the first war, Figuang knows that his path is not suitable for Go, and he has to fight all the time so that he can become stronger. And I don't know if it's because of his cultivation of domineering, his behavior is also very different from before, and he has become a bit sharp-edged. This can be seen from the time he became a Jain. What he insists on will never change. For many things, it is obvious that gentle measures can be taken, but Figuang chooses the simplest and most direct way. Even his good friend Lu Ju said that he was too hard-edged. The dust was flying, and the two fought tit for tat and neither agreed, and both tried their best. 4,998. 4,998. 5,000. 5,000. The two actually finished at the same time. The first battle was indistinguishable. The air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. The dignity of a man prevented them from retreating. They said almost at the same time. One more time. They looked at each other and smiled. 10,000 squats, start. At this moment, Matty is very serious. He is very familiar with this young man. He has often encountered him in the past 3 years. This is the main reason why Figuang challenged him to accept it at the first time. But now, Matty recognizes him even more. He is unwilling to admit defeat. This is his only remaining pride. For Matty, physique is everything to him. He doesn't have Figuang's outstanding talent, nor Figuang's gorgeous language. He will only work hard, go all the way to darkness. Youth will never give up. This is his way of forbearance. Sweat wets the clothes, and the breath of youth permeates. Chapter 59 Attack after flying. From noon to night, the two seem to have formed a tacit understanding. In the end, no one would surpass the other, but kept going on to the next item. A simple test turned into a contest of endurance. Goodbye, Senior Maidade, I will learn more from you in the future. Figuang smiled, his affection for this big boy greatly increased. The two separated, but Figuang did not go home, but lay on the stone and looked at the moonlight. At this moment, the full moon hangs high, and the moonlight is hazy. Figuang has also become more and more clear about his own strength positioning. Now he can use the second block skillfully, and he is more domineering to enhance his attack power, and his physical combat power can even suppress Neo. Neo is a penumbra level powerhouse, and Figuang, who is 9 years old, has such fighting power, which is undoubtedly terrifying. But he also has his own shortcomings, that is, the domineering capacity is too small to carry out high-intensity continuous combat. No matter how strong his will is, he will be broken. What is domineering, imposing, murderous, fighting spirit? When you manipulate these feelings that are invisible to the eyes, willpower can be turned into a weapon. This powerful force is called domineering. In layman's terms, this is the power to achieve ambition. The bigger the ambition, the stronger the strength, and they complement each other and are indispensable. Figuang took a deep breath, felt every rhythm of his body, and the fruit developed. He had an advantage that Luffy couldn't match, that is, medical ninjutsu, which allowed him to feel his own situation at a deeper level. At this moment, he is trying to control the pores, dilating and closing. This kind of control is also a kind of exercise and strengthening. When a certain level is reached, the third gear can be used. The third gear is the double reinforcement of the skin and the bones, also known as the bone balloon. It blows air into the space, expands the bones and makes a part of the body huge, and manipulates its fighting move called bone balloon. Next moment. Figuang stood up abruptly, opened his mouth and bit his fingers to blow air into the gap, and his arm began to expand visibly. This was not blowing into the skin, but into the bone. Whoever says that rubber has no bones, Figuang will be in a hurry. The arm was expanding, and it instantly turned into a 2-meter fist. Figuang looked at his fist and fell into contemplation. This punches how many years of skill. He did not rush to punch, but carefully sensed the inner changes. Load. Consume. The physical strength is losing a lot, and the bones are swelled, which is also very uncomfortable. The body is also getting tired quickly. Just 1 minute, he felt that he couldn't hold his fist and was about to leak. Bang tilde. The big stone, which was still intimate with Figuang just now, was smashed by a punch. And Figuang leaked air unexpectedly. He flew twice in the sky, and when he landed, the height of 150 had become 50 centimeters. 50 centimeters, which is the length of the reader's 2 bases. This side effect is too great, it's outrageous. Figuang looked helpless, and was glad that he didn't use it in battle, otherwise he would have died without being shot. After 1 minute, Figuang returned to its original size. This time was exactly the same as the time when he became huge, and the time of side effects was the same as the time of use. Figuang is not staying, just rushing home. When Figuang returned home, he saw his brother cooking, which surprised Figuang and blurted out his question, "Did you take the wrong medicine?" Murakami's smile froze on his face. The guilt that was originally because he didn't succeed in saving his younger brother, now all of a sudden disappeared. Angrily growled, "Shut up, wash your hands quickly, or you won't be allowed to eat." Showing the majesty of his brother, he packed a meal and went to the ninja hospital. When Figuang finished eating, Kunyi returned home. The 2 brothers didn't say much, just talking about some of the most common parents, and they were deliberately avoiding the topic of the battlefield. Murakami didn't say anything about being imprisoned by Danzo, nor did he ask about Figuang's experience on the battlefield. For him, as long as the flight is safe, other things become less important. Figuang, who returned to the room, did not go to bed, but practiced the change in the nature of chakra. There are many chakra patterns in the entire Naruto world, which inspired him a lot. Although he can transform into the 2nd block, the 3rd block, and even the 4th block in the future, awakening, but this is not his own advantage. He needs to completely integrate the power of the 2 worlds, so that he can compete with gods as mortals. He already had a preliminary idea in his mind, which was thought of a long time ago, but it has never been successful. That is to develop 5 chakra modes first, carry out a single operation, and then fuse the 5 chakra modes to form a unique 5 escapes and 4 blocks. This is not impossible. With the help of the system, the time he needs to cultivate will be greatly shortened. In the first mode, he chose fire and had no other ideas. Although fire was more explosive, it had the bonus of fruit ability, but he had a natural sense of familiarity with fire. Another is that his fire attribute change is intermediate. He opened the panel to check. The panel at the moment is different than it used to be. Name: Kinoshita Figuang. Age: 9 years old. Ability: Rubber Fruit Intermediate, 501,000. Domineering. Armed Color Intermediate, 1/10,000. Exercise: Advanced Chakra Extraction. Ninjutsu: Spiral Pill, Magic Power Technique, Shadow Avatar Shuriken Technique. Changes in Properties: Water Primary, 1,000 Fire Intermediate, 1/10,000 Wind Primary, 1,000 Thunder Primary, 1,000 Earth Primary, 1,000 Yang Intermediate, 1/10,000 Yin Primary, 1,000. Except for the Yang and Fire attributes, which had reached the bottleneck after the proficiency of the rubber fruit exceeded 500, Figuang could only try the Fire attribute first. He picked up the wooden stick in the corner, spread out his right hand, and transformed chakra into fire without the aid of a knot seal. I saw that the heat in the right hand was constantly rising, when it reached a certain level. Chi. The sticks were roasted by the fiery energy, emitting white smoke. Figuang's expression didn't change. He could have done this for a long time, but looked at the stick intently. With a hula sound, the wooden stick raised a flame. Figuang felt that his right hand was extremely hot, and quickly stopped delivering chakra, and swung his right hand to extinguish the flame. At this moment, the palm of the hand is a little dark and has been burned. Fire attribute changed proficiency +1. This is different from the normal use of fire escape ninjutsu, and it is also different from the defensive attack. Use ninjutsu normally, or attached to the palm of your hand to attack, such as thunder and lightning. Will form a fixed pattern flow in the palm. There will be a layer of chakra protection in the inner layer to prevent yourself from being hurt. But the chakra mode is to be attached to the whole body. It is impossible to attach chakra to the whole body for protection. Just like Reikage, if his lightning chakra mode needs to be attached to a non-attribute chakra film for protection, then there won't be such a big increase. For example, Kakashi's Chidori needs the seal to be attached to a non-attribute chakra for protection, and the ninjutsu seal is essentially a kind of comfort and reinforcement. Soothe the bursting chakra to the extent that the body can adapt, and then release it. Raiden's simple activated cells, like Kakashi, are not systematic at all with Reikage's. The boosting effect between the two is also very different. Just like Figuang now. The fire attribute stays in the body. Without protective measures, the fire attribute chakra will explode very much. It is burning from the inside out and cannot be defended. Chapter 60_Fire Gun. At this time, the only known chakra pattern is Reikage. He simply can't get it. Now there are two problems in front of Figuang, appeasement and adaptation. If successful, he will create the same move as Reikage, the fire escape chakra mode. There is no need to wrap the whole body directly. As long as it is successfully attached to the arm, it can be quickly upgraded with the help of the system. Figuang used medical ninjutsu to heal the palm of his hand while thinking. Thinking of the secret technique of the Hyuga family's soft lion fist, Figuang was not sure whether it was Hinata alone or Hyuga's secret technique. Anyway, he had never seen Hazu use it. He can't ask directly, "Do you know the soft lion boxing technique?" Just like Figuang's Yangdun also reached the intermediate level, but he didn't practice directly. He really had no clue. Knowing that the change in Yangdun's nature was the Chu Dao family, this Figuang really didn't dare to ask. He was afraid that Ding Zuo would say it directly, and then said to himself, "My sister will be handed over to you, Chu Dao Figuang." This kind of family secret technique, unless it is a real family, is absolutely impossible to teach. Temperature control and soothing. After the palm recovered, this time he did not pick up the wooden stick, but ran chakra to feel the temperature. The temperature has been controlled within a controllable range. A while. He found a difference. This surprised Figuang inexplicably, and also knew the biggest difference between intermediate and primary. The primary nature change, no matter what kind of attribute it is, as long as it is transformed in the body, it will be damaged if it stays in the body without a seal. For example, the wind, if Figuang condenses the wind attribute in his hand and does not release the seal immediately, he will cut his own meridians in the body. Thunder is paralysis. He can definitely feel this paralysis and cannot defend it. Logically speaking, he is rubber, so he should be able to defend. Later, he learned that this is a paralysis conducted by blood, and it is also the key to his ability to use Thunder Dun. If it is 100% isolated, it is impossible for him to use Lei Dun. Soil is obscure and swollen, and water is assimilated and retained, just like edema. Yin and Yang have no clue, that is to say, there is no feeling. Just like Figuang using medical ninjutsu, there will be a lot of Yang chakra in the palm of the hand. Yin escape is the same. But now the fire attribute has changed, turning chakra into fire attribute, as long as it does not continue to heat up, it can always exist in the palm of the hand. This is progress and something to be happy about. But so far it has little effect. The human body temperature is 36.5 to 37.3, and because of its rubber properties, it can be controlled at 100, which is the safest range. The ignition point of a piece of paper needs to be 200 degrees. That is, Figuang's palm can only fry eggs. No, that idea is wrong. Figuang turned on the second gear, the blood flow accelerated, and the heat in the whole body was constantly gathering. He transformed the chakra into a fire attribute change, and the temperature was controlled at 100 degrees Celsius. He punched with all his might. Stab tilde, with a sound of air friction and its own temperature, a flame instantly ignited on the surface of the fist, but it quickly dissipated. Figuang looked at his fist and walked out of the room. Aim for the sky. Rubber jet flame fist. The rapid friction between the air and the temperature creates a flame, and the yard suddenly lights up. Crack tilde. When he closed his fists and stood up, he frowned slightly. Isn't this Luffy's Wotongquan? He looked at the charred side of his arm, and knew that this was because he was not protected by his armed color. But this is not what Figuang wants to study. What he wants to study is the chakra pattern. It was a mistake to learn this trick. However, since he learned a trick, it was a pleasant surprise. He sat on the ground and looked at his arm, thinking in his heart whether he would adapt to higher flames as long as he increased the nature of the fire attribute. This time he condensed his armed color and punched the sky again. Nothing happened. Figuang changed his mind, first condensing the armed color and then using the fire attribute to heat it up, and when it was 100 degrees, he suddenly threw a fist. Shoot tilde. A flame rose up. So I have to heat this trick. Figuang had no interest in research for a moment, turned around and went back to sleep, planning to wait for more practice to cultivate proficiency before developing this trick. Silent all night. The next day, Figuang came to the Hokage building early, adjusted his expression, and the baby looked angry. Come to coax my expression, find Sarutobi Hizen. 3 generations of grandfathers, why can't I be a chunin? At this moment, Figuang's little face was full of stubbornness, like an aggrieved child. Although it is said that Konoha is the strongest, but Figuang has a systematic existence. Genin rewards armed and domineering. What about chunin? Don't talk about the domineering of the overlord gun, come to see the domineering, isn't it too much? Nonsense, chunin needs to take more responsibility, why can't you understand my good intentions? Sarutobi Hizen looked angry and said, what the hell are you thinking about? No one is perfect, and experience is limited. Look at your opening a newspaper office. I agree. You open an orphanage, and I agree. Even the nursing home, I agree. The old man's requirements for you are all satisfied. Then I want to be a chunin. Figuang seemed like he didn't understand. He cursed inwardly, opening a newspaper office to pay you taxes, orphanages and nursing homes for you to manage, basically all the benefits are given to you, what else do you want? After spending so much money, can't you go and see it? No, this old man thinks that you still have to settle yourself. It's not suitable to be promoted to chunin now. Sarutobi Hizen saw that his disciple and grandson were not enlightened, and refused without hesitation. Why? Figuang was depressed, and he wondered if Sarutobi Hizen was seriously ill. He was just a chunin, and there was nothing to stop him. You didn't know I could get a reward. I saw the mission report for this combat mission. Although you fought successfully and successfully completed the mission, you are too reckless. You have already completed the mission, so why take such a big risk? Speaking of this, Sarutobi Hizen's face was full of concern and expectation. Do you know why I didn't promote you to chunin, but chose Minato, Makoto, Shigeru, the 3? That's because the old man knows that you are too boring, do things too impulsive and reckless. Just like this time, what should you do if something happens? Whether it's a team or an individual, you can't just think about yourself, you must take into account the overall situation. Sarutobi Hizen is like a stubborn old man who insists on what he thinks is right and emphasizes the rules. Kinoshita Figuang did this because he had reasons for what he had to do. He didn't have so much time to procrastinate, and the life of a good baby was not suitable for him. Chapter 61 Away from Sarutobi Hinzuki's gaze. Inside the Hokage building, one old and one young man, although not red-faced, but also arrogant, the air was filled with the smell of gunpowder, and no one was willing to take a step back. Sarutobi Hizen felt that people should not only look at the eyes, but should look at problems from a higher perspective. Think twice. Not a single tendon. The talents of the two brothers are very outstanding, but they are still too frustrating. It's just a chunin title, and it can be given at any time. He mainly tells the two brothers not to just live in their own world. But the two of them are now like walking into a dead end, and have been moving forward according to their own will. This time, the beating is not only aimed at Kinoshita Figuang, but also Kinoshita Murakami. What's wrong with you being a shadow-level powerhouse? Can a shadow-level powerhouse draw a sword against the commander-in-chief of the battlefield? Can you wield weapons at his best friend Sarutobi Hizen? If there is a problem, if you were wronged, the first thing should be to report it. This old man will call the shots for you, instead of making a move by yourself. If this is the case, then who can check and balance you in the future? If one day the old man does something wrong, do you also directly draw the knife to the old man? Is this still a subordinate? Sarutobi Hizen absolutely can't stand such a thing. Of course, Hiruzen Sarutobi had a very high tolerance for these two brothers, and he did not care about stepping on the line repeatedly. It's about giving opportunities again and again. Sarutobi Hizen felt that he was doing good for his disciples and needed to be polished. Figuang felt that he was doing the right thing and that everything was the right thing. And stick to the path that I think is right, keep moving forward, and don't want to live within the framework set by Hiruzen Sarutobi. Completely follow Sarutobi Hizen's will. Although you are my boss, my leader, and my master, this is not the reason why you dominate my destiny. The air was silent, neither of them spoke, and the situation intensified. It's not that Kinoshita Figuang doesn't want to speak, but he can't speak at this moment. If he refuses at this moment, it will be a real rip-off, and the consequences will be serious, but he can't do it if he agrees. Just as Kinoshita Hikari was calm as water, Sarutobi Hizen slowly put away his smile. A sharp knock on the door broke the silence of the office. Clang clang tilde. Come in. Lu Ju walked into the office. Without looking at Kinoshita Hikari, he respectfully said to Sarutobi Hizen, 3 generations, this year's Nara family's medicinal materials have been made, and my father asked me to ask 3 generations to inspect and see how much to take out. It would be appropriate to send it to the front. Quote. Sarutobi Hizen looked solemn. This was a major event, and in comparison, beating his own disciple and grandson was not so important. He stood up and said, since that's the case, the old man has to go and see for himself. Xiao Figuang, go back first, think about it, and come back to me. Yes. A warm current rose in Figuang's heart. At the critical moment, he still had to ask his friends to save the field. One hero with 3 gangs was a big help this time. He walked out of the Hokage building for a distance, and saw Lu Ju leaning on the wall, staring at the sky with a dazed expression. What are you going to do this time? Figuang scratched his head and smiled. No, I just wanted to be promoted to Chunin, but the 3 generations didn't agree. It's deadlocked, so you're here, thank you. He put his arms around Lu Ju's neck and said with a smile, not a bit heavy just now. Then what are you going to do? Lu Ju asked. He knew this dear friend too well, and he was determined to complete the decision. Cold salad, in a month, I will definitely become a Chunin. Lu Ju was taken aback by his rhetoric, and he would become a Chunin in a month. Does this mean he wants to be submissive? No, Kinoshita Figuang he knew was definitely not a person who easily succumbed to softness, which meant that he had other ways. In what way? The secret must not be revealed. Figuang laughed. turned and left, leaving Lu Ju with a confused and angry face. I was kind enough to rescue you, but you still kept it from me, so the boat of friendship was overturned, right? Figuang came to the newspaper office alone, and he already had an idea in his mind. Since Sarutobi Hygiene was focusing his attention on himself at this moment, he would look away. Not only that, but also to find something to do for Sarutobi Hygiene, so that he can covet himself for a day, and he should also be promoted to Chunin, so he can't delay any longer. Since you don't give it, I'll take it myself. Figuang didn't want to show off his IQ in this hot-blooded world, but there was a stubborn old man who always wanted to arrange his own path. He had no choice but to show off his IQ and let him, this bad old man, know that it is not because you have great power that you can be unscrupulous and do whatever you want. He wrote as soon as he swiped, and wrote 2,000 words eloquently, shouting. Daisuke, come here. Daji trotted for a while in a suit and leather shoes, and said in a low voice, I said, my ancestors, can you keep your voice down? I'm a celebrity now, so what can I do if I let others know my true identity? You don't know, I don't even dare to go back to my house now. Every day, someone sends me knives, urging them to change. Even in my house, I can even open a shop to sell knives. Figuang said impatiently, don't talk about those useless things, leave this to Guadu Daily and make a headline. After speaking, he asked, is it really that exaggerated? At this moment, Daisuke took over the draft, and he had no time to answer Figuang's question. His face was covered with fine beads of sweat, and the cold sweat poured out. You want to post this? This is going to kill you. Don't take me with you even if you kill yourself. I still have a lot of youth. Compared with the decadence in the past, Dasuke at this moment reveals his ability and self-confidence, which is a manifestation of his finding of personal value and self-realization. Therefore, he respects Kinoshita Figuang who has given him hope in life. Although he likes to complain a lot and wants to change jobs when he has nothing to do, this does not prevent him from sincerely thanking Kinoshita Figuang. This manuscript is full of life and daily life of the minister of the left, with a focus on a rich character. To what extent is rich, that kind of unreasonable degree? Those who are wealthy, rich enough to rival the country, rich and honorable, and prosperous for their descendants. You must know that Minister Zuo is in charge of public affairs and also supervises the Minister of Finance. How can he be so rich? This is worth reflecting on. Figuang just throws an introduction, and that's it. The rest just needs to be handed over to time. It's not your signature, what are you afraid of? Besides, this is sent to Guadu Daily, not Konoha, so hurry up. Daji wanted to say something, but he was afraid of being beaten, so he took the draft away tremblingly, and said in his heart, can I not be afraid? What should I do if I get involved? It is Minister Zuo, the first three under the name, really crazy. I usually just say some lace news, but now I dare to say anything. Quote. Figuang walked out of the newspaper office after finishing writing. He was very well behaved and practiced day after day without interruption. And this article is slowly spreading to the whole country. The left minister's house. Crack tilde. He threw the precious teapot to the ground and shattered it. The guards and maids didn't say a word, and dared not touch the bat at this moment. Who is it that hurts the old man so badly? Chapter 62 Limitations of Ninjas. Minister Zuo is very wronged. At 55 years old this year, he is full of energy and eagle-eyed. Excessive. After the anger, he pondered, wondering who the hell was attacking him. A while. He rubbed his head and sighed. It wasn't that he couldn't think of who it was, but that there were too many. As a minister of the left, except for the minister of the imperial government, he had already reached the peak of his ministers, and it was normal for someone to covet. The priority is not to find the attacker, but to clarify this misunderstanding. That's right, it's just a misunderstanding. In the eyes of Minister Zuo, he is just living a normal life and doing the duty that a courtier should have. There is no arrogance and extravagance, it is all slander, serious injury, and attack by the opponent. Now that the situation is getting worse, everyone is staring at themselves, and they must take everyone's eyes away from themselves. Minister Zuo was thinking about the recent affairs of the country of fire, and he also found the essence of the problem, that is, why he used wealth to attack himself. That is, he has money to hinder who, because of his money, there are some bad consequences. After a while, he seemed to have thought of something, and said through gritted teeth, Konoha. Minister Zuo has already thought that if anyone is short of money recently, it is definitely Konoha. After all, he is fighting, but you don't do anything with money, and you lose in wars. It's the big name who wants to reduce your funds. What does this have to do with the old man? Persimmons should be picked softly, right? Thinking of this, Minister Zuo suddenly realized and understood everything. Such a despicable person must not be the third generation, but the Shimura Danzo. It must be Shimura Danzo who is doing things. Except for him, no one in Konoha is so treacherous and despicable. Shimura Danzo. Come here, prepare the car, change clothes, I'm going to see the big name. The maid hurriedly helped the left minister change his court clothes. Minister Zuo rushed to the Daming mansion, but saw that there were many carriages outside the mansion. His heart sank, and he hurriedly asked the guards to inform him. When he entered the Daming mansion, he saw his opponent, Minister Wright, looking at him with schadenfreude. Humph tilde. The big name in the mansion was sitting high, with a fan covering his face, revealing only a pair of eyes, so that people couldn't see what he was thinking. At this time, the big name said in a tone of voice, Minister Zuo, what's your business? Minister Zuo didn't have the heart to pay attention to his opponent. His eyes were red, and he choked. The old minister is dedicated to assisting the big name, and never dares to slack off, but now there are villains who seriously hurt the old minister. The old minister is wronged. Oh, and this matter, talk about it carefully. Demon seemed to know it. His tone was astonished. Reporting to the great name, some people say that the old minister is arrogant and extravagant and rich to the enemy, and he is greedy for money. The old minister is wronged. No one knows that the old minister treats money like dung, never cares about money, and is not interested in money at all. This is a serious injury, and this is slander. Minister Zuo, the righteousness is awe-inspiring, like a famous scene. Really, who did that? Does Minister Zuo know? Minister Zuo pondered for a moment, did not answer the question, and said, you know who is the most short of money now. Some people have a lot of funds but do nothing, and they have been defeated repeatedly. It's not scolding the old minister, but it's accusing saying and scolding why. It's really hateful. Daming's eyes narrowed, and his face under the fan sank. You mean, someone is scolding me? Minister Zuo knelt down and supported the ground. Old minister dare not, but I think that the country of fire is the largest country, but now it can't even beat a small country of rain, making the country of fire a laughing stock. The reason for all this is their inaction is under the combat power. I wanted money, but I couldn't win, and finally attacked the old man. It was shameful and hateful. Nonsense. Konoha has already won the local war victory in the country of rain, and even killed the second in command of the country of rain, Mio. Victory is just around the corner. How dare you slander Konoha so much? The right minister took the lead in launching the attack. As a pro-Konoha person and a major shareholder of Guadu Daily, he should stand up and speak out, not to mention his nemesis, the left minister. PFF tilde. The left minister sneered and turned his head to look directly at the right minister. I have also read that battle report. Tendals led by Danzo killed Uran Manda, which is really a joke. If they were so strong, how could they be defeated again and again? I think this is just a means for Konoha to get funding. Minister of Right was at a loss for words. He was just an ordinary person. It was really hard to imagine that a group of 10-year-old children could defeat such a powerful enemy. In my heart, I wondered if this was Konoha's way of making the Miracle Team famous. Is it a political show? After killing Mio by Danzo, let the Miracle Team become famous and express the strength of Konoha to the outside world. Seeing that the sign language was blocked, Minister Zuo stood up and said, If they are so powerful, let everyone see if they have the strength. Don't try to deceive our wise and wise name. This. What, are you afraid? I'm afraid that the lie will be exposed. If this is the case, it is very correct for your excellency to reduce the cost of the Konoha war. Since you can't win, what else can you do? Just hide in the corner with peace of mind. The right minister looked at the daimyo, stopped talking, and waited for the daimyo's final decision. Daming pondered in his heart and found that there is no harm in looking at it, but there are many advantages. First, he can see if Konoha has deceived himself, and second, he can also see how Konoha's current combat effectiveness is. No harm. Secretary Zuo, since you doubt it, let's see. My minister Zuo cannot be slandered by anyone. Let's see if the team in Konoha is really that powerful. The truth will be revealed by then. The daimyo said nothing leaking, and made another round of making a profit by saying that he wanted to be seen as a subordinate. At this moment, the left minister had tears in his eyes and was extremely moved. Thank you, Your Excellency, the old minister is willing to go through fire and water for the sake of the great name. Okay, send a message to Hokage, and let that miracle team and the third generation come to the capital. Let us see how good this miracle team is. Konoha, Naruto Building. Hizen Sarutobi held the letter and thought about it. Why did he suddenly want to see the miracle team? Jin, what's going on in the country recently? Reporting for 3 generations. Nothing major happened. Everything is business as usual. Even in the newspapers of the capital, there are some old-fashioned issues. Either this official takes a concubine, or that official is very rich. This is the limitation of ninjas. They only care about who is fighting with whom, and where there are military changes. Figuang didn't write about the topic of war in the whole article. As usual, it was more like peach news. Sarutobi Hibiki smoked, and he couldn't figure it out for a while. However, he couldn't refuse this request from the daimyo. It was a reasonable request. Since people were asked to take the money, can't you let them see if it's true or not? Could it be the last battle report? Don't you believe the name? Hiruzen Sarutobi saved others by himself, and found that the battle report was indeed unbelievable. Shaking his head and smiling. Go and call the miracle team, the old man has a mission. Hi. Chapter 63 _pressure is also motivation. After sending out the task, Luju's eyes changed when he looked at his friend. As if to say, you are not pure. Although he didn't have any evidence, he didn't have to think about it to know that it must be Figuang's ghost. But now that people are talking too much and can't reveal it, he suppressed his curiosity and rushed to the Hokage building with everyone. Figuang's face was calm, and he sneered in his heart. When I get to the capital, I will see if you can stop me. This task is completed by the old man leading the miracle team. Now the daimyo wants to see the genius of our Konoha, and we also want to let the daimyo know that Konoha is strong. I only have one request. Don't talk nonsense when you arrive in the country, and obey all orders. Do you understand? Sarutobi Hizen glanced at Kinoshita Figuang from time to time. He always felt something was wrong and he couldn't tell what was wrong. This has nothing to do with wisdom. It is thinking and vision. Sarutobi Hizen said that he is a politician, but in the end he is still a violent leader who focuses on the military. He is only sensitive to battles and wars, and it is normal for him to fall into a misunderstanding of thinking about some lace news for a while. Oh, by 10 inches. This time, Kinoshita village didn't come, and I don't know if Sarutobi Hizen forgot or deliberately ignored it. Let the village one idle at home. The speed of everyone was very fast, and they moved forward with patience, and they came to the capital in less than a day. Compared with Konoha, the capital of the country of fire is even more prosperous, and the elites of the whole country of fire are gathered. The towering city walls represent the face of the capital. The spacious streets represent the atmosphere of the capital. The street vendors are loudly hawking, and people come and go, which is extremely prosperous. No matter how hot the outside world is, this place is like a peach garden. There is no atmosphere of war, if it is not for Guadu daily reporting every day. Maybe they will forget that there is a war going on their borders right now. For Konoha, the war is close by, and relatives are always risking their lives to fight, but for the capital, the war is very far away, and it can only be used as an after-dinner talk. Bojun smiled, that's all. But today's capital is a lot more lively. The reason for all this is because of the Miracle Squad. 10 people wear black robes with red clouds, and their faces are chilling. Although they are still young, their murderous aura cannot be faked. They all stopped to watch, unable to help but in awe to make way for everyone. Sarutobi Hizen dressed in Hokage Yushin robe led the way in front, and 10 people behind him walked silently, with great momentum. After walking 100 meters, the crowd rioted and talked a lot. That's Hokage, right? Who are those people behind them? They're young, but they're scary. Isn't it? Did you see their eyes? Like beasts. I got goosebumps. I said you don't read the newspapers. That's the Miracle Team. I heard that they made great achievements on the battlefield and killed the second in command of Uran, Mio. He had a smug look on his face, and felt that these people were old hats. He didn't even read the newspapers. He knew that staring at his mother-in-law in one day was useless. You think everyone is a bachelor like you. We work during the day, and the little physical strength we have when we go home at night will be drained. There is no time to read the newspaper. One person sarcastically said. Without a road race, women can only affect the speed at which I draw the knife. I will never let them get in my way in my life. He was furious with a stubborn expression on his face. Everyone is speechless. You just say you can't find a wife and it's over. There are so many reasons. When everyone came to the outside of the daimyo mansion, Hiruzen Sarutobi emphasized again, don't talk nonsense, do you understand? Oh. Seeing that no one was stabbed, Sarutobi Hizen was very satisfied. After letting the guards inform him, he led the crowd into the daiming mansion. There are pavilions, towers, springs and rockeries, all of which are magnificent and magnificent. The left and right ministers stood at the top of the two sides, and behind them were a group of officials. Your Excellency. 3 generations, why did you come so soon? I thought you were coming tomorrow. Ha, Che, Daming yawned, his eyes drooped, and he looked uninspired. When the name is summoned, the old man will come quickly, how can it be delayed? Sarutobi Hizen's words were beautiful, which gave Daimyo a lot of face, and also made Daimyo's dissatisfaction a lot less, and said. Is there a miracle team behind you? You are not very old, is it really as powerful as the rumors say? The big name asked a question, a group of half a dozen children, which really made people suspicious. Of course, the old man will never deceive Your Excellency Damo. I came here today to show Your Excellency Damo. With Konoha, no one can disturb the Kingdom of Fire. While listening to the conversation between the two, Figuang looked at the hall calmly. After seeing the officials on both sides, there were 3 ninjas on each side. They should be guardian ninjas, specializing in protecting the safety of the daimyo. Attending today seems to be prepared. Sure enough, the top daimyo said, I have 6 guardian ninjas, they are all very powerful ninjas, that is, the ninjas, how about it, let's learn from each other, let's see and appreciate the talents of Konoha. Daimyo paused after speaking, covered his face with a chuckle, and said, of course, we only need to dispatch 3 people. As soon as these words came out, Sarutobi Hizen, who was still smiling just now, froze, not because he was afraid that the miracle team would not be able to beat him, but because Daimyo obviously did not believe in the strength of everyone. He suppressed the anger in his heart and said, I can't ask for it, and let this old man see if these people can protect His Excellency Daming. At this time, Minister Wright glanced at Kinoshita Figuang calmly, and asked with his eyes. Do you want to recommend something, to stand out? The 2 are old acquaintances, and the right minister is also a behind-the-scenes shareholder of Guadu Daily. If there is no support, even the best business cannot develop so quickly. Kinoshita Figuang shook his head slightly. At this moment, he just needs to watch the development of the situation, and he can't be too strong, otherwise it will be superfluous, and the gains will outweigh the losses. As long as there are a few clues about the old thing Sarutobi Hizen, you can find some clues, which should not be underestimated. But some things aren't something you can avoid just because you don't want to get ahead. Now, Sarutobi Hizen turned his head and asked, Tobiko, what do you think? Kinoshita Tokimitsu pondered. At this time Sarutobi Hizen seemed to give himself the right to choose, but after the fact, whether it was right or wrong, he could rely on his words. You can say 3, then he will say you don't have the aggressiveness of a ninja. You said that 6 of them would go together. If there is a change in the middle, you will say that you are too arrogant afterwards. Momoko Kinoshita has only one choice, to destroy them. It's pressure and its motivation. Everything depends on strength. His mind changed, his face was straight, and his voice did not contain any emotion. Let's go to the 6 together. The miracle team is not afraid of anyone, and let your excellency daimyo see what a real ninja is. There is only one word in this remark. Mad. Very crazy. Chapter 64_Kill the Guardian. Kinoshita Figuang succeeded. He succeeded in arousing everyone's anger. The big name looked bad, the minister's face was ashen, and the guardian ninja had murderous intent. This remark is almost like saying that daimyo's guardian ninja is garbage, not worthy of being called a ninja. Since that's the case, let me see if your miracle team is as powerful as you said. By the way, what's your name? Oh, it doesn't matter. Daimyo suppressed his anger, first attacked and then connoted, telling Kinoshita Figuang that you were just a small character, a dispensable person. But he didn't think that these words were exactly what Kinoshita Figuang wanted. He wanted to stand out, but he was still timid. How can there be such a good thing in the world? If that's the case, please take a look at your excellency. My name is Kinoshita Figuang, and I'm the man who wants to become Hokage. He is not worthy of his reputation at all, and he doesn't even take his name seriously, like Azan, madly outputting. This is because Kinoshita Figuang knows who his leader is. It is Hokage and not the daimyo. If he can use the daimyo to let Sarutobi Hizen let down his guard, it will be a good thing that will do more good than harm. Moreover, if Hokage uses him, it is more about obedience, and when the daimyo uses him, it is more about strength. This point, Figuang is very clear. This is also the most fundamental difference between the two. Arrogant, I don't know how high the sky is. Your Excellency, please let me meet this kid named Kinoshita Figuang for a while. Daimyo didn't speak, but looked at Sarutobi Hizen and asked for his opinion. It's over, don't hurt the peace. Sarutobi Hizen thought about it and said that just now, his disciple son supported himself and confronted the daimyo face to face, which made him very satisfied, and basically ruled out the fact that Guadu Daily was popular in Guadu and secretly cooperated with daimyo. At this moment, he suddenly discovered that his disciple and grandson had a tendon, and sometimes it was not all bad. The training ground in the Daiming Mansion is usually used as a training ground for guarding people and samurai. Although the status of samurai is higher than that of ninjas, it has to be said that only in terms of combat effectiveness, warriors have become lonely. This is the era of ninjas, and it is also ninjas' world. Only ninjas can deal with ninjas, and the samurai can only watch the battle from the audience and cannot appear. Figuang stood in the center of the arena and looked at the name Junin. He didn't know the name of the other party, and he didn't want to know. This battle is already considered a super standard battle, with the great name of the country of fire watching the battle, and Hazuzan Sarutobi personally serving as the referee. It can be said to be quite grand. It stands to reason that it would never be the turn of Hiruzen Sarutobi to be the referee, and now it is definitely meaningful to end the game. Figuang knew what Sarutobi Hizen meant, and he was happy to cooperate as long as he could accomplish the goal. Kinoshita Figuang, Konoha Shamanen. Enter Lucian Yuan, protect Shangnan. When Figuang said that he was just Konoha's shinobi, it was obvious that Iruka Shanyuan's face was even more ugly, and even the big name outside the field frowned slightly. The seal of confrontation between the two sides. Begin. The style of play used by Iruka Shanyuan is the traditional ninja battle, with 3 shuriken to explore the path at the beginning, but just like this, Iruka Shanyuan lost the opportunity. Figuang bent his legs and pressed down, and instantly opened the second gear. His right hand clenched his fist and closed it in his waist and abdomen, and suddenly pushed out. Rubber jet air cannon. The invisible air wave shot out, the shuriken bounced, and the momentum was unabated to hit the Lushan Yuan. Figuang did not hesitate, stepped on the foot, came in an instant, and suddenly punched. Iruka Shanyuan turned into white smoke and turned into a tree stump, which is the substitute technique. The next moment I heard a voice from the sky. Fire escape. Head hard. This is the principle of B-level ninjutsu. The fire attribute chakra is refined and compressed, and the spout is just a small fireball, and the rapid spread process after it spit out no longer needs more chakra to maintain. Since it can be prepared in advance, the release is very fast, there is no need for a seal, and there is no time for Figuang to seal, and it will kill him with one blow. Figuang's eyes turned cold. This guy wanted to kill himself, so there was nothing to hesitate. Domineering condensed in his hand, ignoring the power of ninjutsu, he resisted head-on, and his fist hit the sky like a gust of wind and rain. Rubber jet machine gun. The fist with a domineering look of armament made him not afraid of flames. The first punch dissipated the fireball, and then smashed into his body under the terrified eyes of Yuan Lushan. This blow was something Iruka Yamamoto had never thought of, and no one would have thought that he would be able to choose a hard shake in the face of B-level ninjutsu, and he had no time to seal an escape, so he could only curl up to resist. Boom bang bang. After 3 punches, Lushan Yuan was already unconscious. Figuang closed his fist instead of attacking, but made a seal in his hand. Fire escape, the technique of arrogant fireball. Figuang is not stingy with chakra. The fireball will form a huge fireball of 10 meters as soon as it appears. The special effects are full, and the momentum is terrifying. It also gave Sarutobi Hyjin a chance to perform. 2 done, 2 lubi. A huge earth wall rose from the ground, blocking all attacks. Sarutobi Hyjin said in a deep voice, "The victor Kinoshita Hikari." Everyone was speechless. The victory was too fast, and many people didn't know what was going on. Kinoshita Figuang won, and when the smoke cleared, they saw Rinlu Shanyuan lying on the ground, already in a coma. Daimyo didn't expect that his guardian forbearance would be so vulnerable. Dissatisfaction flashed in his eyes, and he felt that his safety in the hands of these people really couldn't give him a sense of security. With this kind of combat power, if a strong enemy attacks, what will he do? At this moment, the daimyo looked at Kinoshita Figuang. His eyes were a bit fiery. He was so big and so powerful, and it will not be more powerful in the future. If he can protect himself, he will feel a sense of security. He coughed lightly. "Okay, let's go back." "Your Excellency Daimyo." A guardian called out Daimyo, reminding him that there were still 5 people on his side. "Is it better? But I'm a little tired." Daimyo declined politely, not wanting to be embarrassed, but he underestimated the self-esteem of several people. As the guardian of the country of fire, he was killed by a child at this moment, and they all wanted to cut their abdomens in shame. "Please approve, I will definitely rectify the name of the guardian ninja." The guardian ninja knelt down on one knee, and his words were sincere but extremely firm. "Well then, how are you going to compare this time? I'll talk to the 3rd generation." The daimyo still has to let the guardian ninja choose first, which can be regarded as a first mover. The probability of winning should be higher. Team battle, 5 of us challenged 10 of them. It's not good. Daimyo hesitated. 5 people playing 10 people. No matter how you look at it, it is not easy to fight, and if you lose, your face will be rubbed on the ground by 3 generations. I also ask your excellency for approval. The 5 of me have absolute certainty. Guardian Shinobi is very persistent and has confidence in his own forbidden techniques. Chapter 65 _ The awkward position of ninjas. "Oh, let's have a fight then." Daimyo sat back in his seat and asked, are you still playing here? Circled dot operator. Oh circled dot operator, this can't be done, the venue is too small. Guardian Shinobi let out a cold sweat, he felt like a fool. Then what do I think? Daimyo's words hit the soul directly. I can't see it for a long time, so what else? You thought it was a duel, but there are audiences. All the senior officials of the Fire Nation are basically there, and then you go to fight elsewhere. Make everyone wait for you. It's okay here. The Guardian said in a deep voice, even if the space here is not enough, it is still possible to fight. Even if he can't use the forbidden technique, he is confident to defeat the miracle team. Are you sure? Daimyo asked again, after getting a positive answer. Nod in agreement. Second round, team fight. 5 Guardian Ninjas and the Miracle Squad face off. There were some disappointed officials and ministers just now. Interested in one after another. For many, it's more of a pastime, an appreciation of free time. The maids shuttled through the crowd to serve, holding fruit plates and cakes. The atmosphere below is solemn, but the above is full of eloquent comments. There is no trace of seriousness at all, and some officials who are rambunctious even want to write a poem to show their talent. This is bad. But there is no way, compared to the sacredness of the samurai duel. Ninjas are more like clowns, it's not about power, it's just looking for their superiority as a normal human being. They talk aloud just to cover up their inner fears. A slightly trembling body was concealed under a large robe. The air trembled and the blood boiled for ninjutsu, which they could never resist. Daimyo never sends asterisk books out loud. Group and GT, 9, 8, 0, 2, 0 U5 female sign 8, 5/6, reprimanding guardian forbearance. Instead, they will try their best to meet their requirements while showing the majesty of the king. Face the ninja. Officials and daimyo will never fight you with knives, but give judgments from the commanding heights of morality. This is also the reason why ninjas have such a low status. This is the deepest contradiction and estrangement. There are only 2 ways to eliminate the estrangement, I become you or you become me. That is, unless they become ninjas, or ninjas become normal people. Ninjas have good eyesight. Experienced in combat. The observation of the human body has reached a nuanced level. Figuang only had to look up to see the fear concealed by the officials on the high platform with disdain. It's not about spirit. It's just an instinctive reaction to the inability to defend against danger. 5 Guardian Ninjas on the opposite side. Unlike those people in memory, it should not have served yet. Those east, west, north and south, dragons and horses, have not seen it. Were originally supposed to be 12 guardians, but now there are only 6. And now Konoha did not send ninjas to guard the daimyo. Tie the seal of opposition. Begin. The battle between the 2 sides started instantly. This time, it can be said that Figuang's self-directed and self-acted battle of fame. Just to become a chunin, life is so wonderful, some people don't want to become a chunin to avoid war, they will be given by Sarutobi Hyjin and then sent to the battlefield. But Kinoshita Figuang has to use extraordinary means to get his wish. But that didn't make Kinoshita fly mad. He has his own bottom line and his own perseverance. This battle did not choose to shoot. Instead, he was guarding next to Hazu and Haiyi. The first battle has already put Figuang in the limelight. The effect has been achieved. You don't need and can't bring all the light to yourself. Everyone has their own wonderful. As close friends and companions, Figuang will not take away their light. In the field, Minato, Shigeru, and Makoto each faced a Junin. Lukisa and Dingza, Roshu and Kushina, the 2 of them joined forces to fight against one Joinin. Minato started with a shuriken, his hands turned into afterimages, and quickly formed a seal. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Thousands of swords were fired in unison, covering the entire battlefield, instantly dividing the battlefield. A-level ninjutsu, the momentum is huge. It gives a strong sense of oppression as soon as it appears. The roar of the sword hitting the wall was like a hammer in the hearts of the officials. They opened their mouths wide, shocked by this scene. The power of Tianwei makes them unable to resist. The commentary officials seem to be stuck in the throat. This moment is full of ugliness, and the trembling body is in awe of life. They ask themselves in their hearts, if such ninjutsu hits them, can the warriors and retainers kept in captivity in their house resist? The answer is no. They can only be like a lamb to be slaughtered, waiting for the verdict with their eyes closed. Under the official ugliness hides deep jealousy and fear. For the tacit suppression of ninjas, everyone is even more determined. They can't imagine if ninjas had social status, they would want more. This kind of question that tests human nature is the most insufferable. Daming's eyes narrowed slightly, and there was an enchantment guarding him, so there would be no mistake. But those cloudy eyes couldn't see the movements of the ninja at all. The speed of the ninjas in the field exceeded the limit that the daimyo could watch. Only a trail of afterimages could be seen, and a roar was heard. Then he suddenly felt. Watching the battle like this is meaningless. In the past, watching the battle between the guardian ninjas was like acrobatics. You spit fire, I spit water, and throw two hidden weapons from time to time, which is very exciting. But here comes the real battle. It was only when the big name was discovered that he couldn't see it even if he looked at it, so how could it be wonderful? The right minister, the left minister, how is the battle in the field? The two were speechless. There were fine beads of sweat on his face, and he cursed in his heart, you can't see it, can this old man see it? But he couldn't help answering the big name's question. The left minister said dryly, the battle in the field is very exciting and very anxious. This is nonsense. There was a constant roar in the field, the smoke and dust were flying, and the dust was splashing everywhere. The minister of the left also realized that what he said was nonsense. The minister of the right should be strong with age, with a vision like a torch, and he should have a high opinion. The minister on the left is right. The minister on the right said softly with a face like a lake. Name. These two ministers of him are all human beings, and their words are impeccable. Forget it, just wait, I don't know when it will end, Yan. Daimyo used distress to hide the urgency in his heart. It is best not to lose this battle, otherwise the face will be rubbed on the ground by the 3 generations. And his face is thin. Can't stand the damage, easy to bleed. In the field. The biggest difference between Guardian Ninja and Rain Ninja is that ninjutsu is gorgeous. However, the physical skills are relatively weak compared with other Shangnin. And such a venue also limited the performance of Guardian Ninja, and gradually fell into a disadvantage. Chapter 66 _ Become a special Jonin and reward breakthrough fruits. Interweaving battles on the field. Rizu's eyes are fixed on the battlefield to bring information to everyone. The Jonin who fights with Minato is proficient in both earth and fire ninjutsu. Although the speed is slightly weak, it resists its attack with its superb earth escape. Venue is limited. Both of them were tossing and turning within a certain range. This way of fighting is very beneficial to Watergate. His fighting style is close to the bunt. Quick, accurate, and ruthless, completely abandoning the beauty and flamboyance. But its lethality has increased geometrically, and it can hurt people's lives with just a few gestures. The movement is full of ultimate moves, moving like the wind, fast like electricity, the weapons in his hands turn into afterimages, and the end is extremely ruthless. Experience the hardships of the battlefield. Minato's shot has a murderous aura, although he is still young, he implies the essence of fighting, and has a faint style of everyone. He used his own advantages to the extreme, and he was always able to dodge when there was no time to strike, and then counterattack. The flexibility of his body allow him to perform movements that ordinary people cannot. It's like dancing on the tip of a knife, one can't help but sweat, and the blood of the person watching swells. Kai. The two kunai offset each other, creating brilliant sparks. Staggered shapes. Minato used a powerful control force, tapped his step, twisted his waist and turned around to complete this incredible scene. Drive the arm to stab the back of the upper ninja. Bang tilde. Jonin turned into white smoke and left a stub of wood, disappeared from the field, and then suddenly appeared from the ground, jumped in midair and released a fire escape. Fire escape, the technique of dragon fire. The flames attacked in a straight line, and the heat wave was surging. The power cannot be underestimated. Minato jumped sideways to dodge. Haii's voice resounded in his mind, there is an enemy in the footsteps. Hearing the prompt, Minato kept calm, condensed chakra in his hand, and slammed it on the ground. Spiral pill. The ground was shattered by the spiral pill, revealing the body of Jonin. Already in a coma. This is still the result of Minato's mercy, otherwise the name Junin will be terminated with a single blow. The name is suffocated. Didn't he know that White Eyes could find a hiding place? He knew, but there was no way. He couldn't beat the physical skills, and he couldn't escape, so he could only take a risk. Sneak into the ground and use the earth escape, the technique of beheading in the heart, and prepare to fail to retreat, but loses to Muji ninjutsu. Minato escaped, and the battle was torn apart, and it was no use letting the four Jonin roar. They were destroyed one by one, and they were defeated one by one. This battle gave Hiruzen Sarutobi a real insight into the combat effectiveness of the Miracle Squad. It also allowed the daimyo to really know the Miracle Team. The Guardian Forbearance has really become a background wall, used to set off the strength of the Miracle Team. When everyone gathered together, they looked at the big name. A murderous aura swept through. The 5 Junin who fell to the ground added a touch of power to everyone. The battle is over. This time, the Miracle Team won. Sarutobi Hizen shouted with a smile in his eyes. Miracle tilde tilde. Everyone shouted, imprinting this name in everyone's heart. Clap clap clap. Daimyo clapped his hands lightly. Yes, come up and talk. When everyone came forward, the big name asked Figuang's most concerned question. Are they all Shangnin? Daimyo's tone was slow. Every word is separated by a long time, looking at Sarutobi Hizen. Officials also looked at Sarutobi Hizen. The same goes for the Miracle Squad. Everyone focused their attention on Sarutobi Hizen. Although he is not false, he also knows that this sentence cannot be answered easily. If truth be told, there are only 3 Chunin and the rest are Genin, then it would be tantamount to rubbing the daimyo on the ground. Although it would be cool. But the consequences were bad. Sarutobi Hizen considered for a moment, then said, in addition to the combat power issue, Konoha's promotion mechanism also has the amount of tasks as the standard. These 10 people are all my Konoha geniuses, and there is no problem with the combat power. But the daimyo also saw that they are still young and need to be polished, so now the Miracle Team is all Chunin. Oh tilde. The big name nodded slightly, accepting this statement. But he was still not satisfied. He pointed at Kinoshita Hikari and Namikaze Minato. What level can these two be able to defeat Jonin alone? Daimyo heard the 4 words Konoha's shinobi when he was fighting, but he couldn't agree with it. Flying over Kinoshita can be said to kill Jonin in seconds. Namikaze Minato was also the cornerstone of winning the battle by defeating Jonin alone, and the performance of the two was too eye-catching. Big Name also sacrificed his face for the sake of face, and continued, the new year is approaching, how is the border? I really want to know if everyone is doing well, can you be fed and clothed? Sarutobi Hizen was stunned for a moment. The famous name threatened him with money in order to save face. It means that it is another year, and it is time to pay out the funds. The war is anxious, and the old man is ashamed. Although Konoha is confident of winning the war and defending the safety of the country of fire, supplies are really scarce right now. His wrinkled old face was full of worry, and he was already in the play. Just 2 words, add money. The corner of the big name's mouth, which was covered by the fan, twitched. He just wants to save face, and it's too bad to hear about today's news, so you just ask for money. This food is too ugly, can you still play happily? The big name made a nasal sound, which was inaudible, and quickly asked. So what level of ninja are these two teenagers? Extraordinary Shanjin, these two are the disciples and grandsons of this old man, and also Konoha's special Shanjin. Originally, the two of them were too young to bear the burden, but in the opinion of this old man, geniuses cannot be handled with common sense, and they cannot be avoided. My dear, this old man is ashamed. It's a good young man who does not shy away from relatives. The daimyo looked up and down carefully, complimenting him from time to time, as if he had seen some rare treasure. But his heart sank, and he wanted to win over. But these 3 generations of Hokage actually said that the two were his disciples and grandchildren, and this suddenly made the daimyo lose interest. Although daimyo is not a ninja, he also knows that mentoring has its special meaning everywhere. Since he can't win over, he doesn't want to say anything more to the two of them. Turn around and leave. At this moment, Figuang was extremely happy. When Sarutobi Hizen said that he was a special shinobi, the system's prompt sound came as promised. Congratulations to the host for becoming a chunin, reward for seeing and hearing domineering. Congratulations to the host for becoming an elite chunin, reward breakthrough fruit 1. Congratulations to the host for becoming a special jonin, reward breakthrough fruit 1. Figuang was shocked. He always thought that there was only domineering, but he didn't expect other rewards. And especially after the forbearance. The next step is to go to the ninja, and then the overlord will definitely be awakened. He turned his head and looked around. Everyone was very happy, but he didn't expect to play a game and everyone would advance. After everything was over, everyone rushed to Konoha. With Sarutobi Hizuki by his side, although he was very happy, everyone seemed a little cautious, and they were all hurrying on their way. The most urgent thing here is Kinoshita Figuang. He couldn't wait to try the effect of seeing and hearing. This mission is a complete success. Let's go back to rest first, come to the Hokage building tomorrow, and grant you the Chunin vest. After Yuan Fei Rigian finished speaking, he turned around and left, for this increase in funding. He is also very happy. Everyone was very happy with the result this time, but the big name was depressed. Chapter 67 Danzang Broken Arm. Saying goodbye to Sarutobi Hizen, everyone proposed to celebrate. But now Figuang has no time to celebrate. He just wanted to go home now and study himself. Tomorrow, I'm going to prepare a big surprise. Let's celebrate, you can look forward to it. Figuang promised and turned and ran. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what new tricks Figuang was going to do, but they were looking forward to it. It's so troublesome, let's gather tomorrow. I'll go home first. Alas, it's too troublesome to become a chunin before I know it, Lu Ju of Versailles said. Damn it, I'm not particularly joinin'. His good mood was interrupted, and Shigeru Uchiha was very unconvinced. He was only one step slower, and his combat power could completely defeat Chunin. Shungshu laughed. It doesn't matter, Master Shungshu is also a Chunin, no shame. Don't compare me to you, you bastard. HMPH what are you going to do? Are you going to fight? Rouge glared at Shigeru and challenged. HMPH, a kid is a kid, immature at all, Makoto-chan, let's go. _. Shigeru Uchiha ignored the rope tree and invited Makoto home. Oh, good. Makoto stared at Figuang's back, the mechanical response, and turned to meet Shigeru at the clan. Figuang Jun's back is so handsome. Kinoshita's home. Figuang first inspected the territory. After confirming that no one was there, he hid in the house and closed the door, sneaking like he was going to do something strange. System, what does that breakthrough fruit do? Breakthrough fruit, also known as the breakthrough fruit, the limit fruit, can break the shackles and improve an ability. Close black lens bracket. Figuang understood. In other words, this breakthrough fruit can improve his ability. For example, the current water attribute chakra quality change is 1000 for primary level, and you can break through to intermediate level by taking it. Of course, he could not choose to break through this. The most ideal should be yin and yang escape, rubber fruit, so that he can make the best use of it. Can I still get this fruit in the future? Figuang asked. Insufficient data, please explore by yourself. Close black lens bracket. Figuang frowned. This self-exploration is difficult to do, that is, it is uncertain whether there is a system. If you can't figure it out, don't think about it anymore, it's already a windfall. He has decided that he will not use it until the critical moment, unless he gets it again. And the next time the biggest chance is, Elite Jonin, Penumbra. This Elite Junin Figuang knows what to do, but this Penumbra. Do you want to get a Hokage half-cuff to wear like White Fang? This Penumbra is not strength. It's a symbol, a status symbol. The most apt is the Hokage half-sleeve of Konoha White Fang. Figuang thought for a moment, determined the road ahead, and sat cross-legged. Close your eyes and feel it carefully. Domineering is one of the 3 kinds of domineering, which can make people's 5 senses sharp, can detect the aura of surrounding creatures, the domineering of emotional changes, and can also be used to predict and avoid danger. The arrogance of seeing and hearing has a variety of functions, such as perceiving attack, predicting the opponent's next step, sensing the strength of the creature, sensing the emotion and thinking of the creature, and perceiving the position and number of objects outside the field of vision. These are the basic abilities of seeing and hearing, and intensity varies from person to person. Now, he closed his eyes and carefully sensed the surrounding environment, the flow of the wind. A while. When he walked out of the house, the air in the house did not flow, which affected the performance. Figuang didn't feel the flow of the wind and wanted to try it in the yard. The flow of the wind. Figuang, who has no teacher, can only cross the river by feeling the stones and explore by himself. He felt that this should be similar to the principle of perception ninjutsu. Just be silent. The difference shouldn't be that big. Hiss tilde. Figuang, who was cultivating, moved his ears slightly, and vaguely felt a snake crawling in his mind. But it's so blurry that people can't tell whether it's feeling or hearing. When I opened my eyes, I saw a small white snake. Master. This white snake is the exclusive psychic snake of Orochimaru, and is generally used for mutual communication between 2 people. The white snake letter can handle this special frequency, just like Morse code can simply transmit information. Master is back. Orochimaru actually came back from the front line and is waiting for him at home at the moment. He got up to pack up and hurried to Orochimaru's house. Teacher, you are back. When Figuang arrived at Orochimaru's house, he saw Uncle Snake drinking tea in the yard. I have to say that Uncle Snake is very good at temperament. He saluted slightly, no matter what Uncle Snake will do in the future, but at this moment, Orochimaru is his master and a master who teaches him many things. For this, Figuang should respect him. Ah, go back to Konoha to report to your job. Congratulations on becoming Konoha's special Junin. Orochimaru smiled and looked at the respectful apprentice in front of him. There was satisfaction in his eyes. One problem has been with Orochimaru for a long time. That is what kind of apprentices he wants to accept in the future, and Kinoshita Figuang has satisfied all his apprentice fantasies. Genius, blood, fetters, intelligence, respect for teachers, all of which make Orochimaru proud. For this apprentice, he never stopped anything, just guarded silently with strict self-discipline. To set a good example for Kinoshita Figuang as a teacher, that's all. Although a little immature, the future is promising. On it, Orochimaru saw the inheritance. Sit down and try this cherry blossom tea. Originally, the cherry blossoms bloomed in April. They were specially brewed for the teacher and preserved until now. There are not many more. The next time you want to drink it, you will have to wait a few months. Figuang took the teapot and poured a cup of Orochimaru, and then poured himself a cup. After drinking Orochimaru lightly, start tasting. For this tea, Figuang is not cold. He is more concerned about what the word, debriefing, said by Orochimaru means. This debriefing can have a lot of implications. Orochimaru is the commander of the 1st Brigade of the Northwest Battalion. The object of his debriefing should be Danzo. Why did he come back to find Hiruzen Hokage Sarutobi? Don't guess. Danzo was injured and his arm was cut off by Case Ying, and he has withdrawn from the battlefield. Now I am in charge of the Northwest camp. This remark shocked Figuang. In the original book, Danzo was cut off by someone, and he never knew who did it. It turned out to be Kazekage Sasuke. Narrated by Orochimaru. When the Miracle Squad knocked down the Rain Ninja defense line, there was no Rain Ninja check and balance, and Danzo was like a successful battle, defeating Sand Ninja in one fell swoop. Who would have thought that Sasuke is now learning to sell now, and learning the tricks of Hiruzen Sarutobi to attack him? Danzo, who had no bloodstain boundaries, was unable to defend, was severely injured, and even broke his arm. Orochimaru was responsible for escorting Danzo back to Konoha and took his place by the way. This. Figuang's face is calm, but his heart is full of laughter. This old thing also has today. Chapter 68 Orochimaru frees himself. Then when are you leaving? Figuang asked. Since it was a sneak attack, the Northwest camp's combat power is empty, and Orochimaru should stay for a while. I'll go back after the Shangnan conference tomorrow, otherwise I won't worry about those two guys. Figuang knew that this was talking about Jiraiya and Tsunade. Although Orochimaru is not good at words. But at this moment, he is still the Konoha ninja who has a companion and attaches great importance to fetters. If that's the case, then I'll prepare the ingredients and let's celebrate tonight. Orochimaru looked at his disciple with a half smile. I don't know if the celebration he is talking about is celebrating his becoming the commander-in-chief, or becoming a special Junin. Or the regiment's broken arm. Well, just in the evening I have time. Leave it to me, you will never be disappointed. Figuang grinned, bid farewell to Orochimaru, and informed everyone. Start getting ready to go. On the other side, Konoha Hospital. ICU. Danzo was in a coma with bandages all over his body. It can be seen that his right arm is broken at the root, and with the current technology, it cannot be repaired at all. That is to say, Konoha lost a shadow-level combat power. Sarutobi Hizen looked sadly at the intensive care unit. For the injury of a dear friend. He was really uncomfortable. Although the two had disagreements, their relationship could not be faked. Working together for many years, sharing weal and woe. But he had already made up his mind. Since you can't go out to fight, stay in Konoha. Just focus on taking the blame for yourself. Asterisk caret hollow down pointing triangle caret asterisk. Compared to Sarutobi Hizen's sadness. Yuan Feijin, who was behind him, had an odd look on his face. Fortunately, there was an Anbu mask covering him. Otherwise he would definitely be discovered by Hiruzen Sarutobi. To know. Murakami had just cut off Danzo's arm, although it was only a shadow clone. Let Tuanzang be safe, but who would have thought that it would not take long? Danzo really lost an arm. What is this? Heaven is good for reincarnation, who will heaven forgive? It's all destiny. Yuan Feijin sighed in his heart. Suddenly there was a sense of enlightenment, but when I saw Hiruzen Sarutobi, he couldn't help thinking, in this matter, should Master Hokage take the blame? After all, Kazekage Sasuke is now learning and selling, and scatters all the fire on Danzo. Could it be that you are in charge of pretending to be coercive, and he is in charge of topping the thunder? It's an inseparable bond. Oh ha ha tilde. Inside the forest of death. Now. The bright moon hangs high, and the full moon is in the sky. Moonlight fills the earth, quiet and cozy. It can be described as a bird that frightens the mountains at the moonrise, when it sings in the spring stream. In a huge open space. A huge bonfire made of 4 large tree stumps is burning. Miracle Squad, Village 1, Bo Duo Jing. When I arrived, I saw a giant wild boar grilling on a bonfire. There are also plenty of ingredients, wine, drinks, everything on the table next to you. Only did not see the flying light under the wood. The crowd sat down and waited. A while. Orochimaru arrived late and sat with Chunin. Where's Figuang? Yeah, call us here. Where did you go? I don't know, maybe I'm preparing something strange. The crowd smiles. Many of their close friends will meet, especially the atmosphere. Hold tight. When people are chatting. Two beauties in full costumes came slowly, holding musical instruments in their hands and blowing slowly. Passionate music resounded in the mountains and forests, making people emotional. Everyone was immersed in the music involuntarily. Bang tilde. A puff of white smoke appeared in the field. Everyone couldn't help but tense their bodies. When the smoke and dust dissipated, it was Kinoshita Figuang. At this moment, Kinoshita Figuang was wearing a black-red cloud robe, a hat on his head, and wind chimes swaying on it. With music. Slowly, yesterday is history, tomorrow is the future, cherish the gift of God today, a miracle made us meet, and there will be no fear on the road of life from now on. Cheers, my friends, let's have a banquet. Out tilde. Figuang let out a wolf howl, and a seal was formed in his hand. Hai, Shu, Yu, Shen, Wei. Spirituality, Shinya. Bang tilde. Accompanied by the huge smoke, Shinya made a mighty appearance. Roar tilde. Figuang stood above his head and waved his hands. The two beauties playing music understood it in seconds. This is Figuang's own shadow clone change. The purpose was to adjust the atmosphere, but Kai Jing pinched his waist secretly without seeing Dukunichi drooling. Mu Yi grinned, not daring to resist. At this time, passionate music transforms into Binks wine. Shinya's snake-tail pestle to the ground. Stand up straight. Like a pillar of optimism. With a majestic feeling. One man and one beast by moonlight and bonfire. Dance slowly to the music. Shinya turns into a wave, dancing rhythmically. Kinoshita is the body elongated. Like a spirit snake around a column, sliding down, blowing the Asan snake dance from time to time. Woo, ______. Everyone laughed and enjoyed Figuang's performance. Only Uncle Snake felt a little stab in his neck. There is an urge to try it. But he couldn't save his face. I want to keep the dignity of my elders. While hesitating, I saw Figuang with music, standing on top of Shinya's head. Make a pause. In the end, both hands pointed at Uncle Snake, and Shinya slowly descended to everyone's side as if moving the stage. Figuang stretched out his hands, grabbed Orochimaru and Roshu and said loudly. Today, the Orochimaru lineage will present a wonderful performance for everyone. Okay tilde oh tilde oh tilde oh tilde. Although not eating. But the atmosphere has reached its climax. Yo hoo 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 tilde tilde. Yo ho 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 hoo tilde. Orochimaru has the potential of Konoha Dance King. Even though I only listened to the tune once, I was able to keep up with the beat and dance. The three of them stood on top of Shinya's head, hanging high in the sky, with the moonlight as the background, dancing to their heart's content. Have fun at last. Orochimaru and Figuang stretched their necks and danced with the wind, shaking their heads frantically. Ah, give me a pill and I'll smile at you tilde. Stopped with one-handed soul rapper. Clap clap. Thunderous applause. The show is over, thank you everyone, the first session is over, the second session is over, let's enjoy the party to the fullest. The crowd picked up their wine glasses. Figuang took out the space scroll and opened it. As soon as it appeared, it caused a burst of exclamation. This is a super black wine glass, and it is also a special wine glass for Shinya. Shinya's big snake head showed a satisfied smile. Very satisfied with my little brother. Raise a glass and drink, chat, and be happy. At this time, everyone forgot about the war and all the unpleasantness, and cheered. Uncle Snake, who doesn't drink a drop of alcohol, is even more welcome today. There is a feeling of destroying the character. Today, he released himself and showed a completely different side from usual. The bonfire crackled. The flames were burning brightly, reflecting on everyone's faces. And this happy scene was pressed by time, and it will always be remembered in the hearts of everyone, forever. Chapter 69 _ Take the durian to see the group. The next day, Figuang stood in front of the mirror and dressed up carefully. What he did was not a blind date, but to see his old friend, Shimura Danzo. An old friend was injured and his arm was cut off, such a heartwarming thing. How could he not go to condolences and ridicule again by the way? This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity calls for being dressed up and celebrating loudly. After everything was ready, Figuang went to the mountain family and bought a large bunch of white carnations. This represents the pure friendship between him and Shimura Danzo. One of the two wanted to kill each other, and the other wanted to control each other. The purpose was very clear and pure. When he was halfway, Figuang saw a fruit shop, but he didn't say. He bought 4 large durians. That's it. Figuang carried a white carnation in one hand and 4 large durians in the other, and came to the ninja hospital under the eyes of passers-by who were retreating. Hello, may I ask which ward Shimura-dan is hiding in? I'll come and see him. Just as Miss Nurse was about to speak, she smelled a foul odor. The smell was so sour that she couldn't help covering her nose. Hospitals can't bring shit. Figuang has a black line on his face. Although he wants to make tuanzang sour and refreshing, he can't describe it with shit. How can you make people who like to eat durian like this? Nurse, your way is narrow. Which room is Danzo Elder in? 302, 3rd floor, go quickly. The nurse glanced at the durian and glared at Figuang. She has never seen a patient who chooses to send durian. Where does this come from? Is she hoping that the group will not die? He could already see the smell in the air. Thank you. Figuang smiled proudly. Your expression makes people very happy, indicating that the effect has been achieved. When they reached the 3rd floor, the guards stood guard at the root of the door. After the pungent smell, he frowned slightly and turned his head to see Figuang appearing with a sad face. Lord Danzo, who is so immoral to cut off only one of your hands? Figuang entered the room and shouted angrily. Danzo, who was confused, smelled a foul stench before he opened his eyes. Judging from its strong smell, I'm afraid that someone is not shitting on the old man's head. The next moment he panicked. Isn't there a problem with the excretory system of the old man, and he can't control the bloom? Danzo rubbed his butt, feeling very dry, and heaved a sigh of relief. When he opened his eyes, he saw Figuang under the wood, frowning slightly. I always felt as though I had just heard something offended. What are you doing here, and what's so stinky? Purebred durian, smells stinky and tastes good. The more stinky the more fragrant. I'm afraid you won't have enough to eat, so I brought you 4. Congratulations. Figuang placed the durian on both ends of the hospital bed, so that Tuanzang would always be surrounded by the happiness of durian freedom. Danzang felt a bit irritated, and said in a deep voice, congratulations to the old man. Are you mocking the old man? Also, take this thing away quickly, the old man doesn't eat fruit. Don't, you see, this durian is known as the king of fruits. It's very delicious. This durian uses its smell to disguise itself. Just like you, it uses its appearance to disguise itself, but it's very sweet inside. Figuang quickly knocked on one. You taste it, you see the color of this gold, what do you think of? Danzo didn't answer, and frowned slightly after taking a bite. Take it, the old man is not used to this smell. Figuang knocked open all the durians, maximized the smell, and closed the window with a serious face. Lord Danzo, what did you smell? Danzo really wanted to kill Figuang directly, but what else did he smell? It smelled bad, and it was getting worse and worse. Smoke the head dizzy. Figuang didn't wait for Danzo to answer, and continued. This smell is a smell of misunderstanding, a smell of incomprehension. you always feel bad, but it's just his appearance. As Elder Konoha, you won't be deceived by the surface, right? Are you teaching the old man to do things? Danzo stared, as if he had been greatly insulted. The old man guards Konoha all his life, how can he be deceived? Then does it still stink? This kid mean. How does the old man answer this question? Not smelly tilde. Danzo was taken away by Figuang and said something against his heart. Since it doesn't stink, we have to enjoy him. Take a deep breath, read with me, and let go of prejudice. In the breath, shout to me, really fragrant. Danzo's forehead blue veins jumped, and he looked at Figuang fiercely. Enough, what are you trying to say? I'm here to visit you. Look at you, you have suffered such a serious injury. What will you do in the future? I heard that Lord Danzo is not married. Who will support you in the future? Let's go to a nursing home for the elderly, grow flowers and drink tea every day, and have the company of young ladies and sisters, so let's live in old age. Presumptuous, the old man is not old, not abandoned, he can still protect Konoha, and he can fight. Danzang's eyes were red, as if he wanted to choose someone to eat. This was the time when Danzo was weak, and being stimulated by Figuang, coupled with the smell in the air, made him gasp for breath. Feeling a little hypoxic. At this time, Sarutobi Hizen came to visit his close friend, and as soon as he entered the room, Danzo's eyes were red, he was panting heavily, and the air was filled with a stench. He covered his nose, walked to Danzo, and looked down 3 ways. Did my old friend pull up his pants and be seen by Figuang? What a pity, won't be beaten to death. He considered the language for a moment. That, people are weak, there is no way to relax for a while. I know you don't want to, but when something happens, you have to accept him and face the reality. Even if you say that, do you think I'm useless? Danzo was furious and felt that his friend had changed. The breath of freedom is gone. No, don't think too much, let's change places. Sarutobi Hizen couldn't bear it, and wanted him to change the bed. I'm not going, I'll stay here. The old man thinks that the air here is very good, and it's all the real smell. Sarutobi Hiru cut a black line on his face. It's really shit, you still have to smell it after pulling it, are you narcissistic? Tuanzo. Sun cut. The two looked at each other without giving up. Be obedient and talk in another place. I don't, it's true. I didn't say it was fake shit either. I can't stand it anymore. What fake shit? Danzo looked confused, what was his best friend saying? PFF tilde. Figuang is professional, he never smiles unless he can't help it. What are you laughing at? Rizan frowned. It's nothing, I just think that the 3rd generation grandpa is right. Don't you say this is true. Danzo was furious. Peef tilde you're right. Figuang couldn't help it, so he made an excuse to run away, for fear of being beaten to death by the two who reacted. Stop for the old man, when will Shimura soil be cleaned up and when will it be reversed? After Figuang heard it, he ran faster. What time was it? He still wanted to wash the clothes, but Teibai couldn't wash the clothes. Chapter 70_ding, you have changed. This time Figuang belongs to the idle period. He locked himself at home, did nothing, and focused on developing his own means of attack. Knowing the current means of attack, develop rubber fruits and fight. He first developed the 3rd gear, blew the air to the soles of his feet, and had a super big foot. Looking at his big feet, he fell into contemplation. If there is foot odor, is it considered a poisonous gas attack? After all, such a big foot must be very sour. Figuang researched skills with peace of mind. But Figuang, an otaku at home with peace of mind, was found by Ding Zuo today. Figuang, are you at home? Are you at home? Figuang saw that Ding Zuo broke in without knocking on the door, and felt helpless. You have already come in, what are you shouting? What's the matter? Follow me, and you'll know when you go. Figuang was taken away by Ding Zuo with a confused look on his face. So, that's why you came to me. Figuang said in a low voice with a black line on his face. There was a 200-pound girl in front of him who was gobbling up food, and Figuang was afraid that she would die if she was not careful. How is it? My sister is a good person. I told you that it is a blessing to be able to eat. Look at how rich she is. Figuang swallowed his saliva and looked at the girl with a face full of flesh in front of him, who was eating with a big elbow at the moment. Then what? So, what the hell did you call me for? Nutty, don't make trouble, didn't we agree? You want to be my brother-in-law, I'll bring my sister to you to see, how nice. Figuang was staggered by Ding Zuo. At this moment, he had a question mark on his face, wondering if he had lost his memory. Why did he have no impression at all? Ding Zuo did not respond to Guan Figuang, but was selling hard. Do you know what the two unique skills of the Chu Dao clan are? One is eating, and the other is cooking. I tell you, as long as you have eaten the food made by the Chu Dao clan, there is no such thing as bad taste. Brother Ding Zuo is right, I cook deliciously, I'm a picky eater, it's fine to just eat, So, can you swallow the meat in your mouth before you speak? It's so strange for you to say that. I haven't asked yet, what's your name? My name is Chu Dao Shuang, you can call me Shuang, or my nickname, Fu Shuang. Cool, so cool. What a mess, what the hell are you talking about? If you marry this woman, will you be happy every day in the future? It always feels like something weird is mixed in. Well, I want to say, we're still too young, isn't it a little early to talk about this? Figuang smiled awkwardly, wailing in his heart. In my previous life, I thought that blind date was a large-scale social death scene, but now I am 9 years old, and I am so ashamed that I have to cut my belly. You are so anxious to make me do bad things, Ding Zuo. But just to do bad things, we can go to the izakaya to comfort the eldest sister who has slipped. Don't look for acquaintances, bastards. Call me, Bold Tilda just fine. I'm 10 years old this year. I can wait for you. In a few years, when we are adults, we can get married, and the time is very fast. I can wait for you. Figuang was really displeased by this cool girl. Did he really not understand, or pretended not to understand? Did he know that he was rejecting it? Chu Dao is cool, his eyes are full of autumn waves, holding a big elbow, blinking at Figuang. How to do? Is she winking? Really hot eyes, in the end what to do? Figuang looked around, like sitting on pins and needles, trying to find a savior. But there are not so many coincidences in the world. Figuang searched for a long time but couldn't find it, and sat down in his seat to accept Chu Daoshuang's output. Although you've lost a bit of weight, but you look good, I'll be with me in the future, I'll definitely take care of you, Cool. Figuang, who was thinking, was stunned by this sound, and was taken aback. Whatever you do, you will be happy. Finally, when he thinks of Ding Zuo's sister, he will be called Shuang, and then it will be fine. Figuang is very edible, don't be fooled by the appearance. After Ding Zuo finished speaking, he gave Figuang a meaningful glance. It means, I have set the stage for you, now it's your turn to perform, it's cool to conquer, you are my brother-in-law. Figuang swears that this kind of strange thing, once in a lifetime, can have a lifetime of shadows. Come on, let's have a try. If you eat more than me, I will promise you. He looked at Chu Daoshuang with burning eyes, and his eyes were burning with flames. Good. Chu Daoshuang agreed without hesitation. Before coming here, my brother had already said that Kinoshita Figuang has liked him for a long time, and this time, Figuang-kun must be shy. Yes, shy. Shy Figuang-jun, so kawaii. Facing Chu Daoshuang who suddenly fell into his own world. Kinoshita Figuang's face was covered in cold sweat, and he always felt offended again. He swears that if he fails this time, he will directly cut his abdomen, go to TM's Hokage, and go to TM's Tyrant Ninja World. If he marries this woman, he might as well die. Feifei, 10 years old and 200 pounds. What kind of concept is this? Chu Dao Dingzhou. The concept is that Chu Dao Shuang is a genius of the Chu Dao family, a super genius, and his combat power is absolutely beyond the table. Come on, block your future happiness and fight. Figuang roared loudly, and his fighting spirit was even higher than when he fought against Mio, with flames burning in his eyes. Yoshi, it's burning up. Do it, it's cool. Ding Zuo was cheering his sister up and glanced at his best friend again. I have already recognized this brother-in-law in my heart. Waiter, serve. The waiter served the food with a smile on his face, and he knew the big eater of Konoha like the back of his hand. Pork knuckle, weighs 2 catties, boneless 1 catty 7 tails, how much? 20 inches. Chu Daoshuang stretched out his fingers. 200. Figuang shouted that today even if his stomach exploded and he died on the spot, he would never admit defeat. Okay, come right away. The waiter agreed and left quickly. Come on, it's cool. Come on, it's cool. Figuang was about to say a few words of passion, but she was completely overwhelmed by her name. The end, it turned into a sentence, let's have a showdown tilde. This name is really intoxicating. This is all a little episode. When 220 big elbows are brought to the table, Figuang opens his big mouth, picks up one and stuffs it into his mouth. Pull out the bone without chewing, swallow directly into the stomach. Then he did the same, taking a two-pronged approach, picking up the meat and stuffing it into his mouth. This action really shocked the onlookers. Chu Daoshuang is also eating hard for his own happiness. The fighting spirit in his eyes did not weaken. I feel that Figuang is only explosive, but Chu Daoshuang wants to tell Figuang that women are the strongest in terms of endurance. Just like a rock with a big wave, no matter how he slaps, I will not move, just lift the corner of my mouth and smile slightly. Cool tilde. Bold tilde. Chapter 71 Enter the battlefield again. Don't ask about the result of the last battle, Figuang is alive is the best proof. Happy days are always short. The Miracle Squad has 8 Chunin members and 2 special Jonin members, which means that they have a greater responsibility now. During the war, the promotion of the Miracle team was different. There are no assessments and competitions, just the consent of Sarutobi Hizen and recorded in the book, all this is completed. No one will question the strength of the Miracle Squad. Some families are dissatisfied, and there is no way to do it. You must know that the Miracle team eliminated Uren in the Northwest battlefield. Such feats are enough to keep their mouths shut. Although Hazu's father always said that Hazu should withdraw from the team, he was slapped in the face by the record again and again. With this record, the Hyuga family is very happy to make their young master famous in the ninja world and add prestige to the Hyuga family. Compared to the glory of the Hyuga clan, a little danger can be ignored. Also today, the crowd was led by Kinoshita Moraichi and once again headed to the battlefield of the Land of Rain. As soon as he arrived at the border, the bright sun was blocked by dark clouds, and Figuang couldn't help sighing. Come to Northwest Camp. I saw Orochimaru standing outside the account waiting. Figuang can clearly feel that the mental state of Orochimaru at the moment is different, high-spirited and high-spirited. Moraichi-kun, you are here. Orochimaru stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, and Figuang knew that this was the expression of his master's happiness and desire. Well, now it's happy, and later it's blackening. Yes, Miracle Squad, there should be 11 people, and there are 11 people, under the order of Lord Hokage, and under the command of Lord Orochimaru. As soon as Kimishita village was put away, it was very formal. Don't be so formal, we are all old friends, come with me. When Orochimaru returned to the tent, thinking about how to maximize the role of the Miracle team. When you first take power, you must use merit to consolidate your position, otherwise you will not be able to convince the public. At this time, the Miracle team came at the right time. He understands that this is his teacher's silent support for him, standing for himself. You know, without talking about others, it is said that Murakami is a real movie-level powerhouse. The arrival of the Village One can fill the problem of the lack of combat power in the Northwest battlefield. Orochimaru considered the language for a while and said, Konoha has just fought a battle with Sand Ninja. At this moment, it is the stage of recuperation. At this stage, there is no task suitable for the miracle team. After Orochimaru finished speaking, he paused and looked at the Village One. Do you think this is good? First disperse the miracle team, fly the rope tree to treat the wounded, Hai and Shikuji go to the headquarters, Hazu and Shigeru go to the reconnaissance department, Dingzu Minato Makoto follows Jiraiya, and Kushina go to the enchantment class. After hearing this, the village nodded in agreement. Understand that this is the kindness of Orochimaru, let everyone study separately, and distribute them according to each person's strengths. Does Rope Tree know medical ninjutsu? My disciple is able to communicate with Tianyu, which is of great help to the treatment. That's fine, everything is up to you. This is the first time the Miracle Squad has separated. Everyone was a little uncomfortable, and they were a little gloomy after walking out of the tent. Figuang smiled brightly and said, Don't be like this, these people are all seniors, the teacher wants us to learn the experience, don't look listless. That's what I said, but why did I go to the enchantment class alone? Kushina's mouth is raised to hang an oil bottle. Of course, Kushina has talent. At that time, everyone will learn all their special skills and starve them to death. Figuang comforted everyone, quite like an old father. After the separation, the three Figuang went to the medical department to report. After a war, the medical department is overcrowded and there is a shortage of medical ninjas. Although the number of medical ninjas here is not as rare as that of the Western camp, there are only 2 classes, that is, 8 people, and their busy feet do not touch the ground. When Figuang entered the tent, he was recognized. In the medical field, Figuang is also a small celebrity, and everyone knows that he is half of Tsunade's disciple, and he is skilled in medical ninjutsu. Kinoshita Figuang, why are you here? Come and help me quickly. And you Rope Tree, quickly connect Ling Tianyu to stop the bleeding for everyone. The medical squad leader was like catching a strong man, and he was not polite at all. Figuang is also unambiguous. After a simple disinfection, it will enter the working state. The ninja in front of him was covered with medical bandages, especially on his left leg, and there was a trace of blood spilling out. Figuang put away his smile and treated him with a serious face. Figuang, don't be so serious, you think my injury is enough to go to a nursing home, haha. Enough, don't get too excited, otherwise it will affect the injury, and I can only send you flowers. The wounded man's pretending to be heroic stopped abruptly, and he didn't dare to pretend anymore. Not moving at all. He knew that the food in this nursing home was very good. There are people to wait on, not only that, but entertainment activities are also available. He can't die, he has to live well. Nursing homes have strict admission standards, not to say that you can enter if you are injured. It's okay to be injured during wartime or while completing a major mission. That is to say, in addition to war missions, other people have to make substantial contributions. This is to prevent someone from thinking about it and doing stupid things. At this moment, Figuang turned into Dr. Sunshine to treat everyone. The other side. Hanzo frowned, the war had been going on for too long, the Land of Rain was a small country, and it was about to lose its hold. The war is not only about the number of ninjas, but also the size of the country. The Land of Rain is irrigated by rain all year round, and the food production itself is very small. Now a full-scale war has begun, with heavy casualties among civilians, and everyone is panicking. There is no need to cultivate the land, and the land is even more fruitless. Moreover, the defeat on the northwest battlefield was more like a heavy hammer, hitting Hanzo on him. Not only did he lose a lot of Rain Ninja elites, but he also made the people of the Land of Rain even less confident. The early stage of the war was fine, and the Land of Rain was also bloody. To expel the enemy to defend the home can be over time. As the war intensifies, no amount of blood will be smoothed out. Everyone will face a very real problem, that is, eating and dressing. The war was scorching, Yuren's defeat, and the accusations of the great name of the Kingdom of Rain, one after another, all piled up in front of Hanzo. And he can't solve any of these things now. Thinking hard about countermeasures, he couldn't sleep at night, and his hair was about to be bald by himself. It can't go on like this, it must be resolved quickly. There was a flash of determination in Hanzo's eyes, and the country of Rain could no longer afford it. 3 days later, we will launch a general attack on Yan Ninja. We can't afford it, nor can the country of Rain. We need everyone to use their lives to drive away these invaders. Hanzo said in a passionate tone. Take out the battle map, and defeat Iwa Shinobi in one fell swoop. Hokage the rubber fruit is bigger, Chapter 141 to 160. Chapter 72 Hanzo forces Iwanin for peace talks. Now. In the battlefield, Rain Ninja and Iwa Ninja confronted each other, each with his own calculations. There are countless methods of war, but only by sieging cities and engaging in large-scale frontal engagements can the tragic nature of war be reflected. In terms of military strength alone, the country of Rain is absolutely incomparable to the country of Earth. But war is definitely not a simple 1+1, but a comprehensive situation judgment. Now. Behind Yuren is the base camp Yuren village. They have no choice but to fight back. On the other hand, Yanren was different. They considered more, not only to defeat Yuren, but also to prevent their own losses from being too great. The 3 generations of Toying Onogi are cunning, and have an amazing sense of strategy. Never caring about immediate gains and losses, but considering long-term development, the land of Rain is now devastated by war. It can be said that after all the meat is eaten, there are only bones left, which is very difficult to chew, and there is not much oil and water to win if you win. In such a context of war, it is not worth it for Iwanin and Rainin to lose both. At this moment, Onogi's heart is inclined to a truce. And the main purpose of this battle is to get a little better, and then get more benefits at the negotiating table. Then go home, sit and watch the situation in the ninja world, find an opportunity, and then wait for the opportunity. Although Onogi did not express such a strategic intention, those Iwanin confidants were able to detect it bit by bit. Guess the idea of his own soil shadow. This is also Onogi made a fatal mistake. He thought that he was well hidden, but he didn't know that he had been exposed to the public. The result is that people are unwilling to fight to the death. Rain bears the will of life and death, and fights against the odds. Iwanin went through the motions, not wanting to try desperately. Compare the two. Iwanin's momentum was weakened by 3 points. In the battlefield, especially in the battle of the army, the most important thing is the momentum. Onogi, step back now, Yuren can stop worrying about it. Hanzo shouted, his voice calm. Onogi used the technique of light and heavy rocks to slowly float in the air, but his short body had a powerful strength. As Earth's shadow has the only escape technique in the current ninja world, dust escape. This is the fusion of wind, fire, earth, and 3 attributes, which is a bloodstain elimination that is 1 level higher than the bloodstain limit. Hanzo, surrender, look at the people behind you, your subordinates, and stop making unnecessary sacrifices. If that's the case, then come on, I want you to feel the wrath of Rain Ninja. Hanzo closed his eyes and said in a rage. Go to war. He took the lead in full force, arrogant, and rushed into the battlefield. Behind him, Yuren followed his leader to charge. 20 people originally had only 9 people left. Hirao Takahashi changed his greed for life and fear of death in the past, but was extremely heroic and fought bravely to kill the enemy. Hidden weapons intertwined, ninjutsu boiling, and the explosion of the detonating talisman. Hanzo plunged into Iwanin's heart like a sharp knife, and no one could stop him. When Hanzo dashed into the center of Doiwa Ninja, he channeled out of the well. As soon as Fujing appeared, He spewed out a poisonous mist, filled with purple poisonous gas, and carried Hanzo around the battlefield. It was at this moment that the strength of demigod Hanzo was undoubtedly revealed. Even if you have an antidote, you will be affected. He is like a moving gas canister, and he said that he sheds endless poisonous mist. All this happened too fast. Seeing that his son had suffered heavy losses, Onogi chased after Hanzo, but at this time it was not a duel, but a war. If Hanzo doesn't care, he will kill Iwanin. Oyemu was furious, although he could fly, but the mountain pepperfish was like a loach, and the speed was too fast. His light and heavy rock technique can't catch up at all. His face was twisted and he roared, "Hanzo, you were running, and I was blamed for slaughtering you urine." Saying that, he folded his hands together, and the white light condensed in his hands. It was the technique of eliminating bloodstains, escaping dust, and peeling off the original realm. Onogi uses his special chakra change ability to make Chendun's damage effect and defense far more difficult than ordinary ninjutsu. Within a certain range, the dust escape can decompose the covered part into an atomic state. This kind of ninjutsu is very terrifying, if it is not too slow to launch. He is the undisputed #1 in the ninja world. Now, Onogi wants to force Hanzo to stop, and the soldiers will fight against the soldiers. But Onogi underestimated Hanzo's consciousness, and he didn't stop at all. At this time, who was being ruthless? Rain Ren has no fear, and Hanzo has long decided that there must be a result today. Anamu was furious, and the dust escaped out of his hand, turning into white light. All Ren would die if he touched it, and even the corpse could not be left behind, and all were decomposed into atoms. But Hanzo just didn't see it, just concentrated on killing the enemy, and the scythe in his hand was sharp again by 3 points. Take all your anger out on Iwanin. The mourning and roaring on the battlefield were endless, and the blood pooled into a small stream, gathering along the earth. In such a battle, it is difficult to say who is the victor, and both suffered heavy losses. As the time goes, Onogi saw his sons wailing in pain, and his heart as hard as a stone could not help but feel a little soft. Hanzo, let's talk. Talk about what? Hanzo answered loudly, but his hands were not slow, and he continued to harvest. Peace talk. Onogi gritted his teeth and said that he hated Hanzo, an executioner who didn't care about his identity. Nothing to talk about. Iwanin quit Rainin and promised not to invade for 10 years, and the war will end. Hanzo never thought about what he could get. As long as he can drive Iwanin away, he will achieve his goal. Ren is not qualified to claim war compensation, and there are 2 countries in the country that are aggressing. Anamu's mind turned, knowing that this was Hanzo's request and Hanzo's bottom line. Although he didn't extort money before he left, there was nothing he could do. This Hanzo was already crazy. That's right, Hanzo knew that he only killed Iwanin regardless of casualties. He has no other choice but to choose the way to fight both. Okay tilde. Onogi said loudly. Hanzo's side was halfway through, and he was about to kill the rock ninja. He stopped abruptly. Since he agreed, there was no point in fighting anymore. He raised his scythe aloft and roared. Rain ninja. Oh. Stop. The war, it's over. Onogi also said, Iwa Shinobu, stop, the war is over. The top leaders of the 2 parties issued orders, and no one dared to violate them. Although they all had hatred in their eyes, they were still on their guard and slowly backed away. The fighting stopped, and the screams of killing disappeared, only the sound of rain hitting the ground and the sound of crying while lying on the ground. At this time, everyone was silent. In this battle, no one was the winner, and they had to go back to bear the pain of the war. Comparatively speaking, Iwa Shinobu was much better, and when they went back, it meant the war was over. Rain Ninja wants to regroup and face the next battle. Chapter 73_Falcon Squad. The fight between Rain and Iwanin came to an end at this moment. Hanzo successfully repelled Iwanin, and the Iwanin main force retreated in an orderly manner. But those spies who probed deep into the Rain Country stayed in the Rain Country. Not only that, but there are also some rock ninja deserters who are also hiding in the country of Rain. The news is spreading rapidly, and the reactions of various countries are mixed. Some are solemn, some are dismissive, and some are waiting for Rain Shinobi and Konoha Sand Shinobi to fight. Northwest Camp. Orochimaru looked at the information in his hand and analyzed the current situation. This information was sent from the root. He was seriously injured in Danzo and returned to Konoha to recuperate. On his deathbed, Orochimaru took over the root organization responsible for the Kingdom of Rain. The loss of Rain Ninja is not small this time. They have no way to continue fighting, and even if they want to fight, they will not come until the end of our battle with Sand Ninja. Nara Patriarch, Nara Kanan calmly analyzed. And you ninja's losses are huge. Even if he wants to continue fighting, he is helpless. Orochimaru licked his tongue. That's right, according to reports from spies, the battle was very tragic, the earth was dyed red, and Hanzo also needed to rest. It is initially estimated that it will take half a year to a year. That is to say, in this year, we can safely fight against the Sand Ninja, and we don't have to worry too much. On the other side, the country of Wind. Sand Ninja Village, Fungying Building. Have you confirmed the list yet? Saji sat in the first place and asked. This incident is mainly aimed at the Miracle Team. It's not that the Miracle Squad has risen to the point that even Kazekage has to hold a special meeting for them. It is the combat mode of the Miracle Squad, which can be observed by those who are interested. This method of fighting the weak against the strong and fighting efficiently needs to be learned. All 10.5 children can kill Mio with cooperation and achieve such great results. Explain that such a combat mode is desirable and replicable. Since it is replicable, then Sha Ren will also set up an elite team of 10 of his own. It's ready, they've been notified, I'll be waiting for you downstairs now. Very well, let's go have a look then. Sasuke got up, his face was pale, and it was not without cost that he severely damaged Danzo. He himself was badly injured. Everyone, I think you should know the purpose of calling you this time. Sasuke glanced at 10 people, and the 10 people were uneven, tall and short, old and young, and their genders were male and female. The oldest is 21 years old and the youngest is only 13 years old. Hai Yushi, the father of the scorpion, is good at puppet magic. Luasha, the boundary of bloodstains, the magnetic escape, the golden sand. Yashimaru, wind escape ninja. Tai Yilang, thunder ninja, is good at taijutsu. Yan Sato, puppet ninja. Tokugan Tianqing, earth escape ninja. Kaora, bloodstained boundary ninja, sand dun. Yi Kang, bloodstained boundary, burning escape. Rain Bell, a water escape medical ninja. Hollow incense, seal ninja. These 10 people include most of the escaping techniques of the Sand Ninja, and this is also the strongest team that the Sand Ninja can form. They don't have as many secret arts and bloodstains as Konoha can only piece together. But Shaji is not in a hurry, this is only the first generation, and when the second generation and the third generation, Sha Ren will definitely not be so passive. I think you should also know what I called you to come. Konoha recently formed a miracle team. This team is just a group of children under 12 years old. At first, everyone didn't care, and felt that this was another show of Konoha. But I have to say that this miracle team uses real combat power to tell the ninja world, the combat power of a 10-person team. Long-term combat, survival lurking, outbreaks, everything, just a while ago. 10 of them actually killed nearly 100 Chunin, 10 Shengnin, and a Penumbra-level powerhouse. This kind of record can't be ignored by everyone, which is why you are here today. Sasuke will explain the cause and effect again. These 10 people are all elites, and they didn't take it seriously from the beginning, but gradually they began to pay attention to it. Sha Ren continued. Not only that, think about it, everyone, wait 5 years and 10 years. When 10 people fully grow up, what kind of power will it be? although I don't want to increase other people's ambition and destroy my prestige. But this kind of all-round team, a team with no flaws, hunts shadows, there is absolutely no problem. What Sasuke didn't say is, he felt that he couldn't stop himself then. Come with me. He brought 10 people to the combat conference room and sent the information of the miracle team to everyone. This information is very detailed. There are 10 people's fusion ninjutsu, and all the tactics they have used. Fortunately, Figuang didn't see it, otherwise, he would definitely scold, who exactly leaked everyone's information. Black Jew, it's me Gia. They read it carefully, the more they looked, the more surprised they became, and finally they exclaimed. Because they saw a so-called, yin and yang, sea dragon bullet. 4 Junin and 12 Chunin in one blow is a shocking record. Don't doubt, the information here is real, and it was my confidant who traded his life for it. Sasuke couldn't help sighing when he thought of the sand ninja spy he had placed. It was too detailed and could only be described as outstanding. If it wasn't for Konoha's intelligence, Sasuke would definitely find the spy. A while after everyone read the information, Sasuke spoke up. The most important task for you now is to run in tactics. My requirement is to have 2 to 3 combat plans in any combat situation. Who's the captain then? Rosa said. He felt that as a disciple of Feng Ying, he should do his part. Sasuke glared at Luasha. The captain is up to you to choose. The time limit is 1 month. During this period, I believe you should be able to find the most suitable fighting method for you. Then what's our name? Yushi asked. Sasuke thought for a while. Falcon Squad. I hope an eagle who thinks of the sky will come and go without a trace, as fast as lightning, and lethal with one blow. Falcon. Everyone tasted it carefully in their hearts and agreed with the name. At this moment, the second 10-person team was established, following the Konoha Miracle Team, the Sand Ninja Falcon Team. The most important thing in team fighting is to perform their own duties, so the first thing you have to do is to find your own position so that you can better cooperate with your teammates. Sasuke opened his mouth with hope in his heart. Although the formation of the team was rushed this time, he had confidence in these people. As long as he was given time to run in, he would definitely not be weaker than Konoha's Miracle Team. Finally, when you really succeed, destroy the Miracle Team in one fell swoop, and use the blood of Konoha to make a name for you. Sasuke poured chicken soup into the crowd to inspire their fighting spirit, not only to catch up with Konoha, but also to destroy Konoha. O-X10. Chapter 74 Orochimaru's irascible teaching. Northwest Camp. What's the matter with the 2 of you today? In the big tent, Orochimaru asked 2 dear disciples. As the commander-in-chief of the Northwest Battalion, Orochimaru enjoys special privileges. The 2 disciples were deliberately placed in the medical department, just to teach them carefully in their spare time. But the next moment, he frowned slightly. Rope tree, are you sleepy? The drowsy Shungshu woke up immediately. His eyes were dull, and he wiped his saliva, his face blank. What's wrong? Both disciples are excellent, the only difference is that one is very hard-working, while the other is a little lazy. The former is naturally Figuang, and the latter is a rope tree. What I just said, you repeat. Orochimaru's face was cold, and he asked the most terrifying question in a calm voice. The teacher just said it very well. The rope tree, who was still a little sluggish just now, was completely drowsy at the moment, and was awakened immediately. Teacher has recently developed a ninjutsu, take a look. Orochimaru's voice was hoarse, already very annoyed. He stretched out his sleeves, and the white snake shot out all the time, biting the inner thigh of the rope tree. Ow! The rope tree, who never thought of taking precautions, was bitten and screamed. He bounced violently, shaking his thighs quickly. Are you awake yet? Sober, teacher, let me go. Figuang dripped a drop of cold sweat on his forehead. This teaching is too violent. Other teachers would just throw chalk, beat their palms, and punish students when they dozed off. This thing actually put the snake directly. As expected of you, Orochimaru. Fei Guang, get the toxin out. Orochimaru said the most terrifying words in the most peaceful tone. Not only are they bitten by snakes, they are also poisonous. At this moment, the rope tree has begun to foam at the mouth, and his face has turned purple. Fei Guang did not dare to delay, and hurriedly treated rope tree. He was only afraid that the rope tree would die on the spot if it was a little later. Are you still sleepy? Rope tree shivered, her face pale, and she sat down on her knees. He couldn't help thinking in his heart, where is the gentle teacher from before? This is too cruel. Not sleepy anymore. Orochimaru didn't speak anymore, and continued to explain the changing nature of ninjutsu and chakra. The punishment this time was deliberately done by Orochimaru. He found that the nearest rope tree is very lazy. How can this be done? As his own disciple, he must be the best. Like flying light. After the farce ended, Fei Guang expressed the doubts in his heart. Teacher, what are the changes in the chakra properties of water and soil, how to cultivate to a higher level, and what are the changes in each level? After finally catching Orochimaru, you must study hard to learn about the change of nature, otherwise it will be too difficult to cross the river by feeling the stones alone. When understanding the change of nature, you must first understand what are water, earth, fire, thunder, and wind. What are the 5 attributes? The initial stages are, respectively, flowing, thick, bursting, paralyzing, and cutting. These are the 5 attributes, the most basic and most representative changes, also called basic changes. Orochimaru's words are simple and deep, and each attribute is divided into 3 stages. Moisture has 3 stages: flow, compression, and waves. The 3 changes are the first simple release, and then the gradual enhancement. It is then compressed again to increase the quality of the water. In the end, it turned into a wave, and a wave is better than a wave. Send and receive at will. The earth attribute is thick, hard, and majestic. Each stage of attribute change is similar, which is why it is required to master the 2 kinds of nature changes. And each property needs to be fine-tuned using the same principle. Only at this moment did Fei Guang really know what it is. Thousands of volumes of fake books and 1 word of real books. Although Fei Guang's fire attribute became intermediate. But he kept asking how to make his body adapt. This is not wrong, but too advanced. Therefore, other nature changes have not been upgraded. It's like trying to run directly before learning how to walk. Fei Guang pondered the 3 changes mentioned by Orochimaru. Just like the second Hokage Senju Tobirama, who is known as the man who signed a contract with the sea, the ninja who escaped from the sea. Needless to say, talent is definitely at the enchanting level. But he also did not research the water escape chakra mode. The representative ninjutsu can describe the changes in the nature of Senju Tobirama. Flow, water escape, water rush. Compression, water escape, water break wave. Waves, water escape, hard vortex water blade. One is that it can summon water that rotates and rises rapidly like a tornado in an instant, and then the water spreads like a waterfall and impacts the opponent downwards, finally forming a big river, and all attacks and defenses are controlled by Tobirama. Represents the ultimate in flow. And then compressed into ultra-high fine water column. Finally, it is condensed into a water javelin, which rotates rapidly in layers and non-directional, and throws it hard. As soon as it touches the target, it forms a huge waterspout, which is powerful and gorgeous. But do it here and that's it. Tobirama simply couldn't expend great effort to go further and become the water escape chakra mode. A chakra mode is accompanied by too many characteristics, and the water escape chakra mode must have the density, impact, pressure, and penetration of water. Lay done as attack, speed, and defense. Everyone's focus is different. Fei Guang knew that the idea of directly wanting the 5 escapes to open together was a long way to go. The 3 of them talked in a candle at night, and Orochimaru made no reservations and taught everything they knew. Teacher, but every time I use B-level ninjutsu, isn't it in the process of compression? Otherwise I won't be able to perform it, but why do I feel that my nature change is still in the primary state? This question is asked in conjunction with the properties panel. If compression is the second level, then he should have broken through to the intermediate level long ago. But the reality is that, except for fire, all other attributes are primary perfection. The problem is well explained. You compress through the knots when you release the ninjutsu. Example, the water escape and the water dragon bomb itself use 44 seals to compress the chakra. And if you are proficient in nature change cultivation, you can save the seal, and the highest known second generation can release 3 seals, which is the gap. At this moment, Figuang has no doubts and knows what to do. Inside the training ground, Figuang found an open space and sat on the ground. He transforms chakra into fire, compresses it, and then refines it. When everything is ready, a small fireball is released. The basketball-sized fireball hit the ground and exploded suddenly. Compared with ordinary fireballs, the power of this fireball is significantly greater. Not simply increasing the quantity of chakra, but the quality. Fire attribute change proficiency +1. In the same way, use the wind escape. Wind attribute change proficiency +1. It's done, the wind attribute has become intermediate. Lightning attribute change proficiency +1. Earth attribute change proficiency +1. Open black lens bracket water attribute change proficiency +1 close black lens bracket. Pushing aside the clouds and fog, all of them were promoted in an instant. What I thought was difficult, it turned out to be so simple after finding the right way. Chapter 75 _ Get together and get ready for the Falcon. 3 months later. Figuang covered his eyes and said softly, "Let's start." As he started shouting, he felt a wooden stick hitting him in his spiritual world. Wei Wei turned his head to avoid, and felt the wooden stick swept across. He stepped back, dodging easily, and as time passed, the speed of the wooden stick became faster and faster. The lights flashed and moved, all perfectly avoiding the attack. Rope Tree threw the stick and complained, "I won't come, I can hide every time, you still don't teach me, tilde." Figuang took off the eye cloth and smiled brightly. He did not expect that when he entered the battlefield, he would actually be a medical ninja for 3 months. Although he was only busy in the first few days, he was just messing around. In the past 3 months, he will succeed in the practice of seeing the domineering, which is also due to the cooperation of the Rope Tree. It's just that Shungshu actually asked himself to teach him to see, hear, and look, which made Figuang stumped. You are a tool person to accompany you to learn what to see, and look. He glanced at the panel. Name, Kinoshita Figuang. Level, Special Jonin. Ability, Rubber Fruit Intermediate, 501,000. Domineering, Armed Color Intermediate, 10,000, Seeing Color, 1,000. Exercise, Advanced Chakra Extraction. Ninjutsu, Spiral Pill, Magic Power Technique, Shadow Avatar Shuriken Technique. Item, Breakthrough Fruit 2. Changes in properties. Water Primary 10,000, Fire Intermediate 10,000, Wind Intermediate 10,000, Thunder Intermediate 10,000, Earth Intermediate 10,000, Yang Intermediate 10,000, Yin Primary 1,000. In the past 3 months of treatment, Yang Dun has improved by leaps and bounds. With the change of proficiency, he feels that his chakra is also getting stronger. Seeing the pitiful look on his junior brother's face, Figuang couldn't bear it. Who could refuse such a lovely junior brother? Okay, it's not that I don't teach you, it's talent, do you understand talent? I don't know how to do it myself, how can I teach you, why don't you try? Figuang gave Rope Tree his eye cloth. Okay, Rope Tree's eyes lit up, wrapping around to cover his eyes. Can we start? Start, Rope Tree yelled. Ouch tilde. Ouch tilde. Ouch tilde. The flying light sticks did not fail, and each stick hit the rope tree's head. Make a clang clang sound. After cultivating for a while, Shungshu couldn't stand being beaten all the time, and shouted. Not coming, oh tilde, not coming, oh tilde. Sorry, I didn't hear it just now. Figuang apologized unapologetically. At this moment, the rope tree is full of buns, which makes people laugh at it, just want to laugh. There was a love interaction between the brothers and sisters, which was stopped by rope tree. Damn, I'm going to kill you. Rope tree growled about to take revenge. No Nayu sauce tilde, Figuang shouted in surprise. The originally angry rope tree raised a big smile on his face, no tilde tilde. He turned his head to see if there was anyone, and when he turned around, Figuang ran away and disappeared, knowing that he was being played with a rope tree. He could only be incompetent and furious. Can it be repaired tilde tilde? I recalled all of you today because it took 3 months. I think you should have learned the same thing, and it's time to restore the establishment. Orochimaru looked at everyone, and after 3 months of battlefield training, everyone became more mature. This mission is an A-level mission. You need to go to the country of grass to receive a batch of supplies. This is the mission scroll. The country of the river. Figuang has an impression of this country, but why the country of the river wants to send supplies to the northwest camp is intriguing. It is not clear whether it was stolen or given. However, this mission is not safe. There is a high probability, no, it should definitely encounter Sand Ninja. There is also half of Sand Ninja's territory. Everyone didn't speak, and Murakami was the captain. Guaranteed to complete the mission. Orochimaru pondered for a moment. Although the mission this time is Konoha negotiation, the country of the river borders not only the country of fire, but also the country of wind, so be careful. And according to intelligence, Sandren formed a team called Falcon. Just like you, it's a team of 10. Figuang already knew that this team entered the battlefield a month ago, and its members were all familiar characters, future Sand Ninja heroes, 4 generations of couples, brother-in-law, and Scorpion's father. He had long thought that he would meet this Falcon squad and see if he could eliminate the Falcon squad in the first battle. Let Gaara Tamari and others be stillborn. Don't worry, Master, we won't be careless. If that Falcon team lets us meet, we'll turn him into a roast eagle. That's right, Uncle Shungshu will definitely teach them to be human. As soon as Shungshu opened his mouth, he attracted everyone's attention and asked, "What's wrong with your head?" Operator, oh Operator. It's alright, I accidentally fell. Shungshu waved his little hand and didn't care, but he was very nervous, feeling that he was about to die. Really? That's rope tree practicing a special exercise. The iron head hits the tree. It's very powerful. Figuang made up the knife lightly, and was about to send the rope tree away. What the hell happened to you? Rope tree, don't think about it. Is it that no Nayu rejected you? Uchiha Shigeru inserted rope tree again when he seemed to be concerned. If you were rejected by Yi Nayu, you can practice magic, then you really earned it. Minato, who hadn't seen him for 3 months, even started to speak out, and it seemed that he was very happy to see everyone. Especially seeing Kushina, he is happy +1. Okay, pack up and leave tomorrow, let's go down. Orochimaru carefully relieved the disciples, and drove everyone away in Shungshu's grateful eyes. Moraichi-kun, I'll leave it to you this time. This Falcon team of sand endurance should not be underestimated. Especially their captain is still a mystery. I think such an important team, their captain must not be simple, just like the captain of the village one. Yes, this team has been active in various battlefields in the past 2 months. I heard that there has been no failure, but no matter what, I will protect them, don't worry. Murakami smiled slightly, confident in himself. This is the confidence from a shadow-level powerhouse. Figuang walked out of the tent, and everyone did not gather for 3 months. As if there were endless things to say, they all talked about their 3-month experience. Not only is he making progress, everyone is working hard to learn and repair, like a dry sponge absorbing water like a dry sponge. No one wants to fall behind, and they all use 120 points of effort. 10 people entered a virtuous circle, each supervised each other, and no one wanted to be left behind, and they all made great progress. The next day, the miracle team is ready to go and rush to the country of the river. Chapter 76 _ The bond grows stronger with time. As soon as everyone walked out of the rain country, the gloomy sky suddenly lit up, and their bodies wet by the rain were bathed in sunlight, and their bodies were warm. It is different from the land of rain. The country of the river is full of clear skies and spring. The mission this time is to go to the country of the river to receive supplies, and then transport them back to the northwest camp. Everyone went into battle lightly, walking forward with forbearance, and the speed was very fast. Everywhere they passed was the fragrance of birds and flowers, which made everyone who was used to the land of rain a little uncomfortable. But enjoyed it. Weary minds are washed away. The scenery here is so beautiful. Makoto couldn't help but sigh, and the girl's softness was touched. I don't know when the war will end. Konoha War broke out in June 1932, and now in April 1933, it has lasted for 10 months. Countries have suffered heavy losses, but they are unwilling to retreat. Is the war over? It should be soon, and from the current point of view, there should be 2 battles, one Konoha and Sand Shinobi, and one Konoha and Rain Shinobi. This sentence seemed to open a chat box, and everyone opened their mouths to express their views on the war. Figuang knew that after the end of the Second Ninja World War, the third one would soon be ushered in. This is not the most intense moment at all, and now Wu Ren and Yun Ren have not ended. They are all waiting for an opportunity. Like a beast hiding in the dark, looking for opportunities and killing them with one more hit. Be careful, before the end of the war, let's finish the task first. Kinoshita Village said lazily. Moraichi-sensei is so annoying, Makoto pouted angrily and ignored it, focusing on her journey. Kinoshita Village is a little inexplicable, did he say something wrong? At this time, shouldn't you be concerned about the task and prevent being attacked? Today's girls are really too grumpy, and Kai Jingjong is better. Figuang was speechless to his brother, although he was right. But everyone is sighing with emotion, caring about national affairs, and bragging. You interrupted. While true, it's annoying. Brother, elder sister Kaijing, have you promised to be with you? How did you catch up with elder sister Kaijing? Figuang asked the doubts in his heart, and everyone was still a little unhappy, but all of a sudden, he pricked up his ears, and listened carefully to Murakami's answer. When asked such a private question, Raomuxia Village was as thick-skinned as a city wall, and he couldn't help but be in a hurry. He glared at his brother, complaining in his heart why he asked everything, but when he looked back, everyone looked at him with gossip. As soon as Kimishita Village knew, he must talk about this issue. Kai Jingjong and I are in love with each other, and love at first sight will naturally come naturally. Be specific, Figuang said dissatisfied, talking for a long time, all nonsense. That's right, it's just being nice to her, buying gifts, eating, shopping, it's all the same, what's there to say? Minato and Shigeru listened attentively, and had firmly remembered these words in their hearts. And take action. Kinoshita Village's face turned red, and some couldn't bear the gazes of everyone. However, when it comes to the tranquility of the wave, Kinoshita Village wanted to make more money and lay a solid foundation for a happy life in the future. Looking at the cute subordinate's eyes, it also became more friendly. I was already thinking about how to allocate the mission gold this time. I have to say here that the commission for the last mission was S level, and the total amount was 5 million taels. Kinoshita Village earns 1 million a lie down, and the remaining 10 people, each 400,000. Everyone has nothing to say to this teacher. He worked hard, just working for Kinoshita Village. But he is indeed the captain of the miracle team, and although it is a bit far-fetched, everyone can't refute it. It's hard. Figuang was stunned by his brother's behavior, and wondered if he had come through. There was a feeling that the leader didn't work, but the leader wanted to take the big head. ... At night, the stars are shining brightly. Everyone set up a bonfire and rested in the wild. Have a rest here tonight, and you can arrive before noon tomorrow, everyone. Keep your spirits up. Kinoshita village didn't care as soon as he finished speaking, and went straight back to the tent to sleep, leaving the crowd to look at each other. So, we're in charge of the vigil, Shigeru Uchiha said somewhat uncertainly. Under the light of the fire, the little face was flushed, and I don't know if it was the light of the fire, or it was angry. Forget it, you still don't know our teacher. Makoto and Kushina went to rest, and the rest of the people spent an hour each. No, I can keep watch, Uchiha Makoto said. Figuang smiled. Don't argue, I won't be able to rest for long, there are enough people. The two women wanted to say something else, but were interrupted by Figuang. A vigil has nothing to gain. In this way, Figuang guarded the third shift, and it was time. He woke up without anyone calling him. In the wild, they are sensitive, and most of them sleep very lightly. Those who are dead may not be able to wake up after falling asleep. Mao, go and rest. Uchiha Shigeru didn't move, but looked like he was hesitant to speak. What, want to chat? Figuang smiled. Do you think Uchiha can become Hokage? Uchiha Shigeru sat on the tree and looked up at the sky. It's like asking Figuang, and it's like asking himself. It seems that Mao has studied a lot in the past 3 months, but why not? Nothing. Figuang thought for a moment, organized the language, and said, if you are a Hokage just to be a Hokage, you can't become a Hokage. If you become a Hokage to help others, then everyone can become a Hokage. So Shigeru, why did you want to be Hokage? Me. Shigeru Uchiha was lost in thought, unable to answer Figuang's question. Don't worry about it, don't think about it if you can't figure it out, put it down first, and leave the problem to time, maybe it will answer it for you, go to sleep. Figuang smiled slightly, sat on the tree, slapped Shigeru Uchiha down, and said with a smile, don't pretend to be deep, go to bed quickly. How can it be repaired? Seeing Shigeru Uchiha breaking the defense, the corners of Figuang's mouth rose, feeling like an old father, occasionally caring about the psychological construction of the children. But Figuang really likes this kind of feeling, quite a kind of, my family has children who are just growing up. But then Figuang felt uncomfortable, because he found that his sons seemed to be too many. When the water gate came out, the two of them were far and wide, chatting from childhood to now, and an hour passed without knowing it, and then there were Lu Ju, Hai Yi, and Ding Zuo. In the end, Uchiha Shigeru went back and forth to join the chat. In the end, even the two women walked out of the tent to join in, and everyone chatted all night. When the sun rose, everyone was still excited. It's like there's nothing to say. They talk from school to graduation, and from graduation to the battlefield. One by one, too many things happened. If there is anything in this world that can separate people, there is no other way but death. But even in death, their hearts are always connected. Chapter 77_Daimyo transmits information in the name of eating. Is this the capital of the river country? It's so beautiful. Figuang is walking on the streets of Dingshan. Although this city does not have the atmosphere of the capital of the Land of Fire, it also has its own unique culture. Cherry blossoms are also abundant here. Outside the city is a huge sea of flowers. When the petals fall, they are carried into the river by the wind. The river flows down the river and flows into the city, carrying petals, making people intoxicated. Because there is a natural hot spring underground, although it is not as prosperous as the country of soup, the climate is pleasant, and every morning there is a mist of mist, which is beautiful. Now it is like a fairy palace, and everyone is shocked by this natural picture. It's really beautiful. People who live here must be very happy. The girl's heart was swayed fiercely by this beautiful scene, and her eyes flashed with fascination. Fi Guang was noncommittal. It was the first time he saw this beautiful scenery, and he was shocked. There's not much time, hurry up, we have to meet the big name, and then we have to go back quickly after receiving the supplies. Village 1 interrupted everyone's imagination here, regardless of the resentful eyes of his subordinates, and led the way in front. In the United States, is there Keijing Zhongmei? A bunch of kids who don't know anything. Everyone followed Village 1 to Daming Mansion. After being informed, they entered the most prosperous mansion in the country sitting on the river. How would you describe the scenery here? The scenery is picturesque, but there is no culture, it's so beautiful, ha ha quack quack. As soon as he saw the name of Hujiguo, Fi Guang couldn't help but be taken aback. This name turned out to be a 3-year-old child. He was luxuriously dressed, with red lips and white teeth, and looked like a little Zhengtai. Isn't this country of rivers so lax when it comes to choosing a name? Letting a 3-year-old child be the name is really an eye-opener. Standing next to him is an old man in his 50s, with a strong body, a strong stance, sharp eyes, and eagle-eyed wolf eyes. Meet the daimyo, we are Konoha ninjas. We are ordered by Hokage to receive supplies. Konoha is grateful for your country's generosity. Kinoshita village is neither humble nor arrogant, and has a lot of beautiful words. This batch of materials is said to be a gift from the country of the river, but in fact, the country of the river spends money to buy peace of mind. Fear that after the war is over, it will be settled by the Autumn Queen. The country of the river has always been a vassal of the country of fire, but a few months ago, it turned a blind eye to the cage of the border invasion, and failed to notify Konoha in time, resulting in Konoha's defeat. Originally thought it was the country of the river that didn't know, but after some clues, Konoha noticed something was wrong and held accountable. Hijiguo saw that he had not helped each other, and in order to eliminate Konoha's anger, he only made this compensation. No, it's all right. A childish voice of a baby came from above, and it was the daimyo who spoke. Murakami was a little embarrassed, and then what? Is this the end? I'm just being polite, do you really think this is aid? The old man was the Minister of State of the river country. Seeing this, he glanced at the big name and said, the country of the river will always be a vassal of the country of fire. This will not change. We worship the culture of the country of fire, and we yearn for Konoha. The friendship between the two countries will last forever. Fi Guang's eyesight is very good. He saw that the Minister of State Affairs just glanced at the big name, and the circle of eyes of the big name was frightened, and the body under the robe was shaking slightly. This made Fi Guang very surprised. You said that you were the minister of the imperial government, and it was understandable for you to control the government when the daimyo was young, but the daimyo shouldn't be so afraid. Is it a natural cowardice? If that's the case, then we'll take our leave. Thank you again for the generosity of the river country, and we'll tell Hokage when we go back next time. As soon as the village saw the supplies and the daimyo also saw it, there was no need to stay any longer, so he said goodbye and left. Slow, everyone is exhausted by boat and car, please let the country of the river do its best as a landlord. I have already prepared the meal, and we will leave after dinner, okay? The big name said, speaking very fast, not at all as slow as just now. Kunyi's expression froze, and he looked at the Minister of State, this. Your Excellency, these Konoha ninjas still have important things to do. It's inconvenient to stay for a long time, so let them go back quickly. How long can a meal be delayed? Could it be that the Konoha ninja sees the weakness of the country of the river and disdains to dine here? As soon as this remark came out, everyone changed color. This sentence should not be said indiscriminately, and a bad one will rise to a diplomatic dispute. And this requirement is not excessive. Not only is it not excessive, but it is also very face-saving. A big name invites everyone to dinner, which is a courtesy. The last time Fi Guang went to the country of fire, and Hokage was present, everyone was jumping, fighting, and pushing cups on the stage. They didn't even drink their saliva until the end. This is the ninja, the status is low, it is difficult to be elegant, and it is reflected in all aspects. And the big name of this country of rivers actually wants to invite everyone to dinner, which is a bit of breaking the rules. Murakami had no way to refuse, and nodded in agreement. Very well. Come on, come to the table and have a feast. The immature voice resounded throughout the hall, completely disregarding the ugly face of the Minister of State. The name at the moment had a kind of cheering meaning. Daming gave an order, and the guards carried them into a long table from outside the door, and the maids also stepped forward. Everyone was carrying delicious food, and in no time, a large table filled with dazzling array. It was also the first time that Figuang ate a noble family banquet. He couldn't tell which was meat and which was vegetarian, and he didn't even know what the name was. But the miracle team is not easy. Chinsho, Uchiha, Vortex, Pig Deer Butterfly, are all children of the big family, without the slightest stage fright. They are all long-standing families with their own unique heritage, and they have also seen such scenes. Unlike the two brothers, Minato and Figuang, the three of them were big girls on the sedan chair for the first time. Eat everyone, this is what I provide for you. Daimyo walked down from the first seat and sat with everyone, asking some ninja questions from time to time, his eyes full of exploration. Appears to be very interested. In the middle of the circle, I circled around the crowd, looked here, looked there, and even praised everyone's beautiful uniforms and very active performance. The Minister of State Affairs stood beside him with an inexplicable look in his eyes. Figuang was very open, surrounded by 8 maids, and the fragrance was blowing, much like the clubhouse in the previous life. But he always felt something was missing. Well, it should be that these maids are too conservative. Everyone ate one bite at a time, and the atmosphere was always unhappy. Although the food was good and bad, except for Figuang, everyone stopped after a few mouthfuls. Eat, there is only delicious food in this world that can't be let down. Your Excellency Damo is so enthusiastic, you must eat more. After drinking and eating, the village has always said goodbye, and tomorrow to receive supplies, they can return to the northwest camp. After leaving the Daming mansion, Figuang looked solemn and reached into his pocket, where there was a note. Chapter 78_Luju is shivering cold. Grand Hyatt soup bath. At 7 o'clock in the evening, in the luxurious room, I soaked in the hot spring comfortably, which made Figuang feel soft all over. He took out a note from Daimyo from his large bathrobe. There are only 2 words on it. Save me. This is very interesting. These so-called nobles are looking down on ninjas, and then want to get help. Take just eating for example. That little devil's name seems to be enthusiastic, but the arrogance and contempt in his eyes can't escape Figuang's eyes. Now he is asking for help in such a primitive way. To say that there are no tricks, Figuang knelt down to eat dirt. How annoying. He rubbed his head with a headache, and smiled dumbly. In my heart, I was thinking about what I had seen and heard from entering the Daming mansion. And there is another important question worth thinking about. It is a question of whether or not to be saved. This question is very critical. Ninjas are a hired organization, which means that tasks must be delegated first, and then ninjas can be dispatched. And ninjas can't interfere in the political affairs of other countries for no reason. The daimyo is the master of a country, which is crossing the line. Don't think of ninjas as heroes who punish evil and promote good, just think for yourself. In the eyes of outsiders, especially those nobles, ninjas are just some mercenaries with extraordinary abilities. Since it is a mercenary, it is necessary to take money to do things. If you don't have the money to do the task, if you manage it, it is against the principle. The first article of the Ninja Manual says, "Don't mind what you shouldn't," which means, don't mind your own business outside of the task. Could it be that our big name, Your Excellency, wants to prostitute for free? Children are sometimes good at guessing, and sometimes hard to understand. To fully understand, you have to bring your IQ down to their level and try to understand. Figuang got up and dressed to see what medicine was sold in this famous gourd. And this famous name is too underestimated by Kinoshita Figuang, and the ninja also has passion and persistence in his heart. Don't say anything else. Just talking about age, a 3-year-old child, asking for help, has to go and see. Figuang's education made him unable to turn a blind eye. Even if it was a conspiracy, he recognized it. Even if the name is bigger, Figuang will be regarded as not seen. It won't be too busy. Can be 3 years old. This innocent and romantic age can make people ignore everything. Boom. At this time, there was a knock on the door, and Shigeru Uchiha shouted from outside the door. Figuang, go see the cherry blossoms. Don't go, Figuang directly and ruthlessly refused. What cherry blossoms are the big men looking at? If it's all right, look at the beauty. Wouldn't it be better to help the little sister of the river country? Give you 2 minutes, come out quickly, or I'll break the door and let you gallop on the street coolly. Shigeru Uchiha was shivering and threatening loudly. Then you will find everyone by the way. If this is the case, I want you to see it first. Figuang was not in a hurry to go out, but lay back on the bed and waited to watch. He knew that Shigeru Uchiha was now black-bellied, and he would definitely find everyone, and then break in. Shigeru Uchiha, who is cold and cold outside, will turn into a husky as long as he returns to the team. And huskies, tearing down their homes is just instinct. When it is too much, it can stand on the owner's head and poop. After 2 minutes. Bang tilde. The wooden door was violently broken open, and Shigeru Uchiha, who was headed by him, had excitement in his eyes and a camera in his hand. Not only Uchiha Shigeru, but everyone else looked regretful when they saw Hikari dressed neatly. What is this for? Just want to admire your own long gun. Do not know. Will the rubber get bigger? Scare you. Everyone just happened to be here. Let's see, that daimyo secretly stuffed it for me when I was eating. He took out the note and spread it out, making sure everyone could see it. This is a request from the big name to me, what should we do? The happy atmosphere instantly solidified. This. Everyone's face was full of resentment, all of which were, I came to play with you, but you told me that the homework hadn't been written yet. Can it still be fine? Seeing the note, Kinoshita Village took it and said in surprise. Daimyo for help, are you sure this is not a prank? You guessed it. I guess you're a big guy. That's it. Figuang looked at his brother's handsome appearance, as if he wanted to look directly inside and see through the ugly heart. Well, capitalists suck. It is said that God will not spare any guilty person, it will punish you, but this law seems to be ineffective for this man in front of him. Everyone ignored the 2 brothers' love for each other and killed each other. Shigeru Uchiha had a decadent look on his face, and no longer had the excited look just now, and said in a low voice. Don't watch the cherry blossoms, I heard that there is a bonfire here at night, it's very beautiful. I think you were poisoned by the cherry blossoms. Figuang complained, and saw everyone giving him a murderous look. This is to commit public anger, bear with one hand, not cowardice. You talk about it. Kinoshita Village looked at Lu Ju, not wanting to waste his few brain cells. Save if you can. It's troublesome, that is, if it's true, then we're going, right? That's right. Then go. Are you sure this is true? Said the village. The veins on Lu Ju's forehead jumped, and he glared at him. If he couldn't beat him, but he was his boss and teacher, he must let him taste the Nara family's ninjutsu. Just 2 words, you let me judge the truth, do you think I am, Kami? He suppressed his anger and said. It's very troublesome. 2 points, the first is how to get in, and the second is why you should tell us by letter. Although there is no ninja village in the country of the river, it is not without a ninja. There is also an enchantment guard in the Daming Mansion, mainly to prevent the enemy's exploration. Although they had gone in once, the opposite party had never used perception ninjutsu, and had no idea what was going on inside. When ninjas enter the capital of the capital, they are not allowed to use any exploration ninjutsu. This is an iron rule, and no one can violate it. Not just to show respect, but to keep secrets. The Daemon Palace is the most important place in a country, with many secrets, and it cannot accept any ninja to investigate privately, and those who violate it will be punished and executed. This is common sense, and is also documented in the Ninja Handbook. Not being able to release perception ninjutsu on important occasions was written to the front. Worse than the 3 bands of ninjas. The former is just personal behavior, while the latter is professional ethics, which needs to be strictly followed. Before this, do we have to think about why this daimyo asked for help, who imprisoned him, or who wanted to kill him? After all, it was fine when he just ate. Lu Ju said. That's right, do you need someone else to save you if you eat the delicacies of the mountains and seas every day? Then the treatment of this prisoner is also very good. Fei Guang slapped his mouth, thinking of the delicious food he just ate, and he was a little unsatisfied. Chapter 79_Rope Tree. I want to be a quiet and beautiful man. However, to say who is most likely to threaten the daimyo, it should be the Minister of State Affairs. When I saw that old man, he didn't look like a good person. When I was eating, he always looked at me. Fei Guang has a bad impression of people who disturb his meals. Give him some shoes. And in Fei Guang's mind, he had already made up the scene of the week and the imperial minister falling in love and killing each other. After all, at the time of the meal, apart from the maid and the guard, only the imperial minister was present. What does this mean? This is the stickiness of love. Daimyo chooses to transmit information in a secret way, which means that he is guarding against the Minister of State. He pondered over the details he had seen today and conducted a review. Old man, stinky face, child, innocent. Rope Tree interjected, to restore the image, said. This old man looks like someone else owes him 8 million, he must be guilty of being a thief. Although it is well hidden, under the eyes of Lord Shengshu, there is nothing to hide. He is only normal on the surface, but many details reveal abnormalities. It's just covering up a guilty conscience. He looked around, hoping for approval. That's right. Fei Guang had a thought in his mind, and immediately said. And this name is not simple, although only 3 years old, but the mind is relatively mature. First to let us eat, and then to pass the message. Let us know that he is now trapped and needs rescue, and that everything is happening quietly and clearly. In other words, this daimyo didn't really invite us to dinner at all, but made a plan. Shengshu exclaimed. Immediately reveal the original. Quote. They looked at the rope tree and watched silently without speaking. You. Continue, don't worry about me. Rope Tree said. He felt that it was more in line with his temperament to be a beautiful man quietly. Silly junior brother, stupid junior brother, how can you not be stupid? As long as Fei Guang decides on a good plan, the foolish junior brother will execute it unconditionally. He thought for a moment and said. Divided into 2 teams, one team went to the Daming Mansion, and the other team went to the Taizheng minister's house to control him. There is too little information, so it is necessary to collect information first, which saves time. Minister Taizheng is an imaginary enemy. First of all, we must understand how Taizheng controls the daimyo. Forcing the daimyo to obey obediently, he had to obey. And asking for help when the miracle squad first arrived, it's all too coincidental. The chancellor wants to control the daimyo, and he doesn't dare to resist. If the reason for his youth is removed, there must be a handle that makes him unable to resist. That's right, so here comes the question. Since he has the handle in his hands, why does the daimyo ask us for help now? Lu Ju's every question is sharp, pointing directly to the core. This question stumped everyone, and for a while they couldn't think of why. Lu Ju's eyes flashed with wisdom. When thinking about this issue, we must first know why the 3-year-old child inherits the daimyo, and who else is his main relative, that is to say, this daimyo cares most now. People, or things, what are they? This tilde. Although all of them are elites, they have just arrived in the country of the river, and they don't understand these things at all. There is nowhere to speak. I know this. The river country daimyo is an infatuated person. He has only one wife. He himself died suddenly 3 months ago, leaving only this 3-year-old son and his wife, who is in the Prime Minister's office. With the support of his father, he inherited his name at the age of 3. Quote, could it be that the imperial minister controlled his mother's imperial chamber, and then threatened daimyo to make him a puppet? Shigeru Uchiha said. His eyes were bright, and he felt that he had found the truth. No, there is no reason to do this. The Minister of State is himself under one person and more than 10,000 people, and he still supports the famous and high-ranking. There is no reason to do this. Figuang does not agree with this view. What can a 3-year-old do? Saying it is a big name is actually not what the Minister of State has said. Yes, if according to what Mao said, then we have to think about it. Why did the Minister of State do this? This is not logical at all, it is superfluous and superfluous. Why do you think so much? Just save the daimyo first, and then you will know. Shungshu scratched his head. They looked at the rope tree like fools. Lu Ju said, it's not that simple. If it can't be solved perfectly, then our mission will be a failure. Not only will we not be thanked, but we will also be complained, and we have to make sure that the daimyo wants to use our hands to eradicate the Minister of State. No, can't, that daiming is only 3 years old, he is so shady. Shungshu was speechless, frightened by Lu Ju's remarks. Not only the rope tree, everyone was shocked by this remark. The look in Lu Ju's eyes revealed strangeness. Don't look at me like that, I don't want to think so, but what if, as long as there is a chance, it could happen? Lu Ju touched his nose. Figuang felt that his life experience would soon be surpassed by Lu Ju, MD. People with high IQs have clear brain circuits. That's all the information we know now, and no matter how much we study it, we can't find anything. Just ask and see if we can gather useful information. That's right, let's go to inquire about the news, mainly about the daily life of the past 3 months, and also to observe the Minister of State. I'll go with Hazu, Figuang said. The 11 people were divided into 6 teams. The captain of the village one was in a team alone, and the others were in groups of 2, and walked out of the hotel. Figuang and Hazu walked towards the house of the Minister of State. There are 3 main points in this incident: a big name, a Minister of State Affairs, and an unknown handle. Figuang and Sunzu found a commanding height and observed the residence of the Minister of State. Is this the residence of the Minister of State? Figuang looked around in amazement, the dim light shining on the uneven wall, not too luxurious, but too shabby. As the second in command of the country of rivers, the Minister of State Affairs, in Figuang's impression, such a person must have lived a corrupt life of flamboyance and sensuality. Of course. 3 dilapidated wooden houses, kitchen, servants, master bedroom. Structured. The courtyard is paved with fine gravel and sparse weeds. The entire space covers an area of only 200 square meters. No matter how you look at it, it is the house of a down-and-out person. Does the Prime Minister live here? What are you doing, Yakuza-shin? The gap between imagination and reality is too great. It's hard to imagine that such a person would really be an ambitious person. Or is it really like what Lu Ju said, this daimyo wants to use a knife to kill? However, it is too early to draw conclusions. The deeper the person, the more camouflaged they are. Chapter 80_confusing. Look to see if there are chakra fluctuations on that Minister of State. Are there any ninjas lurking around? Rizu opened his eyes to investigate, and shook his head slightly. No, you wait here, I'll take a look. After finishing speaking, Figuang approached quietly through the night. He jumped and entered the courtyard without making a sound. Now. There is a light in the middle of the wooden house, and the flying light is close to check. The Prime Minister was meticulously processing the documents, with a focused expression and frowning from time to time. He looks like a good official who worries about the country and the people. Figuang observed for a while and found nothing, turned around and walked to the two wooden houses next to him. He was lying on the wall, his ears quivering slightly, listening carefully. A while. Flying light without feeling the sound of breathing, sneaked in. This wooden house is a kitchen, not guarded by secret ninjas. He deliberately chose to enter here, just to see what this Minister of State Affairs usually eats. Many details are found in bits and pieces. Wandering around the kitchen, he sighed inwardly. It's not that he eats well, but that he eats worse than himself. In a wooden house, the most common ones are radishes and millet. Figuang didn't give up. He used Tuden to sneak into the ground to see if there was any mechanism, and then he went up to the roof. Finally knocked on the wall again. There's nothing. This old man eats these all day, enough to keep him healthy. He walked out of the kitchen and came to another room, where he could sense that someone was playing dumb. The voice judged that it should be a woman. He used his earth escape to sneak in and found that the woman was around 40 years old, dressed in plain clothes, not like the wife of the Minister of State, but more like a nanny. Figuang did the same and checked again, but there was nothing. He looked at two of the three wooden houses, and found nothing at all. This Minister of State Affairs was like a peerless and clean official, who was only dedicated to the affairs of the state. Although he didn't sneak into the main house, he could see all the decorations inside, a desk, a bookshelf, and a wooden bed. He really couldn't see what could be hidden here. Figuang patrolled around again and slowly retreated, initially affirming that this old man was not a person who just wanted to have fun. How is it? It was enough to see Figuang working up and down, thinking that he had discovered some important information. Go back and talk about it. Figuang didn't want to speak, leaving a shadow clone in place, and the two returned to the hotel. This kind of ordinary person is actually very easy to control. As long as Uchiha Shigeru stares, or Hiei turns his heart, he can solve it perfectly. But this can't be done. Ninjas also have their bottom lines. Although they seem rigid, this is a rule that has been left over for thousands of years. Can't violate, can't cross the line. When a ninja has no bottom line, then he may be proud, but in the end it will end bleak. Moreover, Figuang wouldn't say or do such a destructive thing. Even Shimura Danzo wouldn't do such a thing. As the time goes, everyone returned to the hotel to share the information they had inquired. I found out and asked a lot of people. All of them have a good impression of the Minister of State, who is the pillar of the country of rivers. And this Minister of State has no desires or desires. He is devoted to politics and cares about people's livelihood. He is a good official. Figuang pondered, which basically matched what he saw. Is it true that such a good official controls the big name? What about the news about the daimyo? Watergate said, 3 months ago, the former daimyo died suddenly, and his imperial chamber was secluded without any information. It is said that burning incense every day to pray for blessings is suspected to be excessive sadness. Everyone pondered for a moment, and finally focused their eyes on Lu Ju. Come on, we're all idiots and can't figure it out. It's so troublesome. Lu Ju lowered his eyelids and said. In another way, the daimyo, the prime minister, and the imperial court are the three main characters. The daimyo is guarding the prime minister, and the prime minister is an honest official, so what role does the imperial court play? Is she too sad, imprisoned in Daming Mansion, or is she the mastermind? We just need to be sure of that and things will come to light. He said solemnly. The imperial chamber. Figuang combined the known information and silently analyzed, saying. You mean, let's sneak into the Daming Mansion and find the imperial household. But it's better to rescue the Daming directly, and the three parties will confront everything and the truth will be revealed. Everyone nodded. Since they all entered the Daming Mansion, the first thing to protect should be the safety of the Daming. No. Lu Ju said. First of all, ninjas do not participate in political affairs, and we cannot intervene without commissions. Second, we are not sure what role this daimyo plays. Will he betray us? Or blame us? None of this we know. Since this is the case, then we cannot leave a handle and not give the enemy a chance to attack us. And I don't think it's that simple. What if we secretly infiltrated the daimyo palace and found that the imperial household or the daimyo were murdered? What should we do? What should we do when we find out again? And if this matter is exposed and the guilt is convicted, what consequences will we suffer? There are only 2 points. One is to die, the other is to become a rebel. There is no third option. Everyone was taken aback by Lu Ju's remarks. Doing good deeds is either death or defecting. Is it so scary? Hearing Lu Ju's words, Figuang seemed to have caught something, but after thinking about it carefully, he couldn't think of it. This kind of aura suddenly appeared, and the feeling of being halfway through is really depressing. But we don't have much time. Tomorrow, after the supplies are ready, we will leave the country of the river. We are in a hurry. There is no time for us to slowly collect information, find the imperial chamber, and sneak into the Daming mansion is the only way. At least we can see what's going on first. The village said. That's right, if that's the case, then we can win with stability and dispatch shadow clones to investigate, so that if something goes wrong, we can leave no trace. No, it's even more difficult to do things after the grass is stunned. Lu Ju shook his head. They were made a big deal by Lu Ju, and this is not good, and that is not good either. Figuang clapped his hands and said loudly, since we can't sneak in, then we will visit in an open and honest way and say that there is something important to discuss. It's urgent. Lu Ju's eyes lit up. This is indeed a very safe way. This is a misunderstanding of thinking, always thinking that this is a secret thing, it should be carried out quietly, all thinking about how to sneak in. Completely forget that everyone can go in directly and visit the daimyo. Didn't you just say that this famous name is in the hands of the Minister of State? Will you do bad things with good intentions if you go at this time? If it's a direct visit, it's better to meet tomorrow. Anyway, after accepting the supplies, I offer to meet the daimyo and thank him in person, so it's not too awkward. Chapter 81_Daimyo Killed. Smiled and said, Hafa *book. Group and GT, 9, 8, 0, 2, 0 U5 female sign 8, 5/6. This trick is called smashing grass to startle the snake. Quote. Besides, we can't control that much. The first thing we need to do is to ensure our own safety, and then save people. Otherwise, there will be big problems. What do you think, Captain? Kinoshita village nodded. The diplomacy between the 2 countries is very complicated, and the recklessness of everyone should not fall into the trap of others. Just do it. After the decision was made, everyone rushed to the Daming mansion. Daimyo has already rested since he was young. If there is anything, we will talk about it tomorrow. The 2 guards blocked everyone and didn't report it, and it was useless to let everyone talk about it. This is a note given to us by Your Excellency Daimyo, which clearly states that he wants us to save him. Figuang handed the note given by the big name to the guard, explaining the seriousness of the matter. PFF. The guard smiled disdainfully, and threw the note back. This is not the handwriting of the big name at all. Leave quickly, or don't blame us for being rude. Are you sure? Figuang confirmed again. Of course, as a guard, how can you not recognize the handwriting of your own name? I'll say it again, and leave quickly. When Figuang saw the guard's demeanor, this should not be faked. He obviously wanted to win the crowd, but he was afraid. Not good. Got caught. He fell into a misunderstanding of thinking that the note given by the big name must have been written by him. But what is the purpose of doing so? Since you don't need your own handwriting to ask for help, why don't you just inform yourself? Or rather, if he is sure that he will come, he deliberately does not use his own handwriting to let the guards stop him. No, it should be calculated that everyone will come, but it is not a fair and bright report, but sneak in. After being discovered, Figuang will definitely take out a note in order to prove his innocence. This is also the only evidence that everyone was invited to rescue. When the only evidence is found, it is still false. As a result, everyone will be speechless. Figuang's back was soaked with cold sweat. Whoever thought of this strategy would kill the miracle team. They fell into a trap without knowing it. Figuang's thoughts turned and he was caught in a choice. This daimyo must now be in some kind of danger. Or have been killed. Before they could think about it, everyone looked at each other and nodded slightly. At this moment, only violence can be broken. Figuang stepped forward and knocked down a guard with a punch, and Julie smashed the gate. He roared loudly, "The daimyo is in danger now, let me see him. If it is a misunderstanding, we will apologize in person." The long-established Daming mansion was demolished by several people today. Such a huge movement shocked everyone. The movement outside the door alarmed the warriors, and a burst of hurried footsteps came, and a large number of warriors blocked the crowd. "Being presumptuous, you dare to act wild in the Daming mansion, who are you?" the leading warrior asked. "The daimyo is in danger now, so hurry up and confirm it." Figuang shouted, his eyes twinkling. Facing the samurai, "It's not false at all." "Presumptuous, who do you think you are? Lowly ninja, no rules at all, kill them." The leader of the samurai was furious. The warriors raised their long knives one after another, slashed with their swords, and countless sharp blades slashed, blocking all his escape routes. Everyone felt that the victory was in their hands, and this madman would splatter blood on the spot in the next moment. But the next moment, the warriors were horrified to discover that this madman was like a ghost, perfectly avoiding all attacks, even the attacks behind him. Figuang, who has a domineering look, is like a dancer on the battlefield. All attacks are easily evaded by him, and then he counterattacks perfectly. Bang bang bang. Every time he punched, a samurai fell, unable to stop Figuang's footsteps. Sideways, punches, elbow strikes, leg whips, turning the whole body into a weapon, every move has great power. Figuang didn't kill him, he just let the warriors have no resistance. Everyone walked through the corridor step by step, crossed the main hall, and walked towards the inner hall. "Stop, who?" The two guards shouted loudly and drew out their long knives to be on guard, but they only felt a flash in front of their eyes, and Figuang disappeared. Bang bang. With two muffled noises, the guard was knocked to the ground. Fainted. Sun Tzu, looking for the position of the daimyo, "We must find out today that the miracle team can't be played by others at will. Since we want us to go into this muddy water, then we will drain the water." Rizu opened his eyes and pointed his finger in front. "Where?" "Good." Figuang's face was calm, and his heart was already full of anger. He took the lead and was invincible, and no one of the warriors could stop the footsteps of everyone. Bang tilde. Figuang kicked Daimyo's bedroom, and there was no one in it, except for Daimyo lying on the bed. His face was blue and purple, and his breath was like a gossamer. The warriors who followed also saw it one after another, their eyes flashing with horror. They couldn't believe that their monarch was killed in the bedroom. The leading warrior, Zancho Daddy, didn't have the ability to fly light. He staggered to his name, stretched out his hand to take a breath, didn't feel it, and knelt on the ground. "Lord, I'm here." His voice was shrill, and the long knife in his hand was clenched backwards. He was about to take his own life and go with the big name. No one thought of this scene. The warriors were determined to live and die, and they did not protect their masters well. Crack tilde. Figuang interrupted his long knife. "Don't be in a hurry to die, the daimyo can still be saved." Zancho Daddy was startled, and suddenly knelt on the ground. "Please be sure to save my family master, I will be grateful and I will never forget it. I was a lowly ninja just now, but now I kneel down and pray. Oh, send a book. Group and GT, 98020 U5 female sign 8, 5/6, oh send a book. Group and GT, 98020 U5 female sign 8, 5/6. Figuang ignored him, but looked carefully. Now. Daming's face was blue and purple, and his breath was barely audible. If it hadn't been for the domineering, I wouldn't have felt it at all. Moreover, the toxin has penetrated deep into the bone marrow, and ordinary medical ninjutsu cannot save him at all. The poisoner was very vicious, and he didn't even want to give this big name a chance to survive. Flying like 3 inches. Everyone's hands were behind Figuang, and chakra gathered. The art of extracting careful sufferers. The art of regeneration. At this moment, Figuang is doing 2 things with one heart, while extracting the toxins, while treating the big name, injecting vitality into his body. With a 2-pronged approach, he used his superb medical skills to bring the daimyo back from the god of death. Go and surround the Daming Mansion. Everyone is allowed in and not allowed to leave. When the big name wakes up, everything will come to light. Zongcho Daddy saw that although his monarch's face was pale, his breath had calmed down, and he didn't want to find out just now. Gratefully glanced at Figuang, said nothing, and walked out of the hall to arrange prevention and control. Figuang was fortunate in his heart, but fortunately he didn't sneak in, and after realizing something was wrong, he attacked decisively. Otherwise, after the death of the big name, it will really be Huang Ni's crotch, not shit, but also shit. Chapter 82 _ Caught in a Mystery. Figuang Xin said, who in the end can kill the big name in the Daming Mansion, and still do it quietly. He looked at Lu Ju and saw that his face was solemn and uncertain. The mystery of all this also stumped this Nara genius. Who the hell is it? I always feel like it's aimed at us. It's so weird. Lu Ju frowned. This enemy knows the Miracle Squad very well, and every step is correct. The only thing he didn't expect is that everyone will break through in an open and honest way, and he can also heal the big name. It can be said to be 100 secrets. And what about the Imperial Chamber? My son was assassinated, why hasn't he come yet? Where is your Imperial Chamber? Why haven't you come? Hikari looked at the samurai, thinking about possible loopholes. The Imperial Chamber went to the temple to pray for blessings, not in the house. Pray. What a coincidence. Could it be that the Imperial Chamber is going to assassinate the daimyo? Figuang was taken aback by his own thoughts. Tiger poison still doesn't eat its children. This woman who has never been masked, is so cruel. At this time. When will daimyo wake up? The samurai asked. Faced with this question, Figuang slowly shook his head. Not sure, the name was too young. Although he was rescued this time, he was also fundamentally injured, and his body would be very weak in the future. Time passed slowly, the moon faded, and the sun rose. Cough tilde. The people who had been standing beside them were awakened by this light cough, and they saw the daimyo Hihimaru lying on the hospital bed, and slowly opened their eyes. You're awake, how are you feeling now? Where is this? This is your bedroom, you were poisoned, do you remember what happened? Kagawa Maru first looked around in confusion, his eyes were blank, and he looked at the roof with a dull face, tears slowly falling down his cheeks. It's okay, thank you, I'm tired, you can go. This scene makes people see, can't help but touch the soft place in everyone's heart. As if blocked by something. Figuang said softly, with a gentle voice, and said. What the hell happened? Kawamaru didn't seem to have regained his senses yet, so he didn't answer any questions. This made everyone a little embarrassed, and they couldn't force it, they could only be anxious. Figuang thought for a moment, then said, then why do you ask me for help? Why don't you use your own handwriting? You just need to make it clear, and we'll go. You should know that as a ninja, you cannot participate in political affairs, and what about the ninjas in the daimyo prefecture, why haven't we seen any of them? Yesterday's battle, all the warriors came, not a single ninja, this is very abnormal. Every daimyo has the existence of guardian ninja, although Figuang has never seen it, but I know that there will never be no. So what were they doing last night? It's very thought-provoking. But, at this moment, Hihimaru didn't say a word, just cried silently, and the pale face was covered with tears, which made people feel distressed. Figuang slowly walked to Kagawa Maru, watched quietly, and said. If you think life doesn't matter, then I have nothing to say, but think about your father, think about your country, they still need you. Are you sure you want to live up to this country and your father's trust in you? Some people can't look at problems with age. Although this famous name is only 3 years old, he is amazingly mature. He already has his own independent thoughts at a young age. From the fact that he sent a letter to himself, he knew that this famous name would not understand the powerful relationship. The sun shines on his face through the window. Kagawa Maru's eyes swayed, and after hearing Figuang's words, his mouth slumped, and he resisted not crying. Cry out if you want to vent. After crying, you are still the monarch of this country, and you are still a big name. Kagawa Maru stretched out her small hand, touched her cheek, and looked at Figuang. Can I trust you? Of course, my companions and I will protect you. Last night I drank the red bean soup that my mother cooked for me. When I drank the red bean soup, my whole body became weak, and the guardian ninja left with my mother. Kawamaru told the whole story from beginning to end, and at this time, Kagawamaru could no longer hide it. It turned out that the note to Figuang was given to Kagawamaru by the Imperial Chamber. The purpose was to let everyone eliminate the Minister of State for him. The Minister of State has always been in control of the government, and the Imperial Chamber wanted to manage it by himself. Just die, he devised such a plan. Then why did she kill you? Figuang asks doubts. It is understandable that you are in control of the government. This can be because you are confused by power, but you can kill your own son. What is going on? He didn't care about the things that were calculated first. It wasn't that he didn't care, but that everything had to be done one by one. My mother is now pregnant, and it's been 5 months. Maybe I want my younger brother or sister to become a river country daimyo. This tilde. Everyone looked at each other. An idea popped up in their hearts. The circle is really messed up. Weird enough. It's hard to imagine what kind of woman could be so weird and so ruthless. Flying light concatenates all known information together. That is to say, the imperial household first asked you to ask for help, and then assassinated you and put the blame on us. And when we were in a panic, would we kill the Minister of State? This is also not reasonable. That's right, we're not stupid. Why would we kill the Minister of Justice? Uchiha Shigeru said. I don't know, the mother just said, ask you for help, and then leave the rest to her. Kawamaru said. Figuang thought carefully in his heart, wondering why he wanted to kill the Minister of State. If according to the thoughts of the imperial household, everyone must have a reason to kill him, otherwise they will not do it at all. Sudden. Figuang was shocked and looked at Lu Ju. The two looked at each other and said at the same time, notes. He hurriedly took out the note and asked, this is the note you gave me. Is it a note from the Minister of State? No, how could it be in his handwriting? Kagawamaru looked astonished. I clearly remember that this is my mother's handwriting. How could it suddenly become the handwriting of the Minister of State? Think about it again. Is it time for someone else to steal the bag? Figuang asked quickly, feeling that he was about to solve the case. Kagawa thought back carefully. Yesterday before you guys came, my mother came to me and asked me if I was ready, and then checked the note again. After finishing speaking, he looked at Figuang, but the note has never left my sight. When did mother change it? It's easy. Figuang picked up the note and turned his hand into a shuriken. It seems that your mother is very thoughtful. It's not even a magic trick, it's just a little trick. As long as you practice more, it's too easy to deceive a child. Then what should we do now? Capture the imperial household. What about those ninjas? Did they all need to be resolved? As soon as Kinoshita village frowned, there were originally few ninjas in the country of the river. If they were all killed, who would protect the daimyo, and whether it was deceived or depraved, it was too early to draw conclusions. Chapter 83_Mystery Code. Although this daimyo looks miserable, he cannot listen to his side words. Can you help me? I want to ask my mother in person. What do you want to ask? I'm here, you can just ask in person, you don't need to find me. The imperial chamber is wearing a luxurious robe, with a beautiful face and a pair of phoenix eyes that are extremely sharp. Her aura was very strong, and she walked in slowly. Without a trace of fear, there were 4 guardians behind him. Sunfoot. 2 Junin and 2 Chunin. Hezu opened his eyes to investigate and said in a low voice. Figuang breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the aura of this imperial room, he thought that there were 4 shadow grades behind him, scaring him to death. But before you say it, get the minister of the supreme government first. The imperial household said slowly. The 4 ninjas behind them looked as usual, silently standing behind the imperial chamber without saying a word. Zongcho Daddy, don't hurry up. The imperial chamber lightly issued a book. Group and GT, 9, 8, 0, 2, 0 U5 female sign 8, 5/6, 1 sound, with a sense of majesty. Zongcho Daddy looked at his monarch, and when Kagawa nodded, he exited the inner hall and went to find the Minister of Government. You are Konoha's ninjas, don't you know that ninjas can't interfere in politics? You are overstepping your power, you should be punished. The Imperial Chamber's opening is to question, and there is no fear, as if he has lost his mind. This made Figuang frown, this arrogant appearance, people couldn't help but think. I don't know what this woman has to rely on. He spoke softly, his words were sharp, and said. The imperial household, you are so mad that you can even hurt your own flesh and blood. You still don't know how to repent, and you have been lost by your rights. Don't hurry up and confess your sins. Figuang was the first to take the lead, and in the quarrel, he was not afraid of anyone. Bold, what kind of identity are you? You dare to talk to me like that? Who said I hurt my son? It's my flesh and blood, it's my pregnancy in October, it's the flesh that fell from my body, how could I hurt? You spit your blood and slander the imperial chamber of the country of rivers, what the hell are you? Careful. The imperial household was tit for tat, full of confidence, as if he had been wronged by Tianda. But looking at his expression, there is no grievance at all, but he is extremely arrogant and domineering. I didn't expect that you are not only a snake and a scorpion, but also dare to do it without recognizing it. It's really disgusting. The 2 of you are incompatible with each other, making the entire hall lose its majesty, like a vegetable market. Just when the 2 were arguing, the minister of the supreme government slowly walked into the hall. Today's prime minister, with sharp eyes, meticulously combed hair, and without a single fold in his robe, walked to the imperial chamber in a swift pace, and the 2 looked at each other. Your Excellency, the imperial household. The Minister of State Administration respectfully saluted the 2 of them. Kawamaru's eyes dodged, he just wanted to assassinate this loyal minister, but now he is confronted. Although he is very smart, he is not yet at home, and his face is a little bit hard to hang on. Minister of the Supreme Government, yesterday, the name was assassinated by the Imperial Chamber, and after the rescue, the traitor did not succeed. What do you want to say? Figuang opened his mouth and asked this honest official of the country of the river. The old man does have something to say. The Minister of State Affairs looked around, and finally looked at the big name. What the old man wants to say is, it's a pity that this famous name can still live in the world. You Konoha ninjas are nosy, interfering in the government privately, you have already committed a taboo, the old man will definitely not let you go. Quote. Everyone was shocked by these shocking remarks. What happened to this minister of government? Even if he was assassinated by the big name, he wouldn't say it in such a large audience. Could it be that his heart is dead? Feeling that you have given your sincerity for decades, been eaten by a dog, and then heartbroken. This is not without reason. You can see that Kagawa Maru bowed his head without saying a word, with a guilty look on his face. The Minister of State, be careful. Figuang frowned, not wanting the old man to be settled by Choho. As for threatening yourself, just listen to the angry words, but he has been to the home of the Minister of State, and he is such a high-ranking official, and he is still so poor, and it is normal for him to have a temper. Be careful, Iba, this old man is 50 years old this year. From the age of 17, he has been assisting the daimyo. He has worked diligently for 37 years and assisted 3 daimyo, but this poisonous woman will kill me. And this child, who has no responsibility, he has no opinion, he has the appearance of being a monarch, listening to slander and framing ministers for no reason. I bother. A woman, a child, just because they are like killing an old man. Wishful thinking. This old man decided to do whatever he wanted to send this stupefied prince for a ride, but it was a pity that he was destroyed by you people. As soon as these words came out, it was as if thunder fell from the sky and exploded in the hearts of everyone, and they all stared at the Minister of State. You mean, it's you who murdered the big name? Figuang said with a frown. That's right, such a foolish person is not worthy of being the name of the country of the river. Everyone's brains were buzzing, they couldn't believe it was true, this was really a reversal of God, and no one thought of it. Why are you doing this? Why, of course it's for the sake of faith. Since he doesn't deserve it, then change his name. This old man will never let the country of the river be handed over to such a person. The miracle team looked at each other, so everyone was involved in the political vortex. In the next moment, my heart sank. Trouble? Figuang asked. You said that you murdered the big name, so how did you poison it? Just by it. Minister Taizheng took out a small bottle from the cuff, and the liquid inside was colorful and colorful. It only takes a little bit a day, it is colorless and odorless, and after 14 days, it will die of poisoning. Yesterday was exactly 14 days, which is a pity. Poisonous, motivated, it sounds perfect. But Figuang always felt that something was wrong, but the demeanor and expression of this minister of government were very in line with the current state of mind, and he couldn't see anything at all. Bastard, I will put you to death, Kagawa said angrily. His eyes were fierce, making people shudder. The old man doesn't want to live, and if he dies, he will die. There is only one regret. I have been holding it in my heart. Lord of Ignorance, why don't you die, Tilda? Prime Minister laughed wildly, with a fierce look in his eyes. This old man has lived for decades, and only now does he understand a truth. You are subservient to others, life and death are uncontrollable, you are a foolish lord, a monarch like you in the country of the river, great compassion. The Prime Minister's voice was loud and reverberated throughout the hall. Figuang doesn't care whether he is very sad or not, he must find out the truth of all this, otherwise it will be difficult to sleep and eat. He looked at Kagawa Maru and said, Your Excellency, I think this Minister of State has a lot of secrets. Please leave it to me, and I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Kagawa Maru was a little hesitant. This is his own Minister of State Affairs. He knows all the secrets of the country of the river. If you hand it over to Konoha, wouldn't he show his pants? Before he could refuse, the Jonin behind the imperial chamber, his body flashed, his hands flashed with thunder, and he killed the Minister of State with one palm, destroying his brain cells. A string of mysterious codes can be vaguely seen. Open black lens bracket 87,314,562 close black lens bracket. Chapter 84 Domineering, Awakening. This scene was not expected by everyone. When Shangnin released ninjutsu, everyone immediately guarded and protected Kagawa Maru. They didn't expect this Shangin to kill the Minister of State. The Prime Minister has thousands of sins, and it is not your Konoha's turn to interrogate him. Do you know who the Prime Minister is? He is the leader of my country of rivers. Do you want to probe? What are you up to? Kamijin said coldly. The voice was indifferent and cold. The imperial household said indifferently, It seems that Konoha wants to plot against the country of our rivers. Otherwise why would he cross the border again and again? Is there no rules, or is it intentional? Everyone was speechless for a while, unable to refute, and always felt that they had provoked a show. Figuang didn't think so. He felt that this was what this imperial chamber was covering up, and it was definitely not that simple. But now that everyone has been unable to make a move, how to break the game? The field fell into silence, and before all the confusing things were solved, the minister of the supreme government, died. Although the memory can be extracted from his brain, can the imperial chamber agree? Figuang pondered, thinking about how to break the game. At this time, the imperial household slowly walked towards Kagawa Maru. His eyes were no longer cold but with endless love. Kawamaru, mother will always love you. Mother will never hurt you. Come, let mother hug. The difference between before and after was so great that everyone had goosebumps. The hairs stood up. I feel that I am not facing a normal person, but a lunatic, a complete lunatic. You don't come here. Kagawa Maru shouted. The shadow in his heart has not yet dissipated, and screamed loudly, not to let the imperial chamber close. Everything hasn't been revealed yet, and I really don't know how to face the imperial chamber. A trace of sadness and reluctance flashed in the eyes of the imperial household, as he walked to Kagawa Maru step by step, and said softly. The ninja of Konoha, kill these 4 people, or the country of the river will definitely hold you accountable for interfering in politics without authorization. The expressions of the 4 guardian ninjas changed drastically, but they didn't expect to kill themselves in the end, and the head ninja was about to grab the imperial room with a single step. Figuang didn't move. What a joke, and it's not your subordinate, kill it if you say it. But he didn't expect it. Next moment, Kinoshita Moraichi, who had no sense of existence for a long time, made his move. He draws the knife, pulls out the knife, and turns it into practice. What kind of swordsmanship is that? Puff 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 tilde. Before everyone could react, they heard 4 blood splashes, and the 4 of them had already been beheaded. Destroying Kuku Laxiu, unparalleled power, displayed in front of everyone, Shinran is like Chinese cabbage in front of him. Figuang looked at his brother with a look of surprise. He couldn't even care about why his brother took action, and his mind was full of question marks. What's going on? When was my brother so fierce? I do not know how. He looked at Murakami Kinoshita, and carefully sensed it with the color of seeing and hearing. In his mind, his brother was an ordinary chakra, an ordinary junin. But this knife is so sharp. This should be a movie class, right? Before I could think about it, I heard the imperial chamber say. Remember the duty of a ninja, don't do what you shouldn't do, or the country of the river will not let you go. There was blood flowing from the corners of the imperial chamber's mouth, and he staggered to the side of Kagawa Maru, already taking the poison. You are a good boy. Mother is not a good mother. Kagawa Maru, mother loves you. Speaking of which, the imperial chamber fell to the ground, withered like a rose, dim and lonely. Just shocked by his brother's strength, the imperial chamber took poison and wanted to commit suicide. One thing after another, one after another. Dizzying. Figuang saw tears in Hihimaru's eyes, and without saying a word, accepted the ending of his mother. It's hard to imagine this as a child. Hoo tilde. The imperial chamber was about to wither completely, but its last words deeply stimulated Kinoshita Figuang. What is this? Take advantage of us and end up threatening us. Figuang gasped for breath. His eyes were red, like a beast, wanting to choose someone to devour. The cord of reason in my head was broken by anger. You want to die? Ask me if I agree. Kinoshita Figuang won't let you die. You can't die even if you want to die. Figuang tilde, are you alright? Uchiha Shigeru said anxiously. Feeling that the state of my best friend is not right, I called softly. What? I'm fine. Kinoshita Figuang squatted down and used Yongdun to protect the heart of the imperial chamber. Under his perception, the imperial chamber was not pregnant. To be precise, it was a miscarriage. And it happened recently. He removed the toxins from the imperial chamber. Bring it back to life. Then Figuang grabbed her neck and said in a cold voice. What do you think of Konoha's ninjas? What do you think of me, Kinoshita Figuang? Are you a servant to the soles of your feet? Give me a few bones when you're happy, and slap me a few times when you're uncomfortable. You want to die in such a vague way, have you asked us? You, big, courageous. The Imperial Chamber said intermittently. Figuang ignored the Imperial Chamber and looked at Kawamaru instead. It is unacceptable that people who do not understand are used as pawns. A group of ants can be killed by raising their hands, but they can do whatever they want by relying on their noble status. Today, Momoko Kinoshita is going to tell the two of them that if he wants to plot against himself, he must be prepared to die. Your Majesty, it seems that your struggle for power is over. So now, do you want to talk about it? The two of you used us in the Konoha ninja thing. What do you think? Your Excellency. Let go of Mother. How dare you do this? Come here. Kagawa Maru shouted out a book. Group and GT, 9, 8, 0, 2, 0 U5 female sign 8, 5/6, repelling, his eyes are high, and there is no weakness at all. In the face of the Imperial Chamber, he was obliging. But in the face of ninjas, he attacked hard, and he was taught from childhood that ninjas are tools. Figuang was disappointed and depressed. What to believe, what to think, all are the pretense of the superior, a group of arrogant guys. When I want to use you, I will give you 2 sweet dates, and when I can't use it, I will slap it. Never treat a ninja as a person, just as a tool. Figuang was completely furious. Originally, he didn't want to go into this muddy water, but because this famous name was too young, he felt compassion. But now he understands that a noble is a noble, no matter how old he is arrogant in his bones, and he never regards ninjas as human beings. He turned to look at the warriors who filed in, holding a long sword, and the leading warrior, Zancho Daddy, had a fierce light in his eyes. I'm so grateful for what I said just now. Now you can draw your swords again with just 1 sentence. Is your gratitude so cheap? Ah tilde. Figuang pinched the Imperial Chamber with one hand, turned his head to drink, and felt that there was a mysterious power in his body, which was activated with the sound of the explosion. His eyes narrowed, taking himself as the center, a powerful aura spewed out. Boom! The invisible air waves spread outward, sweeping everyone in the hall, and finally breaking through the hall, covering the entire Daming mansion. Figuang stood proudly as if standing in the eye of a hurricane. Chapter 85_Kinoshita Moraichi, a brainless man. At this moment, time seemed to stand still, all the warriors stood on the spot, no one spoke, and the hall fell into a dead silence. Plop! Zancho Daddy, who was headed by him, suddenly fell to the ground with his eyes widening, and then it seemed like a chain reaction occurred, and everyone fell to the ground. In the entire hall, only the people in the miracle team were not in a coma. But some heads are dizzy. What kind of power is this? They only felt a powerful mental impact in their brains, like a heavy hammer hitting their heads. Figuang didn't speak, and listened carefully to the system's prompt tone. Congratulations to the host for breaking the rules, challenging the authority, breaking through the limit and awakening the tyrannical domineering. Close black lens bracket. Challenge authority. These 2 people, a child, a mad woman. Is it because he locked his neck and then turned on the overlord color? Is this a bit sloppy? But Figuang doesn't like the so-called nobles at all now, and hates them very much. Lightning flashed from his hand, and he gave the Imperial Chamber an electrotherapy to wake him up. Said playfully. You think these warriors can protect you? The frail Imperial room has ever received electrotherapy, only to feel that there is water flowing. Surging, uncontrollable. Figuang looked disgusted, stretched his right hand and grabbed Kagawa Maru's neck and brought him to his side. Do the same thing. At this time, he has no idea of respecting the old and caring for the young. Your Excellency, do you want to live or die? Answer me, Your Excellency. Kawamaru looked around blankly, seeing that all his warriors fainted, and seeing Figuang's smile, he felt cold all over and his pants were wet. The 2 are indeed mother and son, and their reactions are exactly the same. Now, Samurai can't stop Figuang, Kagawa Maru's age can't stop it, and this woman in the Imperial Chamber can't stop it. What are you covering up? I must know today, no one can stop me. Hai, go and see the truth, and tell us how it all happened. He did not choose to use ninjutsu to deal with the imperial household, not because of fear, but because of his own perseverance and not using illusions on ordinary people. No one stopped. Hairuo no one walked to the name of Junin, turned around with the family's ninjutsu heart, and entered the mind of the name of Junin. As time passed by, Zancho Daddy was the first to wake up. Are you sure that you loyal warriors also know about this? Figuang played with his taste. Go out. Go, the imperial chamber said with difficulty. Go, go. Seeing that the samurai couldn't save him, Kawamaru gave up his struggle. After Zancho Daddy walked out of the hall, Figuang put them down. Too much flavor. Isn't that good? The price of using Konoha ninjas is very high. We just don't want to be used in a confused way. What's wrong with us? What do you think, imperial household, daimyo? A pair of mother and son huddled together and hugged each other again for warmth. The love was so incomparable that Figuang felt like a villain. At this time, only two people know how terrible it is when a person who masters the force is really angry. Those so-called titles of nobility, are flimsy tissue papers that can be broken with a stab. A while. Hai nodded, and everyone knew what happened. 5 months ago, the minister of Taizheng was drinking with the daimyo when he met the imperial chamber, and the two of them had a fling, which was completed in the resistance of the imperial chamber. 80,000 words. Close black lens bracket. 3 months ago, the imperial household found out that he was pregnant, and wanted to secretly get rid of it, but was found out by the Minister of State. Close black lens bracket. The Prime Minister, who was originally very remorseful, suddenly became old and had a child, and his persistence in his heart was disintegrating. He wanted to let his child grow up healthy and become a big name in this country. Close black lens bracket. The minister of the Taizheng used Anko, the 4 guardian ninjas who usually guard the daimyo, and assassinated the daimyo. Close black lens bracket. Let the 3-year-old Kagawa Maru become a daimyo. Close black lens bracket. The minister of Taizheng has been monitoring the imperial chamber, and set out to assassinate Kagawa Maru, and then let the imperial chamber agent in charge of the country, and after the child is born, he will let his child become a daimyo. Close black lens bracket. Everything went flawlessly, but the Minister of State had misestimated the character of the imperial household. Close black lens bracket. I thought it was just an aristocratic riot, but it killed my husband. Close black lens bracket. And in order to avenge her husband, she could not leak the scandal, so she pretended to agree and planned this action. Close black lens bracket. The two have agreed that if the matter is revealed, the Minister of State will take care of everything, and the imperial chamber will only need to give birth to his flesh and blood. Close black lens bracket. In the end, the impassioned speech of the Minister of State was also to protect the imperial chamber. Close black lens bracket. Figuang heard this, combined with the scene of treating the imperial chamber just now, he just had a miscarriage. Understand what ninjas don't know. This woman is very fond of fame and is very crazy. The imperial household not only wanted to really kill Kagawa Maru, but also secretly killed his own children, and finally used a plan to kill the Minister of Justice, and then killed himself. Everything went perfectly, but it was destroyed by flying lights. Kawamaru was rescued. Seeing the weak appearance of Kagawa Maru after being rescued, the imperial room softened. She only had the final monologue, and she also wanted to leave a good impression on her son. She knew that Kagawa Maru would not let Konoha's people check everyone's memories. But I didn't expect Kinoshita Figuang to dare to openly challenge her plan and let her plan fail. Kagawa Maru's belief collapsed, and he pushed the imperial chamber away. Figuang is playful. It seems that Lord Imperial household also has something to worry about. Zizi, he is really cruel. In order to keep his name and name clean, he can even take care of his own son. In the end, there is a mother who is kind and filial, which is really wonderful. So we are the knife you used to persecute the Prime Minister. Let us put pressure on the Prime Minister, and even help you to get rid of him at a critical moment. The Imperial Chamber's face was ugly, and he didn't speak. But the truth was already in front of her, and she couldn't refute it. Figuang shook his head slightly, feeling that everything was tasteless and meaningless, and it stained his ears when he heard it. There is no idea of punishing the Imperial Chamber anymore. She has the punishment of her own son, which is more relieved than her own shot. You succeeded, look at our captain, how fast his knife is. It's done with a bang, it's really good. Figuang looked at his stupid brother with a playful look on his face, and he had already labeled him a mindless and reckless man. At this time, being ridiculed by his stupid younger brother, Kinoshita Village said with a face as black as charcoal. Okay, go out first, and leave the rest to me. Figuang didn't speak, he turned around and left, and when he walked out of the hall, he saw the land of Zongcho waiting in full force, and said with a smile. Don't be so nervous, we just made a joke with your excellency the daimyo. Zongcho daddy didn't speak, and he had already greeted Figuang's 18th generation women in his heart. Joke. Do not make jokes. That is the daimyo and imperial chamber of the river country. They were kidnapped by you. You said it was a joke. If it wasn't for the big name still in your hands, and the younger brother still awake, I would have to work hard with you. A while. When Kinoshita Village walked out of the main hall, he said. Come in, your big names are waiting for you. Chapter 86_attacked. Zongcho daddy didn't care about everyone, and quickly went in to check the status of the daimyo. Murakami threw a long sword to Figuang. This is the grass pheasant sword, which was given to you by your excellency daimyo, saying that it is to thank you for your life-saving grace. The rest are 1 million taels each, thank you for your remuneration. Figuang took over this double-edged sword, which was different from Taidao. He always felt that this sword was very familiar. Instead of trying in a hurry, he asked, what shall we do now? What else can I do, accept the supplies and go back to the northwest camp? After that, Kinoshita Village glared at everyone and said, shut up for me now, if there is any problem, tell me on the way. The IQ was rubbed by the Imperial Chamber, and he could only show the majesty of the captain to try to save the situation. He succeeded. Everyone can be said to be the person who made Muichi Kinoshita grow from a small manager to a big one, except for Figuang, who just lost his mind. The village one has already pinched everyone. Let everyone's belly full of doubts simmering in their stomachs. Like how are you so good? Why so reckless? The majesty of teachers, captains, and shadow-level powerhouses is vividly displayed. Just as everyone was leaving, Heiju appeared again, grinning strangely. In my heart, I was thinking about what kind of ninjutsu Kinoshita Figuang was using, like a kind of soul shock. What are you going to do this time? Afei asked suspiciously. He never spoke. As long as he could control people's hearts, he could control everything. Let these greenhouse flowers feel the cruelty of the ninja world and the indifference of the superiors. Gia tilde. The minister kills daimyo, the imperial chamber kills Kagawa Maru. Look, there is nothing in this world that cannot be betrayed. You're too bad. No, you're too wise. Just as Afei was about to sneer, Heiju glared at him, and immediately said sincerely. All of this is under the control of Black Jew. Heiju just guided the Minister of State at a critical moment and let him breed ambition, that's enough. With their lives, a spiritual torture for Shigeru Uchiha and Makoto Uchiha. Plant a seed and wait for it to sprout. The sky is clear, and cherry blossoms are falling on the national highway of the Riverland. The convoy is slowly moving forward. This time, there are a lot of materials. There are 10 carriages full of goods, and they are heading for the northwest camp. The beautiful scenery, the car full of supplies, and the people who should be happy now seem a bit dull at the moment. Captain, we don't know when you were so strong. Shigeru Uchiha couldn't help but ask Kinoshita Village. He really couldn't figure it out. Don't say it's you. My brother doesn't even know it. It's normal for you not to know. Yes, Murakami-sensei is too cunning. Shigeru Uchiha nodded in agreement and looked at the teacher carefully. It's nothing to say, the talent is high, there's no way, it just happened accidentally. Kinoshita Village is an old Versailles. Everyone was speechless, no guilt, no matter how proud they were. A while. Uchiha Shigeru said, why do you say that they do this? That is the closest person, betrayed by the closest person, that daimyo must be very sad. The imperial household is a lunatic, and the minister of the supreme government is not a good thing. Shigeru Uchiha didn't speak, but thought in his heart. This experience touched him a lot. Everyone wore masks with 1 layer, 2 layers, and 3 layers. Under the layers of fog, what is real? There isn't a good person, and that kid is quite annoying. The truth is that I regret saving that kid. Figuang said lazily. Seeing the cruelty of the struggle for the first time made him very disgusted. It can only be said that people who play politics are dirty. Uchiha Shigeru was immersed in his own world and sat on the carriage decadently. Compared to these, Figuang, what kind of ninjutsu did you put in the hall? It's amazing, can you teach me? Senior brother O_O, Shungshu thought that trick was too handsome. The two went out of the same school. Shui Shui should be fine, and the Kinoshita family is not a big family. I don't know, I felt very angry at the time. You said that these people, just use us and look down on us, can you bear it? I couldn't take it anymore, I just stared, and they all fainted, and I didn't know what was going on. When it comes to the realm of pretending to be forced, the two brothers don't give in too much, and everyone shuts up and doesn't give them a chance to show. Seeing that there was no movement in his mind, Figuang stopped paying attention to this matter, but concentrated on keeping an eye on the sun. It only took 2 days for everyone to arrive at the capital of the country of the river, but it took 9 days to go back, and many small roads and carriages were impassable, which would be a long journey. Although there was no war in the country of rivers, there were many civilians and rebels exiled from the country of rain. Civilians are fine, but rebellion and tolerance are more troublesome. They usually choose to occupy the mountains as kings and loot passing vehicles. Along the way, people will occasionally encounter people who loot the carriage. It's annoying. 3 days later. Figuang sat on the carriage with a dog's tail grass in his mouth, staring at the sky absent-mindedly. I sighed in my heart that it is really nice to have a Hyuga teammate. This white eye can not only detect chakra, but also see through, and can see through any trap at a glance. The only downside is that it consumes too much chakra. Rizu, do you want to drop some eye drops? It's hard for you. I can hold on even below. After an hour. Figuang got up and changed shifts with him, replacing him for an hour, allowing Sunshine to recover chakra after 5 hours of reconnaissance. Compared with the all-round exploration of the sun, Figuang can only rely on his experience to go forward 300 meters to explore, carefully observe the surroundings, and not miss any clues. An hour later, when the weather was calm, Figuang turned back and said, Rizu, thank you for your hard work. But just when the two handed over, the mutation protruded. Whoa, whoa, whoa tilde. A large number of kunai burst out from all directions, and there was a detonating talisman at the end. Everyone's face changed, Figuang shouted, and their hands turned into afterimages. Soil escape, earth flow wall. A wall of earth rose from the ground, blocking the forward attack. But the convoy was too long, 10 carriages, each with a distance of 3 meters and a length of 2.5. With a 55-meter-long convoy, a ninjutsu cannot resist attacks from all directions. Muichi, who was lying on the car, drew his knife across the room, knocking Kuu away in front of him. The rest also resorted to their own means to protect the carriage. Bang 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 tilde. The explosion sounded, the horses were frightened, neighed, their hooves kicked uneasy, and the convoy became a mess in an instant. Silence, the groom reassures the horses, the others watch. Figuang was waiting in full force, and the sun's white eyes opened the way to the greatest extent, observing the surroundings. Have you found the enemy? Transceiver-type mechanism. No enemy was found. Rizu said in a deep voice, and now his eyes can see the enemy 5 kilometers away. That is to say, the enemy is attacking remotely from 5 kilometers away. Figuang's heart sank, and he knew from the timing of the shot that these people were not simple. They chose to shoot when the two were handed over, which showed that the enemy had a thorough grasp of the actions of everyone. Chapter 87_Ninja Ancient Duel Ritual. But how did they discover the intelligence of the crowd and escape the scrutiny of the eyes? Figuang followed the attack trajectory, entered the forest, and saw the mechanism setting. The mechanism was set very cleverly, and the time control was also very precise. What is used is a concealed device, and the main switch is wrapped by silk thread. There is a small concave convex lens above, which is a magnifying glass. Figuang looked up. The sun was rising at the moment. The sunlight was refracted in the magnifying glass, and gathered together. After being roasted by the sun, the silk thread was broken, which triggered the mechanism. He took Jikuo away, returned to the team and handed it over to Village 1. This is a mechanism set up by a puppet master. They not only figure out our route clearly, but also control the time perfectly. For sure, it must be the elite of Sand Ninja. Then why didn't they attack? It should be to say hello. This is the ancient ninja duel etiquette. The purpose is to tell us that they are going to start hunting. It seems that the enemy this time is not aimed at supplies, but at us. Murakami said in a deep voice, the duel between ninjas is not an arena, but an offensive and defensive battle. This attack is a signal to start a war. Then how will the winner be determined? This is the first time that people have encountered such a situation and asked questions. Simple, that's them. Muyi pointed at the 10 grooms and said, if 10 grooms die, that's a failure. If you save more than 6 people and successfully return to the northwest camp, that's a success. Bah, what kind of rule breaking is this? The battle between ninjas, why should ordinary people be implicated? During the Warring States period, as long as people went on a mission, no ordinary person would say that everyone was an enemy. Besides, this is not something we can stop. What we have to do now is to protect them and let them complete this mission safely. Village 1 looked around at everyone and said in a deep voice, and everyone should be careful, this may be a strategy for the enemy to separate us, and the essence is still on us. Now enter the first level of combat readiness. In the eyes of everyone, things between ninjas cannot involve ordinary people. When Kim Shimamura spoke, he did not avoid the grooms, but gave them a choice. These grooms were sent by the country of the river, and they had nothing to do with this matter. We knew there was danger before we came, but we didn't expect it to be like this. Ninja-sama, can we quit? One of the leading grooms said that he wanted to quit the game and did not want to take his life because of a simple escort mission. Yes, but we don't have much time. You have to go back by yourself, and I don't know what kind of people the enemy is, and will they target you? The village told the truth without persecution, but carefully analyzed the situation. He doesn't care about this kind of boring victory or defeat, but if the enemy cares, they will hunt down all these people. As soon as this statement came out, the grooms trembled, not knowing whether to leave or stay, and they were a little overwhelmed. If they really wanted what Murakami said, if they encountered some ninjas alone, there would be no way out. Lord Ninja, are those enemies strong? Asked a groom, wondering if the Miracle Squad could protect themselves. Actually, when you received the mission, you should have known that this mission is dangerous, and we will do our best to protect you. Murakami was a little surprised. Isn't it normal to follow a ninja on a mission and encounter danger? But this time the task is trickier, the transition from a transporter to a cargo. I quit, I'm not doing this mission. A groom said that it was a young man in his 20s with a look of fear on his face. He was obviously frightened by Muyi's remarks and didn't want to risk his life for a little reward. I quit too, my wife is still waiting for me to come home. Seeing that the village one did not refuse, another groom raised his hand and stated his reason. Others hesitated and wanted to leave, but they were reluctant to pay the large commission. Stand still and say nothing. Is there anyone else you can quit? We are hesitating for nothing but fear that those who quit will be intercepted and killed in the middle. I want to make it clear. Village 1 asked again, but when no one answered, he looked at the two of them. Then you two go back with some dry food. After a crisis, 2 people left. Figuang looked at the two of them and didn't say anything, but he didn't agree in his heart. If he quit at this time, could the enemy really let them go? This is unknown, and it is irrational to place all hope on the kindness of others. Although the explosion just now did not hurt anyone, the horses were frightened and needed to be appeased. After a short rest, everyone moved on. After a day. After 4 days, the journey is halfway through. Figuang and Rizu are exploring the road ahead. Figuang, there are 2 people in front of them. They are yesterday's grooms. When everyone saw the death of the 2, they fell silent. The 2 were frightened, their shirts were stripped off, and there was a stone tablet under them that read, "Cowardly 2. Left the team yesterday, was killed today, and insulted the groom. This is a bunch of lunatics. Bury them, that's all we can do for them." Figuang stepped forward and wanted to tidy up the clothes for the 2 of them, and then bury them. Be careful. Rizu reminded loudly. Figuang did not hesitate and stepped back. Bang bang, 2 explosions. The fire rose to the sky, although Figuang was not injured, but the 2 were beyond recognition. Very good. Figuang's face was calm, and his heart was already extremely angry. He couldn't bear the tragic death of innocent people, and decided in his heart to capture these people and give them the same treatment. While the groom behind him was sad, there was also a hint of happiness. Sometimes life and death are so simple. One choice and one decision determine one life and one death. What should we do? If we continue like this, we are very passive. Should we wait for them actively? No need, now we wait for the rabbits, and when these people come again, we will take them down in one fell swoop. After everyone made a decision, they continued to move forward. The team was extremely depressed at the moment, especially the 8 grooms, whose faces were extremely ugly. This time, they were really on fire. Fei Guang, are you saying that these people were killed by some falcon squad? While observing, Rizu opened his mouth and said the guess in his heart. Figuang didn't speak, but shook his head slightly, unsure in his heart. That falcon team, he has only heard their names, and those members are just the background wall in the previous life. Chapter 88_Addiction Fight. And the background wall represents no intelligence. It's impossible to determine his habits at all. You can't say that he loves the village and his children. He is a good man. When the shackles in the heart are opened, everyone will be transformed into a demon. No matter who it is, always show up, and then you'll know. Figuang accepted the question from Sun Tzu, thinking in his heart, how did these people avoid the white-eyed probing, and at the same time they knew everyone's behavior like the back of the hand. Sky, ground, or some unknown secret technique. This kind of exploration method is really incredible. The first thing that comes to mind is Gaara's secret technique of the Eye of Sand, which is to use sand to turn into a third eye, which can effectively detect the enemy's situation and avoid the prying eyes of white eyes. But after thinking about it carefully, it seems impossible. The sand eye can only be released in a fixed position, and it is impossible to move quickly, and it is impossible to effectively query the dynamics of everyone. Just like inserting the eye, you can only observe a fixed position. How can you still run the map? Hazu, what secret techniques in Sha Ninja's secret techniques can evade your exploration? Figuang asked the living fossil family of the ninja world to see if they had any clues. But he was disappointed, and Sun Tzu shook his head, not knowing what kind of secret technique this was. The ninjutsu in the ninja world is all kinds of strange, although the lower body belongs to the Hinata clan. But I can't say it, I can't see through everyone's ninjutsu. Especially all taboo ninjutsu, and ninjutsu specially developed for white eyes. After the two discussed it for a while, they didn't think of it. Focus on the investigation. As time passed, the sun set in the west and the full moon was in the sky. Another day went ahead, No one found anything, everything was safe, and everyone found a suitable place to camp and rest. Late at night, in the tent where the groom lived, a figure slowly emerged, with excitement flashing in his eyes, and he slowly walked to a groom. Looking at the sleeping figure, the corners of his mouth slowly widened, mocking silently. Laughing at the so-called miracle squad, nothing more than that. Next moment, he took out the kunai towards the groom's neck and stabbed it fiercely. Pff. The sharp weapon passed through the neck, making a soft sound. The groom, who was sleeping soundly with his eyes closed, felt severe pain and opened his eyes in horror. Just saw that big mouth grinning to the bottom of the ear, cruel bloodthirsty eyes. An excited gleam flashed in the eyes of Jadoo. As long as he wins the miracle team, his reputation as Lord Jadoo can spread throughout the country of rivers. In his eyes, he already imagined the flowers and applause that would accompany him in the future. Bang. The groom who should have died suddenly turned into a puff of white smoke. Not good. Seeing that the groom was pretending to be a shadow avatar, Jadoo knew that he had fallen into a trap, and he tried to hide it without thinking. But it was too late. Figuang, who had been hiding in the dark for a long time, arrived in an instant, and punched Jadoo's abdomen, making him lose his fighting power. Figuang tied it tightly with steel wire, then removed his chin so that he could not commit suicide by taking poison, and finally removed his limbs and joints. As a medical master, Figuang is very familiar with the human body. Everything went smoothly, and it was completed before Jadoo could react. Seeing that Jadoo had no resistance, Figuang spoke up. Who sent you, say? Seeing that he didn't speak, Figuang gave him a fat beating. You're so tough, don't talk, don't talk. After fighting for a long time, Jadoo did not say a word, stared at Figuang with tears in his eyes, and had already greeted Figuang's 18th generation women in his heart. You take my jaw off, what do I say? Figuang slipped out of the tent with Jadoo. Greeting everyone, he said. This enemy is very tricky. When I beat him like this, he not only didn't say anything, but he didn't even yell at him. Come and try. Seeing the appearance of Jadoo's bruised skin and swollen face, with a strange expression on his face, Shengshu said. Idiot, you take his chin off, how does he speak? Shengshu was speechless to his senior brother. As the intellectual responsibility of the entire team, he was very tired. Really, do you want to interrogate? Figuang's big eyes blinked and he asked innocently. Obviously, Figuang did it on purpose, just to beat this ninja with no bottom line. Well, it seems that this enemy is very tough. I will come to the first trial. Lu Ju opened his mouth, turned his neck, and made a clicking sound. The cries in Jadoo's heart. He walked up to him, and there was a rough interrogation. This time it seemed like some kind of switch had been turned on, and everyone was eager to try it. One by one, the addictions were interrogated. Figuang accompanied him throughout the whole process, and used medical ninjutsu to treat Jadoo's injuries at all times. Only Rope Tree was overwhelmed and looked around. Who am I? Where am I? Did you hear what I said? In the end, Jadoo was broken. Whenever he felt that he was going to die in the next moment, he would treat him with Figuang's smile. Okay, Rope Tree, do you want to interrogate it? If not, it will be handed over to the village leader. Figuang finally asked the foolish junior brother again and asked him for the final welfare. It's not good. Shengshu was a little embarrassed and couldn't save face. Then let me try. Jadoo's somewhat relieved heart just now was ruthlessly shattered, and he could only watch Rope Tree shyly approach. Tell me, who sent you here, how many others are there, where are the others, and what is your purpose? Figuang restored Jadoo's chin and asked. His voice is calm and his eyes are pure, just like chatting with friends, and he can't see the black belly just now. Jadoo wouldn't be deceived by Figuang's appearance, and he wanted to be tougher. But seeing the little ghosts around him, he persuaded him. Jadoo swore that he was not afraid of death, but was afraid of pain. No one asked Master Wando to come, and no one gave instructions, Master Wando has always been alone in the ninja world. As for the purpose, of course, it is to defeat your miracle team and become famous. Let the ninja world know my reputation as Uncle Jadu. Jadu raised his chin slightly with a proud look on his face. Slap tilde. Who are you talking to, uncle? Slap tilde. Who are you talking to, uncle? Figuang said while knocking on the back of the head, speak well, and also, did you make those hidden weapons yourself, or how did you get them? That one was made by myself, and I also pressed and fired it myself. The threads on it are all disguised to mislead you. Jadu was educated, he didn't dare to stab him again, and told the whole story again. On the whole, it is a guy who wants to be famous and wants to go crazy. He can do whatever he wants with his own hands. There is no bottom line. So you are an ordinary chunin, just relying on your secret skills to provoke us. And you don't hesitate to hurt innocent people, but also to win our reputation. What kind of weird brain circuit is this? It will hurt innocent people at every turn. Is there any concept of right and wrong? Chapter 89 _ Falcon Squad Shot. Supernatural Disaster Tornado _ Jido's performance reminded Figuang of a person, that is Takian's betrayal, angle. After fighting against Senju Hasuma, he blows water everywhere. But this is not the same as the angle. The angle is still accepting the task of assassinating Chinsho Hashirama. He didn't even accept the task, just simply wanted to make a name for himself. Figuang looked at Shigeru Uchiha, I'll leave it to you. Uchiha Shigeru didn't speak, grabbed the head of Yudo, looked at it, his eyes were scarlet, and the 3 Guyu was spinning rapidly, hypnotizing Yudo. Jadu's agile eyes became godless. Uchiha Shigeru asked the question again, and the answer he got was the same as what he said. What should I do? Did I kill it directly? Shigeru Uchiha looked at Murakami Kinoshita and asked the captain's opinion. No, he is very rare. It may be useful to bring him back to the northwest camp. Muxia village said. It's cheaper for you. Uchiha Shigeru said angrily. After controlling him with the wheel eye, he turned and left. He didn't want to see this person again. First a ruthless power struggle, then a bottomless ninja. All of this is impacting Shigeru Uchiha's thoughts. He couldn't help asking himself, what happened to this world? Why so many unscrupulous people with no bottom line? Shigeru Uchiha was lost in confusion. Mao, what's the matter with you? Mr. Murakami didn't say that he would let this guy go, he just wanted to bring back the Konoha trial. Seeing that something was wrong with her friend, Makoto stepped forward and comforted her. Makoto-chan I'm fine, that guy is so hateful, he actually hurt innocent people, I just don't want to see him. After seeing Makoto, Shigeru Uchiha no longer felt his life. He was cured in an instant and turned into a dog licking, with tears flowing in his heart. Makoto-chan is so gentle, is she caring about me? It must be, come on, Shigeru. Well, for licking dogs, the goddess can heal everything and save the unhappiness. That's good, don't be unhappy about those guys, you still have us. Makoto laughed. Well, it's nice to have you. Shigeru Uchiha had already ignored the word, men, and his eyes were full of Makoto. Don't talk about partners at this time, only love. Just as the two were chatting, the sky in the distance was bright, and a huge tornado that covered the sky rose from the ground, surrounded the yellow sand in the sky, wrapped in flames and thunder, and attacked everyone. 5 kilometers away from the Miracle Squad, the Falcon Squad gathered. Do you want to start? Say hello first. Rosa said calmly. That's what it means. Start. The future 4 generations of Fengiying Luasha, brown hair, slightly immature face full of excitement. Although he is only 14 years old, he has awakened to the blood-stained limit, magnetic escape Jinsha, and his strength is not weaker than that of the elite Jonin. He straightened his back suddenly, raised his hands, stared at the front with burning eyes, and the boiling chakra was surging. Hum. A harsh voice sounded. After a momentary pause, the earth shook, and fine sand rose from the ground, shining brightly. It is the bloodstain limit, magnetic dun and sands. Countless golden sands emerged behind Luosha, endlessly, and gathered into a sand wall with a height of dozens of meters, shining brightly. Like a golden wave. Sandstorm, Rosa drank. Yi King took a step forward, his legs as white as jade and full of strength. The bloodstain limit, the owner of the scorching escape. This is a woman who is as hot as the sun, full of wild power and deadly temptation. She is a beautiful young lady. She looked up at the sky, her bright eyes looked at the sky, and when she flipped her hands, a huge fireball appeared out of nowhere and hit the clouds. Burning, super fire. The fireball smashed into the clouds, forming thermals, and the temperature difference from below was too great, causing the cold air to descend. At this time, cotton-like white clouds, called cumulus clouds, appear in the air, and cumulus clouds continue to develop in the maelstrom to form cumulonimbus clouds. The latent heat inside the cumulonimbus cloud continues to heat up, resulting in a strong airflow. Hoo tilde. Wind. Gale. Got windy. Now. The strong wind blew away the sultry heat of the river country, and the temperature suddenly cooled. The secret of the formation of tornadoes in nature is understood by the Falcon team, and it is accelerated and guided. Luo Sha's future brother-in-law, Yashawan, has dull eyes, like a science dog, and such people generally have fast hand speeds. Turned into afterimages, fast printing. Wind escape, tornado. The tornado slammed out, and the knot printed on the air swirl, guiding the airflow in the air, like a guide, introducing the power of nature into the tornado. Boom. There was an explosion in the sky, and a thunderstorm appeared in the sky. Woohoo tilde. The wind tunnel, which is connected to the airflow, becomes geometrically elevated, and instantly forms a terrifying natural disaster that covers the sky and the sun. Rocha controls the flow of sand into the tornado, injecting the sand inside it, allowing fine-tuning of the tornado. Not wanting to be left behind, his future wife, Kalora, extracted sand and injected it into the tornado to increase its power. The tornado turned rapidly, the sand rubbed against the air, igniting the leaves and debris inside, and the golden tornado instantly turned into a fire tornado. Woohoo tilde. Huge tornado, like a natural disaster. Although it is performed by everyone, it cannot be controlled at will, but can only be released at a fixed position and attack in a straight line. The Falcon team saw that this feat was done again by everyone, and roared excitedly. Natural disaster, super tornado. Wherever the tornado passed, everything turned into dust, obscuring the sky and the sun, with a natural disaster-like force, wrapped in sand, gravel and trees, so thick that it could not be resisted by mortals. Such natural disaster-like power, the Falcon squad is very satisfied. Rosa jokingly said. Is this so-called miracle team throwing away the supplies and fleeing in a hurry, or resisting desperately? I'm looking forward to it. A man standing behind Luo Sha, his sharp-eyed, handsome face, and the Earth Escape ninja with a silly smile, Diyuan Tianqing, said. It will definitely run away. Although this ninjutsu was performed by us, the current power has exceeded the scope of ninjutsu. They can only give up the task and go back in despair. He glanced at the beautiful mixed-race girl beside him. She was wearing white fishnet stockings, and the wide white robe could not hide her graceful figure, especially in this ninja world where the per capita level was not C, an F-rank warrior, let peace of mind. She is the water escape medical ninja of the Falcon squad, Yu Ling. Sunny tilde. She smiled and looked at Tianqing. Such a loud noise had already startled everyone. Figuang looked at the tornado with solemn eyes, scolding in his heart, ninjas don't learn how to throw shuriken, what science? How can it be said that this thing is simply released by manpower? If it really has this strength, if it is shot according to the big tent, all of them will be leveled, and what kind of battle will be fought? The worst part was that it was too late to transfer the carriage at this moment. Either run away, or find a way to defend against this natural disaster and resolve the crisis. Come on, Just kidding, this is ninjutsu. Chapter 90_Rubber Elephant Fist. The foot has gone bad. Jadu, who was paralyzed on the ground, his eyes were gray, and there was no anger. Feeling the earth shaking, the tornado that swept the earth came in his direction. This power is beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. It is a forbidden power that only God can use. He cried and prayed desperately. Escape, run away, take me with you. A flash of helplessness flashed in the eyes of the village. He is a strong swordsman, suitable for one-on-one duels. He has no choice but to avoid the power of this natural disaster. The corners of his mouth twitched and he said, "Is there anything you can do?" After speaking, there was a blush on Murakami's fair-skinned face, and he was very embarrassed. This was not in line with the omnipotent character and exposed his weakness. Kinoshita Village opened his mouth, wanting to restore the majesty of the captain, stood up, and told everyone that he could see. But the little devil in my heart kept saying, "The emperor is not coming, the concubines can't do it." Not only that, Kinoshita Figuang's eyes made him suffer a crit damage at one time. Everyone ignored the village one, staring at the tornado. No one was afraid of the hurricane blowing on his cheeks. Figuang glanced at his brother, the contempt in his eyes undisguised. "Usually I can give you what I can do every day, but when it comes to the real chapter, it will not work. Are you not a movie powerhouse? Why don't you pretend to be that?" he said with great disgust. "Come on, let's teach the young captain a lesson. You can't just bring a knife when you go out, you have to make friends. My Ernie sauce, leave this to us, you just need to be optimistic about the camp." After saying that, he rushed out in the eyes of Murakami's murderer. Stop 500 outside of camp. Rope tree, look at you, reduce his kinetic energy first, and then break this tornado. Oh tilde. Rope tree stepped forward, his little heart was beating non-stop, not as stupid as in the past, but extremely serious, his hands quickly knotted. With the blessing of everyone, the incomparably thick chakra came out through the body. Yin and yang, Tulu city wall. The earth shook, and a huge earth wall with a length of 50 meters, a height of 5 meters and a thickness of 25 meters rose from the ground. In the place where the tornado must pass. The rope tree drank, and a steady stream of chakra poured into the earth wall to enhance defense. The tornado was approaching rapidly, and as the distance continued to shorten, the more everyone could feel its terrifying power. Boom tilde. The tornado collided with the earth wall, the earth was lifted, and the force of rotation kept destroying the earth wall. The 25-meter thick earth wall was uprooted by this terrifying power. The huge earth wall is like a weak girl, being ruthlessly ravaged and not giving money. You step back and leave the rest to me. Everyone was surprised. For a while, I can't tell whether my little friend really has a way, or I want to be a wind man and feel the breath of the wind. Figuang, you. Trust me. Figuang doesn't have as many dramas as them, his eyes are sharp, how could he just give up the materials he had obtained so hard? And the tornado is just like the little sister. The more you lick, the more vigorous she will be. As long as you find that point, you can conquer her. Today, I will let my friends take a look. What is vigorous? What is a miracle? Back. Everyone carried the rope tree back quickly. I saw Figuang facing the tornado. Third gear. Figuang bit the thumb of his left hand, straightened his right hand, and blew air into the gap between the bones. A large amount of air is gathered on the right hand, and the arm is rapidly growing. Not enough, not enough. The arm is slowly getting bigger, 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters, after the body reaches its limit. Ha tilde. He shouted loudly and jumped, armed with color attached to his arm, facing the tornado. The wind blows. The hurricane is wrapped in wind and sand, and there are endless heat waves. Before it approached, the wind and sand slapped on the body, and Figuang couldn't control his body. His eyes were closed. Perceive with a sense of domineering color and look for the eye of the tornado. Found it. Let the young master conquer you. In Figuang's perception, the tornado takes the center as the axis and keeps rotating. As long as the center axis is destroyed, the tornado will self-destruct without attacking. Rubber elephant fist. Ah tilde. Figuang roared and punched with all his might, slamming into the tornado. With a stab, the giant fist rubbed against the storm, with thunder light. The tornado is like a devouring beast, swallowing Figuang in an instant. Huge rotational force attacked Figuang's arm, and a large amount of sand, stones and trees slapped on his body. Not only that, but the scorching heat was constantly scorching him. Ah tilde. Fisha's blinded eyes can't see things clearly, and his eyes have lost their function at this moment. He can only rely on seeing and hearing to attack the point that he perceives in his mind. Bang tilde. The giant fist hit a stream of air. Compared with the rage elsewhere, there was only a weak wind current flowing, but it was this weak wind current that caused this huge natural disaster. Bombard the wind eye with a full blow, and quickly turn the arm to destroy the wind eye. After the eye was destroyed, the tornado was unresponsive and still spinning rapidly. But Figuang was relieved, leaking air directly, and was carried by the tornado and flew high into the sky. After advancing another 100 meters, there is no airflow blessing, like a rootless weed, unable to bear the wind and sand, it exploded with a bang. Everyone rushed forward to find Figuang's figure. Got saved. Figuang only felt that he had walked through the gate of hell for a while, which was thrilling and exciting. Figuang, you're all right, how did you get smaller? When everyone saw the flying light that was only 50 centimeters in size, they all looked weird and couldn't help but want to laugh. Laugh if you want, it's a side effect of that trick just now. I just used the third gear with all my strength for a minute, and now I only need to wait a minute to recover. Seeing everyone's hard work, Figuang opened his mouth and said, but he didn't expect to laugh. Destroy it. Tired. PFF tilde hey. Hey book. Group and GT. 9, 8, 0, 2, 0 U5 female sign 8, 5/6, O send asterisk book. Group and GT. 9, 8, 0, 2, 0 U5 female sign 8, 5/6. Ha 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 ha. Shigeru Uchiha burst into tears as he slammed into the ground crazily. Hafa asterisk book. Group and GT. 9, 8, 0, 2, 0 U5 female sign 8, 5/6 tilde. Everyone was also laughed, and it was really funny that Figuang's form at the moment was too funny. Makoto hugged Figuang and was caught by Figuang's form. Kawaii tilde. She hugged Figuang like a big doll. Figuang felt a little pain, and felt that he was dead at this moment. You can only have fun and lie down. Heart said, Makoto has grown up. Shigeru Uchiha's laughter stopped abruptly, as if stuck in his throat. Damn, Makoto-chan actually hugged Figuang. Hateful. Sunzu, see where the enemy is. At this time, Figuang didn't have any fighting power, and he lay on his head lazily. This comfortable feeling made him a little drowsy, but I have to say, the feeling of being breastfed. Not bad. He inquired about the movements of the enemy, to see whether those people were attacking directly or sneaking away. 11 people, 6 men and 4 women, are moving very fast and are coming towards us. They are wearing uniforms, which should be the recently rumored Falcon Squad. Shizuo said in a deep voice. The nose is a little hot. Although this Falcon team all wore large cloaks to cover their faces and figures, they were invisible under the perspective of their white eyes. Chapter 91_Scary Falcon Squad. Prepare to meet the enemy. These people are more yin than the other, they are not pure ninjas. Figuang said in Makoto's arms, his body twisted unnaturally. Ninjas should make good seals, release ninjutsu well, and do so many bells and whistles. Will the tornado destroy the parking lot? It was a howl from a ninja with a missing brain stem. Rizuki, after this time, you can write an inspection to me, and I will study them carefully. Ah, okay. Rizu carefully observed, mechanically nodded in agreement. As time flows, can see your 11 people wearing robes with gold patterns on a white background and giant eagles on their backs. Hey, have you paid the money? Debut at will, this is infringement and shameless plagiarism. Figuang felt that this Falcon team was plagiarizing his own ideas, and the uncle couldn't bear it. If he didn't pay royalties, he wouldn't recognize this Falcon team. Where did you come from? Are you weaned? Luo Sha frowned, not expecting to see a 50-centimeter child here. Baby, wean. The 4 words inflicted critical damage to Figuang, and he was extremely tired. Have you ever seen this lovely child? If you have bad eyes, go to the doctor, you bastard. PFF tilde. This sentence succeeded in making everyone laugh. Bastard, what are you laughing at this time? Sorry. Luosha looked at the miracle squad with blue veins. The strong enemy was on the side, and he was still thinking about making trouble, and he didn't take himself seriously at all. This was a challenge to their Falcon squad. HMPH tilde is this the miracle team rumored by Konoha? That's all. Ninjas of Sand Ninja, you have crossed the line. This is the border of the country of the river, not the battlefield of the country of rain. You actually started here. Didn't the last lesson make you realize? The country of the river, we are covered with leaves. Kim Shimamura carried the tachi on his shoulders, his face was arrogant, and anger was simmering in his eyes. Although it is a time of war, the most basic things still need to be observed. For example, the battlefield must be set in one place, otherwise the war will be launched without restraint. Not only the village can't bear it, but even the surrounding countries will complain. Even if there is an unavoidable assassination, the battle will be restrained and will not make such a big movement. Rosa frowned, he said slowly. Oh, we're just saying hi, if you can't even handle that, then there's no need to exist. Figuang frowned. From the time we met until now, Luosha has always been talking. It seems that the soul of this team is him. He is indeed the 4th generation of Fengying. Although he died, it can be seen that his leadership ability. He whispered, there is another person here. It should be the same person as the captain of the first village. Can you tell who it is? It's the man in the back. His chakra is very huge, like it's endless. Rizu's face was solemn. Figuang chewers are very huge and endless, these 8 words, said aloud, human Zuli. As soon as the force of the human column came out, the expressions of everyone changed. Everyone understood the horror of the tailed beast. The 8 tailed beasts were captured by the first generation and distributed to various countries for the purpose of peace. And Sand Ninja captured a tailed beast and a tailed crane alone. I didn't expect to meet here now. Figuang's heart sank. Although Yiwei's tail is small, its combat power is definitely not weak, and it is also a top-ranked existence among tailed beasts. Not only that, the enemy is in a state of complete victory, and the anti-spectator, the rope tree has been abolished. Flying light is also very expensive. And it's still the moment of 3rd gear side effects. What to do? Do you want to fight? If you can catch Ichi, it will be a miracle. Uchiha Shigeru was eager to try. They understand what Shigeru Uchiha means. This battle is not a simple fight, but must be decided. There is no retreat. At this time, only Kinoshita Murakami can make a decision, and this captain is needed to make up his mind, and he is also needed to fight Renzuli. But the information of the village one has not been leaked so far, and if he was caught by surprise, he might really be able to take down the Sand Ninja force in one fell swoop. Make great achievements. Become a hero of Konoha. For everyone, this temptation is still great. Who doesn't want fresh clothes and angry horses, flowers and applause? Didn't you see that Shigeru Uchiha was already eager to try it? And the fight is worth it if you can grab a tail and force the Land of Wind to surrender. Village 1 pondered in his heart that he had only heard that the tailed beast was strong, but how strong it really is. How can you be intimidated? Battle. Feng Jing refused at the moment, and his 3rd gear still had 20 seconds to relieve the side effects. But it's too late. Rosa smiled proudly. Everything went according to his plan, and these people would definitely not do it directly. Innocent. Konoha's ninjas are like this. Before a fight, they always want to say a few words. Don't you think this is very watery? He talked so much nonsense with the Miracle Squad just to delay time, and now that it's done, it's time for the Miracle Squad to feel fear and despair. He and Kaora looked at each other, nodded slightly, and said at the same time. That's what I mean, come on. Kaori slapped the ground with both hands. The secretly prepared ninjutsu was used in an instant. Sand field. The ground that was originally green and grassy was instantly covered by yellow sand, and the quicksand surging to the ground, constantly pulling and restraining, controlled everyone, making it impossible for them to escape. To devour the people. It's not over yet. Luasha raised her hands high, and the golden sand filled the sky, like a wave, and slapped it fiercely. Shajin burial. Infinite alluvial gold was captured from the sky. This sand, which is heavier than ordinary sand, is like endless waves, air pressure mountains and rivers, and slaps down. Not only that. Yashimaru and Yi King used compound ninjutsu to follow. In order to expand the attack range, Yi King improved the scorching and oversteaming to form a super fire. Although it did not have the flexibility of the past, its attack power and attack range were greatly increased. Wind escape, a big breakthrough. Burning, super fire. Burning Dun, which can evaporate the body's water, has the acceleration of Feng Dun, and its speed skyrockets. Control, range, speed, lore. The 4 kinds of ninjutsu were completed in an instant, and the 2 kinds of compound ninjutsu slapped down together. In the past, it was a miracle team that used compound ninjutsu to bully people. This time, it was an opponent. These people were all the absolute elites of the Sand Ninja. And the biggest threat to the scenery is Yi King's scorching escape. That kind of power is instantly dead. Evaporate the water and turn it into a mummified corpse. The first move is to lose. Figuang can't do anything when he is still in the 3rd block of side effects. He also didn't expect that this Falcon team's shot was Wang Zhuang, and the attack was even more terrifying. Chapter 92_Continuous Attack, Endless. In the country of the river, in the valley, everyone originally chose to rest, but unexpectedly, the Falcon team made dumplings. Now. The wind is raging, the sky is sandy, and sparks light up the sky. Brother, Kushina D. At this moment of crisis, Figuang did not panic at all and responded calmly. When the Golden Sands is approaching, it is a close call. As a shadow-level powerhouse, Kinoshita Moraichi did not live up to his younger brother's expectations. Chakra broke out, and an incomparable force spurted out of his body, breaking free in an instant. He stretched out his hand to fish, grabbed Kushina suddenly, and then threw Kushina high into the air with a forceful swing. Kushina, who was in the air, shot 8 chains from her back, and the King Kong blockade wrapped everyone around, and pulled hard to escape the range of ninjutsu. And Murakami Kinoshita used the instant body technique to evade. This lore blow was violently broken by Kinoshita Murakami with absolute strength. But haven't waited for everyone to land. Hayushi of the Falcon Squad casts the puppet secret technique that has been passed down for thousands of generations. There was no emotion in the red pupils, the hands and fingers shook slightly, and 2 lizard-like puppets emerged from the ground. In a trend of left and right, attacking everyone. As the son of Chiyo, his puppet talent is superb, all the puppets used are made at a high cost, and the fighting methods are flexible and strange. There was a clicking sound from the backs of the 2 puppets, the mechanism suddenly bounced open, and thousands of copies flew out, hitting everyone in the sky. Thousands of books broke through the air, the tip flashing purple light, quenched with highly poisonous. As the only puppet master of the Falcon Squad, Yan Sato is not as arrogant as Hyoxi, and the strength of the puppet mechanism is not as strong as Hyoxi. But he was not willing to be left behind. He galloped forward, and after controlling the distance, he controlled the puppet to attack from the front. It is also 1,000 books to open the way, quenched with highly poisonous, and sprayed from the mouth of the puppet, which is extremely terrifying. The 3 puppets are finished in glyphs, attacking together, densely packed, blocking all escape routes for everyone, and it is impossible to avoid them when they are in midair. You are courting death. Kinoshita Village's eyes are splitting. No matter how superb his methods are, it is impossible to resist all attacks. At this moment, it is far away from everyone, and it is too late to rescue. The intelligence between the ninjas is particularly important. The Miracle Squad lost the first move and fell into the rhythm of the enemy, making the Falcon Squad in a dreadful situation. At this moment, they are in midair, and their lives are in danger. Ding Zuo didn't hesitate. This is when he came into play. Super multiplication. The little fat man who was 1.6 meters tall suddenly turned into a giant 20-meter tall man. He hugged everyone in his arms, leaned his head forward to prevent the vitals from being injured, and used his back to resist all attacks. Shish tilde. There are not thousands of copies, and they hit Ding Zuo densely, turning him into a hedgehog. Everyone had no time to grieve, and when they were about to land, they saw a swamp under them. This is also the only one of the Falcon team's Earth Escape Ninja Takamoto Tianqing, a move used, Earth Escape, Earth Flow River. Another Thunder Ninja, Teichiro, used the thunder to paralyze everyone with the help of mudslides. At this moment, Ding Zuo was extremely miserable. Thousands of acupuncture and moxibustion, mud bathing in Tuden, and electrotherapy, he didn't even have time to say his bloody words. With all his strength, he threw everyone out, left a sentence, and passed out. Marry my sister, it's cool. Figuang has a black line on his face. Is it appropriate to say this at this time? If you say that you will die if I don't marry your sister, then don't shut up. Turning his head to look forward, his heart sank. The Falcon Squad's attack was like a hurricane. The mountains and the tsunami, wave after wave. The next moment, I saw Jinsha swept over, and I suddenly shot it. Mao. At such a time of crisis, Figuang never thought of giving up Dingzhou. Shigeru Uchiha didn't even think about it. Flicking his hands was too kunai, and the wire behind him pulled Ding Zuo out of the quagmire. At this time, Shajin slapped again, and everyone was completely caught up in the rhythm of the Falcon Squad. Now, Rope Tree Chakra consumes a lot. Figuang is in the 3rd block side effect period, and Ding Zuo is in a coma. All 3 defenders went offline. Rosa is like a mobile fort, and the attack is open and closed, and the momentum is very large. Kagura is assisting from it, expanding the field of sand. Figuang secretly scolded this group of dog men and women, and they cooperated really well. As expected of the husband and wife in the future, Luo Sha is so good in the future. It is estimated that the reason is that there is no wife nearby to assist. In Luosha's eyes, the miracle team at this moment is a lamb to be slaughtered. Since they did not give up their supplies and chose to carry out ninjutsu, the outcome was already doomed. The tactics of the Falcon team this time are endless. One wave is stronger than the other. As long as the attack rhythm is not interrupted, the next moment of burning escape will come. Figuang also saw that this Falcon team was carrying out the same plan from beginning to end, leading them by the nose. This deadlock had to be broken. He swept over the position of Village 1 Kinoshita and saw him destroying the puppet. He knew in his heart that as long as he survived 2 more attacks and Village 1 destroyed his puppet, he would be able to break the deadlock. Shigeru, Minato, Makoto, go. If you can't defend, then attack. Figuang gives an order. Fire escape, courageous fire dragon. Fire escape, courageous fire dragon. Wind escape, big breakthrough. The B-level ninjutsu arrogant dragon is like a dragon, and the double dragons gather together, using the wind to escape. Compound, Shuanglongfeng kill. The 2 fire dragons were intertwined and intertwined, roaring and rushing towards Shajin. Boom. Under the collision of the 2 ninjutsu, there was a huge roar, and the heat wave spread. Broken Roche's alluvial golden rushed towards its body. Everyone was overjoyed. As long as they forced Luosha back, everyone would have room to breathe. Next moment. The face is sweet, but at this moment, in Figuang's eyes, the hollow fragrance is extremely ferocious. He took out a huge scroll and spread it out horizontally. The seal of fire sealing. The incomparably violent fire dragon is like two chicks, all absorbed into the scroll. The miracle squad felt that it was a dog. This is simply outrageous. With such a strong ninjutsu, you said that you will seal it. Are seal ninjas so fierce? Why can't we? Everyone couldn't help but look back at Kushina, and saw that Kushina's face was slightly red at this moment, stuck out his tongue, and felt as if he had lost the face of the seal ninja. But now is not the time to say these things, and there is simply no room for people to think too much. The attacks of Hagura and Yashimaru followed closely. Burning escape super fire struck again. As long as this blow is avoided, with Kinoshita Village's Hokage level strength, he can definitely smash the puppet and gain breathing time for everyone. They believed in the strength of Murakami Kinoshita. But they forgot that the one-tailed man, Zuri, was not a dead man. As early as when the village rushed towards the puppet, Fanfu had already intercepted it on its only path. Wearing a white robe, with his head exposed, he was a bald braised egg. Hokage the rubber fruit is bigger, Chapter 161-180. Chapter 93 _ A big battle in the village. Fanfu, who was originally a ninja of Sand Ninja, later turned to Buddha with all his heart and became one-tailed human pillar force. He was entrusted by 3 generations of Kazekage to protect the Falcon team. He is quiet. This is a person who was indifferent to the world, and he didn't want to make a move. But as soon as Kinoshita Village made a move, he knew that the combat power should not be underestimated. I also understand that I have to make a move, or I will be defeated by the village. Although now it seems that the Falcon squad has the upper hand. But as long as no one resists Kinoshita Murakami, his shadow level strength will be fully unleashed. With its terrifying speed, the Falcon squad will be devoured a little bit. This is the absolute power of a shadow level powerhouse. Needless to say, Fanfu folded his hands together and spoke softly, saying, "It's better for the donor not to disturb the young people's battle, otherwise, they will lose face by bullying the small." No time to share the blessings with Moji, Kim Shita Moraichi, his beloved subordinates are suffering from a life and death crisis. Talking to the ninja about the face, are you sure it is not a head show? Face is worth a few dollars. Chong. The blade turned into a silver chain, breaking the sound barrier and piercing the sky. Fanfu calmly resisted with sand. He had tailed beasts and endless chakras. Although he was not Muichi's opponent, there was no problem in fighting against him. Bang tilde. The sand resisted the blade and made an explosion sound, splashing a layer of air waves. The figure sank suddenly, a big hole was punched out on the ground full of quicksand, and the air waves scattered. The speed of the fight between the two was very fast. Like thunder, speed and force coexisted, the explosion sounded constantly, and the momentum was extremely terrifying. After a few rounds, the speed of the village one became more and more fierce, and he could not see the figure at all, only the silver-white sword light could be seen, moving left and right, and the combat power was amazing. Comprehensive suppression of distribution. Old man, today I'm going to let you go back and forth. A knife, absolutely flash. Murakami found a gap, his body flashed back, and then he held the knife in both hands, his body suddenly disappeared, and when he appeared, he was already in front of Fanfu. This knife is so fast that even the light of the knife is hidden, which is a unique trick of the village one. But there is no doubt about the power of this knife. Hey tilde. Kuni appeared behind Fanfu, and stood up with his saber retracted, his sword in its sheath, and his eyes were indifferent. Clap tilde, the head rolled to the ground. But instead of spewing out blood, it turned into quicksand, and Fanfu's body reappeared 10 meters away, and in the stunned eyes of the village, he said. It was a terrifying blow. If it wasn't for my old friend to help me, I couldn't stop it. Murakami chewed this sentence carefully, his heart sank, and he got an important piece of information. This tailed beast became friends with Renzuli, and helped him out of trouble at a critical moment. Trouble. He clenched the handle of the knife, pressed his body down, bent his legs, and disappeared again. One knife ihe. The long knife smashed and divided the blessings again, but it still didn't work. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he cursed the old thing in his heart. Not about martial arts. I see how many times you can stop it. Village Yi shouted loudly, and his figure disappeared again, only to see the sky blazing across the area. Fanfu couldn't resist at all, and could only stand in place and be chopped. One knife wind kills 100 blades. The figure tossed and turned, and quickly swung 100 knives. It won't work like this, it's too embarrassing to be beaten all the time. Shuhei in Fanfu shouted. This ninja is too fast. One person and one beast communicate in their hearts. Fanfu's eyes narrowed, and he made a decision in his heart. Aside from the identity of Renzuli, he was just an ordinary Junin. Moreover, as he is older, he has not fought for a long time, and his fighting memory has aged. But don't be afraid, the blessings are linked. Shuhei, I'll leave it to you. The two were old friends for many years, and Shuhei was infected by his pure heart and his consciousness broke through. Fanfu's pupils turned into a cross shape. My uncle has finally come out. Accompanied by arrogant words, it is clear that the tailed beast is coming, and the one-tailed guard crane appears. I saw that the originally emaciated body suddenly became strong and three-pointed, and the right hand changed, vibrating and bulging, rapidly growing, and finally turned into a beast claw, and a black curse mark appeared on its arm. There is also a yellow tail behind it. Tailed beast. The half-human, half-beast form of Fanfu has a strong attacking power. As soon as he raised his hand, the sand under his feet turned into a big hand and slapped it. There is a difference between the cloud and mud from the performance just now. Instead of being passively beaten, you can counterattack. Sand-bound coffin. The village did not panic at all. The horizontal blade immediately, the blade swallowed the wind blade, slashed down with force, cut through the sand, kicked the foot, reversed the wrist, and slammed it upward. Shu tilde. The blade is sharpened, and the body of the blessing is cut open. But no blood spilled, but fine sand slipped. But it also hurt Fen Fujiao. Ah, it hurts, I'm going to kill you. An ordinary person's mortal injury is not even a minor injury in the eyes of Fanfu at the moment. Fanfu's body heals quickly, and quicksand gathers. The eyes with crossed pupils had no emotion at all, but with tyranny, the animal hand grabbed it. With Shuhei's blessing, Fanfu's body is heavy, his attack power is strong, and his speed has also increased a lot. But compared to the village one who is proficient in swordsmanship and wind escape, the speed of sharing the blessings is too slow, and he can't beat the village one at all. A rough-skinned and thick-skinned person is not afraid of normal attacks, and a person with unsurpassed speed will perform normal attacks. The two of them couldn't help each other for a while. Muyi's heart sank, and when he was racing against time again, he was entangled by Fanfu and could not break the game at all. Not only that, he also has to entangle Fanfu and prevent Fanfu from joining the battlefield, otherwise the consequences will be even worse. A tailed beast with infinite chakra joining the battle group will cause a devastating blow to everyone. It's up to you. At this moment, the soldiers are against the soldiers and the generals are all inseparable. Figuang and the others can only break the game by themselves. The other side. Yi King's scorching escape was extremely fiery, and it came violently, and the heat wave was transpiring. Like the Queen of Flames, she is tempting everyone to sink and taking people's lives. Now. Kazu took a step forward, stepped forward, twisted his waist, rotated, and 360 acupoints spewed chakra, making an absolute defense. Gossip Huishin. Offset the scorching, and fight for a chance for everyone to breathe. But, when the time comes to the end of the sky, there is no village one to help destroy the puppet. The three puppets are like 3 machine guns, 8,000 lacing, crazy output. With no one to restrain her, at a critical moment, Makoto will step forward to defend against Shinbin. At this very moment, Figuang's third block side effect was finally over, and the first time his body recovered was to break free from Makoto's arms. He took a long breath, the armed color domineering attached to his belly. Rubber, steel balloons. Clang clang tilde. Chiban slammed into his belly and sparked. At this time, it was time for Teichiro to use the thunderbolt to attack. Figuang flashed cold light in his eyes, opened the second gear, domineering wrapped around his fists, chakra changed into fire, and suddenly punched out. Completely ignore the thunder and lightning. Bang tilde. Chapter 94 _ Battlefield Swaps, Figuang faces Shuhei. Figuang's armed color is domineering wrapped around his hand, his arm is attached to flames, shattering the thunderbolt, piercing the sky, and hitting directly. Rubber, flame fist. One punch sent Teichiro flying 100 meters without knowing his life or death. Destroyed one of the Falcon squad in one blow, was extremely strong, and swore his own return. But Figuang didn't stop shooting, his eyes were cold, and he closed his fist and turned back. A palm in the air. Rubber jet air cannon. The combination of speed and power, an air cannon formed after reaching a certain speed. The principle is similar to that of the Bagua Kongzong, which is passed down by the Sunzu family. With a wave of his hand, he forced Diyuan Tianqing to retreat, blocking his spellcasting. The two's combo was interrupted, and there was no effective attack on the Miracle team, giving everyone a little breathing time. Figuang did not fight, but led the crowd to retreat quickly. Yu Guang swept across the seat of Ding, and at this moment, he was on the verge of dying, and he could not delay. Watergate, see. With Figuang as a relay, everyone can finally use combination skills again. Ugly Shu Chen Zi Shu Hai Si Yin. Yin Yang Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. A-level ninjutsu shuriken shadow clone. With the blessing of everyone, the power has risen a few steps, no weaker than the 3 generations of Naruto Sarutobi. Rather better. At the moment, Minato only felt the chakra surging in his body, an incomparably full feeling that filled his body. Tens of thousands of shurikens swarmed the sword array all day long, rushing out with a monstrous momentum. Covering the entire battlefield, the first to bear the brunt is 3 puppets. The valuable puppet, facing the sword formation, had no resistance at all, and was smashed by the endless shuriken. After the attack, Figuang didn't look at the results, but dragged Ding Zuo to his side, slapped his hands continuously, and knocked out the 1,000 copies in his body. Don't play dead, hold on, or you'll finish your snacks. Seeing the unconscious Ding Zuo frowning, he didn't know if it was physical pain or distress. Figuang used the technique of extracting delicate diseases, and then extracted toxins for him and injected Yangdun chakra to treat him. This is the advantage of team fighting, otherwise, after being informed by the enemy, you may be killed in an instant. How could he not only hold on, but also have time to treat Ding Zuo in time on the battlefield like he is now? Figuang did not choose to completely heal, but just controlled the injury within a certain range, and then stopped. He turned to look at the sand wall in the distance. There was anger in his heart. It's not the angry Falcon squad. Life and death are facing each other in the battlefield, and there is nothing to be angry about. It's all up to it. He was mad at himself, and he had been smooth sailing all along, and he unconsciously became proud and complacent. The first time I met a team of 10 people, I was almost wiped out. This is a tragic lesson. It deserves his deep reflection. The most troublesome thing for the Falcon squad is Rosa and Kaora. The large-scale AoE injury of the two is a fatal threat to everyone. But even though he said that, he was also the most difficult to solve. In the electric light and flint, Figuang thought of who to deal with. Persimmons need to be picked softly, and the guy who uses the soil is the soft persimmon. But this is not the best solution. In TNG's horse racing, he used the worst horses to fight against the best horses. Hai, tell the village leader that I will deal with Fenfu and let him get rid of these people. Although it was only a momentary thought, it was the best choice. As long as Figuang drags Fanfu and liberates Village 1, with his shadow-level strength, he will destroy the Falcon Squad. There was no chance to discuss tactics on the battlefield. As soon as the voice fell, Figuang shot out. Towards fortune. The speed is like lightning. Go halfway. Figuang's fists were charged, and when they arrived, they shot out suddenly. The fist turned into a ray of fire, and it struck horizontally. Rubber flame fist. The village took a deep breath. Although the battle was short-lived, the continuous use of the ultimate move was also a bit exhausting. He understood his brother's strategy, and although he was worried, he didn't hesitate at all. He took a step back and used the teleportation technique to leave. At this moment, all he can do is use all his strength to defeat the Falcon Squad. Fanfu was stunned for a moment, and he was stunned on such an important battlefield after a long time of chanting the scriptures to send the Buddha. There is also a Mizukuru, destroying, irritable, and fighting alone. Its ability is unquestionable. Combat is extremely powerful. On tactics alone, they are no longer up to date. After a moment of stunnedness, what he faced was the attack of the flying light and the torrential rain. When Shuhei reacted, the village disappeared early in the morning. There is only one way in front of Shukaku: defeat or kill Kinoshita Figuang, and then he can leave the battlefield. You dare to play with my uncle, I am going to kill you. Figuang knew that this irritable voice should be the one-tailed guard crane. As we all know, tailed beasts are irritable. He already knew what to do with this guy. Here comes an impromptu rap. The fool Shuhei will cry, and he will laugh if he is beaten enough. Pretending to be number one every day is actually the most rubbish. Nine-tailed beasts are your favorite, and their tails are the least flamboyant. He was beaten and refused to accept, and he liked to be funny. Shuhei was stunned for a moment. He had never heard limericks, and it was exported by culture. Halfway through, I tasted it in my mind, and I said it smoothly, but it should not be a good thing. When he finally determined that he was scolding himself, he was furious. I don't care about the Falcon team, the cry of blessing. It has to kill this kid today. Let it know that among the tailed beasts, Uncle Shuhei is the strongest and the most unprovoked existence. I'm going to kill you. Figuang saw a limerick from a flower grower, and successfully focused Shuhei's entire attention on himself. Overjoyed. Yo 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 tilde check it out. The crane guard came to kill me. Don't just say that you can't do it. The funny and clamoring appearance is your last stubbornness. I don't want to hit you, but you are ugly, out of the sky, yo tilde tilde yo. Rao is Shuhei, who is well informed and has 1,000 years of life, and has never heard such a fancy way of swearing. Facing Figuang's ruthless ridicule, Shukaku's pupils shrank. A tail and appearance are the eternal pain in his heart. At the beginning, the Six Paths Immortal was partial and gave most of the chakra to Juwei, but Shuhei refused to accept it, and it was going to defy the sky. Wandering alone in the sand sea for thousands of years, it created its own magnetic escape seal, in order to testify to the immortals of the Six Paths. Shuhei is a genius-tailed beast. Even if there are not many chakras, it can still be the strongest tailed beast. But after being mocked by Figuang today, he finally realized that he had always cared about his tail and appearance. At this moment, Shuhei completely lost his mind, and his body was rapidly growing, from a half-human, half-beast tailed beast to a complete tailed beast. Fanfu was completely helpless, and sighed. His old friend's moral behavior was too low, and he couldn't stand it just by scolding him. This is not the trap of the enemy. Chapter 95_Shocking Battle, Live Tail Beast. Little Devil, Master Shuhei must let you know that Master Shuhei is the strongest, go to hell. With a height of 100 meters, the mountain-like body emits a grand sound. One-tailed beast is a one-tailed beast made by yin-yang escape technique. It grows in the Nara Desert, is lively and playful, and likes to bury everything in front of its eyes with sand. Its eyes exuded a monstrous murderous intent, endless chakras rushed out, and the vegetation withered and turned into a sea of sand. As soon as the paw was lifted, it suddenly fell. Go to hell! Fi Guang screamed. At this moment, there is no need to fight Shuhei. As long as the mockery is in place, it is good to escape. Besides, such a big guy, it is probably useless to attack normally. Shuhei, who is 100 meters tall, is like a big ugly radish. You are screaming and I am laughing. Everyone knows that you are not wanted. He taunted as he ran, not giving Shuhei a chance to react at all. Shengchangbi falls in Wangquan, and I Shuhei and you will not die. Shuhei controlled the sand to block, and the big claws that covered the sky kept slapping, and the air waves scattered, driving endless roars. But Fi Guang is like a loach. Shuhei was completely angry, his rationality was gone, and the animality took over his brain. He raised his head and opened his mouth. In a ratio of 2 to 8, the unique chakra of the tailed beast was converging to synthesize the tailed beast jade. An aura of destruction swept in, converging into a chakra ball 2 meters above its mouth. Fi Guang knew that the ridicule was overdone. This Shuhei does not talk about martial arts, and does not choose the bloody fight that you come and go, but chooses a big move to clear the field. He ran and shouted, Shuhei, let's discuss whether we can fight head-on like a real tailed beast. You are cheating, you little rubbish, you can't afford it. After Fi Guang finished speaking, he regretted it. After he was used to mocking, he couldn't control it, and he mocked again. Really? Although Shuhei almost swallowed the tailed beast jade in anger, he managed to control it in the end and continued to condense. Shuhei, your path is narrow. Fei Guangzhan couldn't convince this big guy anymore, and his eyes flashed fiercely. With a kick of his legs, he jumped up and suddenly jumped into the sky. Ling Kong hangs upside down, stretches his right leg, bites his fingers, and blows a lot of air into his body. The right leg grows rapidly. Such is the Optimus Pillar. Into the cloud. Terrifying, this is Fi Guang's strongest blow. Rubber, you give me the art of swallowing. When the Shuhei immediately condensed, the armed color wrapped around his right leg and fell down, carrying infinite strength, and stepped on the tailed beast jade ruthlessly. The huge foot stepped on Shuhei's face fiercely, and by the way stepped the tailed beast jade into Shuhei's body. Omega D Omega. What should I do if I condense the tailed beast jade and accidentally swallow it in half? Online etc. In a hurry. Shuhei wanted to say something else, but there was a huge explosion in his stomach. The huge body was blasted open and turned into yellow sand. It screamed, how can it be repaired? The body became smaller at an extreme speed, and finally turned into a blessing, lying on the ground. 3 seconds of flying light and majestic, he immediately leaped air, turned 3 times in the air, and got up with a gulu after landing. Upside down his short legs, ran in the direction of Fenfu. Heart said, will not blow up, right? Upon closer inspection, I found that Fenfu had passed out, but he still had breath. Fi Guang couldn't help but sigh, this person Zuli's life is strong, and he didn't die if he swallowed the tail beast jade. Really hard. The battle here has already attracted everyone's attention, and when they saw the tailed beast that Fi Guang solved by himself, they all went numb. What is a tail beast? That is the town and village weapon, but now it has been solved by Fi Guang Yizi. This is too magical, and no one dares to believe it. It doesn't matter if it's a trick or not, just a single point, singled out the tailed beast, and one, is enough to make a name in the ninja world. The Miracle Squad is delighted, and the Falcon Squad is terrified. The people who had been suppressed by the first village were even more unbearable at this moment. In the face of the tailed beast with high attack and high defense, Murakami had nothing to do, but face the Falcon team. The strength of his shadow-level powerhouse is unquestionable. The attack is sharp and domineering. Entering the arena kills Yan Sato with just 1 knife. Don't give the Falcon Squad a chance to rescue. Then he turned around and chopped at Yuling, without any sign of pity on Shangxiu. There is no laziness of the past at all, and it fully shows the ruthless side. The seal of fire sealing, let it go. As soon as the hollow incense scroll was lifted, the arrogant fire dragon that had just sealed everyone was instantly released, forcing the village one to retreat. Luo Sha, who was standing in the distance, saw that he was defeated, and made a decisive decision. He raised his hands and made a unique move. Shajin Burial. Shajin swept away and suddenly fell. Retire. After Rosha forced the crowd back, he burst out. The Falcon Squad runs and gathers. Hayushi took out the space scroll and channeled a bottle, and threw it violently. Bang tilde. The bottle exploded and turned into a poisonous mist, blocking everyone. Luo Sha gathered Shajin under his feet and carried everyone to escape. His eyes swept to Fen Fu, and seeing Figuang waiting for him, a trace of sadness flashed in his eyes. He knew that this battle not only failed, but also lost the tailed beast. However, the Falcon Squad was unable to rescue, and without the restraint of the shadow rank, it was impossible to resist the village one. I am lucky to be able to run. Moreover, the village one will only stick to sharing the blessings now, and will not give everyone a chance. Just as Luasha thought, when the poisonous fog rose, Murakami did not choose to chase, but quickly ran towards Figuang. The people of the miracle team followed closely behind, completely giving up the materials and the people, and doing their best to protect the blessings. At this time, nothing is important to share the blessings, and we must strictly guard against it. Don't give the Falcon Squad a chance. Moraichi-sensei, shall we just let them go? The rope tree looked at the sky with some anger, and was very angry at these guys who hurt Dingza. Now is not the time to talk about these things. There are priorities. At this time, it is necessary to guard the strength of the people. The village one was waiting in earnest and pointed to share the blessings. As long as Fenfu is safely escorted to Konoha, then this war can be said to have been won. Sand Ninja can't bear to lose the tailed beast. They will choose the mode of negotiation to redeem the fortune. Don't say anything, I'll treat Dingzu first, and then we'll leave right away. Sand Ren will never let us return to Konoha safely. What about the supplies? Lu Ju asked, looking at Figuang. This batch of supplies is also very important, but if you leave with the supplies, the speed of everyone will be very slow. It will definitely be intercepted by Sand Ninja. Figuang smiled bitterly, knowing that he wanted Shinya to transport it, but the last time he was scolded by Shinya, saying that it was not in line with the rules, it was the first and last time. Don't let Mr. Shinya do such a thing again in the future. And I have to say that these materials are very strong, and they were not damaged under the intentional pulling of everyone. Chapter 96_Tsunade helps the Miracle Squad. Don't think about supplies first. Quickly communicate with Orochimaru and ask him to send support. Village Yi frowned. At this time, these materials are really not that important. Compared with a tailed beast, it can be said to be dispensable. But since the younger brother has a way to transport it, then wait a little longer, people, sometimes it is necessary to force it. Said it was the last time. You can break through and you can do it again. Enough to kill resistance. Aududo, this is the last time. We can't delay any longer. Think about Konoha's companions, how hard they will be without this batch of supplies. Alas, this is ninja. The village one raised his head 45 degrees, his eyes were reddish, and he was possessed by drama. The gesture that can give everything for Konoha is vividly displayed. Crowd, I'm not playing at this time. It's rude to act. Asshole. What can Figuang be able to do under all expectations? He had no choice but to channel Shinya, and he made Shinya reluctantly agree after he promised that it was the last time. As for whether it is the last time, it depends on the situation. At this moment, the thoughts of the two brothers were strikingly the same, but the difference between the man and the beast used. It's just strange that Shinya only accepts goods, not horses. This made Figuang very puzzled. Northwest Camp. Orochimaru is processing documents. He was the commander-in-chief at the beginning, and he does everything conscientiously and personally at the moment. It can be said that he is the conscience boss of the ninja world. Suddenly he felt a white snake appear from the psychic circle in his sleeve. After hearing the information from Figuang, he was stunned in place, speechless for a long time, and was once shocked by his apprentice. I just asked you to deliver the supplies, but you actually caught the tailed beast. Did I hear it wrong or you sent it wrong? They are both masters and disciples, there is no need for this, as long as you say it is dangerous, can the master not save you? Orochimaru's head was a little dazed, and his tongue licked his lips. Tailed beast, excellent material, can you study it? His scientific research soul is burning fiercely. It was a great surprise. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. I also understand the benefits that can be brought about by catching Shonin's Renjuli at this time. Come here, recall Tsunade and Jiraiya, and then notify all the Shengnin in the camp to direct the big tent to hold a meeting. Yes. Orochimaru got up and paced back and forth, thinking about the deployment of the battle situation in his heart. It is necessary to support the miracle team to ensure that nothing goes wrong. But we can't make the northwest camp too empty, otherwise it's easy to give Sandren an opportunity. What is certain is that Sandren will definitely choose rescue, but there are many types of rescue. In addition to direct rescue and distribution, it is also possible to attack the northwest camp, collapse the front line, and force Konoha to hand over the fortune. The situation is the situation, everyone talk about what to do, we don't have much time. After everyone arrived, Orochimaru told the intelligence again, ready to listen to everyone's opinions, and then make a final decision. You look at me, I look at you, and all that comes to mind is an idea. This is real. Sharen sent Renzuli out and was captured by the miracle team. How is this like a novel? Tailed beasts, moving natural disasters, bring disasters wherever they go. That kind of natural disaster-like monster, let them be caught alive. Although it is incredible, no matter how incredible it is, it has already happened. It is impossible for Orochimaru to joke about such a thing. The next moment, everyone was excited. Right now is a race against time. The 3 generations of Kazekage will never let the loss of strength. I propose to inform Hokage-sama first and let him come to the northwest camp to prevent mistakes, and then Jiraiya and Tsunade lead the elite team to support the miracle squad. Later, when Hokage-sama arrived, depending on the situation, we were dispatching support. As the general staff of the battlefield, the Nara Patriarch did his part, and soon came up with a plan and put forward the most pertinent opinion. He still had a radical plan in his mind, but he didn't say it. That is to give up the miracle squad, and when Sand Ninja is sent to rescue, surprise Sand Ninja. This can also achieve strategic goals. The significance of a tailed beast to a village must not be underestimated. Sandren will not give up such a strategic weapon, and he will never tolerate his village without tailed beasts. At this time, Sandren will definitely come to the rescue. But at this time, the advantage of having a background was also seen, and the Nara Patriarch selectively ignored the radical plan. Among the members of the miracle team, there is his son. This strategic intention is not desirable and flawed. Second, this plan can be described as the words of the old city, and it is also the best plan, and all agree. Well then, Jiraiya and Tsunade, you two will lead 2 elite teams and go to support. When the teacher arrives, I will support you as soon as possible. The 2 did their part, the apprentice and the younger brother are both in the miracle team, and Feng Ying may attack at any time. At this time, the 3 are the most anxious. And I have calculated the distance between the 2. If Kazuki is not in the Sand Ninja camp, then you will come first. If Kazuki is in the battlefield of the Kingdom of Rain, it should be faster than you by virtue of its flying ability. We can't pin our hopes on luck, so you have to go all out and get there as fast as you can. After Orochimaru finished speaking, he handed the white snake to Jiraiya. No, the 2 stinky bastards haven't learned to reverse the psychic, otherwise it won't be so troublesome. Tsunade muttered, then turned around and walked out of the tent. Orochimaru didn't say anything, The pride in his eyes flashed away. Each of the 3 holy places has its own unique way of looking at the eyes, and you can use the reverse channel only after completion. Miaomu Mountain is an immortal art. The Bone Forest doesn't have so many requirements, but the Rope Tree didn't learn it. Longdi Cave was recognized by a large snake. The 2 sides confronted each other. It was silent until late at night. Tsunade, who was galloping, met Chiyo halfway. Tsunade looked directly at Chiyo, and the 2 sides met on a narrow road. The murderous aura pervaded. Lin Feng Shuo confronted in silence. The depression made people feel stuffy in the chest. But he didn't rush to do it, but weighed the pros and cons, and used language to obtain information, so as to make plans for the next step. Make a choice, whether to check each other, or to strike decisively. Old woman, what are you doing here to see if that son of yours is dead? Little baby, no one told you to respect the seniors. The Chinsho family is really lonely and has no education at all. Tsunade frowned, his blonde hair fluttered in the wind, and he considered Chiyo's words and expressions in his heart. Although as an old fox, it is not easy to see flaws in him, but it can be judged that his son is in the battlefield, and his concern is chaos, and he can be so calm. There must be his support. Chapter 97 _ The support was intercepted, and the miracle team was in danger. The mountain breeze was shining, and the 2 tried again with words. But Chiyo's calm attitude made Tsunade's heart sink. At first, Tsunade was still lucky, and felt that Fengying should be the same as his teacher, sitting in the village and leading the overall situation. Until now. Seeing that Chiyo was captured by the tailed beast in his village, his son was in deep danger, but he was still so calm and unhurried. There must be something to rely on, and there is any information in it that I have not mastered, or have left out. Under what circumstances will Kazekage appear in the Sand Ninja camp? It will never be just to protect the Falcon Squad. According to common sense, the Falcon Squad is guarded by pillars, which can be said to be foolproof. Could it be that Sand couldn't hold on, and planned to have a decisive battle to raid Konoha? She thought about some Sand Ninja information, quickly analyzed and dismantled it in her brain, and then classified it. The final result made Tsunade's heart sink. Funds, personnel attrition, supplies, and food are all lacking in Sandren, and now that the war has been going on for a year, it makes sense that Sandren wants to fight a decisive battle. And that person Zuli is not only to protect the Falcon team, but also a weapon to destroy Konoha at a critical moment. Everything went smoothly, but I didn't expect to be planted on the miracle team and make mistakes in the most unlikely places. Now, Tsunade has determined that Sasuke must be in the Sand Ninja camp, and he received the news as soon as possible, and has already provided support first. Intercept the Miracle Squad. So at this moment, the offense and defense are transposed. The one who should be anxious should be yourself, not the old woman Chiyo. However, it still needs to be confirmed, otherwise who knows if this is Chiyo deliberately, just to confuse himself. At this time, Chiyo's voice interrupted Tsunade's thinking. Why? I was stabbed in the sore spot by the old man, and I am speechless. In that case, you should take off your battle armor, go back to Konoha, and let the elders in your clan teach you. The province is out of the house, and it will be a shame for you Chinsho clan. You are weak. The name of the god of the ninja world, Senju Hashima. Tsunade frowned and looked at Chiyo. I saw that Chiyo spoke slowly, like a rotten tree, speaking intermittently. His eyes didn't change. Old woman, what are you trying to say? Tsunade frowned and asked suspiciously. Chiyo didn't say a word, just looked at Tsunade up and down, as if meeting old friends, or looking at juniors. A sigh, with endless desolation. She seems to be 10 years older, full of heroic twilight and endless desolation. Tsunade's palm sank. 6 points have been determined, but need to confirm it again, pretending to be indifferent, saying. Why sigh? Chiyo is an old fox, and it is not easy to get some clues on him. But if you hit or walk directly, it is easy to miss the opportunity. If there is no Sasuke, you only need to stop Chiyo with Jiraiya, and you can complete the rescue and prevent the miracle team from fighting again. Otherwise, if one accidentally damages the manpower, the gain will outweigh the loss. In the current situation, she couldn't make an effective judgment at all. Sand is too hard. Chiyo pursed her thin lips and spoke softly, saying, "You Konoha know what hunger feels like, how torment the wind and sand blowing on your face, and how hard Shaoren has worked to stay alive, and now Shaoren's only tailed beast is still captured by you. What is this? Alright, can't you give Sand-Ren a little way to survive?" Chiyo was extremely excited, as if to vent her grievances. Everyone said that the sand forbearance started the war, but who knows, the bitterness of the wind and sand, and the stickiness of not taking a bath for a month. You can only understand it when you are in it. Sand-Ren, make a change. They have to go out, fight out a territory, and provide what Shaoren needs. This is the long-cherished wish and ideal of everyone in the Sand Ninja. However, this is not easy to accomplish. The ideal flower needs to be watered with life, to bloom brilliantly. However, Sand Ninja's tailed beast was actually lost in the country of the river. Sand-Ren can't tolerate it or accept it, this is the bottom line. So, Sand-Ren will use action to tell Konoha that their tailed beasts are absolutely not allowed to be touched, and those who violate will be killed. No one can. Now. Tsunade's face was ugly, her brows were wrinkled, seeing Chiyo's feelings about the war. If she didn't understand at this time, she was not Tsunade Haim. Her heart sank. This situation only shows that Sasuke is in the Sand Ninja camp and has already gone to support. Can't delay any longer. Otherwise it will be troublesome. Tsunade looked at Jiraiya. I'll hold this old woman for a while, you go to support first. Jiraiya was also a little hesitant, for fear that Tsunade would suffer. This time Chiyo not only came by himself, but there were 10 people behind him, although he didn't know their names. But at this time to send support, it must be the elite of Sand Ninja. But you. Stop talking nonsense. If the rope tree has 3 strengths and 2 weaknesses, let's see how I beat you. Tsunade interrupted Jiraiya rudely. At this time, he must give priority to the rescue of the miracle team, and as long as he dragged Chiyo and prevented the 2 sides from meeting, he would be successful. As for danger, everything is dangerous. She would rather put herself in danger than her brother. Next moment. Tsunade stepped forward, jumped up, clenched his right fist, and slammed into Chiyo. Yo, did you find it? But it's too late. Chiyo sneered, not at all in a hurry. As early as when Luasha received the information, she knew what the situation was on the battlefield, and with the support of 3 generations of Kazekage, that miracle team was simply a meal on the plate, and would be swallowed by Sandin's strongest Kazekage, Sasuke. At this time, just hold back the support of Konoha. It is enough not to let them disturb their own wind and shadow. Now. Facing Tsunade's strange power. Know its horror. Chiyo does not fight with it. Jump back to dodge its attack. Spreading out the scroll in midair, summon 2 puppets, shaking his fingers, and controlling the puppets to attack. Tsunade ignored it, and although the strange force fist didn't hit Chiyo, it slammed into the ground ruthlessly. Boom tilde. The fist collided with the ground, and there was a huge roar, and the infinite strange chi slammed down, and the ground cracked and rubble splashed. Although he didn't hit Chiyo, he fulfilled his intended goal and forced him to retreat. Come on. She let out a loud drink, reminding Jiraiya, then raised her leg and kicked the boulder below her. The huge boulder that weighed thousands of pounds, like a ball under Tsunade's feet, was violently kicked away. The boulder faced the 1,000 books in the sky and hit Chiyo. And Tsunade opened the way with the help of the boulder, and it was another punch in an instant. Tsunade is like a wild beast. Every punch is a combination of force and speed, full of violence. Incompatible with its sweet face. Stop them, don't let them interfere with Lord Kazekage. Chiyo's voice was calm, and the attacks continued during the speech. As for my son, You don't have to worry about it. You should care more about your brother. Now they should have been buried in the iron sand. Chapter 98 _ The strongest Kazekage Sasuke strikes. The information of the Miracle Squad is clear in the spy report of Sharen, and it will not fall behind the younger brother of Tsunade Haim. It has long been reported that Tsunade's younger brother is in the Miracle team, and it is Tsunade who should be anxious at this time. Old woman, you are courting death. Tsunade was furious. Her younger brother was her anti-scale, and at this moment, he was offended, his murderous aura increased greatly, and he burst into a drink. Jiraiya, what are you doing? Why don't you hurry up? Zilai also had no intention of speaking, and was entangled by a Feng Dun master. Although he was not his opponent, he could still do it if he entangled himself for a while. In the valley. After Figuang treated Ding Zuo well, he did not dare to delay and galloped towards the northwest camp. At this moment, Ding Zuo's face was pale, and it made people feel distressed. Figuang felt that his face became smaller after he was injured. Although he was running for his life and racing against time, he did not give up the addiction fight in the spirit of humanity. Of course, this is a superficial rhetoric. In fact, this addiction fight is very powerful. It can not only avoid the detection of white eyes, but also eliminate the chakra sensation. Although the combat effectiveness of the game is not very high, as long as it is used well, it can also play a huge role. Shigeru Uchiha carried his addiction behind his back angrily and said, "Why do I have to carry this guy on my back? My lord, I can actually go by myself. The whole body is bound, and there is only the right to speak." At this moment, Jido felt that he was a little sloppy, to even dream of challenging the Miracle team. Figuang said with a smile, "Don't say that, everyone is affirming your ability, this guy is too slippery, only Mao can keep him safe." Uchiha, he just wants to be smooth and arrogant, but as long as he says 2 good words, he will be obedient. It can be seen from Shigeru Uchiha who no longer complains. As he was on his way, he was thinking about the nearest route and possible attacks in his mind. The Northwest Camp and the Sand Ninja Camp were built in opposition to each other. Taking the middle value, the arrival time is similar. Now we are not very far from the Northwest Camp. It takes 8 hours to reach the road with all our strength, and the teacher sent support, the same is true. The two sides cross each other, that is to say, we only need 4 hours to meet the support. Quote. That's right, it will be a lot safer after the rendezvous. After all, the hostages are in our hands, and even if Sand Ninja comes to chase, the number of people will not be large. The village said. But be careful of the Falcon Squad's comeback. This force should not be underestimated, and this time it was Tsunade and Jiraiya who came to support them, and their speed may be a little faster. Hurry on the road, if you find something wrong, give him up. This scum who has no good or evil in his heart, simply dying is cheap for him. Figuang analyzed it calmly, glanced at Jadu, and put pressure on Jadu to make him not have other ideas. Jadu shivered, knowing that he was talking about himself, and his brain quickly thought about countermeasures. I finally figured out a way to keep myself alive. He doesn't think that the so-called giving up means throwing himself directly. Even if he throws it directly, he will take a knife first. I can find the way for you, I will escape, the enemy can't find me, I am useful. HMPH, at your speed, you still want to find the way for us. Figuang smiled disdainfully, fighting against addiction. What Yudo said was right, this penetration can indeed play a role at a critical moment, but it is not a pathfinder. Seeing that the topic was successfully brought to Jadu, Figuang said. Mao, get him under control, he's right, maybe it's really useful. Shigeru Uchiha understood in seconds, and turned his head with an illusion to control the addiction. If you can't do anything, use this method to see if you can kill one. Although this time cannot be chaotic, but also make a final plan. Put yourself in the shoes and think, if Konoha lost the tailed beast, what kind of crazy behavior would he use? Just swap it. And, no surprise. There will be surprises in no time. 3 hours, everyone galloped by the moonlight, and suddenly felt the sky darkened. At this time, there was an explosion from the sky. Sand and iron law. A large amount of sand and iron gathered together, and the huge sand and iron turned into iron cones and attacked. The tip came with an incomparably sharp breath. Then I saw the 3 generations of Hokage Sasuke, standing proudly above the sky, spreading out his iron wings, his eyes exuding a cold and cold light, and his voice was icy and bone-piercing, saying, "Let go of the blessings and leave you all corpses. It's really courageous, and you dare to covet the tailed beast of the sand ninja." The 3 generations of Hokage Sasuke stood in the sky, extremely arrogant, and did not take the miracle team in his eyes. Certainly. He also has arrogant capital. As the owner of the magnetic escape, none of these people can match him. Even the leader of the intelligence, Murakami Kinoshita, was restrained by himself. When he heard the letter of help from his apprentice Rosha, he said that the Falcon team had failed and the tailed beast had been lost. Sasuke almost bit his tongue. If you have your heart, you will first take the lead with sneak attacks, then you will have intelligence restraint, and finally, there will be tailed beasts. In the case of flying dragon riding your face, not only will you lose, but you will also throw the tailed beast to Konoha. It's outrageous fucking open the door for outrageous home, and a bad hand with a good hand. Sasuke couldn't help but wonder, is it because his apprentice, seeing that Sha Ren's funds are insufficient and unable to fight a protracted war, intends to end the war quickly? Sha Ren, who had no money at first, experienced a year of war, and the daimyo dragged him back and deducted funds. Sand Ren has already shown fatigue and is already starting the decisive battle. This is also the reason why Sasuke can arrive quickly, he has always been in the camp. Originally, I just wanted to kill the miracle team to dampen a wave of Konoha's morale, and then take them down in one go. Unexpectedly, the morale did not hit. The tail beast was also lost. But, even if Sasuke is very upset, how to punish the Falcon Squad in the future will be something in the future. The most urgent task is to grab the blessing, and Sha Ren can't do without this old monk. Deep love. His magnetic escape is full of firepower, and every movement and stillness has great power. "You are that Feng, don't say it's useless," the village said. What a joke, how could the tailed beast that was finally grabbed be handed over to others? Don't talk shit at this time. In a real fight, whoever wins will go to whoever wins. And this Sasuke is too rampant, even if you are the strongest wind ninja, but you can't come alone. This completely ignores his village one. Quote. Yo-yo. The monks have sufferings that I can't tell. Eating, drinking and loss are uncomfortable. Hokage Sasuke is the most hateful. I shut up my little black room every day, and I don't take a bath once a month. No, I want to come to Konoha to do something. The ninja world Konoha is the most hospitable. After listening to the monk, he quacks happily. In order to take care of his body and give him the best treatment, the human transportation is very advanced, very advanced. Yo-yo. Chapter 99 _ face off against the strongest Hokage. Look at how comfortable Fenfu is, Figuang said with a smile. PFF. Everyone was amused by Figuang's soul rap. Figuang ignored the crowd and stared at Sasuke. After a wave of ridicule, he wanted to fight with real swords and guns. Sasuke's eyelids jumped with anger. After so many years, few people even dared to talk to him like this, even if they were enemies. This little brat doesn't know how high the sky is, yet he dares to provoke himself. With a sharp wave of his hand, the falling iron cone added a 3-point power. Bang. The iron cone smashed, and it was wrapped in Figuang's right fist, armed with a domineering look, and it was a punch to the sky, which smashed the iron cone into the air. There is also a dark green chakra on the black fist. Exactly, using the armed magical power technique. In line with the principle of not being cowardly, Figuang ridiculed Sasuke again, saying, I am so powerful as the 3rd generation of Feng, and I dare to come here alone. It's just like that. If you have this little strength, then I'm sorry. Today, our miracle team will accept your head. The shadow level strength is very strong. There is no doubt about this, but there is a village in front of the top. 10 people support, have not played, who will win and who will lose is not sure, it is not false Sasuke at all. Having said so much, Figuang saw that this wind shadow has been in the sky and will not come down. This will not work. The first step is to force him down. To let Kage experience, the small steel cannon with a rate of fire of 150 has geometrical power. I don't know how high the sky is at a young age, and I don't know what A is at all. Today I'll tell you a truth. In the face of shadows, you must maintain A. Being provoked over and over again, Sasuke, who was already full of fire, was mocked by a kid again. If he could endure this, he would not be the strongest Kage of the third generation. Do not move, take advantage of the sky. Magnetic Dun controlled the iron cone to land quickly and slammed down. He made up his mind to use the Fatian advantage to reduce the dimensionality of the crowd. At this point, Sasuke has done it very successfully. The magnetic force condensed into iron sand blocks, iron sand cones, and iron sand spears, attacking everyone. Every time it was dodged or knocked flying. Figuang looked up. Calculating the distance in his mind, this Sasuke was very cautious. He was 100 meters in the sky, and his body was still moving. When Figuang thought that Sasuke would only be annoying. The alarm bell in my heart was a big one, and without thinking about it, I used the earth escape, turning it into a hood, covering everyone. Only a crackling sound could be heard. Rizu opened his eyes for the first time, and the all that attacked in his eyes. It exploded suddenly when it descended, and it hit like a drizzle. In the end, it turned into a fog, covering the battlefield. He stared closely around, observing for loopholes, and said, "The shadow of the wind spreads the sand and iron and covers this area. This is the sand and iron scattered attack, the area attack of the wind shadow. The sand and iron do not make any changes, and hit the enemy like a fog, paralyzing the infected person and losing their combat effectiveness." This is not the first time Sasuke has used this large-scale combat method. Hearing Hazu's description, Murakami immediately opened his mouth. This wind shadow is not coming down, obviously he wants to hold us back. He is delaying time, either waiting for the sand ninja behind him, or waiting for the falcon team. Flying has been a human dream since ancient times, and every flying ninja is very difficult to deal with. Especially in this period, it is very troublesome to fly. Although Figuang could jump up and attack, he did not dare to kill him like that. There is no focus in midair, jumping in midair to fight is undoubtedly a living target. But hiding in the soil like this is not a solution. Everyone is racing against time, and time is life and chance to win. Figuang looked at everyone, a ruthless look flashed in his eyes, and he couldn't talk about humanitarianism at this time. He reached out and wrote the battle plan on the ground. Figuang is not sure if Fengying can hear the conversation of the crowd, but he can't gamble, there is only one chance, and there is really no way to fail. This Sasuke's ability is too difficult to entangle, not to attack, just to entangle the miracle team. No one can escape from his large-scale attack. At this time, Kinoshita Figuang couldn't help but glanced at his brother. They were all shadow level. This was obviously a fake. Except for the faster speed and stronger attack, it was useless. Look at what I do. Your brother has no blood, and his strength depends on hard work and talent. How can you compare to a mutant like him? Murakami is also very aggrieved, and the enemies he has encountered recently are more difficult to deal with. Can't you fight bayonets like a man? He was in a very depressed mood, and seeing the disgusting eyes of his younger brother, Muichi's mentality collapsed. Damn world, damn ninja world, damn mutants, damn bloodstains. Everyone is like this, bullying honest people. Figuang saw that he had been hiding and tucked, and said helplessly, "Brother, tell me how strong your attack is. When is this time? Don't be like milking a cow, Come out little by little, okay? Wind, knife, the single strongest. White Fang knows, we are almost the same. Murakami rubbed his teeth and looked depressed. Figuang looked at Village One up and down, a little disbelieving. Such a dish is of the movie level, but he is too embarrassed to say that it is similar to White Fang. At this time, can you be more sincere and less arrogant? To be honest. If Murakami didn't see that the situation was wrong, he really wanted this younger brother to have a taste. What is the punishment from his elder brother? White Fang majored in thunder and sword. I am wind and sword. If I really want to fight, I will restrain him. Your brother and I are indifferent to fame and fortune, otherwise this White Fang's title will still be his turn. Murakami tried his best to look serious and analyzed from the front and side. Just tell everyone one piece of information. Lao Tzu is not bragging, but is really strong. Seeing what Murakami said was serious, everyone decided to believe him again. Well, we believe you. Since that's the case, just do this, take down the strongest wind shadow in one fell swoop, and let him accompany this monk. Figuang grinned, and a cold glow flashed in his eyes. The stone forest and trees are covered with sand and iron, and it is gray, making it impossible to see what is going on inside. Sasuke's golden eyes showed no emotion. These are just basic operations. If Sasuke only has that little means, how can he be called the strongest Kage? This time it wasn't a group battle, and Sasuke didn't have to be afraid of accidentally hurting his teammates without his subordinates intervening beside him. He overlooked the battlefield and sneered in his heart. I never thought that one move would be successful, and all of them would be wiped out, just to trap the miracle team. When the Falcon Squad and the others arrive, it will be the time to kill the miracle squad. The sand iron is attached to its own chakra, forming an absolute field, so that Sasuke can feel every move inside. First, he was preparing for a surprise attack, and second, he was afraid of being disturbed by the shadow clone. Strictly guard against giving the miracle team a chance. It's almost time. Chapter 100_lore, One Knife II. Sasuke stood high in the sky, calculating the state of the Falcon team in his heart. With Yuling, a medical ninja, the others should be almost recovered, and they will fight back when they meet. This miracle squad can be taken down without Chio's support. This is the confidence of being the strongest Kage. Just thinking about it, I saw Luosha carrying 7 people with sand gold and approaching him. Except for Teichiro and Yansa fighting, all the people were present. When Rosa arrived, Sasuke just glanced at him without turning his head. Having experienced Yuan Fury's sneak attack, he swore that he would never fall on the same somersault twice. There are too many old ninjas in the ninja world, and they have to be guarded. Always feel the every move of the miracle team below. Next moment, Sasuke narrowed his eyes, feeling that the chakras of the miracle team members were boiling, which was a precursor to the release of ninjutsu. The sand and iron tieni behind him was shaking slightly, always ready to defend. Water escape, who will repair the dam? Roshu once again used the unique skills of his second grandfather, Senju Tobarama. The water that violently spewed out the waves from the mouth of the rope tree instantly formed a huge ellipsoid-shaped water prison, and Sasuke was about to be imprisoned. Originally this trick, the caster can fly freely in the water. Use with ninjutsu. But at this moment, the rope tree, which had just risen for 3 seconds, fell softly to the ground again. Although the amount of chakra in the Chincho family is huge, he can't resist his constant use of big moves. The rope tree fell to the ground, tears of sadness flowed from his eyes, and he felt that he was embarrassed by the Chincho family. But the ninjutsu has been successfully released, and the huge water prison is sprayed at Sasuke, and it is about to cover it. Saji's iron wings were shaken, and his body suddenly rose up into the sky. Soon as I ascended 3 meters, I felt my legs were tight and restrained. Looking down, it turned out to be a black shadow. Not only that, the shadow split, protruding spikes, and plunged into Sasuke's legs. Shadow imitation, shadow binding. Sasuke was shocked, and immediately saw the shuriken hidden in the water prison. It turned out that the so-called water escape was just to hide the shuriken, and it was refracted by the sunlight, reflecting the shadow, and everything was just to catch himself. Don't wait for Sasuke to think about it. Muraniki, who had been preparing for a long time, clenched the handle of the sword tightly, bent down and jumped 1 meter high. Minato suddenly slapped the bottom of his foot, and used the wind escape and big breakthrough to accelerate it. Murakami's speed broke through the limit, so fast that it could not be seen with the naked eye. Start to charge up in midair. The chakra condensed to the limit frantically poured into the sword. One knife, IHE cut. This was Muichi's all-out strike, and it was also a lore strike. The sword glow turned into a silver piece, cut through the sky, and slashed at Sasuke. Seeing all this, Luo Sha, who came from afar, was shocked, but she couldn't stop it. Get out of the way. And Sasuke, who was the first to bear the brunt, knew that this move could never be resisted head-on. It was different from Hiruzen Sarutobi's Wuden Dalien bullet, which was an attack that was compressed to the extreme. Only a momentary burst. But at this moment of eruption, it is absolutely impossible to resist the sand and iron Tieni alone. You must avoid this move, or you will die. But at this moment, Saji, who was in the shadow binding technique, couldn't even defend himself, let alone escape. Sasuke roared, bursting out chakra all over his body. The iron wing behind him shook suddenly, and the long wing cut off the bound left leg. The blood spilled into the sky, the color of the sand interface remained unchanged, the iron wings were crossed and folded to protect the body, and the magnetic escape controlled Muichi's Tachi, causing it to shift its angle. There was nothing in the village at the moment, only Sasuke. A morbid bloodthirsty flashed in his eyes, and he was extremely excited at this moment. The blade was shaking, and that was Taito being controlled by Sasuke. The ultimate white glow is the performance of Feng Dun condensed to the extreme. The sword fell, and the two crossed. Time seemed to stop. The village one slowly retracted the knife and fell at a rapid speed. Click. The crossed iron wings were cut off and turned into sand iron and fell. But that's all, the Sasuke in it has long since disappeared, appearing on top of Luasha's sandy gold. Blood slid from his legs, and then alluvial gold. Master Fengyiang. Yuling kneels halfway to heal Sasuke. There was no expression on Sasuke's face, this time it had nothing to do with the carelessness, but was planted in the hands of the Nara clan. Who would have thought that releasing ninjutsu is only to send a shuriken, and also calculated the position of the sun's refraction. This has nothing to do with experience. This is the crushing of tactics and IQ. Luju used his IQ to rub Sasuke on the ground. The lesson this time was painful. It prevented Sarutobi Hizen's sneak attack, Shimura Danzo's desperate fight, and Kinoshita Moraichi's lore. But in the hands of Nara Shikaku, he lost his left calf. Lord Fengyiang, are you alright? Seeing his master's face change wildly, Luo Sha didn't know if it was pain or shock. It's alright, prepare to attack. Today, we must bring Fenfu back to Sharon village. He had a bloody look on his face, even if he lost a leg, he would not give up. Would you like to wait for Elder Chiyo? Luo Sha said cautiously, it should have been a sure win, but now Sasuke loses a leg, and his physical skills must be greatly reduced. How can he fight against the shadow-level powerhouse on the opposite side? It's okay, in front of the magnetic dug, this kind of swordsmanship is not enough to prove it, but those little devils, their tactics are secretive and changeable, you have to be more careful. He didn't take the village seriously at all. The people who use weapons like magnetic Duntian can't kill Sasuke with such a good chance just now, let alone now. Figuang pursed his mouth tightly, afraid that he couldn't help laughing out loud. The atmosphere was so warm that Sasuke even let Sasuke run away. It can be said that the operation is as fierce as a tiger, and a look at the record. Brother, it's okay, it's not your fault. The strong and calm village one was dejected when his younger brother broke his defense. Damn magnetic escape, damn blood. One by one is too bullying. The slash at Sasuke just now was unavoidable, but Magneto couldn't stand the constant interference. He paused for a moment at the last moment, and was run away by one of his substitutes. Shit, the ninjas who use the magnetic escape. The majesty of the captain at this moment. Where is the majesty? How much I swore just now, how much face is now slapped. At this moment, the village one is sure that he is still 100 million short of facing Saji one-on-one. This wind shadow is more restrained by me, and it is not suitable for a long battle. Let's withdraw first. Everyone was speechless. It was okay to retreat, but the enemy had to let them retreat. You can see that everyone will fly. How to run? Can one with legs run over one with wings? This is what you can. At this moment, the village one couldn't refute. In order to cooperate with him, the two of them went all out, but they didn't see any effect. Now it is the disabled of the wound. After stopping the bleeding, Sasuke spoke arrogantly. Little bastards, Sasuke approves of you. But you still have to die. Bah, you crippled cripple, this is what you can do. Figuang wanted to yell at him for 300 rounds, buy some time, and think about his strategy. Chapter 101_Qian The Art of the Great Explosion. But Sasuke wouldn't give Figuang a chance. It will not give the miracle team a chance. Now. Sasuke's calf gathers iron sand to act as a prosthetic limb, again condensing sand and iron tianni, standing proudly in the sky. The face is still as arrogant as ever, but the loss of a calf cannot defeat the iron-like heart of Saji. Seeing that Master was not affected, Luo Sha's eyes flashed with admiration. That godlike figure is someone who can't be beaten by any pain. This is his master and a leader of the Sand Ninja. The strongest Kazekage, Sasuke. Kill. With a loud shout, the battle started again. High-altitude combat is used. Just be more careful. Kagura released the sand field, while Rosa used the sand gold cage to control it, and the two of them fully assisted Sasuke in attacking. Sand, gold sand, iron sand. The yellow sand that filled the sky changed the terrain and submerged all the trees. Crazy sand swept the living space of the Marvel squad in a little compression. I'll see how you can block this time. From a long distance, it is suitable for Falcon squads to fight and can gain the upper hand. On the other hand, the Miracle Squad is mostly close combat. In the face of these mobile turrets, the first thing to do is to shorten the distance. But Figuang did not do this, but quickly retreated. In his eyes, he observes the terrain at all times, flees in an S-line, and avoids the chasing of Kwangsha behind him. This situation is very unfavorable to everyone, and the high-end combat power is no match, so there is no way to fight. If you start a war rashly, it is easy to collapse. Everyone retreated while fighting, observing its weak points and looking for fighters. The space is getting smaller and smaller, and if it goes on like this, we will be unavoidable. It doesn't matter, don't look at how fierce they are now. When the chakra is not enough for a while, I will see what they can do. Now the test of both sides is endurance, see who can't hold on first. Let them be proud for a while. Figuang said calmly, as long as he is not killed in seconds, there is still a chance. Can such a wide range of AoE be used endlessly? If you can't beat it fiercely in the early stage, then pull it. Find the right opportunity to fight back. Rizu, I remember a guy who was injured by me, and now he's back. Is he fully recovered, or what? The face is pale, it should just suppress the injury. Diyuan Tianqing's pale face appeared in Rizu's eyes. Very good, Minato, how do you feel now? Can you still use the Shadow Clone Shuriken? I don't have enough chakras. Even if I use it reluctantly, the power will not be too great. Minato did a calculation and could only sort out 100 pieces. Mao, Rope Tree, A. Figuang felt a pain in his heart and called out their names. Do you really want to use that trick? Is there no other way? Muyi hesitated, feeling reluctant. Come on Mao, let them see how good we are. Huh. Don't be richer than Prince Konoha, all your belongings may be just pocket money. The rope tree took out a scroll from the ninja bag and spread it out horizontally. Entry is 10 explosive words. Inside a blaster is 100 detonating charms. Bang, bang, bang. Consecutive manifestations, and the eyes are thousands of detonating symbols. Shigeru Uchiha didn't feel bad at all, just throwing his hand was a three-handed sword. The wire wrapped around the tail clings to the detonator. The originally nearly transparent ninjutsu wire was instantly covered with detonating charms. The shuriken flew vertically into the sky, 100 meters away from the sand ninja, forming a triangular formation. Blade exercise Sanlian Big Windmill. I didn't choose to fight Shaaren, because I was afraid of being countered by Magnetic Dun. Come and take it back. Art is explosion, ha tilde, rope tree exclaimed excitedly. But Uchiha Shigeru is the one who controls it. He creates a seal in his hand and uses the technique of dragon fire to spread the entire wire. Blast. Thousands of detonating talismans all exploded in an instant. Bang tilde. The chain explosion was monstrous and roared in the sky. Sasuke, who was chasing after him, had to stop. It took 3 seconds to go back and forth, and then see that the miracle team was already thousands of meters away. Out of the realm of sand. The three spent a lot of chakra and were broken by the power of money. Sasuke's face was gloomy, he spat out the word, chasing, from his mouth and flew over. Sasuke doesn't believe it anymore. Can you use this move a second time? If you read it right, there should be 1,000 detonating talismans, each of which is 1,500 tails, and 1,000 tails is 1.5 million tails. Regardless of why this kid has so many detonating charms, Sasuke doesn't believe that rope tree can be used again. But next, Shungshu will tell Sasuke with practical actions that poverty limits your imagination, and use facts to slap Sanden in the face, how amazing the financial resources of Prince Konoha are. What the Miracle Squad considers is not whether the detonating charm of the rope tree is enough, but the ninjutsu wire of Shigeru Uchiha. Every time Sasuke forms a siege, he will be defeated by the power of money. The power of this kind of money is invincible and unsolvable. 1.5 million tails, let you stop for 3 seconds, can you stop? Sasuke bit his steel teeth and had to admit that even if he was the strongest Kazekage, he still had to give money a little face. Stop tilde. Sandren was forced to stop again. The fire was soaring into the sky, and the air waves were flying. Looking at the fire in front of him, Luosha's eyes were angry and helpless. Outrageous. A ninja, what are you doing with so many detonating charms? You are not afraid of accidentally blowing yourself up. This back and forth, the visual consumption has been nearly 10 million taels. It's not good to use this money for something, just waste it like that. Thinking of him, Luosha, 1 tael of silver would like to be split into 2 halves, and all the sand gold that had been hard-earned would be handed over to the village, and not a penny would be wasted. Now encountering such a prodigal, Luosha is heartbroken. Now, this operation has continued for 5 times, and nearly 8 million taels of money have been burned into it. Figuang could see that Rosa and Kagura were pale, and the chakra consumption was huge. And after 5 times, Sharen's vigilance has dropped to the lowest level. This vigilance is only relative. The 6th explosion. Bang 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 tilde. Sasuke stopped as usual. In the firelight, he was checking his heart. The 6th time, not good. 8 chains pierced through the firelight and rushed towards Rosa. Sand Ninja, who was accustomed to these 3 seconds of quietness, was caught off guard by this wave of reverse operations. Not only that. The 3 people on the chain are Muyi, Figuang, and Minato. The 3 of them ran at high speed, and Figuang was 10 meters behind the 2 in the middle. The 3 form an inverted triangle. The village slashed with a knife. The blade slashed towards Sasuke. Figuang armed color wrapped his fists and blasted out. Minato shot a spiral pill close to his body and slammed into Luosha. The three were fast, swift and fast. Stuck on the offensive rhythm at the same time. Bang 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 tilde. After a fight, Figuang grabbed the waist of the two when he retracted his fists, turned around and ran. The two people who were in the air even made a seal with their hands and used the wind escape to make a big breakthrough. Two strong air currents blow at one location at the same time. This wave of operations is really incomprehensible. While Sha Ren was still dazed, he saw 10 stacks of detonating talismans under his feet, and it was estimated that there were no less than 1,000. Not good. Chapter 102 Offensive and Defensive Transposition. Sha Ren is in a desperate situation. 8 chains in the sky are swung at extreme speed. One of them leaned down and dragged the invisible addiction back. Figuang still can't treat people as human bombs, which really goes against his bottom line as a human being. But he didn't need to and couldn't break the game. Sand Ninja, who had the advantage in the sky, couldn't raise his head. No way. Figuang could only choose a compromise plan, otherwise, even if Luo Sha and the others died, they would not be able to discover this battle plan. Where else would the Falcon Squad see the detonator? But Figuang has no regrets. Ninjas must have their own perseverance, otherwise they will fall into the abyss. He didn't want to regret it for the rest of his life. At this time, look at the detonator in front of you. The entire Falcon Squad, as well as Kei's Ying, didn't even find the detonating talisman. This scene is like seeing a ghost in broad daylight. It is both terrifying and inexplicable. Rose's eyes widened, her voice stuck in her throat, and there was only one thought in her mind: when did these detonating talismans come in? Now. The detonating talisman has been ignited. Life is on the line. The power of 1,000 detonating talismans is enough to blow up everyone. The top priority is to run away quickly. As to whether or not it can escape, it can only be left to fate. Everyone fled, but only one person chose to throw himself on the detonating talisman. This person is Diyuan Tianqing. He has no time to form the seal and cast the earth escape, so he can only make the whole body chakra boiling, and his body is pressed against the detonating talisman. Sunny tilde. The water escape medical ninja Yuling showed despair in his eyes and called out his name loudly. After months of training, she has unknowingly fallen in love with this taciturn man who can give people a sense of security at critical moments. Just like now, when everyone chose to escape, he resolutely chose to stay. Tears welled up in their eyes, and the two didn't even have time to say a word of parting. Diyuan Tianqing just glanced at Yuling, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. It ended with a loud explosion. Boom tilde. With the moment when Diyuan Tianqing blocked with his life, it gave the Falcon team time to display ninjutsu defense. But even with a ninjutsu defense, the explosion was too powerful. This is 1,000 detonating charms, equivalent to 1,000 bombs. After the roar, except for Sasuke who was only slightly injured and still had the strength to fight, everyone else was seriously injured and had no combat strength. Rocha struggled to get up, his eyes were blurry, and all his teammates were lying on the ground. At this moment, Luosha looked at the master, and he was relieved when he saw that he was not in the way. Next moment. Luosha has already made a decision in her heart. Today's mission has failed, but even if she is desperate, she has to save everyone. There are not only her best friends here, but also her own love. He cannot and will not give up. Tremblingly stretched out his hand, condensing sand gold. The sand gold, which was incomparably fast and hard in the past, is now weak and powerless. Just holding up everyone, Luosha is already shaky. Wow tilde. Chakra was also used in the serious injury, and Luosha could no longer suppress the injury, and suddenly spit out a large mouthful of blood. If today is the time when Tao Luosha ends, but at the very least, they must be rescued. Rose's blurred eyes shot out a dazzling light. The condensed sand gold, perhaps feeling the master's determination, slowly but firmly dragged the crowd and slowly rose. Of course. How could the Miracle Squad miss this opportunity? Fei Guangzhan took the lead in hitting Sasuke after the successful battle. I'll see how you guys are running today. Figuang won't give up this opportunity. This addiction fight is really a perfect human bomb. It succeeds in the first battle and destroys the Falcon team. Double fists wrapped around the armed color, punched like a dragon, preventing Sasuke from rescuing the Falcon team. Sharen, who was extremely arrogant just now, became extremely dangerous in the next second and fell into a desperate situation. Magnetic escape, sand and iron realm. Using sand iron to form a large enchantment with long thorns in the air for piercing attacks, the 3 generations of Kazekage can fly freely in the enchantment. The strongest form of attack, limited range and density. This move will consume a lot of chakra, and Sasuke is not used to attack, but to firmly protect the Falcon team. As the shadow of a village, the mission is to protect the seedlings in the village, not to mention that this is the hope of the next generation of Sharon village. He would rather die than let all these hopes be shattered in this battlefield. Stinky brats, don't underestimate the movie. Sasuke was furious, and with a long whistle, the chakra boiled, and the rich chakra came out of the body and surrounded the body. At the same time, iron sand is growing rapidly, immediately envelop the entire battlefield. Keep dashing forward and block the Miracle Squad's attack. Now. Offensive and defensive transposition, it was Sasuke's turn to defend desperately. The Miracle Squad is a full-scale attack. However, this enchantment blocked everyone. Figuang turned to look at everyone, knowing that this was not the time to hesitate. Everyone is ready to attack, I'll open the way. He swung his right hand back, bit his left thumb with his mouth open, and blew heavily. The right fist rapidly expands and becomes larger. 3 blocks, elephant fist. The giant fist of the sky is wrapped around the armed color domineering, with the momentum of sweeping everything, it suddenly hits the sand and iron. Ah tilde. Figuang roared angrily, wrapped in the power of 10,000, and struck a thunderbolt. To open a path for everyone, lure the Falcon team. He doesn't care about Gaara, Temari and the like, since they meet on the battlefield, they will never die, whether it is life or death. It depends on their ability. Elephant Fist is like a wild beast, advancing all the way, and it is invincible. Clap clap tilde. The sound of breaking is endless, and the sand and iron quickly broke under this fierce blow. Sasuke roared, how could the Miracle Squad rush to the side to hurt Sand Ninja Village's hope? He was not stingy, and chakra instilled with all his strength, just like he didn't want money. The destroyed sand and iron sprang up and grew rapidly. But Figuang destroyed too fast. No matter how fast Sasuke repaired it, it was too late to stop it. Sasuke could already see the Miracle Squad behind the fist, and his eyes were excited with determination, like a group of wild wolves hiding in the forest, under the leadership of the Wolf King, ready to give their prey a fatal blow at any time. He couldn't imagine the consequences of exposing the Falcon Squad. But when manpower is scarce, although Sasuke, who was hit hard, would not die here, it would be even more difficult to protect the Falcon team. Sasuke's mind was spinning, thinking of a way to crack it. Hayuki! He yelled, not to wake up the unconscious Hayushi, but to remind Luasha. It's up to you to see who can hold on in this desperate situation. Luasha did not hesitate, the power was like milk, squeezed out again, Shajin turned into a hand, and took out the Hyoxi scroll. He lifted it suddenly and threw it at Sasuke. The scroll unfolded in midair. Saji shouted, solution. 3 poison bottles appear. This is Chiyo's trump card for his son, representing the pinnacle of his poisonous way. Sasuke controlled the poison bottle with iron sand and threw it suddenly. Chapter 103 Get rid of Sand Ninja. It's really not easy for the 2 teams to be separated from life and death. There is no such thing as destroying the dry and pulling the rotten as others say. Each of them represents a kind of inheritance behind them. The double shot represents not only everyone, but the combat experience that has been studied for decades behind it. Both sides have their moments of deep desperation, but they are always able to withstand the most unlikely moments. That's the power of a 10-man squad. It is not the same as the so-called Anbu Squad, the Assassination Squad. 8 types of bloodstain limits in the Miracle Squad. Investigate, attack, and defense perception. All of them are unreasonable, and all of them are fine. The Falcon Squad is not to be outdone. There are 4 kinds of bloodstains: wind, fire, earth, thunder and water, perception seal, and a lot of puppets. The 2 teams can be said to be the peak combination of the 2 villages. And no one can ignore Chio's poisonousness, and neither can the scenery. When he is not sure, he can't risk the destruction of the group and charge without thinking. Even the future medical master, Tsunade Haim, did not dare to test the poison directly when he met Chio, but instead rescued others. But that doesn't mean Figuang doesn't do anything. Watergate. Without prompting, WFC Minato and Murin quickly formed a seal behind him. Wind escape, great breakthrough. Strong winds blew toward the poisonous fog. But the poisonous fog is like a rain curtain, and the strong wind blows only to reduce its thickness, but it cannot be completely blown away. Figuang's heart sank. As expected of Chio's life-saving thing for his son, if a simple wind escape could destroy it, then this life-saving thing would be too cheap. He didn't hesitate at all. Back. After Figuang shouted, chains suddenly shot out from behind him. Gossip blockade. Kushina, who had been observing the battle, used a stunt to drag everyone back. Dodged the poisonous mist attack. Now, the poisonous fog is like a moat, blocking the 2 sides, and no one can do anything about it. Let's go, since we can't kill it, then go back quickly. As long as we have him in our hands, it will be our victory. Figuang no longer hesitated, and if he couldn't kill it, then he didn't kill it, and it was business to bring the tailed beast back to Konoha quickly. Everyone had no opinion and ignored the Falcon team. Makoto hugged Figuang and quickly retreated to the northwest camp. Wow! Saji spat out a mouthful of blood, and the chakra was severely depleted and suffered a backlash. He looked fortunate, and at the critical moment, he still relied on Chio's backhand to save Sharen's hope. Rosa, how are you? Sasuke looked back at his disciple, but at the moment, Luo Sha passed out when he was blocking the miracle team. He walked slowly to Luosha, and his eyes showed satisfaction. In the end, this disciple would rather die by himself than give up his companions, and he has fully understood the Will of Sand. Is a qualified successor of the Will of Sand. After checking the status of everyone, it was found that everyone was only injured by the huge shock wave, passed out in a coma, and did not worry about their lives. He turned his head to look, a trace of sadness flashed in his eyes. Diyuan Tianqing, you are a good boy. At the critical moment, he sacrificed himself and saved his companions, which is admired by people. When it is perceived that the miracle squad has disappeared, Sasuke sat on the ground decadently, and couldn't help but wonder if he was getting old. Obviously the combat power is higher than them, but they are so embarrassed. He looked at the broken leg and smiled bitterly. This time, the miracle squad really stepped on his Sasuke's face and became famous. It is conceivable that when this matter spreads, the prestige of the miracle team will reach. And what will Sasuke's face look like? But Sasuke has nothing to complain about. The 2 sides fought head-to-head from start to finish, and command conspiracies emerged one after another. Skills are not as good as people, and there is no way to be stepped on. His strongest cage Sasuke couldn't afford to lose. The cry of a loser. I just didn't expect that the war between the 2 countries would end in such a dramatic situation. That's right. At this moment, Sharen has been defeated. After I go back, I have to start talking about what to do, and I have to redeem my blessings. He is not afraid that Konoha won't give it. If Konoha doesn't want to break the net with the sand ninja, he will definitely give it. A big country must have a tailed beast. This is a consensus. The current Konoha cannot and will not break this bottom line. Just want some benefits. Thought here. Sasuke smiled bitterly. Sand Ren has nothing but a lot of sand, otherwise he can't completely ignore his image and plunder wealth in the country of rain. Has Sasuke chased after him? Figuang said solemnly. No. Don't worry, he still has to protect that Falcon team, so it won't come after us. Now as long as we don't encounter the follow-up support from Sand Ninja, we will be safe. Mu Yi said. Moraichi-sensei is right, but unfortunately, Sha Ninja's support has arrived. Kazu said the most terrifying words with the dullest voice. Quote. Everyone looked at the village one. Can this mouth be torn off? Oh, how many times have I said, don't put up flags on the battlefield, don't put up flags, why don't you listen? Figuang was numb. At this time, it was really worse when he encountered Sand Ninja support. However, our support has also arrived. Sun Tzu said. Everyone looked at Rizu, and there was only one thought in their hearts. It turns out that honest people will also become bad. Village 1 even glared at Rizu, the disciple's path narrowed. When he goes back, he will definitely let Rizu know what is the majesty of the captain. If you dare to speak and pant again in the future, believe it or not, I will break your leg. Murakami said through gritted teeth, a dangerous light flashing in his eyes. He didn't show any practical record in this battle, and he was depressed. At this time, he still dared to stab him. It's really a tiger who doesn't show his power, and treats me as a sick cat. Rizu, you are so brave. I always thought that Maohui would be the first to challenge the captain, but I didn't expect it to be you. Good job, I support you. Figuang watched the fun and was not afraid of big things, so he turned the fire again. Operator. Operator. Rizu just felt that he should relax at this time, but he didn't expect that Kunyi would be like a powder keg, which was too violent. This captain is really bad, he doesn't even understand the humor of Hyuga's family. He looked at Figuang resentfully and said. I just saw Tsunade-sama just now. Very well, as expected of you, you have learned to lie. Figuang exposed him mercilessly. Rizu was an honest person who would not lie. Every time he lied, he would rub his hands unconsciously. Figuang, who was being held by Makoto, could be clearly seen. Each other, you're also a dog, Figuang. PFF. Everyone was overwhelmed by the words of the sun, and no one thought that the honest man, the sun, would have a tongue-in-cheek side. I just said that Sun Tzu is a potential stock. You see, his potential is far more than that. Shungshu lay on Mao's body and laughed happily. Okay, don't relax, turn around with Tsunade quickly, and don't make any mishaps. This is a battlefield, just relax and ridicule a few words, don't go too far, as the captain, you still have to remind everyone in time. Chapter 104 Unwilling to be left behind, Orochimaru surprises Sand Ninja. When the miracle team arrived, they saw Tsunade, like a female Tyrannosaurus, frantically destroying the earth. As if there was some deep hatred. Chiyo is smiling. Dodging unhurriedly, he spit out some words that stimulated Tsunade's nerves from time to time. It's not good for young people to fight and kill. Girls should be gentle. Don't fight and kill. When you reach the age of old age, you will know the importance of health preservation. The chatter is constant, and the ancestors are settled. But at the moment, with the arrival of the miracle squad, her calmness and composure were immediately shattered. Heart sank, and he said, why did you guys come here? Didn't Feng Ying stop you, and even manage to escape Feng Ying's pursuit? I really underestimate you. Chiyo quietly obtained information, trying to deceive them. Hoffa *book. Group and GT, 9, 8, 0, 2, 0 U5 female sign 8, 5/6. Figuang smiled playfully, stood at the front of the crowd, and said. Guess why your Feng Ying let us go, there is a prize for guessing right. Tsunade, who was unable to attack, was stunned when he heard the voice, and the miracle squad, which was supposed to rescue it with all its strength, actually jumped out again. When he was entangled by Chiyo and could not be rescued, he came to join him. How similar this scene is. I always feel that worry is superfluous. Was it chased or killed? The former is within the tolerance range, and it is for this reason that they come to the rescue. If it's the latter, that's great. But now, the two sides have the advantage again. Just fast enough. It can completely cooperate with the miracle team to take Chio and expand the results again. Now. Take this old woman, their wind shadow can't come, get her. The village slashed as soon as he drew a knife, his eyes were full of fighting spirit, and it was difficult to meet someone who was not a mutant. He must prove his strength. As long as he doesn't hang up, he is not afraid of anyone. There was no place to use it before, and it was the moment to show off the technology when meeting the puppet master. Look at the trick. Chong. The sound of the sword being unsheathed sounded, turning into an afterimage. Not good. Chio was shocked and at the same time, subconsciously commanded the puppet. Of course. The puppet has just stepped forward, the arm has just been lifted halfway, and it has not yet had time to attack. The sharp blade slashed in the chest, and the high-grade material was torn like crisp paper in an instant. The puppet broke and was chopped into 2 pieces. Crack. The puppet was cut flying, and when it landed, it turned into scrap metal. A knife to break the puppet, showing the sharp swordsmanship of the village one. Chio was shocked, and quickly took out the scroll and summoned 5 puppets again. Smash a puppet with 1 blow. Ordinary puppets couldn't stop Murakami at all. The strong swordsman is restraining the puppet master. Chio's heart sank. Don't say hold them back at this time, if one is bad, he may get in. No matter why Sasuke let everyone go, it didn't matter at this moment, she had the intention of retreating. Back! Chio shouted loudly, and the 5 puppets fired a large number of hidden weapons and released poisonous poison, forcing everyone to retreat. Itself is a strategic retreat. Don't run. Tsunade wanted to chase after him, but was stopped by Jiraiya. Tsunade, don't be impulsive, look. He motioned Tsunade to look back. I don't know if I don't see it. At this moment, everyone's faces are pale, injured, disabled, and my brother is being carried on their backs. Tsunade didn't care about chasing Chio, and hurried forward to check everyone's injuries carefully. Are you all right? She asked anxiously. It's all right, let's hurry up, or wait for Saji to settle down the Falcon team, and then pursue it again. It will be another hard fight, and the gains will outweigh the losses. Seeing this, Tsunade didn't ask any further questions, realizing that this was the time to race against time, not the time to speak. Let's go quickly, and say while walking, I thought Sasuke was killed by you guys, which surprised me. Saying that, she patted her chest. Tremors, grand. It is hallucinogenic, the ultimate illusion. Sigui. Jiraiya's pupils suddenly tightened, unable to resist the fierce attack, his nose was a little hot. The illusion is ferocious, and those who run away should not look directly at it. Come on, I'll carry you. He put the seat on his back and galloped out, afraid that Tsunade would see his ugly appearance. Keep up. Tsunade finished speaking and followed. Northwest Camp. At 9:30 in the evening, in the commanding tent, Shenron gathered together, a map of the Land of Rain was laid out on the long table, and Orochimaru stared at the map, calculating the time and thinking about the war situation. Sasuke was actually in the Sand Ninja camp, and he provided support as soon as possible, and the old woman Chio also dispatched, so it is conceivable that the current Sand Ninja camp must be vigilant and empty, and the defensive power has been reduced to minimum value. Among the famous masters, there is only one sea-old hiding in guard. Orochimaru knew that the opportunity was coming. 4 hours without any accident, and his teacher Sarutobi Hizen will also arrive at the Northwest camp at the same time. Same goes for Sasuke and Chio. So, the distance between the Northwest camp and the Sand Ninja camp, at the speed of the ninja, can be reached in only 2 hours without affecting the combat effectiveness. To prevent Sasuke and Chio from outflanking from behind. Only 1 hour left for myself. As long as the Sand Ninja camp is broken within this hour, the Sand Ninja can suffer heavy losses. In a few years, don't even think about starting another war. This moment, Orochimaru made a decision in his heart to make a surprise attack on the Sand Ninja camp. Of course, he knew that with the tailed beast, Sharan would definitely ask for the tailed beast through negotiation, the war would end, and he would be able to get merit. No matter how much credit the Miracle Squad has made, as the commander-in-chief, any successful battle will have its own credit. But what he wants is not that the disciple is working hard, but he is sitting on the sidelines. This is not his Orochimaru character. This era is the era of his Orochimaru, not the era of his disciples. If the disciples do well, then his Orochimaru will do better. The Miracle Squad robbed the tailed beast, and then Orochimaru would take over Shanin's nest. And I missed this opportunity, and what I was waiting for Sharan was to pay for some war reparations, just dormant for a year or two, save money, and then make a comeback and continue to wage war. In the past, Orochimaru couldn't control it, but since he is the commander-in-chief, the war will end here by himself, and he will lead Konoha to a real victory. He let out a sigh of relief, stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. After more than 10 seconds, a hoarse voice came out, saying, "Everyone assembled, we went to take the Sand Ninja's lair. A surprise attack on the Sand Ninja camp." The Nara Patriarch was silent, glanced at Orochimaru, and understood the meaning of his boss from his eyes, and immediately smiled, saying, "You can't let the juniors do everything, and let them know that war is not a simple matter of catching a tailed beast." That's right, how could these juniors be looked down upon, gone? But medical ninjas, what about the logistics staff? After we leave, we will be very empty. If Banzang attacks, we will be very passive. Chapter 105 Attack the Sand Ninja Camp. Orochimaru agreed with the suggestion made by the Nara chief. Although the information shows that the Sanshoyu Hanzo has been in the Urin village, licking the wound. But if you know that the northwest camp is empty, Yu-Ren will most likely choose to attack, and then he will defeat Sand-Ren himself, and then be stolen by Hanzo. At this time, no one is talking about chivalry. After the two sides have a decisive battle, they will end. At this moment, Hanzo can't end, just because Urin's strength is not enough, or he will be the first to kill Konoha and Sharan with a knife. Never overestimate the integrity of these people. When Orochimaru was very young, after his parents died, he knew that anyone in this world could leave him, so don't expect too much. This statement applies to friends and foes alike. Could it be expected that Hanzo would smile a little when he learned the information, saying that Urin was very principled and would not play the trick of stealing the house? The fighters follow me, the medical staff accompany them to the expedition, the logistics and supply personnel, bring important supplies, and withdraw to the border. We will leave this camp here. If Hanzo comes, he will live there. Leave an empty camp. If you Hanzo come, you can stay there if you want, and when the Sand Ninja is destroyed, I will kill you again. At this moment, Orochimaru's face was cold and very decisive, and this decisiveness also infected everyone, which inspired a strong fighting spirit and confidence. Lang Jun, Orochimaru, showed his sharp edge at this moment. Orders are issued from the commanding tent, and the gears of war begin to turn, each performing its duties. The ninjas are fast, bring war crossbows, and assemble together. The logistics is to take away all the valuable things that can be taken away, and the heavy load such as food is not brought. Orochimaru made it very clear that these are foreign objects and are insignificant. Just take the map files away, and put the rest in the camp. If Hanzo arrives, give them to them. When he comes back, Orochimaru will take it back. Have you notified the ninjas of other defenses? Informed, according to your instructions, all personnel retreat to the border. Orochimaru nodded, stood on the high platform, and looked at the 2,000 Konoha ninjas. These are all Konoha's elites, and there are only a few of them. He looked at the crowd and said loudly, "Sasuke and Chio are not here, and Sharon is empty. I hope you all use your life. I will lead you to defeat Sharon and end this war. Oh tilde. The heroes are excited, their morale is high, and they are gearing up to take over the sand ninja nest. Go. Orochimaru rushed out instantly. He led his subordinates to set off from the small road, crossed the Jime mountain, stepped on the Lunsha river, and bypassed the Osaka castle and Fengaling village. All the way quietly, everyone killed. No hidden dangers remain. At this moment, Orochimaru is iron-blooded. He doesn't have so much sympathy and time to tell which one is innocent and which one is a spy. He is responsible for the 2,000 Konoha ninjas behind him. As for those innocent people, they can only blame their bad luck. Stop. 2 hours later, at 11:30, it was dark and silent. The dark clouds covered the moonlight and concealed his figure, as if he didn't want to see the bloody side next. Looking far into the distance, I can vaguely see the light of the ignition swaying in front of me. Now. 10 miles from the Sand Ninja tent. If you move forward, you will touch the mechanism that Sand Ninja secretly arranged. He called a member of the Hyuga branch and asked, True Monarch, it's up to you. It's my duty. Hyuga Mako pressed down and led the way ahead. At night, it had no effect on him. He led the way with blind eyes and avoided the organs. And this time, Orochimaru was like a flash of lightning, ignoring the crowd behind him and rushing over. All the organs were nothing in his eyes and were easily avoided by him. He was like a spirit snake, walking through the woods, and all the dark posts he encountered were quickly discovered by him, and he killed him with one blow. After arriving at the Sand Ninja tent, Orochimaru made a seal with both hands. The art of psychic, myriad snakes. Bang tilde sound. A 100-meter snake with purple scales was channeled out of it. Once she spit out human words, her voice was indifferent and cruel. Orochimaru, what did you ask me to do? Of course it's a battle. Let's make a big fuss, Wand Snake. Orochimaru knows this Wand Snake very well. Although he is his strongest psychic beast, he is a guy with a bad personality. Then I want 50 offerings. You can swallow as much as you can, as long as you can eat it. One person and one snake quickly reach a deal. One snake roared and slammed into the barrier. A roar sounded. The barrier is crumbling. One snake's pupils flickered fiercely, his body circled up, and his tail swept the barrier fiercely. Bang tilde. The barrier was violently broken by one snake. It neighed loudly, showing its power, and when the snake head reached into the barrier, he saw that Sharan was already ready to fight. Jikuo's hidden weapon is aimed at one snake, emitting a cold light. Gone. Orochimaru pit snake. Wanshi wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Kazuki and Chio are not there. Sandren's high-end combat power is weak, Orochimaru knows it, and Halo-Zang is even clearer. As a Sand Ninja sage, how could he not be prepared for a sneak attack? Hai-Lao-Zang was already prepared, how could he fall into a disadvantage when the war started? Let go. Thousands of arrows were fired at once, and the puppet troops fired thousands of copies. Shish tilde. Wanshi was instantly shot into a hedgehog, and before leaving, he roared angrily, Orochimaru. Bang! It disappeared. After breaking the barrier and deceiving the first layer of arrow rain, the role of Wand Snake has been completed, and the troops behind him have arrived. Kill. A burst of drink. In the war, Orochimaru would not keep his hands, and his hands quickly formed a seal, throwing a kunai. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Thousands of swords were fired in unison, forming a sword formation to attack. With unparalleled power, he hit Sandren. Shimmering Snake Hand. Orochimaru stretched out his right hand and used his own original ninjutsu. Hidden Shadow Multi-Snake Hand. B rank. There are many more snakes summoned by the Hidden Shadow Snake Limb, which improves the variety of ninjutsu. A number of large snakes summoned in an instant take on tasks such as intimidation, containment, capture, etc., to achieve the effect of multiple combos. Sandren was restrained before he could react. The big snake that binds the opponent's limbs, and the big snake that attacks the key points. After the number of snakes has increased greatly, the unified attack is more important than the movement. And Orochi has the wisdom to attack multiple enemies separately. A-level ninjutsu is followed by B-level ninjutsu, which fully shows the strength of Orochimaru. Seeing that his commander was so brave, Konoha Ninja let out a howl, turned on the machine, turned 45 degrees to the sky, and pulled the trigger. Thousands of arrows were fired in unison, forming a rain of arrows, with a detonating talisman hanging behind the arrows. Unlike the war with Rain Shinobi, the war here is more efficient and uses all its strength. Various weapons emerge in an endless stream. This moment. Without the intervention of the magnetic escape, Konoha's wealth is vividly displayed. Although not every arrow comes with a detonating talisman, but in this round of attacks, there are no less than 500 detonating talismans. Chapter 106_Fierce Fighting. Yusha was unable to escape and was injured by an arrow. After the arrow penetrated the body, the detonator was exploding. The stump was broken, and the scene was extremely bloody. Bang 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 tilde. The sound of continuous explosions disrupted Sand Ninja's deployment, and they all resorted to bunkers or used ninjutsu for defense. Hai Lao Zhang's eyes are splitting. This is burning money. Puppet troops, come to me. Although Sha Ren was poor, he wasn't so poor that he couldn't even afford tens of thousands of detonating charms. Bang 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 tilde. The 400 Sand Ninja puppet troops, following Hai Lao Zhang's instructions, took out scrolls one after another, and each of them showed a puppet that looked like a mouse and had big legs and belly. Divided into 2 echelons, rush. 400 puppet mice are different from ordinary puppets in that they do not require precise control by a puppet master, but only need to launch a charge. 200 puppet mice rushed out of the Sand Ninja camp and rushed into the Konoha defense line. Defense. Earth escape compound earth wall. 2 Dun Wangquan Marsh. The ninjas in the front row of Konoha jointly released the earth wall, and Orochimaru used Wangquan Marsh to limit the speed of the puppet. But this puppet is obviously specially developed, with a pointed head like a drill, and short limbs that can travel through the swamp. The speed did not decrease, and it went to the Konoha defense line. Break them. Orochimaru burst out. Fire escape fireball. Wind escape breakthrough. Hundreds of ninjas jointly perform compound ninjutsu, although it is only ordinary D-level ninjutsu, but quantitative changes cause qualitative changes. The scorching high temperature destroyed most of the puppet's limbs, causing it to lose kinetic energy. But the puppet's stomach, which had lost its limbs, was extremely hard, and the outside was protected by fine iron, which resisted the high temperature. They began to lie down on the spot. The undamaged puppet climbed the dirt wall and jumped down. After falling to the ground, it does not attack, but turns in circles. A Konoha Junin felt that this puppet was tricky, and suddenly swung the knife, instead of dividing it into 2 as imagined, only cut a gap. But this has already made it clear to Shangnan that there is nothing in this puppet, only densely packed marbles, and among the marbles is a detonating talisman. Get out. Orochimaru noticed something was wrong from the first moment the puppet rushed in, and quickly ordered. But it was too late. The detonating talisman burned from its abdomen, emitting a strong impact, but it had nowhere to vent, brewing inside, and when it reached the critical point, it was wrapped in countless small iron balls and suddenly exploded. 200 puppets, although only 20 crossed over, but like 20 super grenades, the lethality is amazing. Especially the steel column spray, it will die if you touch it. The earth wall is no different from tofu as fragile in front of it. But it's not over yet. After the successful explosion of the first echelon, the 200 puppets in the second echelon rushed at extreme speed, biting the neck of the damaged puppet with their mouths in the middle. It can be clearly seen that the maximum angle of the puppet's mouth is closely aligned with their neck. Hai Lao Zhang sneered, it's really like Sha Ren as a vegetarian, ready to attack. Behind him, Sha Ren raised his weapon and was ready to fight. After Konoha is in chaos, he will beat the reservoir dog. Facing the dense crowd of puppets, Orochimaru didn't panic at all. He was caught off guard by the explosive puppet once, but knowing its attack mode, the battle-hardened Orochimaru immediately thought of a cracking plan. The hoarse voice spread to every corner of the battlefield. Go to ninja class. Hi. The 20 joinin came out in an instant, stood at the front, and quickly formed a seal with both hands. Water escape, who will repair the dam? Thunderbolt razor, _. 2 done earth flow wall. Wind escape wind tornado. Wind escape vacuum jade. The ninja class in the northwest camp first used water to stop the puppet, and then used thunder to paralyze. The wind tornado would gather together, and the earth to defend in front of him. In the end, the Shimura clan used their family style to destroy the puppet and detonate it. The puppet that was deep in the water was paralyzed by lightning, cutting off the puppet master's chakra line. Unable to struggle, it exploded into a chain reaction. The rumbling sound is incessant. Under the command of Orochimaru, except for the loss of some people at the beginning, the rest did not cause any damage to Konoha. This scene brought great confidence to the Konoha ninja. At such a critical moment on the battlefield, Orochimaru was able to think of a way at the first time, and then countered. With such an outstanding leadership and command, this battle will be won. Morale rose by 3 points. Kill. An hour is a long time, and a short one is very short. There is no time to fight against the Sand Ninja. They just want to use high-end combat power to crush the Sand Ninja. Orochimaru took the lead and rushed to the main camp first, to fight head-to-head with Shanin. 20 behind him followed closely. Orochimaru is a ruthless man. When he rushed into the battle group, he used his own unique move and made a slap. Countless snakes are channeled from the body. His mouth opened wide, and countless snakes crawled out of his mouth, drooling recklessly. The array of 10,000 snakes. Although Orochimaru's ninjutsu has a strong taste, it is very powerful. These serpents are wise enough to bury their opponents alive in a swarm of snakes. He directed ninjutsu to attack the crowded Sand Ninja. 50 meters around the body, turned into a restricted area of life. Not only the enemy does not come, but also a little hairy. What is this? Has it fallen out of the snake's nest? There are even female ninjas who couldn't help but tighten their pants sleeves during the battle, for fear of getting into some strange things and screaming. Some female ninjas who originally had a crush on Orochimaru have all retreated. In fact, Orochimaru is quite handsome, and has the meaning of being a domineering president, but most people can't bear this liking. Orochimaru didn't come here to fight Sharon desperately. The strategic purpose was to take advantage of Sharon's emptiness to eliminate its living power and inflict heavy damage. This is not the time to talk about martial arts. Except for 21 people who entered the Sand Ninja camp and blocked the door, the rest released crossbow arrows and ninjutsu from a distance. Bang bang bang, hush ha. The sound of explosions and arrows is endless. Sandren suffered heavy losses for a while and suffered heavy losses. There is no magnetic ninja. Even though Sand Ninja has puppet troops, they have to admit that they are not as rich as Konoha. Detonating charms, crossbow arrows, ninjutsu, throwing without money. As I said before I came here, this battle is to use money to smash Sand Ninja down. Let this impoverished country see the size of Konoha. Kill them for me. Hai Laozang was furious. Only 21 ninjas wanted to block the gate of the Sand Ninja, and he was not afraid of being pinched by his reckless output. He controlled 5 humanoid puppets to attack. This is forged by imitating the 10 people of Jinmatsu, with a realistic image and very powerful functions. You can also cooperate with each other to perform combined attacks and ninjutsu. Puppet art, attacking blade. Sand Ninja followed closely behind, all kinds of attacks, hitting Orochimaru. But Orochimaru did not meet the enemy head-on, but channeled out of the triple Rashomon. The 5-fold Rashomon who inherited the original Hokage. He opened his mouth without hesitation. Rashomon, a defensive wall summoned to absorb all attacks. And summoning such a Rashomon to triple at the same time as Orochimaru's physical defense. The first gate to withstand the attack from the front, the second gate to reduce the power of the attack, the third gate to spread the attack pressure. According to this triple gate with different functions, all attacks come to the practitioner. When the power has dropped significantly, summoning a Rashomon requires a lot of chakra, and even summoning a triple at the same time. Since the first Hokage, only Orochimaru can perform this ultimate absolute defensive ninjutsu. The Shira Gate summoned from hell gently blocked the attack as if mocking the opponent. Next, the prey caught by Orochimaru could only hold incomparable despair. Chapter 107_Just Run, it's really exciting. The ultimate defense ninjutsu triple Rashomon, like a moat, divides the two sides, and most of Sand Ninja's attacks are resisted by Rashomon. If you want to close combat with Konoha, you must first break through Rashomon, otherwise you can only fight remotely. It's not that there was no Sharan who wanted to rush out of the camp, but he was resisted by Konoha Shangren, and they were all beaten back. The 20 Junin are like a mobile fort, invincible and turned into a second line of defense. Now, with Orochimaru blocking in front, other ninjas can attack as much as they want. The weapons they brought in this battle were long-range crossbow arrows, which were very suitable for this kind of battle without aiming. All you need is an elevation angle of 45 degrees and pull the trigger. In the face of attacks, soil and water defense ninjutsu emerges endlessly. In this battle, Konoha invested his blood in order to use the economic advantage to crush Sand Ninja. Battlefield at the moment. The comparison is not the bravery and fearlessness of combat, but the contest of various ninjutsu and financial resources. The detonating talisman, which is usually reluctant to use, is now like no money, hanging behind the arrow and shooting it desperately. A large number of arrows overwhelmed the sky, forming a rain of arrows, covering the Sand Ninja camp. Densely packed. The screams and roars were endless. On the other hand, Sand Ren, unable to make an effective defense, suffered a lot of casualties, and someone fell at any time. However, Sand Ren, who was used to the wind and sand, could not defeat them in the face of disadvantage, and had a strong will to fight. Sand Ren was not far behind, controlling the puppet, at an elevation angle of 45 degrees, and attacked across Rashomon. The two sides fought a long-range battle. Of course, Konoha has a lot of Earth Escape ninjas, and they have outstanding defense. They will block attacks one by one, and suffer little damage. Although Sand Ninja has defensive ninjutsu, it has fewer personnel and cannot fully defend. Lack of means. It was miserable for a while, and the losses were heavy. In the sky, the flames illuminated the entire battlefield and shattered the darkness, like daylight. It can also be seen that the Sand Ninja camp is in a mess. Orochimaru showed a smile, everything was in the plan, and turned to see that the 20 Junin were all ready. Rashomon was removed. Kill. The 20 Junin, although they did not use compound ninjutsu, but each of them used AB-level ninjutsu, the wind, fire, earth, thunder and water, and nothing fell. Orochimaru rushed into the tent and found Halozang. The hoarse voice spread throughout the battlefield, using words to disintegrate the Sand Ninja's will to fight. Your tailed beast was caught by us, and Fengying was seriously injured. What kind of resistance can Sand Ren have? Surrender as soon as possible. Don't be kidding, how could Kazeying be seriously injured, and the reason for making up is not even decent. Hailao Tibetan didn't believe it, didn't care whether it was true or not, and refuted it at the first time. Not to mention it was false, it was true at the moment, and he couldn't recognize it. As the leader of Sand Ninja, Kazekage would be fatal to his morale if he was defeated. But, no matter how Hailaozang refuted, the current Sand Ninja does not have Kazekage and Chio in charge, and is in decline without two masters. Facing the overwhelming arrows, Sharan was beaten and could not lift his head. At this moment, Orochimaru led the Shangnin class to advance, which can be said to have helped Sharan to a large extent. Konoha Ninja was afraid of accidentally hurting his commander-in-chief, so the angle was changed from 45 degrees to 60 degrees, and the arrow shot farther, making a war clearing for Orochimaru. Before Hai Laozang was happy, a Konoha ninja, holding a small dagger in his hand, flashed a silver blade, reaping the lives of each sand ninja. He was wearing a ninja vest, white hair, and a half sleeve of Hokage on his left arm. The shot is like lightning and thunder, so fast that people can't see clearly, like a pair of fangs. It is the contemporary patriarch of the Hitaki clan, Hitaki Sakumo, known as Konoha Baya. Originally, Hitaki Sakumo was trying to stop Hanzo from hiding in the northwest camp, but the plan couldn't keep up with the changes, and Orochimaru suddenly wanted to attack Sand Ninja, so his hiding would be meaningless. And he is also the strength of Orochimaru. Otherwise, why would he say that while Sasuke and Chiyo are not there, he must suppress Sandren in high-end combat power? Not only that, these 20 Junin are not ordinary Junin. Konoha Zishao, the uncle of Midori Redbean, the leader of Anbu, responsible for the overall intelligence work of the Northwest Camp, a terrible all-around ninja, with the ability to control 3 types of ninjutsu. Only lost to White Fang. With these 2 masters present, what could Hai Laozang do to resist? White Fang is in charge of the Hai Laozang fight. Orochimaru and other elite Junin, like chopping melons and vegetables, slaughtered sand ninjas. Occupy a one-sided situation. I have to say that Konoha is really strong at the moment, and all kinds of masters are emerging one after another. It is far from being comparable to a sand ninja, if not for the 2 great weapons of war, magnetic escape and puppet. It can't compete with Konoha alone. At this time, there was no magnetic escape to check and balance Konoha, long-range firepower was suppressed, and Orochimaru was charging ahead, and the war had developed into a one-sided situation. Let Hai Laozang roar again and again to no avail. The 21 people spread out and broke into the crowd. Although they were facing thousands of Sharen's attack couldn't hit the crowd at all. And behind them there is the fire support of Konoha Ninja, which makes the fight easier. Eizo resisted Hitaki Sakumo's attack, and at the same time wanted to break through the enemy's strategy. He was distracted, and the puppets were destroyed one by White Fang. Seeing the loss getting bigger and bigger, Hai Laozang's eyes flashed with madness. Sand Ninja also has Shangnin, and they are not weaker than them, but these Konoha ninjas do not fight with them. They have been walking on the battlefield, killing ordinary ninjas. He yelled angrily and said, "Don't care about them, all the Junin will rush to me and kill those Konoha ninjas. Since you want to play, then have a good time and play. Anyway, it's like this, even if you lose both, you won't be able to make Konoha succeed." I reacted. Orochimaru smiled coldly, greeted Shang Ninbon to retreat, and returned to the Konoha front. Sandren also did not pursue. The 2 sides confronted each other and fell into a strange silence. Hai Laozang, Ren was defeated and Ren Zuli was captured by us. After this battle, we should have peace talks, but I'm really unwilling to let you go like this, so I'll give you a big gift. How about you, do you like it? Aizang looked back at his companions who suffered heavy casualties, and saw Orochimaru's mocking smile. The hatred in his heart almost engulfed him. At this moment, he hated Konoha to the bone, but he still held it back, knowing that he couldn't be impulsive at this time. Since he had already lost, fighting again would only increase casualties, and the key was still to beat. He clenched his steel teeth and said bitterly, "Sharen is not defeated, Sharen still has the spirit of breaking the net. Do you want to give it a try? Even if you lose at this time, you can't show weakness. Otherwise, when the military's heart is scattered, it will not be a small defeat, but a rout." Orochimaru glanced around for a week and knew that this time the result was like this. He originally wanted to disintegrate Sand Ninja's fighting will through Hai Laozang's mouth, but this old fox was not fooled. This is different from Orochimaru's own abandonment of the camp. Except for the tents and some food in the northwest camp, all valuables were taken away, but the Sand Ninja camp was almost destroyed by everyone. The expected goal has been achieved, and it is useless to stay more. Only withdraw and end this war. Really, but forget it this time, there will be opportunities in the future. Retreat. Chapter 108_Hanzo does not talk about martial arts. Just when Orochimaru was fighting against Sand Ninja. The other side. Hiruzen Sarutobi was dressed in battle armor, and the wind was galloping. He arrived 2 hours earlier than the scheduled time, and his anxiety was beyond words. Not only that, but he didn't come alone. As soon as he arrived at the border, he saw that everyone was ready to prevent Uren from sneaking up. Sarutobi Momoki and Sarutobi Jin followed closely behind. What's the matter? Why are they here? Sarutobi Hizen found Yuhimeko and asked how the ninjas of the Northwest camp appeared at the border. As the father of Yuhi Hong in the original book, Yuhimeko is also Konoha's elite Jonin, with outstanding ability, guarding the border and being the last line of defense. 3 generations of adults, according to the information, the miracle team severely injured Sasuke and broke one of his legs. Chiyo and Sasuke are both in the country of the river, and the Sand Ninja camp is empty. Orochimaru led the ninja to surprise the Sand Ninja camp. Every word is pearly, not sloppy, and Yuhi Junhong is very capable. After Sarutobi Hizen knew it, he knew that it was Orochimaru who wanted to seize the opportunity to inflict heavy damage on Sand Ninja. What about the miracle team? What did Orochimaru say? Said, Orochimaru has informed the miracle team to join me directly. Sarutobi Hizen nodded, but he was thinking about the situation in his heart. A while. He knew what he should do now. Without stopping, they rushed to the Northwest camp without stopping. Really, Red, the old man will go to support first. You are here to guard and wait for the miracle team. At this time, the Northwest camp must not be lost, otherwise even if Orochimaru returns victoriously, he will be ambushed by Hanzo. And what prompted Orochimaru to do such a radical tactic was because he believed that Hiruzen Sarutobi could understand that he would come to meet him on the way. 3 generations, or let the 2 of us meet them. Sarutobi Momoki said. No, the most important thing now is to keep the Northwest camp. Just the 3 of us, isn't it too risky? Sarutobi Jin said. Is it a bit hasty for 3 people to protect the Northwest camp? It doesn't matter, if Hanzo doesn't come, we'll just sit in the Northwest camp. If we come, then we just need to join up with Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hibiki said. But if Hanzo has already occupied the Northwest camp, then the 3 parties will gather together, and we will be caught in the middle. Wouldn't it be very dangerous? Hoffa * book. Group and GT, 9, 8, 0, 2, 0 U5 female sign 8, 5/6, who said we are caught in the middle. It should be Hanzo caught in the middle. If Orochimaru succeeds, then cooperate with Yuhimeko and Tsunade, and then kill Hanzo. You can succeed in one battle. Quote. Sarutobi Jin stopped talking after hearing this. The war wisdom of the master and apprentice is not something he can figure out. You always think it's an opportunity, but it's actually a trap. You think you're standing on the 3rd floor, but they're standing in the atmosphere. When Sarutobi Hizen came to the Northwest camp, the fire was blazing into the sky, but no one was there. This is so special ... This is a little different than expected. Instead of occupying the camp, Hanzo set it on fire. It's like 2 people fighting. One side can't fight, spitting on the other side's face. Although it doesn't cause actual harm, it's really disgusting. Sarutobi Momogi looked at the camp where the fire was burning, turned to look at his uncle, and asked with a look on his face. Before he could speak, Sarutobi Jin spoke first, saying, What now? What to do? You ask me and I ask who to go. Hanzo, old thief, no martial arts. Sarutobi clenched his teeth and said, Go back to the border. The gathering of the 3 parties should have been a shocking battle, but suddenly they entered a Hanzo who does not talk about martial arts, so there is no way to do it. Go back and draw a knife to find Hanzo to settle the account. His idea was destroyed by Hanzo, and he was determined to wait for both sides to lose before playing. Sarutobi Hizen is the least willing to deal with these old silver coins. It's boring. They are all people in the scene, so you can't convince people with virtue, and you have to play Mai Tai. 100 miles away, Yu Ren walked quietly. Hanzo stood on top of the Sanjiao head. The strongest psychic beast was at his feet, and there were 2 ropes behind him, pulling a huge carriage. Konoha was dispatched in full force, and he couldn't hide it at all, but Yuren was really not suitable for fighting Konoha now, but he had to take advantage of it. Although Konoha brought most of the supplies, there was still a lot of food. Since he stayed at the camp, Hanzo would laugh at it. As for the camp, he should burn it, which is considered to purify the environment. He could already think of Orochimaru's furious look when he saw it. But he didn't expect that it wasn't Orochimaru that was out of anger, but Sarutobi Hizen. The 3 generations went fast, and they came back quickly. When Yuhi was really red, I didn't expect the 3 generations to be so fast. Ask what it feels like. A bit generic. Sandemu, what's wrong, is there an accident? Yuhi Jinhong said, or is it that Hanzo has already occupied the northwest camp? Sarutobi Shinosuke and Sarutobi Shin glanced at Yuhi Jinhong and remained silent. Yuri Junhong didn't realize it, and continued. Calculating the time, Orochimaru should have already fought Sand Ninja. What kind of action did Hanzo take? Did he occupy the camp, or did he not come? There are some discrepancies between the idea and the reality. The question is so detailed, let the old man answer you. Sarutobi Hizen coughed. Hanzo set the tent on fire, and he is determined not to fight Konoha at this time. This old man can't go to meet Orochimaru at this time, to prevent Hanzo from swooning and attacking the border directly. Sneak attack on the border. Yuhi Mahong nodded in agreement. But he didn't think so in his heart. Obviously there was no Hanzo threat. Sarutobi Hizen didn't want to push Sa Ninja too hard to prevent his dog from jumping off the wall. As Hokage, I sometimes think a lot. In the same war, Orochimaru can retreat, but as Hokage, I can't. Unless Orochimaru is in danger of being dumped by 2 parties, Hiruzen Sarutobi has to go, otherwise it is better to be harmonious. Hanzo's retreat not only gave Sand Ninja a chance. It also gave Konoha a chance. Then what do we do now? Wait. There is nothing to say at this time, only wait. Wait for the miracle team to come back, wait for Orochimaru to come back. Nothing can be done, just wait. Sudden. Sarutobi Hizen seemed to have thought of something. His old face was wrinkled and his heart was twitching. This scene terrified everyone. Hastily asked. 3 generations, what's wrong with you? It's alright, this old man is heartbroken. The entire northwest camp was set on fire by that old poison from Hanzo. It's all money. Sarutobi Hizen clutched his chest, his face was uncomfortable, and his heart was bleeding. What's the matter? Just build it again, it's just the loss of some food and tents. Sarutobi Momoki disagreed. If you don't know how expensive Chai Mi is, it's all money, you prodigal son. Sarutobi Hizen was almost not mad at his nephew. This is the fortune that Konoha has saved one by one. I didn't burn it, you go find Orochimaru. Sarutobi Shinosuke was scolded by his uncle, and he was angry and couldn't help but refute. You tilde. Hiruzen Sarutobi was gasping for breath, and kept thinking in his heart, this is my nephew. Dear. But. He felt that this Yuanfei clan was going to decline, and it was all because of these tendons. Lake Biwa, we have to work hard. Their genes don't work. Can't inherit the old man's will at all. Chapter 109 _ It's all money. Fire Nation, Frontier. The sun is rising, the sun is shining. The ninjas in the camp are standing by, waiting and defending. The guard vaguely saw a team of ninjas galloping forward, very fast, with bloodstains on their faces, and they came in a dusty manner. 2 of them also carried 1 person on each of their shoulders. A monk, a young man. The guard took out the kuwu drink and stopped the crowd. Password. The will of fire, return the order. Eternal life. Figuang watched Tsunade interact with the guards with a black line on his face, and said in his heart, this is very Konoha, it is always the will of fire, it is indeed you, Sandemu. Tsunade-sama, welcome back. 3 generations are waiting for you. Tsunade nodded. I didn't expect the old man to go back to the border instead of supporting Orochimaru. Did something happen? However, he stayed for a long time, and hurriedly led the crowd into the camp. Golden eyes, shining with dazzling light, have the power of a superior. The guard was stunned by this power, and praised in his heart, as expected of Tsunade Heim of Konoha. Tsunade walked directly to the commanding tent, opened the curtain, and said, "Why are you here, old man?" Sarutobi Hizen was not surprised. This apprentice of his family has always been like this, frizzy. Hanzo set fire to the northwest camp. I'm afraid he will attack the border and sit here. Tsunade froze for a moment, punched the big tent. The sturdy tent swayed, endured an unbearable weight, and cried out in grief. Lost to death, lost to death. Sarutobi Hizen was very relieved that he finally had a housekeeper, knowing that it was all money. Tsunade was silent for a moment, then said, "This is all money. If you give it to me, I will definitely be able to kill the quartet in the casino and earn more money for Konoha." You. What are you, old man, don't you believe in my strength? Would you like to try? Just as Sarutobi Hizen was about to refute, she saw the monk behind her, not bothering to argue with her apprentice, stepped forward and touched the braised egg, saying, "This is Sharon's Renzuli. How is he a monk? Otherwise, Renzuli in each village is well guarded. Except for the high-level people, no one knows who Renzuli is." This is the first time Sarutobi Hizen saw Fanfu. Just as he was about to say something, he was interrupted by Tsunade. "Old man, don't you believe my name is Konoha Gambling King? Let's fight one-on-one. Today, Tsunade must prove that I am the strongest in the ninja world in terms of gambling. Lose." Sarutobi Hizen was sluggish for a second. Who gave you the confidence to dare to say such a thing? This is a well-known thing. I don't care. I am the strongest in gambling. I will not accept refutation unless you can beat me. Speak with facts. Everyone is speechless. This is a gambling addiction. Sarutobi Hai cut the blue veins and jumped straight. At this time, Figuang poked Jiraiya. Is this the poison of gambling? Well, Tsunade, let's talk about the power of people now. Jiraiya sneered. Licked very well. Shut up, I was questioned. Even if he is Hokage and my teacher, I have to let him know that I am serious about gambling. I have to prove myself. Civ, you can choose the roulette wheel. Teacher, why don't you pay Tsunade to play 2 games? You bastard, when do you need to point fingers at the old man? Ah, teacher, don't get me wrong, I'm just suggesting. Teacher. Go away and pull her out for me. Tsunade is like a fly, talking endlessly, which is annoying, even destroying the good mood of arresting Renzuli. Sarutobi Hizen silently looked at Fanfu, the bright big head, all of which represented money, reflected light under the sun, and it was still golden. He took a deep breath, turned to look at the miracle team, showed a kind smile, and said, "This time you did a good job. If you want any reward, say it, the old man will be satisfied." Figuang hesitated for a moment, considered the language, and said, "This battle is hard, but for Konoha, we will die." Sarutobi nodded his head. But Sasuke is too tough to deal with and our losses are huge. As the material destroyed, it doesn't matter, it's not your fault. That's not it, that is, after an arduous battle, we lost a lot of weapons and equipment. Hiruzen Sarutobi heard that the supplies were still there, which was a surprise. He waved his hand and said, "You are fighting for Konoha, fighting with blood and blood, it is inevitable that some weapons will be damaged. How much damage? Say the number, I will double it for you." Seeing Sarutobi Hizen so arrogant, Hikari was overjoyed. This double is much more valuable than the task amount. Cough. A total of 7,000 detonating charms were used. Forget the rest, a total of 10,500,000 taels. If you say double, then just give 20 million taels. After Sarutobi Hidden heard that, his blood pressure suddenly soared. Did he go to a mission or to play with fireworks? 7,000 detonating talismans. Let's not talk about their useless use. What are you doing with so many detonating talismans? Do you habitually carry 7,000 bombs before going out? Sarutobi Hizen organized the language, and felt that the double words he just said seemed a bit sloppy. This is his own disciple and grandson. That, little Figuang. Halfway through the sentence, he was interrupted by Muyi, who glared at Kinoshita Figuang, and sent a book. Group and GT, 9, 8, 0, 2, 0 U5 female sign 8, 5 6, reprimanded. I don't know the rules. What kind of people are the 3 generations of eyes? How can you say nothing? Since you say double, it is double, one will not be less, the detonating talisman that will be used once, and the kunai shuriken, all count. Forget it, make a list, and Shigeru's ninjutsu wire. Whoever dares to be less is disrespectful to the purpose of the 3rd generation, have you heard? Oh tilde, oh underscore, oh ha ha tilde. The righteousness that Muyi said was awe-inspiring, completely ignoring the increasingly dark faces of the 3 generations. This is all money, how can it be counted? This prodigal brother doesn't know how to save at all. The dog kills resistance, the 3rd generation, this is the last time. As soon as Sarutobi Hizen was about to speak, he saw that Hikari was not ambiguous, and he threw the blessing on the ground and didn't care. Turn around and run. Hey tilde you wait, the old man hasn't finished talking yet. Konoha is very nervous recently, you listen to the old man and tell you well. It's okay not to say this, the people who said it ran faster. Sarutobi Hizen really wants to give himself a big pocket, this mouth is too cheap. It's okay to make promises. A while. He smiled helplessly, who would have thought that these people would go out with so many explosive charms. However, since so many detonating talismans were used, it showed that the battle was indeed tragic. He was not in charge of the miracle team, and turned to look at Fenfu. At this moment, the blessing is sealed, and even the eyes can't be opened, and all the 5 senses are sealed. Are you sharing the fortune? Hiruzen Sarutobi untied the seal of the 5 senses of Fufu and asked. Chapter 110 Post-war summary, Misunderstandings. Inside the tent. Figuang sat on his own bed, lay down on his back, and moaned comfortably. Under the continuous battle, having a comfortable little bed is a great enjoyment. The otaku attribute attacked, and he didn't want to move for a moment, and took out the grass pheasant sword given by Kagawa Maru. Watch carefully. This grass pheasant sword is to thank him for his life-saving grace, and it is also a cover fee, otherwise why would he give this artifact to himself? He first looked at the blade, which was the same as what he remembered, the one that Orochimaru had nothing to do with his unique skills, but the sword was still very pure now, and there was not as much drool in the future. When chakra is poured into the grass pheasant sword, there is an invisible connection, and it can expand and contract freely. Although it cannot be as big or small, it can be as long as desired. Do whatever you want, it's amazing. It's a pity Figuang doesn't play swords. The combat mode has been formed, and rashly learning swordsmanship is wasting time and not worth the loss. After playing for a while, I felt boring. Back to the scroll. Whether to leave it to his future son or to Orochimaru, he hadn't decided for a while. Thinking of this, Figuang realized that he seems to have never given Orochimaru any gifts since the beginning, and he has been asking for it. Just give it to Orochimaru. This sword doesn't touch any saliva, it always feels like it's almost something. After making the decision, Figuang no longer hesitated, ready to find a suitable time, and gave it to Orochimaru. Besides, this overlord is a bit arrogant. When using it, it all depends on luck and anger. He is still very unskilled, and he can't control this thing right now, so he can't use it in battle. The launch range is circular, and it can be released 360 degrees. There is no distinction between the enemy and the enemy. It must be practiced well and can be used in battle only after it can be controlled well. Otherwise, before defeating the enemy, you will first accidentally hurt your own people. Next moment. He slapped Ding Zuo next to him. Ding Zuo, who was sleeping soundly, wiped his saliva and looked around blankly. Seeing Kinoshita Figuang next to him, the first sentence was, "You promised." I really can't stand this idiot. We are all good friends, little friends, why are you so greedy for your own body? Dwang tilde. Makoto gave Ding Zuo a chestnut angrily, her apricot eyes were round, her waist was stuck, and she grabbed Ding Zuo's ear. Not to be left behind, Kushina grabbed Ding's other ear. Also said, "Your sister is so fat, so don't be alone, and take care of yourself when you have time." What's wrong with me? Ding Zuo looked aggrieved. You're having sex. The two women roared at the same time. His forehead and said helplessly, "Don't make trouble, gather, let's review the loopholes in this battle." The crowd watching the excitement got up and sat together, and started the post-war summary. This is the habit of everyone. Every time you fight or train together, you have to summarize it. It has been like this for a few years. Otherwise, why would there be so many tactics? The addiction in the corner was left alone, with a confused look on his face. Figuang did not hand him over to Hiruzen Sarutobi, but planned to hand him over to Orochimaru for him to study. This ability is still very powerful, through the escape, the romance of men. This operation was fine at the beginning, but we made a fatal mistake, that is, we did not observe the Falcon team secretly preparing ninjutsu, which is worth reflecting on. It's also because of our negligence that led to a series of passive defenses in the follow-up, and was almost wiped out by the group. Rizu spoke first and said, "I was negligent. I was confused by that person, Zuli, and didn't observe the ground for the first time, allowing the Falcon team to succeed." Everyone nodded, not saying anything that is none of your business, you didn't mean it, that kind of thing. This is a post-war summary, that is, to catch the faults and then overcome them, so that progress can be made. And me, the illusion release distance is not enough, the effect is very bad for such a long-range attack. Makoto said. There is also a distance between the release of illusion, because the essence of illusion is to use its own chakra or blood to interfere with the enemy's chakra. It can't be said that you can release illusions with a glance from a few hundred meters away, that's not a ninja. It's not your fault, Makoto, so am I, Shigeru Uchiha quickly comforted. And me. At that time, I was also bewildered by Renzuli, forgot to check it, and I hadn't learned to seal the fire seal. Kushina said. It's not your fault, no one is perfect. We are a team and we should help each other. Besides, the seal of the fire seal is nothing special. No, it's my fault this time. Can't blame you. Blame me. It's not your fault. What I just said did not include the two women. Girls, you still need to be comforted. Okay, let's change the subject. Figuang scratched his head, glared at Minato and Shigeru, and said, I'm just wondering one thing. How does this Falcon team know us so well? The course of action, the combat mode, the countermeasures, I can feel it. Clear. It's outrageous. Was it discovered during the battle, or was it a spy? If that's the case, this can't be regarded as a spy, it should be regarded as the king of discs. Everyone thought for a while, and finally found that no matter how much they thought, it was useless. Figuang never thought that it was Highway because he fell into a misunderstanding of thinking. In his impression, Highway's activity time was the Third Ninja World War. It's a special trick to fool Obito. A little shrimp like him can't get into the eyes of Heiju's filial son. Even if his teammates have two Uchihas, he never thought of being targeted by the hackers. This is also in the alley of thinking. In the original book, Makoto is a housewife and is quite satisfactory, while Uchiha Shigeru is just a background wall until his death, but dispensable roles. In Figuang's opinion, he can't form a team by himself. He must not bring the soil, empathize and leave love, and fall in love with Makoto and Shigeru, right? It's kind of bullshit. Now, Everyone thought about some tactics, specifically for the 10-man squad, because they saw some signs. Right now, it's just Sand Ren. It's hard to guarantee that Yan Ren and Yun Ren will not follow suit in the future. As for Wu Ren, Figuang is plagiarizing other people's ideas and carrying out magical changes, not just following the trend, but being original. What sound? It should be the master and the others. Let's go out and have a look. At this time, there was a loud noise outside, and everyone stopped studying and walked out of the door. Seeing Orochimaru leading the way, the murderous aura in his eyes has not dissipated, the blood stains on his body stained his armor, and his fair and feminine face has a bit of fortitude. Figuang stepped forward to chat with the master. Congratulations, master, you have won the battle. Also congratulations, you have done such a great job. Quote. Orochimaru looked at his two disciples carefully, and he was relieved to see that they were alive and well, without missing arms or legs.